Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1: The Most Powerful Cheat in History Dragon System. Ding! Dear Master, Shenlong system is at your service. Ding! 7 Dragon Balls have been released into the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Wei didn't believe before that his cousin could disappear without a trace just by going out to pick up a courier. His whereabouts are still unknown to this day. But now, Jiang was confident. He just went out to buy a pack of chewing gum, and he didn't know whether he stepped with his left foot first or his right foot. As soon as I left the house, it turned out to be Nima's time travel. When I came to this dark space, I couldn't see my fingers. Just say, is it too far away? After calming down, Jiang Wei couldn't help but wonder, could his cousin have traveled through time like him while picking up the express delivery? While thinking, Jiang Wei couldn't help but want to have a piece of chewing gum. Reach out and touch. I said, Tongzi, when you took me to time travel, couldn't you wait until I bought chewing gum? Jiang Wei said with a bitter face. Ding! What the master taught me is that this system will pay attention next time. Jiang Wei's face twitched. Pay attention next time? Tongzi, worry, your ancestor. The most basic ability of Dragon System is to throw the 7 Dragon Balls of the system into the world of Dragon Balls. When the natives of the Dragon Ball world collect these 7 Dragon Balls, they can summon Jiang Wei, the master of the system, to this world in the form of the dragon in Dragon Ball. After realizing the wishes of the natives, Jiang Wei can immediately release the transformation of the dragon form, return to human form, and realize true time travel. So, Jiang Wei now can only be said to have traveled through half of time. Currently in a semi-travel state. After realizing the wishes of the indigenous people, Jiang Wei can also get rewards. That is copying everything about the other party. It also includes the wish that the other party made to Jiang Wei and came true. So when you collect the 7 Dragon Balls, the stronger the person who summons Jiang Wei, the more powerful Jiang Wei will be. If the native who summoned Jiang Wei was Zeno, then the starting point of Jiang Wei's journey would be equivalent to the end point of the hard work of many people next door. As for the dragon that Jiang Wei transformed into, he can fulfill the wishes that the dragon in the plot can fulfill, and there are no restrictions on the realization of these wishes. For example, in the plot, there are many restrictions on resurrecting the dead. People who have died cannot be resurrected, and people who have died once cannot be resurrected. These restrictions are all bullshit to Jiang Wei. As long as someone makes a wish to him, Jiang Wei can be resurrected. Even if the deceased has been reincarnated, Jiang Wei can still be resurrected. Even if Zeno erases all universes, as long as someone makes a wish, Jiang Wei can restore the erased universes to their original state. Anyway, if it weren't for the fact that it couldn't make wishes to itself, just the ability of the Shenlong system to realize wishes would have been so powerful. Not to mention the buggy ability to copy everything about the other party after the wish is fulfilled. And this is only the most basic ability of the Shenlong system. In the darkness, not knowing the passage of time, Jiang Wei could only know that he himself had not passed away. Tongzi, do you know the whereabouts of my cousin? Tongzi said nothing. Tongzi, can I return to my original world? Tongzi's continued silence is golden. Tongzi, when can I leave this hellish place? Jiang Wei shouted. He didn't know how long he had been in the dark, but Jiang Wei's patience had reached its limit. Jiang Wei assured. Keep going like this. He's going crazy. Ding! The 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. Someone is summoning the master. Oh, I can finally leave this hellish place. When Jiang Wei heard this, his handsome, mature and steady face couldn't help but smile. The world of Dragon Ball is about to explode at every turn, and here I come. The next moment, in the blinding darkness, Jiang Wei turned into a brilliant golden light and disappeared. 749 AD. Earth. Behind the vast snow-capped mountains is a dense forest. Between the forests, there is a man-made road. Following this spacious road leads to a heavily guarded fortress. On the fortress, there was a RR flag with white letters on a red background, swaying in the wind. That is the headquarters of the most vicious legion in the world, the Red Ribbon Legion. This day, the Red Ribbon Army, which is so notorious in the world that even the regular army of the king who rules the world can do nothing to them, never expected it. It was their headquarters, the day someone knocked on the door. Now, in an office, people could tell at a glance that Wu Dalan was his half-brother. Marshal Black, the commander-in-chief of the Red Ribbon Army, received a report from his subordinates. A UFO is rapidly approaching the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Regarding the invasion of the headquarters, Marshal Black played with a small golden bead in his hand, and wore a one-eyed dragon eye patch with a look of ecstasy on his gang boss-style face. The bead in Marshal Black's hand is a 2-star Dragon Ball. Just a few days ago, this 2-star Dragon Ball suddenly appeared in the forest outside the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. It was picked up by Marshal Black, who happened to be hunting in that forest for recreation. Marshal Black was overjoyed on the spot. Isn't this bead that comes to you unsolicited, the legendary dragon bead that, after gathering 7 of them, can summon a dragon to fulfill any wish? For reasons well known to everyone, Marshal Black has been coveting the Dragon Ball for a long time and sent a large number of his men to collect rumors about the Dragon Ball all over the world. Therefore, I already have a clear idea of what the legendary 7 Dragon Balls look like. The first time he got it in his hand, he recognized this small golden round bead. It was exactly what he longed for, the 2-star Dragon Ball among the legendary Dragon Balls. Very good. There are only 6 Dragon Balls left to summon the dragon that can grant all wishes. My long-cherished wish has come true. With this 2-star Dragon Ball in hand, Marshal Black already knew that an enemy was coming to attack the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion without the need for a report from his subordinates. As long as he holds the 2-star Dragon Ball in his hand, Marshal Black can clearly sense the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls. It's a little different from the rumored Dragon Ball. In the legend about Dragon Balls, it has never been mentioned that the Dragon Balls can sense each other's position. Marshal Black didn't even think about it, since the Dragon Balls can sense each other's position. The Red Ribbon Army can fight against the powerful force of the regular army under the king who rules the world. Why have we never found out that in recent hundreds of years, someone has collected the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and grant wishes? Actually, that's because this 2-star Dragon Ball was not made by the gods of the earth, but was put into this world by Shenlong, not long after it appeared in this world. Marshal Black didn't know it yet, but he had already gotten a big deal. I am very lucky to have become Shenlong since his debut. Qualified to be the first person to make a wish to him. In Marshal Black's induction, the signals of 6 Dragon Balls were gathered together, and they had obviously been collected together. Now they are moving quickly towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Obviously, the other party came for the 2-star Dragon Ball in Marshal Black's hand. But in the eyes of Marshal Black, before he took action, 6 Dragon Balls came to his door. The Black Marshal's classic, sinister face of a gangster is almost bursting with laughter. I accepted the 6 Dragon Balls delivered to my door politely. My wish for many years has finally come true. Marshal Black was shaking with excitement. But excitement is excitement. Marshal Black was not stupid either. The opponent was able to collect 6 Dragon Balls in a very short period of time. This mobility. The Black Marshal also had to admit that the Red Ribbon Legion, which he was so proud of, could never compare. So Marshal Black immediately issued an order to raise the headquarters defense level to the highest level. He took out the headquarters and faced the king's enthusiasm to assemble regular military forces from all over the world and besiege them. To face the coming uninvited guests, 6 Dragon Balls have been collected. Chapter 2 The world's #1 killer Tao Bibai. After Marshal Black issued the order, countless soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion began to gather urgently, and the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Armored combat vehicles and new humanoid combat mechas filled with fuel and ammunition are also constantly coming out of the warehouse. The fighter jets of various types parked at the airport are also eager to try. Ready for battle. That's it. Marshal Black doesn't think it's safe yet. Regarding his long-cherished wish, in addition to ordering the troops at the defense headquarters to prepare for battle, Marshal Black also showed his trump card without hesitation. He picked up the phone and wanted to call the number of the world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai. In the eyes of Marshal He, this Tao Bibai is a walking humanoid strategic weapon. But Tao Bibai is powerful because he is powerful, and he is useful because he is easy to use. It's just that the fees are not cheap. To hire the best killer in the world to take action, the money required is also the most expensive in the world. During Tao Bibai's mission, he was charged per head 100 million yuan per head. In addition to the mission target, it also includes people who hinder him from performing the mission. There is no distinction between high and low. They are all worth 100 million yuan per head. The main focus is fairness and justice. And every time Tao Bibai takes action, he doesn't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. He rarely kills only one person and is done. All the guys killed by Tao Bibai during the mission are walking 100 million. So, if you want to ask Tao Bibai to take action, you must have the consciousness to bankrupt everything. As for defaulting on debt, you don't want the best killer in the world to serve you for free, right? If not necessary. Marshal He didn't want to ask Tao Bibai to take action. But it's related to what I've been wishing for many years. Marshal He gritted his teeth, holding the phone receiver in his hand, and dialed Tao Bibai's phone number. 2. Tao Bibai's phone calls were never answered. Marshal Black looked stunned. With Tao Bibai's charging standards, it is normal to not receive any business in a year. Why do you need to use Tao Bibai? This guy actually got another business? What bad luck! Marshal Black broke the phone in displeasure. The Red Ribbon Army under his command is a powerful dark force that even the king who rules the world and his regular army cannot defeat. To deal with the invading enemy, 6 Dragon Balls have been collected. There is no need to ask Tao Bibai to take action, he can easily do the work himself. Please give me a peach in vain. There is too much money and no place to spend it, so be careful. With this thought in mind, Marshal Black held the 2-star Dragon Ball tightly and moved his short legs to the command room of the headquarters. Accompanied by the tall black adjutant, Marshal Black ordered the detected image of the unknown target to be put on the big screen. Soon the image that appeared on the big screen shocked everyone in the command room. On the big screen, it is an image of an old man flying at high speed with his hands behind his back, stepping on a wooden stake. Marshal Black was even more shocked. The pipe in his mouth and the 2-star Dragon Ball in his hand fell to the ground at the same time. He recognized the old man on the big screen who was flying towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion at high speed. It turned out that 6 other Dragon Balls were collected. Not someone else. It is Tao Bibai who is the best killer in the world. Open all firepower immediately and kill him. Seeing Tao Bibai on the big screen flying into the outer defense line of the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, Marshal Black immediately roared murderously. Marshal He knows that Tao Bibai is very powerful. Especially now, because of Dragon Ball, Tao Bibai has become his opposite enemy. The frightened Marshal He didn't dare to be careless. As you command, Commander-in-Chief. A tiger-headed man in military uniform said immediately. After the Black Marshal gave the order. Perimeter line of defense. The vast white snow-capped mountains that cover the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Countless anti-aircraft missiles immediately flew out, trailing long-tail smoke, and swarmed towards Tao Bibai, who was flying on a piece of wood in the sky. But he saw Tao Bibai's face, the corner of his mouth twitching, revealing an expression of confidence and contempt. He raised a finger casually. Heading towards the airtight anti-aircraft missiles coming towards him from all directions. A flash of light flashed between his fingers, and powerful energy exploded. Tao Bibai used his special trick, Dongdong Bo. Along with the Qigong waves, like bullets fired continuously from a machine gun, they were continuously fired from Tao Bibai's fingers. Those who came under siege were anti-aircraft missiles that were powerful enough to knock a fighter jet into the air and explode. They also exploded in the air among the crisscrossing Qigong waves. Bakuom! Bakuom! Look in the eyes of everyone in the Red Ribbon Legion. Tao Bibai has turned into an explosion of flames. The explosions were all in one, and the smoke was so thick that Tao Bibai could no longer be seen. Humph! If a person dares to break into the headquarters of our Red Ribbon Legion, he is really asking for death. So what if it can fly? It's not like it was wiped out in the face of our missile attack, ha ha ha. Everyone in the Red Ribbon Legion, including Marshal Black, all agreed that Tao Bibai was too dead to die anymore. No one would believe that the human body can withstand the successive explosions of anti-aircraft missiles. But as the big screen appeared, Tao Bibai's figure rushed out of the explosion area. It was intact, even the pink dress with a kill on the chest that he was wearing didn't even have a hole. While continuing to fly towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion at high speed, the smiles on the faces of the Red Ribbon Legion members immediately disappeared. Deep fear from the heart replaced the original smile on his face. Even the anti-aircraft missiles that can destroy heavy fighter jets can't kill this person? Damn it! Is this guy still a human? Marshal He stared at the screen. Tao Bibai, who had broken through the outer defense line of the snow mountain, and held the two-star Dragon Ball tighter. He had a gloomy face as a gang boss, and his heart began to waver. Facing Tao Bibai, who can even physically carry anti-aircraft missiles. Many years after becoming the commander-in-chief of the Red Ribbon Army, Marshal Black finally felt the almost forgotten feeling of fear again. Being able to realize his wish for many years has become an obsession in Marshal Black's heart. This obsession quickly allowed Marshal He to overcome his fear of Tao Bibai. After making up his mind, Marshal Black immediately ordered all the soldiers on standby at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion to dispatch to fight Tao Bibai. Then he ordered the black adjutant who was standing upright next to him and whose altitude was higher than him, "Go and call me Blue quickly." Blue is a general of the Red Ribbon Army. He has blonde hair and blue eyes and is handsome. He is tall and has strong muscles. Except for severe mysophobia. And I love cute little boys. He is a perfect man like Prince Charming in the eyes of girls. He is also the most capable man in the Red Ribbon Legion. In addition to the powerful strength of the physical body to crush steel. Blue's blue eyes are not only beautiful, but also have mysterious superpowers. Whenever an opponent comes into contact with Blue's gaze, he will be paralyzed and unable to move, and his whole body will be in extreme pain. In the end, he could only let Blue be slaughtered, like fish on the chopping board, with no power to fight back. Marshal Black believes that if there is anyone in the Red Ribbon Legion who can defeat Tao Bibai, it must be Blue. Chapter 3 Tao Bibai summons the dragon. Just when Black Marshal summons Blue, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion has been reduced to a battlefield of brutal fighting. Bodies in military uniforms were piled all over the ground. The originally majestic armored combat vehicles had turned into piles of dilapidated wreckage. The technologically advanced humanoid combat mecha was also beaten into black smoking scrap metal. From time to time, there are various types of fighter jets in the sky, plumping black smoke and falling to the ground. The target of the attack, Tao Bibai, was walking among the headquarters buildings of the Red Ribbon Legion as if strolling in a garden. Monster, he must be a monster. There is no way we can defeat the monster. Run! I no longer want to be a soldier of the Red Ribbon Legion, I want to go home now. Not long after, Marshal Black's army sent to fight Tao Bibai collapsed due to heavy casualties. Does this turn out to be the strength of the world's #1 killer? Marshal Black was stunned when he saw this scene. Blue, can you defeat him? Marshal Black asked fearfully. If Blue answers, he cannot defeat Tao Bibai's attack. Marshal Black will be very bachelor and hand over the 2-star Dragon Ball in his hand to Tao Bibai. As long as the Green Hills are still there is no need to worry about running out of firewood, and Marshal He is also clear. Hand over the 2-star Dragon Ball and let Tao Bibai realize his wish. The Black Marshal simply has to wait for 1 more year before he can collect the Dragon Balls again so that he can realize his long-cherished wish. Marshal Black can afford to wait 1 more year. Commander, please rest assured, no one will be my opponent, Blue. Blue was actually shocked by the strength shown by Tao Bibai. But Blue's biggest reliance is his pair of super powerful blue eyes. This gave him the confidence to defeat Tao Bibai. Then what are you doing here? Why don't you go kill Tao Bibai and take the 6 Dragon Balls from his hand? Hearing Blue's confident speech, the fear in Marshal Black's heart disappeared and he shouted excitedly to Blue. But soon, the fear in Marshal Black's heart returned. This is because Blue fought against Tao Bibai, and as soon as they fought, he was instantly killed by Tao Bibai's tongue. He didn't even have time to use his greatest support, his super powerful eyes. I can only blame Tao Bibai for wanting to get the last 2-star Dragon Ball in Marshal He's hand. I don't want to waste my time on this scumbag Blue. Without giving Blue a chance to perform, he sent him away directly. It's over now. Is it still too late for me to hand over the Dragon Ball now? Blue mistook me. The Black Marshal was desperate. Marshal Black thought of escaping at this time, but it was already too late. Not long after, with a bang, a big hole opened in the cement wall of the underground command room. Tao Bibai walked in with her hands behind her back and a look of excitement on her face. Many of the Red Ribbon Legion members present were carrying guns. But in my heart, I couldn't bear the slightest thought of resisting Tao Bibai. They just looked at Tao Bibai approaching with fear on their faces, not daring to move for fear of drawing Tao Bibai's attention to themselves. Tao Bibai walked directly to Marshal He, who was trembling all over. This is the Dragon Ball you want? For the sake of our long acquaintance, Tao Bibai, please spare my life. Marshal He knelt in front of Tao Bibai, raised the 2-star Dragon Ball high above his head, and begged for mercy tremblingly. The Black Adjutant on the side realized at this moment that this invincible enemy was coming for the Dragon Ball in the Commander-in-Chief's hand. But things have developed to this point, and it seems that it is too late to realize it now. The Black Adjutant could only hope at this moment that Tao Bibai would spare them for the sake of the Commander-in-Chief handing over the Dragon Ball, and treat the Red Ribbon Army like a fart. Otherwise, the arrogant Red Ribbon Legion will come to an end today. Marshal Black, I'm very happy that you can hand over the Dragon Ball to me. But even so, it cannot break my rules. It's impossible for me to be free to your Red Ribbon Army. Let me think about it, how many people did I kill on the way to your headquarters? Tao Bibai took the 2-star Dragon Ball from Marshal He's hand and deliberately made a thinking expression. The Black Marshal looked desperate. He knew that he and the Red Ribbon Legion were dead today. Who knows how many people Tao Bibai killed on his way to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion? Judging from the current losses at the headquarters, he has killed at least several thousand people, maybe tens of thousands, that's for sure. Tao Bibai's rule is that one person's head is 100 million yuan. Even if the entire Red Ribbon Legion was packaged and sold, Marshal Black would not be able to afford the money. Tao Bibai had no intention of letting their Red Ribbon Legion off as a fart. Really? After some pretentious calculation, Tao Bibai quoted a price that Marshal Black could never afford. Here, can you give us some grace? Just give us a few days, and we will definitely give you the money. Marshal Black was crying and making his last effort to save his life. Sorry, Black Marshal. We operate on a small budget and do not owe you any credit. Even if you are the Commander-in-Chief of the Red Ribbon Army, there is no exception. Peach has a white face, and the cat smiles at the mouse. Then, because he owed Tao Bibai a sky-high fee, he was unable to pay it. Marshal He and others were all stunned by Tao Bibai. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion was destroyed. It is conceivable that with the demise of the headquarters, other branches located around the world will soon fall apart. Before death came, Marshal Black had only one thought in his mind: is this the end of my wish to grow taller? After collecting the 7 Dragon Balls of the Jiang Wei brand and killing Marshal Black and others, Tao Bibai came to the sky with excitement to summon the legendary dragon to fulfill his wish. At this time, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, everyone who was still alive had run away, and the fortress was empty. Only the flag that was installed on the fortress, with the red background and white letters RR, was still holding on to its post, fluttering in the wind with great energy. Tao Bibai put the 7 Dragon Balls he collected on the open space in front of him. He raised his hands high and shouted toward the sky, "Come out, Shenlong, and fulfill my wish." In an instant, the 7 dragon beads shone with golden light. The sky and the earth also changed. It was obviously a clear sky, but lightning and thunder began. A heavy sense of oppression, like the end of the world, descended between heaven and earth. People around the world are feeling it. Western capital. The home of the richest man. This is a scene that only happens when someone gathers 7 Dragon Balls and summons a divine dragon. But, is this impossible? The blue-haired young girl looked at the Dragon Ball radar she had just made in her hand, which displayed the signals of 6 Dragon Balls distributed around the world, with a look of confusion on her face. Kaio-ken. After hundreds of years, someone finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse for this world. A short, fat white cat with a cane looked at the strange scene in the sky and sighed. Above the Kalan Tower, the temple where the gods reside, a skinny green-skinned man, also wearing a cane, looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with a confused expression. This green-skinned man with a wrinkled face did not feel from the vision in the sky that the divine dragon that was about to be summoned had anything to do with him. What on earth is going on? The old greenskin muttered to himself inexplicably. Chapter 4, Burning the Bridge Across the River? Seeking Death. Under the close attention of the old white cat and the old greenskin, Tao Bibai summoned the dragon. In front of Tao Bibai's eyes, a huge green dragon measuring over 100 meters appeared. In front of the green dragon, Tao Bibai was so small. However, Tao Bibai did not notice any powerful aura from the green dragon in front of him. It was incompatible with the strong sense of oppression around him. The awe of the blue dragon in his eyes was replaced by contempt. Jiang Wei, who transformed into a cyan dragon, first looked at the surrounding scenery greedily. Finally, it was no longer a dark space. It was a ghost place that was nothing but darkness. He had had enough. He took a deep breath of the sunny air and showed an expression of enjoyment. After moving his body and transforming into the dragon form for the first time, Jiang Wei felt a little uncomfortable, but that didn't stop him from focusing on the old man who was as small as an ant on the ground. I saw the old man, wearing a pink robe and Mandarin-style clothes, with a big kill on his chest, and a braid with a red bow tied on it. With his hands behind his back, he also looked at himself from the bottom up with an air of superiority. The characters are so recognizable that Jiang Wei recognized them at just one glance. It turns out that this guy Tao Bibai summoned me. My journey in the Dragon Ball world begins with realizing your wish. Jiang Wei felt that this was a good start, and he was not disappointed because the person who summoned him was not Zeno or Beerus, the powerful characters in the plot. In fact, Tao Bibai's start is also very good. The villain Tao Bibai is a villain, and his appearance is very cool, but this does not prevent him from being one of the few masters on the earth in the early days of Dragon Ball. Can obtain the inheritance of Caucasan Ryu. A smile slipped across the huge corners of the dragon's face. Say your wish, quickly. Jiang Wei's mood at the moment is that he just wants to finish Tao Bibai's business quickly so that he can go free and move around early. The dark space before made Jiang Wei suffocated. Shenlong, let me and the crane immortal live forever. Tao Bibai spoke out his wish. As a pursuing killer who has lived for hundreds of years, Tao Bibai believes that he still has room for improvement, but the premise is that he must have eternal youth that will not age. And he Xianren is his elder brother. The two brothers usually have a very deep relationship. Now that there is room for improvement, Tao Bibai will of course take his brother to work together to make progress. Immortality? Jiang Wei couldn't help but weigh it. The dragon in the plot has never granted anyone a wish such as immortality. Everyone on the earth is dead, but the dragon can be resurrected. The old Piccolo Daimao can't even spit out eggs, and Shenron can restore his youth. But it's hard to say whether the Earth Divine Dragon, or even Namex Porunga, has the ability to help others achieve immortality. But for Jiang Wei, he has the ability to realize wishes without restriction, so he can indeed realize wishes that the dragon in the plot has never fulfilled. Although Jiang Wei didn't like Tao Bibai, it wasn't because he was a killer, but because he killed innocent people indiscriminately and was stingy. He killed a tailor just because he didn't want to pay for custom clothes. But Shenlong is about rules and martial ethics. Since Tao Bibai summoned him and did not harm him, let's follow the rules. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised the dragon's claw and snapped his fingers. Tao Bibai's wish came true, and he returned to his 18-year-old self. He looked ecstatic. While fulfilling Tao Bibai's wish, Shenlong also received rewards. In addition to getting one, Tao Bibai's wish for immortality can be used on Jiang Wei himself or others. At the same time, Jiang Wei also copied Tao Bibai. The abilities that Tao Bibai had, Shenlong also had. Tao Bibai lived for hundreds of years, and the various experiences and knowledge accumulated including combat also belonged to Shenlong. Ding, got Dongdong bow. Ding, I got the pillar flying technique. Ding, I got the wish of immortality. This is the power of the best killer in the world. It's so strong. I feel like I've become a Superman. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt a powerful force emerging from his body that he had never imagined before. He enjoyed the feeling of having great power. After all, in the past, according to the standards of Frieza Legion's combat effectiveness detector, Jiang Wei was just a scumbag. Your wish has come true, so goodbye. Jiang Wei said hello to Tao Bibai, who had regained his 18-year-old youth, and was about to leave. Wait a moment, Shenlong. Seeing that Jiang Wei was about to leave, Tao Bibai immediately spoke out. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a strange smile spread on his face. Jiang Wei did not leave immediately, but looked at Tao Bibai with a playful expression. Shenlong, you fulfilled my wish, how about you let me repay you? Tao Bibai looked at the hundreds of meters of green dragon in front of him. Even so, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had bad intentions. Then how do you repay this dragon? Shenlong also looked at Tao Bibai, who obviously didn't hold in his fart well, and asked with a joking look in his eyes. Why don't you just let me kill someone for you for free? Tao Bibai smiled evilly. He will definitely kill the dragon in front of him. After being a killer for so many years, Tao Bibai has killed everyone on earth who can breathe. I just haven't killed the dragon. That's pretty good. Let's do this. I'll tell you when I have someone I want to kill in the future. Jiang Wei pretended to think for a while and gave his answer. No, you have to tell me who you want to kill now? If you don't have anyone to kill, then I will kill you. Tao Bibai's fingers were pointed at Shenlong, huge energy shining at the fingertips. Regarding Tao Bibai's attempt to burn bridges across the river, Jiang Wei simply said, you already have a way to die. The dragon system is not for nothing. In addition to the most basic abilities, if there is no life-saving means at the bottom of the box, can Jiang Wei go out to open a business and compete with the Earth Shenron, the Namek Shenron, and the Super Shenron? Jiang Wei is just as good as Piccolo Daimao, turning his back on others. In the form of the Cyan Dragon summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls, Jiang Wei was in an absolutely invincible state. Anyone, including Zeno and Grand Priest, took hostile action against Chiang Kai-shek. Those who make wishes with malicious behaviors such as attacking Jiang Shenlong, making wishes to Jiang Shenlong such as "my wish is that you die" and "Shenlong, I want you to be my slave." They will all be forcibly plundered by Jiang Wei, including their lives. Therefore, this invincible person in the form of a Saiyan dragon was also jokingly called house raiding by Jiang Wei. It's just that this invincible form is a passive ability, focusing on "I won't offend others unless they attack me." Jiang Shenlong cannot actively bully others just by turning on invincibility. So in Jiang Wei's view, although this invincibility is very foul, it is just a life-saving ability. Dongdong. A Qigong wave hit Jiang Shenlong's body that was hundreds of meters away. Tao Bibai's smile disappeared. The Saiyan Divine Dragon in front of him was intact. The whole wave that hit the Saiyan Divine Dragon's body was like throwing a pebble into the sea, and not a single wave stirred up. Tao Bibai was shocked. It's about to happen again, when the whole wave is emitted with greater power. But he was shocked to find out. All his strength is gone. The body has also changed from the state of an 18-year-old to an old man who was hundreds of years old. And how to use Dongdong wave, Tao Bibai suddenly realized that he couldn't remember. Not just Dongdongbo. Other unique skills of the Caucasan Ryu, his own Gobashara flying, and other kinds of knowledge and experiences accumulated over hundreds of years. Tao Bibai couldn't remember it either. Not only Tao Bibai's skills, but also the billions of wealth that Tao Bibai accumulated as a killer, and the various treasures he collected, also belonged to Jiang Shenlong. After triggering Jiang Shenlong's invincibility and having his house confiscated, Tao Bibai truly had nothing but his own life. And even Tao Bibai's only remaining life is now in the hands of Jiang Shenlong. Chapter 5 Shenlong kills someone. Tao Bibai, you are such a generous and good person. Feeling that after plundering Tao Bibai's strength, he became stronger, Jiang Wei smiled and praised. As a reward for Tao Bibai's generosity, Jiang Shenlong couldn't be stingy. He patted Tao Bibai on the ground with his claws and smashed Tao Bibai to pieces. The flesh and blood were like mud, covering the ground. What's going on with you, Shenlong? After killing Tao Bibai, an old voice suddenly appeared in Jiang Wei's mind. It was the god who took the initiative to contact Jiang Shenlong. The dragon actually killed someone. This made the god's eyes almost fall to the ground in surprise. God? The environment of the earth is very good, I like it, ha ha ha. Then Jiang Wei ignored the god and turned into 7 rays of bright golden light, flying in all directions. The 7 dragon balls were scattered around the world and turned into stones. They need to cool down for 12 months before they can turn back into dragon balls. And Jiang Wei, who had released the dragon's transformation, naturally appeared out of thin air in the empty headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. The god who had spent his whole life in the temple, observing the earth from a high position, saw that the mysterious dragon disappeared and turned into a handsome, mature, and steady young man. His eyes widened in shock again. What is going on? Is it a special ability like that child that can turn into a giant ape under special conditions? Jiang Wei took a walk around the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, which was full of people, and finally found what he needed. In a munitions warehouse at the headquarters, Jiang Wei found enough chewing gum for him to chew for several years. Putting all the chewing gum into the space that comes with the Shenlong system, Jiang Wei also took away a lot of combat vehicles, humanoid mechas, and fighter jets left behind by the Red Ribbon Legion. He was interested in the original world but absolutely after something out of reach. He just cut off a column of the house, sensed it carefully, and then threw the column into the sky. Then he jumped on the column and flew quickly in the direction where he sensed the strong man's breath. Jiang Wei's next step is to take advantage of his familiarity with the plot to get the benefits of the earth first. He will continue to become stronger, become the only one in the Dragon Ball world, and defeat everyone who dares to be his enemy. Jiang Wei already knew from Tao Bibai, but the plot has not yet begun. The dragon in the plot has not yet been summoned by little Goku and Bulma. It is time for him to show off his talents. With a cylinder under his feet and chewing gum in his mouth, Jiang Wei flew into the wind. A blue ocean appeared in front of me. It didn't take long. Another lonely island appeared in the ocean. The island is really small. There is only one solitary house on it, which occupies most of the island. There is the residence of Turtle Immortal. In Jiang Wei's perception, Turtle Immortal should be the weakest among the current masters on Earth. Tao Bibai has a combat power of more than 100, and in Jiang Wei's perception, the Turtle Immortal at this moment is much weaker than Tao Bibai, not to mention compared to him. It is estimated that the combat effectiveness is less than 100. Of course, this refers to Kame Sennin's normal combat effectiveness. In muscle form, Kame Sennin's combat effectiveness when using Kame-style Qigong must have exceeded 100. Compared to the Hexianren group who were busy killing people and making money, the Kamexianren looked like they were taking care of themselves and had slacked off along the way in martial arts. Turtle Immortal is currently lying on a leisure chair with a parasol over his head, looking like he is on a beach vacation. He held up an adult magazine with both hands and was reading it happily, making lewd laughter like he 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 from time to time. Hey! Suddenly, the wretchedness on the old man's face disappeared and turned into solemnity. He noticed that a powerful aura was approaching him quickly, so he put down the precious adult magazine and looked up to the distant sky. There was a man stepping on a wooden pile and flying towards his island at high speed. It's that BD Tao Bibai. No. The smell is wrong. But with such a dramatic appearance, who will be the uninvited guest coming to his island? Under the puzzled gaze of Kame Sennin, a handsome young man wearing a handsome black trench coat, chewing gum constantly in his mouth, with a handsome and mature appearance, who looked ruthless and handsome, stepped on a pillar and plunged into the air. Arrived in front of him. Young man, who are you? Who are Tao Bibai and Lao He to you? Turtle Immortal asked warily. Once upon a time, Turtle Immortal and Crane Immortal were both disciples of Wu Tai Do's sect. Now he and Hexianren don't deal with each other, they can't stand their killer style, and they don't agree with each other. Turtle Immortal felt that Jiang Wei's aura was very strong, even more powerful than his own, who was known as the god of martial arts. He did not dare to relax when facing Jiang Wei. Hello, Turtle Immortal. Don't be nervous, I'm Jiang Wei. All my abilities came from a fair deal with Tao Bibai, and I have nothing to do with your enemy. Jumping off the pillar and stepping on the sand of the island, Jiang Wei greeted the Turtle Immortal with a smile on his face. Then what do you want to do when you come to my island? Turtle Immortal's face relaxed and he asked. With Jiang Wei's strength, if someone really came to trouble him, they wouldn't use such words. Jiang Wei glanced at the adult magazine that Turtle Immortal carefully placed on the small table beside him. On the cover is a hot girl posing. He is indeed an old pervert. He looked again and saw the 3-star dragon ball in the plot hanging casually around Turtle Immortal's neck. Jiang Wei came to see Gaixianren not just for the 3-star dragon ball, but because he was interested in Gaixianren's skills. Although this old man wearing a turtle shell is lustful and not very strong, he is a well-deserved god of martial arts. Very good at teaching disciples. The strongest Scion Son Goku, and the strongest Earthling Krillin, were both taught by Kame Sennin. For Jiang Wei, Klin has little value in cultivating him, but Scion Kakarot is a potential stock. If he is well nurtured, he will benefit immensely. Chapter 6 obtained abilities such as Turtle-style Qigong and Demon Sealing Wave. Jiang Wei is different from next door. The majority of people next door are Scions, with Frieza occasionally seen, Cell and Majin Buu even rarer. Jiang Wei is even rarer. He is a pure earthling, but he has obtained the dragon system. As long as his wish is fulfilled, he can copy all the abilities of the opponent. It was destined that for Jiang Wei, who was just a mere earthling, cultivation would be the least cost-effective for him. Practice? I will never practice cultivation in this life. When someone else succeeds in cultivation, Jiang Wei can grant him a wish and make a copy of his cultivation achievements for himself. Wouldn't it be nice? Since you can make money by being comfortable, only fools will work hard to make money. Others work hard to survive. Enjoy the benefits yourself. This is the fate of traveling to the Dragon Ball world and being born to be a boss. Therefore, Jiang Wei took a fancy to Son Goku's potential and decided to accept Son Goku as his younger brother. When Son Goku's practice has achieved results, he can grant Son Goku a wish and he can copy Son Goku. Equivalent to Son Goku's talent and hard work, is Jiang Wei's talent and hard work. No matter how strong Son Goku is, Jiang Wei will only be stronger than him. However, Tsurusen Ryu is a routine for training killers, and it is obviously not suitable for use on upright martial arts masters like Son Goku. It is better to follow the plot and use Kamizen Ryu to train Son Goku. This requires the use of Kame Sennin's skills. Jiang Wei needs to copy the skills, knowledge, and experience accumulated by the Turtle Immortals for hundreds of years. Kamizenran, give me the 3-star Dragon Ball hanging around your neck, and I will make your wish come true. Jiang Wei didn't talk nonsense and went directly to the topic. While speaking, Jiang Wei transformed and instantly turned into a 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man with horns on his head and a tail behind him. Humanoid Dragon Form. Since Jiang Wei wants to rely on cultivating potential people to improve his strength in this way, naturally he will not count on the dragon form that requires collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to run a business once a year. Transforming into a humanoid divine dragon is the most commonly used ability of the dragon system. In the form of a human dragon, just like the incarnation of a dragon, Jiang Wei can also grant wishes to others and obtain rewards for copying everything about the other person. Moreover, he can realize a wish every 12 hours, and he can copy everything about a person every 12 hours. Ability. But compared to the divine dragon summoned by collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, the humanoid divine dragon cannot be invincible. If someone crosses the river and burns the bridge, you have to rely on your own strength to deal with the opponent. In this way, there is a possibility of being beaten to death by a stronger guy. But even if you can't be invincible, it's not easy to kill Jiang Wei, who has transformed into a humanoid dragon. The humanoid dragon, like the great ape transformation of the Scions, can increase the normal combat power by 10 times. And immune to superpowers, magic, destructive energy, xeno-obliteration, and all other special ability attacks. It is also immune to negative buffs, which means that Kaio-ken can be opened up to 20 times, and Super Saiyan transformation can be superimposed without any trouble. When encountering fatal danger and unable to react in time, the humanoid dragon transformation can be passively triggered 1 second in advance. It can be said that as long as Jiang Wei does not take the initiative to seek death, he will be difficult to kill when he transforms into a humanoid dragon. How is this possible? It's even stronger than Piccolo Daimao, who once brought trouble to the whole world. Feeling that Jiang Wei had transformed into a humanoid dragon and increased his fighting power by 10 times, Kame Sennin was so frightened that his head was as bald as Krillin's and he sat down on the sand. The long-lost fear returned at this moment. After transforming into a humanoid dragon, Jiang Wei's combat power has exceeded 1,000, and he is definitely the most powerful existence on Earth. For the first time, he faced a strong man with thousands of fighting abilities. Can the Turtle Immortal not be afraid? Say your wish quickly, don't waste my time. Seeing Gaixianren sitting on the ground and not speaking for a long time, Jiang Wei urged impatiently. Please disappear from my island immediately. Can this wish come true? Turtle Immortal calmed down, stood up from the ground, handed the 3-star Dragon Ball hanging around his neck to Jiang Wei, and asked carefully. It's very simple. Jiang Wei was a little dumbfounded and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, he disappeared from Kamizenran's eyes. I can't sense Jiang Wei's terrifying aura that is far superior to Piccolo Daimao. The Turtle Immortal breathed a sigh of relief, but not long after, he showed a look of annoyance again. If I had known that making a wish to Shenlong would really come true, why not just make a wish for a living, beautiful girl to come to the island and live with me? Thinking that he had missed the opportunity to live in the same house with a beautiful girl, Kaio-ken felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. He beat his chest and continued to read adult magazines without any interest. When Jiang Wei appeared again, he was already standing on land, far away from the island of Turtle Immortal. Ding! Get the turtle-style Qigong! Ding! Get the shocking palm of all nations! Ding! Get the magic sealing wave! Kaio-ken's wish seems useless. Jiang Wei put the newly acquired Samsung Dragon Ball into the system space and muttered. Ding! Master, have you dealt with Turtle Sennin's wish? I knew that Tongzi would not let me suffer. Jiang Wei smiled and let the Shenlong system handle the useless wish of the Turtle Immortal. Ding! Turtle Immortal's wish has been processed. Congratulations to the owner for getting 100 fairy beans. In front of Jiang Wei's eyes, a simple little jar appeared out of thin air, and he caught it in his hand. Open the small jar and find it filled with dried beans. There are basically not many bug props left in Dragon Ball at the end of the plot. You can redeem 100 of them with any rubbish wish. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei was so happy that he took out a fairy bean and threw it into his mouth to have a taste. The fairy beans tasted like nothing, but he was really hungry. Jiang Wei ate one fairy bean and felt so full that he didn't want to eat any more. I found a small town to stay for one night. The next day. Wait until the 12-hour cool-down period has passed. Jiang Wei cut a piece of wood from a nearby forest and flew towards Kaio-ken. What on earth is he going to do? The god who has been paying close attention to Jiang Wei in the temple has been confused by Jiang Wei. God really can't understand what Jiang Wei is doing? On Kaio-ken's island, when Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon, the god was also frightened by his over 1,000 fighting power. It was not Piccolo, but it did not prevent the god's face from turning green with fright. We can only pray that the mysterious dragon, which seems to be wandering around the earth without any purpose, will never wander around on the earth. And at the top of Kaio-ken Tower, the cat immortal, who could also spy on the earth, was extremely nervous about Jiang Wei, who was flying towards him at high speed. Combat strength exceeds 1,000? Oh my god, how could such a powerful and foul creature appear on earth? That is a more powerful and terrifying existence than Piccolo Daimao, who once destroyed the world. And he was also flying towards Kaio-ken, obviously coming to find him. The cat fairy's fat cat face was covered with large drops of cold sweat, like a prisoner being released from prison. In the violent whistling sound, a log fell from the sky and landed next to the towering Kaio-ken Tower. Alarmed, an Indian father and son guarding Kaio-ken. Jiang Wei directly explained the purpose of his visit, which was to climb Kaio-ken Pagoda. The Indian warrior, holding a spear in his hand, said that not everyone is qualified to climb the Kaio-ken Tower. Jiang Wei just threw a trivial punch casually, and after proving to the Indian warriors that he was qualified to climb Kaio-ken Tower, he quickly ran up Kaio-ken Tower while the father and son watched in awe. Kaio-ken Tower is like a link connecting heaven and earth. Looking from the ground to the sky, Kaio-ken Tower can't be seen at a glance. He's coming up, what should I do? The cat immortal was already restless at this moment. Hello, Dabai, cat immortal, I am Jiang Wei, and I am here to find you. As long as you give me the super divine water and fairy beans, I will fulfill a wish for you. Jiang Wei turned over and jumped into the top of the tower, finishing the Kaio-ken Tower easily. Facing a short, fat white cat with a cane in front of him and looking at him nervously, he showed a kind smile. Seeing the cat immortal, Jiang Wei couldn't help but think of the big black cat his cousin raised, which he also liked very much. Chapter 7 The God's Wishes. Not long after his cousin disappeared, Jiang Wei planned to adopt the cat he left behind, but the cat disappeared without a trace along with his cousin's property. Jiang Wei thought that this might be a clue to find his missing cousin, so he spared no effort to search for it, and finally found clues to the cat in a nearby university. As a result, the cat disappeared from people's eyes again. Like the cousin, no one saw the cat again. The clue is broken. Then Jiang Wei was also brought to the Dragon Ball world by the Shenlong system, and like his cousin, he became a missing person. Is this why you came to me? Phew, you scared me. The cat immortal breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Wei stated that he was not here to cause trouble. The cat immortal rummaged around, took out a pot and a large jar, and handed them to Jiang Wei, who had transformed into a human dragon. Let me explain in advance that this pot of supernatural water is highly poisonous and cannot be drunk by ordinary people. This pot of fairy beans weighs several kilograms. You have got the things, please leave. The cat immortal bravely said. Say your wish, and this dragon will make it come true. Super divine water and fairy beans were obtained conveniently. Shenlong came to Kalan Tower mainly for the cat immortal. If he hadn't transformed into a human dragon, the fighting power of the cat immortal would actually exceed Jiang Wei's normal fighting power. Naturally, Jiang Wei would not let Harvest Cat Immortal go. I have no wishes for you to fulfill. The cat immortal said immediately. No, you need a combat power detector that is standard for Frieza's legion that can be used by people on Earth, and the fish you want to eat most. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes, just in time to ask the cat immortal to help him one more time, to give the fat white cat some benefits, and it would not be considered a free prostitution. When the cat immortal heard this, he shed some tears in dissatisfaction. After all, he was just a fat and white cat. He followed the advice given by Shenlong and made a wish. It's very simple. The next moment, a lot of lively fish appeared on the ground out of thin air. The cat fairy cheered meow and used all 4 claws to fly into the pile of fish. It was so exciting. Ding, get the art of foresight. Ding, get the sense of breath. Jiang Wei no longer paid attention to the cat immortal who was soaking in happiness at the moment. Instead, after finishing the transformation of the humanoid dragon, he put the Frieza Legion's combat power detector on his left eye, which the cat immortal didn't even look at. I have to say that this thing developed by Frieza's Legion looks very cool when worn on the eyes. Very practical too. Jiang Wei really wants one. Because of the wish of the cat immortal, Jiang Wei got the combat power detector in his hand. The text system inside has been changed to Earth text, which is more convenient for Jiang Wei to use. Because the combat power detector is essentially copied with Jiang Wei's power, it is impossible for him to harm himself with his own power, so this combat power detector cannot be monitored by Frieza's Legion. Certainly. It doesn't matter if he is really being monitored by Frieza's Legion. Given the special characteristics of Shenlong, even if Frieza comes in person, it will only be Frieza who is crushed to death like a bug. Let me take a look. My fighting ability is better now. Jiang Wei read the instructions for use built into the combat power detector and pressed a button with a smile. After realizing the wish of the cat immortal, Jiang Wei could feel that his normal combat power now exceeded that of the cat immortal. Diddy. A series of numbers appeared on the display of the combat effectiveness detector. Cat immortal, combat power 190. Near the combat power of 190, there is a data of 200 combat power. Jiang Wei, combat power 200, transform into a humanoid dragon, combat power 2000. Diddy. God, combat power 220. Mr. Popo, combat power 700. Sure enough, Mr. Popo is the first master on Earth in the early stages of the plot. Before the Scions attacked, he actually had a combat power of up to 700. If it were not restricted by the rules of God's attendant and could not take action, it would not be Piccolo Daimao's turn to be arrogant. Jiang Wei smiled. Piccolo Daimao and the God of Heaven were originally the same person, but were later separated as an evil part. Therefore, the combat power of Piccolo Daimao is the same as that of the God, and the combat power is 220 in the aging state. In the plot, after making a wish to the dragon and regaining youth, he only has about 300 combat power to survive. In front of Mr. Popo, who has a combat power of 700, he is just a scumbag who can move in seconds. The temple above Kalan Tower. The gods are still observing Jiang Wei, this dragon full of secrets. Mr. Popo, the divine dragon that turned into a human has become stronger again. The god revealed his findings. Lord God, that Shenlong is looking for people to fulfill his wishes. Maybe that's why he becomes stronger. Mr. Popo guessed. The god said and nodded slightly towards Mr. Popo, agreeing with his guess. In fact, the god had the same idea. That Shenlong became stronger too fast. Fortunately, it seems that he is not as evil as Piccolo Daimao, otherwise the world will usher in a catastrophe that far exceeds the disaster caused by Piccolo Daimao hundreds of years ago. As long as the gods think of Jiang Wei, who has transformed into a humanoid divine dragon and has a combat power that exceeds 1,000, his green and wrinkled scalp will feel numb. Hundreds of years ago, just one Piccolo Daimao had to be sealed by Wu Taitu, the top master on earth at the time, risking his life and using the demonic sealing wave. If this mysterious dragon can become stronger quickly, it will also endanger the whole world. 100 martial arts masters tied together are not enough to defeat the mysterious dragon. Lord God, the dragon is coming to find us. Mr. Popo said. However, after waiting for 12 hours, Jiang Wei was able to fulfill someone's wish again and immediately transformed into a humanoid dragon to copy the abilities of the gods and Mr. Popo. When Jiang Wei jumped to the huge temple with a space far beyond the top of Kalan Tower, he saw the god of heaven and Mr. Popo already waiting for him. Hello, gods and Mr. Popo, I am Jiang Wei. You should understand my purpose of coming. So, tell me your wishes, and this dragon will make them come true. Jiang Wei looked like a king and opened his hands towards the gods and Mr. Popo. You know me and Mr. Popo. The god was just surprised for a moment, then looked astonished when he thought that Jiang Wei could transform into a dragon. Even the earth dragon created by the gods can know many secrets of this world. It is absolutely normal for Jiang Wei to recognize him and Mr. Popo. Jiang Wei nodded. I'll go first. Shenlong, can you make any wish come true? A cunning look flashed in the god's old eyes. As long as I don't have to kill Beerus or Zeno by any means other than granting my wish, I can make it come true. Jiang Wei looked at the god and said immediately. The god nodded slightly. This is similar to the earth dragon he created, except that the earth dragon cannot realize the wish that exceeds the ability of its creator, the god. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, cannot make a wish that would require him to kill Beerus and Zeno in other ways without fulfilling the wish. Could it be that Jiang Wei, who is not sure whether he is a human or a divine dragon in front of him, does not have different rules for realizing wishes like the dragon on earth? Where did he come from? Besides, Beerus and Zeno, who are they? At this moment, the god was lost in thought. Also, even if this dragon can fulfill a wish that is not good for me, I can refuse to fulfill it. Jiang Wei explained it in advance to avoid making everyone unhappy. I won't be ungrateful. The old green-faced god was not embarrassed at all. Although he had a plan in mind, he definitely did not intend to target Jiang Shenlong. Say your wish, god. Jiang Wei said. Shenlong, my wish is that you protect the earth. The god looked at Jiang Wei and said loudly. It's very simple. Protecting the earth does not violate Jiang Wei's interests. Even if the gods do not express his wishes, will Jiang Wei watch the earth being destroyed without having anything to do with it? Chapter 8 Obtaining Kaio-ken and Vitality Bullets. Thanks. Jiang Wei is willing to protect the earth, which makes the gods very happy. I think that with Jiang Wei protecting the earth, things like Piccolo Daimao that harmed the whole world will never happen again in the future. Ding, get a super explosive wave. Ding, get high-speed movement. Ding, get the position of Earth God, not activated. Mr. Popo, your wish will only come true later, please forgive me. Jiang Wei said apologetically. Shenlong is pretty good. Mr. Popo thought. God, Mr. Popo, would you like a piece of chewing gum? Seeing that both Tian Shen and Mr. Popo declined, Jiang Wei took out a box of chewing gum marked with RR in white letters on a red background and gave himself a piece. At the same time, activate the combat effectiveness detector to check your current combat effectiveness. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 300, transform into humanoid dragon, combat power 3000. When Mr. Popo's wish comes true, my combat power when I transform into a humanoid dragon will surpass King Kai. Jiang Wei began to wonder where to go next after leaving the temple. King Kai has two unique moves, Kaio-ken and Vitality Bomb. Especially Kaio-ken, that is a must-learn trick for those who travel to the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Wei is naturally also very coveted Kaio-ken. But if he didn't have invincible strength, he wouldn't go to King Kai to get Kaio-ken and Vitality Bombs. Although he has watched Dragon Ball, Jiang Wei also knows that King Kai is not an evil villain who kills people at every turn, but the principle Jiang Wei has set for himself is: unless you collect the 7 Dragon Balls and be summoned in the form of a dragon to fulfill your wish. Otherwise, he will never take the form of a human dragon and take the initiative to find someone who is stronger than himself to grant his wish. The main thing is to play a steady and safe way, and never put yourself in danger. Lord God, Jiang Wei's aura has become stronger again. Taking advantage of Jiang Wei's absence, Mr. Popo whispered. Well, it's incredible. Fortunately, Jiang Wei is willing to protect the earth. The god said in a very thankful tone. At noon, the god, who originally only needed to drink water, treated Jiang Wei to a meal. Jiang Wei was full of praise for Mr. Popo's cooking skills. He is indeed a model servant who has served the gods for generations. After the skill cools down, Jiang Wei immediately grants Mr. Popo's wish. I'm sorry, I don't have any wishes that I want you to fulfill for me. Mr. Popo touched the back of his head and thought for a while. In that case, Mr. Popo, just make a wish and let me go to see King Kai. Jiang Wei said happily. This saves 12 hours of time and can meet King Kai. As for other time travelers, they must go to the spiritual time room to check in, which has no attraction for Jiang Wei. He will not waste time for the spiritual time room. After Mr. Popo's wish came true. With a swipe sound, Jiang Wei disappeared from the eyes of the god and Mr. Popo. Ding, get the position of God's servant, not activated. When we meet next time, Jiang Wei will become even more powerful. The god was very sure about Mr. Popo. In the void, on a mini-planet, King Kai happily drove his car and took his 2 pets around the world over and over again. The planet King Kai lives on is really mini, and you can travel around the world in just a few minutes by car. Suddenly, King Kai stopped the car, the 2 cricket-like tentacles on his head swayed, and felt a powerful aura approaching his mini-planet. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall Cyan Dragon Man appeared in front of King Kai's car. First meeting, hello, King Kai, I am Jiang Wei. The Cyan Dragon Man said politely. Diddy. Jiang Wei turned on the combat effectiveness detector. King Kai, combat power 3500. Jiang Wei, combat power 910, transformed into a humanoid dragon, combat power 9100. King Kai's 2 pets, a monkey and a bug, are experts on Earth, but they are no longer worth mentioning in Jiang Wei's eyes. Hello Jiang Wei, why do you come to my place? King Kai looked Shenlong up and down and asked a little strangely. Although Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon and his combat power was superior to King Kai was the god in charge of the Northern Galaxy after all, and Jiang Wei's current strength was not qualified to enter his eyes. To attract King Kai's attention, he must be as powerful as Universe Emperor Frieza, who has the power to harm the galaxy. With Jiang Wei's current strength, he couldn't even compete with a senior cadre in the Frieza Legion. To get along with the senior cadres of Frieza's Legion, one must at least have a combat power of over 10,000. In the eyes of King Kai, Shenlong is also a small character worth mentioning. King Kai, do you mind entertaining me before telling me why I'm here? Jiang Wei's skills were still cooling down and he said this to King Kai. Well, let's go for a drive together. King Kai's eyes lit up, and he finally had someone else driving with him. King Kai is very happy. That's all. After 12 hours, Earth time has passed. King Kai, tell me your wish, and this dragon will make it come true for you. Jiang Wei moved his body, looked down at King Kai and said. It is not a pleasant experience to squeeze a 3-meter-tall humanoid dragon into King Kai's car. What? It turns out you are a divine dragon. King Kai looked Shenlong up and down again and then said in surprise. After they all drove around the world for hundreds of times, King Kai realized Jiang Wei's identity. Immediately, King Kai became interested. That was the first thought. My own planet is so many. If it could be restored to its original state, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to drive around than it is now? But then he thought of the culprit that caused the planet to become mini. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Thinking of Bycat, King Kai immediately became frightened and never dared to think that it would be more enjoyable to drive the planet back to its original state. If you offend Lord Beerus again because of this matter, then the gain will really outweigh the loss. King Kai definitely didn't want to have him, his pets, and the mini-planet completely destroyed by the unhappy Bai Mao in a fit of anger. Then tell me a joke. King Kai broke into a cold sweat and said to Shenlong. It's easy. Shenlong looked at King Kai, who was obviously scared, with some strangeness, and fulfilled his wish. Ding, get Kaio-ken. Ding, get the vitality bullet. Ding, get the King Kai position, not activated. Originally, Jiang Wei is already ready to restore the mini-planet to its original state for King Kai. In the plot, even the Lord of Earth was defeated and the Dragon of Earth was able to return to his original state. For Shenlong, it is even less important. As for whether it will offend Bai Mao is still lazily sleeping in his home, and has outsourced his work to a certain universe real estate developer. Bai Mao will never wake up before dreaming about the Super Saiyan God. When Bai Mao wakes up from dreaming about the Super Saiyan God, with Zhang Shenlong's upgrade speed, he still needs to worry about the hammer like Bai Mao. If you don't talk about martial ethics anymore, it is not impossible to find someone at random and ask him to make a wish to Zhang Shenlong that Bai Mao will die immediately. The power of the dragon system must not be underestimated. Refer to Granola's wish to become the number one in the universe by relying on her Krypton life. If someone is willing to pay the price of his own life and not be able to be resurrected in any way after death, and comes to Jiang Wei to make a wish, he can really exchange Beerus's limit for one. Jiang Wei believes that when there is a real need in this regard, such a desperate guy can't be found. But he really didn't expect it. King Kai just made a wish to tell a bad joke? That's it. Jiang Wei held back his smile, as it would be rude to King Kai to laugh at this time. Ha ha ha. King Kai burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shenlong couldn't bear it anymore and took the opportunity to laugh loudly. Seeing Jiang Wei laughing too, King Kai thought he was also laughing because of the cold joke, and mistakenly thought Jiang Wei was a confidant. He wanted to teach Jiang Wei his two special skills, but Jiang Wei naturally refused. Because after realizing King Kai's wish, Jiang Wei has obtained the two unique skills of Kaio-ken and Vitality Bomb. What a waste of time to learn. Did he? Jiang Wei, Combat Power 3750, transformed into a humanoid dragon. Boom! The combat effectiveness detector is off the charts. Only then did Jiang Wei know that the upper limit of this combat power detector was only more than 20,000 combat power, and it was obviously an old model of Frieza's Legion. Chapter 9 Gaining Development Potential. It turns out your glasses can explode. King Kai asked curiously, I just noticed now that your glasses are very similar to those used by Frieza's group. It's the equipment of Frieza's Legion. I just picked it up. Jiang Wei took off the remains of the combat effectiveness detector, threw it away and said casually. Ha ha ha. King Kai laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight again, thinking that Jiang Wei was telling a cold joke again. Jiang Wei, I can feel that you have become stronger again, several times stronger than when you first came here. You are really a strange dragon. After laughing enough, King Kai said seriously, although you have incredible ways to improve your strength, I still recommend that you learn my Kaio-ken and vitality bombs. You're welcome, I will definitely teach you well, whose name we hit it off immediately. King Kai, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. However, it is not that I am unwilling to learn your Kaio-ken and vitality bombs, but that I have already learned them. Seeing King Kai's expression of disbelief, Jiang Wei immediately opened 20 times Kaio-ken. The 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man instantly burst out with blood-red energy that enveloped his whole body. Jiang Wei, Combat Power 3750, transformed into Humanoid Dragon, Combat Power 37500, 20 times Kaio-ken, Combat Power 750,000. Awesome! You actually learned my Kaio-ken. King Kai was shocked when he felt the powerful momentum that Jiang Wei unleashed when he opened Kaio-ken 20 times. Because now Jiang Wei's explosive fighting power has obviously surpassed that of the Universe Emperor real estate developer Frieza, who even King Kai has a headache. Of course, it only exceeds Frieza's apparent strength. I understand everything. Zhang Shenlong's current strength is simply not enough in front of Frieza, who is going all out. Unless... Not talking about martial ethics. Find a person who doesn't care about his life, and make a wish to Chang Shenron that 1-for-1 is the limit, and that Frieza will die immediately. What shocked King Kai even more was that when Jiang Wei opened Kaio-ken 20 times, he still looked at ease, as if his body could not feel the load caused by Kaio-ken. Of course King Kai didn't know that Jiang Wei had transformed into a humanoid dragon, but he was immune to negative buffs. This means that with 20x Kaio-ken, after transforming into a humanoid dragon, Jiang Wei can drive it as long as he wants. 12 hours later. In King Kai's reluctant eyes, Jiang Wei disappeared with a whoosh, and left again relying on King Kai's wish to him. Jiang Wei's next stop. Namek. An alien planet with dense vegetation and patches of strange plants. This is also the hometown of Tenjin and Piccolo Daimao. A large group of greenskins live in the form of villages on this planet that is far larger than the Earth. With a swipe sound, a Saiyan Dragon Man with a completely different appearance from the Namekians, like a wild monster, appeared in front of the bloated and old Namekian elder who was more than 10 meters tall. I saw that Saiyan Dragon Man, with blood-red energy bursting out from all over his body. His strength was so terrifying that it made people feel desperate, as if they were falling into an abyss. But as the guardian of the Great Elder and the strongest combat-type Namekian, Nira bravely pounced on the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest without any fear, and started fighting with all his strength. Behind Nalu is the Great Elder, who is extremely respected by the Namek people. Even though he knew he was outmatched, he still had to die in front of the Great Elder. Nalu, step back, the one coming is not an enemy. The Great Elder's old voice said quickly. But it's too late. Zhang Shenlong had just appeared, and before he had time to take stock of his surroundings, he was attacked aggressively, and of course he would not restrain himself. He punched the greenskin that rushed towards him, knocking the greenskin that was far weaker than himself into the stone wall of the house and sunk into it. The wall cracked, and Nalu sank into the wall. A large mouthful of green blood spurted out from his mouth. He had been beaten to the point of losing his fighting ability and was dying. Ah, this? Sorry, respected elder, I used too much force. After knocking down Nalu with one punch, Zhang Shenlong could clearly see the surrounding environment, and then sincerely apologized to the bloated Namek elder not far away, who was more than 10 meters tall. Dear guest, I can feel that you have no ill intentions towards us. It was Nalu who was reckless. It is not your fault. The Great Elder's old voice spoke very understandingly. As far as the strength Zhang Shenlong showed, it was impossible for the elder not to understand it. What's more, it was Nalo who made the first move. Looking at Nalo, who was trapped in the wall and unable to move, he found that he was still alive. The great elder breathed a sigh of relief and was about to call for the rare healing name Qian Dende to come over and treat Nalo. "Great elder, please allow me to apologize for Mr. Nialu." While speaking, Jiang Wei walked up to Nalo, who was still vomiting blood, took out a simple jar from the system space, poured out a fairy bean and fed it to Nalo. Now that Jiang Wei had obtained several garbage wishes that were of no use to him, he gave them all to the dragon system and replaced them with fairy beans. "Another thing I got from the cat immortal was a large jar of fairy beans weighing several kilograms. Jiang Wei's fairy beans are simply too much to use up. I'm sorry, I was reckless, please forgive me." Nialu ate the fairy beans and was instantly resurrected with full blood. He apologized to Jiang Wei from the bottom of his heart. "I accept your apology," Jiang Wei said generously. The great elder had a great impression of Jiang Wei because of his actions in rescuing Nialu. "Great elder, I am Jiang Wei. You may also be able to feel that my current appearance is similar to that of your name Qian Dragon Bolunga. Because I am also a dragon, and I came to Namek to fulfill a wish for you, Nalu, and Dende." Jiang Wei told his purpose. Jiang Wei would definitely be greedy for the great elder's ability to develop people's potential. But unlike his counterparts next door, what Jiang Wei coveted was the great elder's ability to develop people's potential. The great elder has no interest in developing his own potential. Jiang Wei had no intention of practicing. What to do to develop potential? Nalu is the strongest fighting name Qian. Granting his wish can improve Jiang Wei's normal combat effectiveness. Dende is actually the most useless. His healing ability is of no use to Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei can be said to have endless fairy beans. But here we are, copying the ability of Dende, the future Earth God in the plot. It is a convenient thing. And during the time of little Gaku, was there Dende? Name Qians are immortal species and can live hundreds or thousands of years. Isn't it strange that the childhood period lasts for tens to hundreds of years? As for her son's nanny, he does grow very fast, but he is not a name Qian who reproduces normally. He is not even a normal name Qian, so his abnormal growth rate is understandable. "Are you a dragon? You look so strange." Both the great elder and Nalo had incredibly green faces, unable to connect the tiny Zhangde Shenlong with the gigantic Palunga. Another 12 hours passed. "Your Excellency Jiang Wei, please restore the great elder's youth. We name Qians cannot live without the great elder." Nialu glanced at the old elder who was about to end his lifespan, and immediately said loudly. "It's very simple." The old elder who was about to die regained his youth in this way and became a green-skinned young man who is not bloated or wrinkled and is more than 10 meters tall. "Ding, get the Qigong wave. Ding, get a telepathic call. Ding, get the fighting Namek bloodline, not activated. Nalu, birth, aging, sickness and death are natural laws, so why do you bother?" The great elder blamed Nalu, but judging from the expression of the great elder, he was very happy to be able to regain his youth. The next few days, Jiang Wei fulfilled the wish of the great elder and Dende. "Ding, get the potential power and draw it out. Ding, get telepathy. Ding, get the name Qian great elder bloodline, not activated. Ding, get the healing technique. Ding, get the ability to create the dragon balls. Ding, get the name Qian dragon bloodline, not activated." The great elder's wish is that he has a premonition that the name Qians will encounter a crisis of genocide in the future, and hopes that Zhang Shenlong can help the name Qians survive the crisis. After granting Nialu's wish, Jiang Wei's normal combat effectiveness has increased many times compared to before. By how much? The combat effectiveness detector has exploded. Naturally, detailed data cannot be given. In short, he feels very strong and feels that he has to deal with it. In the plot, Frieza, who came to Namek to look for the Dragon Balls, realized this wish with just a piece of cake. If Jiang Wei hadn't talked about martial ethics, he would have just reminded the elder to find a Namekian who was not afraid of death and make a wish to him to eliminate future hidden dangers. Frieza is already dead. Dende actually didn't have any wishes, but after learning from Nilu that Jiang Wei had good things like fairy beans that could revive people with full blood, he embarrassedly made a wish for 10 fairy beans. After his wish came true, he looked embarrassed as if he had taken advantage of Jiang Shenlong. Little did I know. For Jiang Shenlong, he could have as many fairy beans as he wanted. Chapter 10 Little Gaku doesn't eat gum. Next stop, you can go to Star Adrid to get teleportation. Also relying on the Namekian's wish, Jiang Wei appeared on the planet Adrit. The Adritites living on this planet are not very powerful, but they have developed a variety of magical abilities. Teleportation is just one of them. After Jiang Wei arrived on the planet Adrit, he discovered that the people of Adrit were indeed not very strong, with an average combat power of only a few hundred. A group of Frieza Legion soldiers, with a combat power of 1,000, could bloodbath the entire planet. But compared to the people on Earth, the Adritites are as strong as Godzilla in front of him in his childhood. Except for a very small number of martial artists on Earth, the vast majority of the population has a fighting strength of only 5 for strong men and only 4 for women. Just throw a single Adrit to the Earth, and the whole world will be wiped out with blood. After realizing several wishes for the people of Adrit, and obtaining teleportation and other special abilities that Jiang Wei admired, all the goals Jiang Wei set at the beginning of his time travel have been achieved. Next. When he started to think about the plot again and where to go next to get greater benefits, Jiang Wei suddenly realized. He completely forgot about the story of little Gaku and Bulma meeting. I don't know if this plot happened or not. Jiang Wei didn't want to miss it. If you don't participate in the plot and travel to the Dragon Ball world, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Sensing the breath of the Earth God, Jiang Wei activated teleportation and appeared in front of the god and Mr. Popo instantly. What a terrifying power! Jiang Wei, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are so powerful. The god's face was filled with shock, and his face turned green. Mr. Popo was also horrified and his face turned dark. What shocked them even more was that the Jiang Wei who appeared in front of them was a handsome, mature, and steady human youth, not the 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man last time. You know, Jiang Wei in human form only has normal combat power and is his weakest form. But now even the weakest human form is far more powerful than the Saiyan Dragon form a few days ago. God, Mr. Popo, hello, we meet again. Jiang Wei smiled and said hello, and then said, I don't know how strong I am now. I have no specific reference. I just feel that I am countless times stronger than before. After exchanging pleasantries with Tian Shen and Mr. Popo, Jiang Wei looked outside the temple and had a panoramic view of the entire Earth's surface. Soon he found Baizai Mountain where little Gaku lived. He sensed the strongest aura from Baizai Mountain and immediately started teleporting to Baizai Mountain. Little Gaku hasn't left Baizai Mountain yet. As the fighting nation of the universe, the Saiyans have a combat power of 10 when they first appear. If placed in the ecological environment of Baizai Mountain, they are the top of the food chain. You must know that with the same combat power of 10, Saiyans are far stronger than Earthlings. Little Gaku can withstand Bulma's pistol bullets physically. The power of the pistol can only hurt little Gaku, not to mention kill little Gaku. It can't even make little Gaku injured and bleed. Faced with the slight charge from the blonde Lan Chi, Kame Sennin could only dodge, or catch the bullet with his bare hands, but he just didn't dare to let the bullet hit him. Bullets can hurt Kame Sennin, who is far more powerful than little Gaku. It can only be said that the Saiyan body is too foul, no wonder it is coveted by Zamasu. At this moment, little Gaku was moving around among the dense woods, chasing his lunch today. When we are about to solve the problem of what to eat for lunch today. Whoosh! A tall figure suddenly appeared, and little Gaku crashed into it like a speeding car. It seems like something hit me. Jiang Wei had just arrived at Baizai Mountain. His eyes fell on a little boy not far ahead who was rolling on the ground with a silly crab head and a monkey tail trailing behind his butt. At this moment, little Gaku was rolling on the ground and shouting, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." At this moment, he saw a strange man wearing black clothes and holding a small smoking stick in his mouth appeared in front of him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing little Gaku looking at him, Jiang Wei immediately said. Little Gaku was startled and immediately got up from the ground. Regardless of his still aching body, he pulled out a small stick from his back and pointed it at Jiang Wei, as if he was about to attack. "Are you a monster? Otherwise, why would you spit out a big bubble from your mouth?" Little Gaku asked warily. If Jiang Wei answers that he is a monster, little Gaku will attack without hesitation. "Big bubbles coming out of your mouth." Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment before he understood, and showed a very friendly smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a monster, this is chewing gum. Chewing gum can blow bubbles and is a kind of snack." Seeing that Jiang Wei stopped spitting bubbles and said that he was not a monster, little Gaku relaxed his guard and asked curiously, "Who are you? Why do you want to eat this, chewing gum? Could it be that is this chewing gum delicious?" "I am Jiang Wei, from outside Baizai Mountain." Looking at the little Gaku staring at him with greedy mouth, Jiang Wei had a bold idea. "Wouldn't you know if the chewing gum is delicious or not after you try it?" "Hello, I am Son Gaku, and I live in Baizai Mountain with my grandfather. However, my grandfather died in an accident." Little Gaku put the stick back on his back and said politely. Little Gaku has lived in Baizai Mountain with his grandfather Sun Wufan since he was a child. He has never seen other people. Jiang Wei is the only human being he has ever seen in his life. Except for his grandfather, he also treats him to chewing gum, a delicious food he has never seen before. He happily took a piece of chewing gum with the wrapper off from Jiang Wei's hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing like Jiang Wei. So sweet and delicious. While chewing, little Gaku wanted to swallow the gum, but Jiang Wei stopped him. "You can only chew gum, not swallow it." Jiang Wei spit out the sugar residue and said to little Gaku, who was confused, "This gum doesn't taste good." Little Gaku spits out the sugar residue on the ground. Food that cannot be eaten is not good food for little Gaku. "You don't like chewing gum? Then you must like this." Jiang Wei took out a large piece of barbecue that was placed in the system space and was carefully cooked by a famous chef, and handed it to little Gaku, whose eyes lit up when he smelled the aroma of the food. "Ba, ba, ba. This is better than chewing gum. Jiang Wei, do you have any more?" Little Gaku finished the large piece of barbecue in just a few mouthfuls, licking the oil from his hands, still unfinished. "Call me big brother." Jiang Wei simply took out a pile of barbecued meats, placed them in front of little Gaku, and let him eat all he could at one go. He invited little Gaku to eat a lot of barbecue, and Jiang Wei became familiar with him. "Brother, why do you, like Grandpa, look different from me? I have a tail, but you don't." Little Gaku asked as he took Jiang Wei home after eating. "Because you are a scion monkey." Jiang Wei glanced at little Goku's flexible tail and said. "What scion monkey?" Little Gaku said with confusion on his face. Jiang Wei said a few more words freely and ended the topic. Following little Gaku talking and laughing along a long stretch of rugged mountain road, Jiang Wei came to a small house in ancient Chinese style. Little Gaku pushed open the ajar wooden door and invited Jiang Wei in as a guest. When Jiang Wei entered the small house, the first thing he noticed was the shining golden 4-star dragon ball enshrined in the middle. Jiang Wei himself is a divine dragon, and unlike his counterparts next door, he has no interest in the dragon balls that can summon the earth's divine dragons when collected together. Whether it is little Gaku or the upcoming Bulma, they are more attractive to Jiang Wei than dragon balls. Chapter 11 Bulma is here. "Brother, this is the relic left by my grandfather to me." Little Gaku first bowed to the 4-star dragon ball, and then said to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei respected the dead and bowed to the 4-star Dragon Ball, and then said to little Goku, "Goku, I think you are also good at martial arts. How about I, the eldest brother, replace your grandfather and train you?" "Okay." When little Goku heard this, he immediately said excitedly. Since his grandfather passed away, little Goku has lost the direction of his cultivation and has become a wild man. If there is a master who can replace Grandpa, continue to train him. Little Goku couldn't ask for more. As for whether Jiang Wei is a master, little Goku's body is still aching. Little Goku is just innocent, not stupid, and not ungrateful. The next few days, Jiang Wei followed the method of Kame Senryu and began to train little Goku step by step. Lay the foundation first, then develop the super magic water and develop the potential. Jiang Wei would not make the mistake of overthrowing a young man's talent. After training little Goku every day, Jiang Wei would use the excuse of sparring to beat little Goku violently. Anyway, Jiang Wei has achieved the freedom of fairy beans. As long as he is not beaten to death on the spot, he can do anything else. Little Goku's talent in martial arts was something that even Zamasu coveted. He learned the Kamizen Ryu's signature secret skill after just one demonstration from Jiang Wei. Turtle-style Qigong. As for the other secret skills of Kamizen Ryu, as long as little Goku can learn them, Jiang Wei is also open to teaching them. "Let me see your fighting ability." When little Goku was exercising while carrying a huge stone much larger than him, Jiang Wei, bored by the side, took out the latest combat power detector developed by Dr. Kikano of Frieza's Legion and put it on himself on the left eye. The upper limit of this combat power detector is 200,000 combat power, which is 10 times higher than the old model. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat strength 44,000. Son Goku, combat power 25. Unknown, combat power 4. This signal of combat strength 4 is approaching Baizai Mountain. It seems that Bulma is coming. Jiang Wei said happily. "Goku, we have guests here, follow me." "Brother, I want to continue exercising. If you don't come, there won't be a big meal today." "Brother, wait for me. In the past few days, I have been eating the most delicious meal in the world. I got it by making a wish to Zhangde Shenlong." As the Scion's big stomach king, little Goku also has something in his mouth. If he has the choice, he can only fill it if he doesn't want to eat. The stomach is full and there is no more delicious food. On the mountain path, a young girl with blue hair was driving a car into the area of Baizai Mountain. "That's great. I didn't expect there to be 2 Dragon Balls in this mountain." Bulma's eyes turned into crescents as she drove the car. In order to find her Prince Charming, which is a funny reason for most people, Bulma took the Dragon Ball radar she invented and embarked on a journey to find the 7 Dragon Balls. Now, Bulma has obtained 2 Dragon Balls. A 2-star Dragon Ball was sitting in Bulma's warehouse gathering dust. Another 5-star Dragon Ball was found in a valley. Plus the 2 Dragon Balls that are about to be obtained. Think about it, your wish is about to come true. Bulma couldn't help but smile like a serious nymphomaniac after her wish came true. Bang! Bulma, who was so imaginative, didn't pay attention, and the car collided violently, turning it into scrap metal on the spot. Fortunately, Bulma was safe. Jiang Wei stared at the smashed car in front of him, with the corner of his mouth twitching. He was standing on the road, but to his surprise, Bulma drove his car and hit him at high speed without even stepping on the brakes. "Really? Be careful with female drivers." "Fortunately, it was me who hit me. If it had been someone else, he would have taken off from the same spot." Are you a monster?" When Bulma came back to her senses, she realized that she had hit someone with her car, and the person who was hit was fine. Her car was turned into a pile of black smoke, and she screamed with a ghostly expression on her face. "I can still scream, so it seems I'm fine." Jiang Wei walked to the scrap metal, opened the car door, and carefully pulled Bulma out. Monster, don't hurt. Hello, handsome guy. First time meeting you. I'm Bulma. I'm 16 years old. My family is the richest man in the world. What's your name? The moment Bulma was pulled out of the scrap metal, she was still very scared. If a car hits her, it will turn into scrap metal. Can she be a normal person? It must be a monster disguised as a human. But when I saw the young man wearing a black trench coat, who looked ruthless, handsome, and mature, his eyes immediately turned red. Jiang Wei's appearance is really to Miss Bulma's liking. It's the kind of appearance that makes a woman look good and feel a safe harbor at the same time. Bulma's nymphomaniac immediately got out of control. I'm Jiang Wei, hello. Miss, please respect yourself. Jiang Wei gently pushed Bulma aside, who was about to pounce on him and licked her. He thought silently. It seemed that he had to teach Bulma some rules so as not to embarrass him in the future. That's right. Jiang Wei already had the idea of letting the prince become Super Saiyan Green without transforming and letting Trunks go to hell. Because he can never return to his original world. Even as a divine dragon, Jiang Wei could not realize his wish to return to his original world. Since he can't go back, he has to consider how to continue living in the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Wei has a family. Only when you have a wife can you have a home. And Bulma is the wife Jiang Wei likes. She is beautiful, rich, and a talented girl. Why does Shenlong have to be single? Brother, is he the guest you mentioned? He looks so strange, very different from you, Grandpa, and me. After Jiang Wei initially achieved the results of educating Bulma, the belatedly arrived little Gaku looked up and down, and next to Jiang Wei's Bulma in a cute manner, the curious baby said. She is Bulma. The reason why she looks different from us is because she is a woman. Jiang Wei smiled and taught little Gaku common sense. Oh! Little Gaku responded with a vague understanding. The kid with the tail. Bulma was also surprised when she saw little Gaku appear. Hello Bulma, I am Son Gaku, my eldest brother's younger brother. Little Gaku said politely. When Sun Mufan was still alive, he often taught little Gaku to be polite to women. Son Gaku, you turn out to be Mr. Jiang Wei's younger brother. Bulma, who misunderstood, immediately looked at little Gaku with new eyes and fell in love with him. He is the younger brother of the elder brother, not the younger brother of the elder brother. Little Gaku said naively. Just like that, little Gaku and Bulma started chatting. Bulma, what is your purpose in coming to Baizai Mountain? This is a barren mountain, far away from the town, and very inaccessible. Don't tell me that you are here for an outing. Jiang Wei spit out the sugar residue and asked deliberately. Brother, to be honest, I came to Baizai Mountain from Zidu to find the legendary Dragon Balls so that I could realize one of my wishes. However, after meeting Big Brother, my wish has come true and I no longer need to collect Dragon Balls. Brother, and Gaku, I'll invite you to my home in Zidu, okay? Bulma changed her name to Jiang Wei in a flattering manner. Chapter 12. It turns out that the king can't be torn apart yet. No, we can't give up collecting Dragon Balls. Jiang Wei shook his head and said. Brother is right, there is no reason to give up halfway. Bulma took out a disc-shaped instrument from her pocket, handed it to Zhang Feng, and said like a treasure, this is the Dragon Ball radar I made. It can detect the locations of Dragon Balls around the world. As long as there is this Dragon Ball radar, Big Brother can quickly collect the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. It's enough to collect 7 Dragon Balls. There is no need to summon the dragon. Jiang Wei has no wishes and needs the Earth Dragon to realize them. He just wants to have fun while competing viciously with his peers. Get rid of the business-stealing peers from the source. Take the 7 Dragon Balls in the plot into your own hands, so that in order to realize your wish in the future, you can only look for the 7 Dragon Balls dropped by Jiang Wei. GGG. Well. Bulma looked confused. Who collects Dragon Balls not to summon the dragon and fulfill their wishes? The next moment Bulma realized it. Brother Jiang Wei is indeed unique. There are 2 Dragon Balls sent to the door by Bulma, a Dragon Ball left by little Grandpa Goku, and a Dragon Ball Jiang Wei got from Kame Sennin. Jiang Wei already has 4 Dragon Balls in his hand. I pressed the Dragon Ball radar and found that in addition to the signals of the 4 Dragon Balls I already had, there were only signals from 2 Dragon Balls. There is also a Dragon Ball with no signal display. This Dragon Ball with no signal must have fallen into the hands of Chowder Rice and was blocked by him. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei felt that the Chowder Rice was not without merit, and it seemed necessary to fulfill a wish for the Chowder Rice. After waiting for Bulma, the 3 of them got into a special travel RV brought out by Jiang Wei, left Baizai Mountain, and embarked on a journey to collect Dragon Balls. Although there were 2 more companions, Bulma was still driving. Little Goku knows nothing about driving. Jiang Wei didn't have the subjective initiative to do it himself when someone was at his disposal. Bulma had to work harder if she could. During the trip, Jiang Wei ordered Bulma to modify the combat effectiveness detector and increase the detection limit of the combat effectiveness detector. Jiang Wei believed that with Bulma's scientific research ability, this was just a trivial matter that could be done with hands. The development of things is indeed the same. A few days later, Bulma handed a modified combat power detector to Jiang Wei, and then started busy with the second thing Jiang Wei asked her. Build a high-tech gravity suit for little Goku. Under Jiang Wei's careful training, little Goku's combat effectiveness can be improved much faster than in the plot. According to the normal level of science, even the useless Raditz can have a combat power of 1500 without training. And because of Raditz's urinary nature, he would only pick up the weak ones when fighting. The Prince and Nappa would be responsible for solving the tough problems. On the contrary, it is Son Goku who has experienced hard and fierce battles all the way on the earth, struggled on the verge of death many times, and has received super divine water, guidance from famous teachers, and fairy beans, all kinds of cheats, and he is not afraid of his life even if he practices. As a result, when Raditz came to Earth, Son Goku didn't even have 500 combat power. That's it. Simply unreasonable. Now, Bulma was busy preparing dinner in the RV, and Jiang Wei was exercising little Goku again. After little Goku wore a high-tech gravity suit and kept fighting Jiang Wei while knocking on fairy beans. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 44,000, transformed into a humanoid dragon, combat power 440,000, 20 times Kaio-ken, combat power 8.8 million. Son Goku, combat power 32. Bulma, combat power 4. Jiang Wei admitted that when he was on Namek, because he realized Nalo's wish, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and at the same time, he actually had the illusion that he could deal with the king. It turns out that my combat power was opened 20 times Kaio-ken, and it didn't even break 10 million. It's expanded. So, it is very necessary to have a tool that can digitize strength. Brother, Goku, the food is ready, come and eat. Bulma's voice came from the RV not far away, and Jiang Wei ended today's training of little Goku. Little Goku cheered. After practicing, eating is the second most important thing in his life. When Jiang Wei walked into the RV, he smelled the aroma of dishes that only the top chefs could make. Bulma realized that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach. However, as the eldest daughter of the world's richest family, her hobby is scientific research and she has no achievements in cooking. It happened that Jiang Wei took a fancy to Bulma's genius brain and asked her what wish she wanted to realize. After getting along with him for a few days, Bulma already understood Shenlong's rules. Instead of showing off his cleverness, Bulma made a wish to have top-notch cooking skills. If Bulma just wanted top-notch cooking knowledge and learn it by herself, Jiang Wei would give it to her on the spot. And it has the best cooking knowledge in the universe. But directly possessing top-notch cooking skills? This is a direct skill. It's no different from making a wish to Shenlong and getting Kaio-ken, energy bombs, and teleportation. Which skill in the plot can be obtained by making a wish to the dragon? But Jiang Wei can give it. Still referring to granola becoming the number one in the universe by making a wish. Bulma only needs to pay a certain price to Jiang Wei. Not to mention cooking skills, Jiang Wei can also give it to Bulma immediately. The price is that Bulma only has 1 day left to live and cannot be resurrected in any way after death. The price of cooking skills is not as terrible as the divine control skills such as Qigong, but Jiang Wei is not willing to pay even a small price for the woman he likes. Just let yourself copy the world's best cooking skills first, and then give it to Bulma, so there is no need to pay the price. All the skills Jiang Wei masters can be realized by making a wish without paying any price. The meals prepared by Bulma were very sumptuous, and the portions were very generous. After all, in addition to Jiang Wei, there is also a big stomach king and little Gaku. The food portions are not larger than the average person's appetite, and they are not small enough for Gaku to eat. Bulma was very happy to see Jiang Wei showing satisfaction with the food he cooked. A few days later, the RV drove to a small village with a very depressing atmosphere. It was obvious that something bad was happening. Before driving to the village, Jiang Wei and the other three also met the old turtle that the turtle immortal had lost and that the blonde Lan Chi had mentioned as a spare food. Jiang Wei casually threw it back to the mini island where Turtle Immortal lived. "Brother, look, the Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball in this small village." Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar and asked Jiang Wei for credit. "It seems that this is the village where Wolong found a group of ants for himself." Jiang Wei looked at the entrance of the small village and thought interestingly. After finding the holder of the 6-star Dragon Ball and negotiating terms with an old woman, Jiang Wei decided to save Oolong. Wrong. The job of rescuing the young ant who was kidnapped by Oolong was left to little Gaku, who got excited because he heard that a powerful monster was causing trouble. Not long after little Gaku went out with a face full of excitement, he came back with a face full of disappointment, dragging a dejected little pig that looked weak at first sight. Today's little Gaku, after being trained by Jiang Wei, is much stronger than the little Gaku in the plot, and he subdued Oolong in one encounter. Oolong didn't even have the chance to use the transformation technique to struggle in vain. "Brother, Oolong is not as strong as the villagers said. He is actually very weak. I thought I could fight with a master, but I was happy in vain." Little Gaku threw the Oolong in front of Jiang Wei and said disappointedly, "Don't worry, there are many masters in this world who will give you a good time." Jiang Wei withdrew his gaze from the trembling Oolong and smiled at little Gaku. "Did he? Son Gaku, combat power 40. Oolong, combat power 2. Oolong is a pure weakling. His only skill is transformation, but it is an incomplete version. He can only transform for 5 minutes. Jiang Wei took one look at Oolong and lost interest. "Big brother still understands me." Little Gaku immediately beamed, and the depression in his heart disappeared as quickly as it came. Little Gaku, with Scion blood in his blood, is eager to fight against masters. Note that you are fighting against masters, not being ravaged by masters unilaterally. Being ravaged by one side, no matter how belligerent the Scions are, they will never feel happy. For little Gaku, the masters naturally do not include his dear eldest brother Jiang Wei. Chapter 13 T God can break the law of smoke and no harm. At this time, the villagers who watched Oolong gradually became excited. "What? This little pig is the powerful monster Oolong? Are you mistaken? I see, we were all frightened by this mistake. Speak quickly. What did you do to our daughter? If you don't tell the truth, I'll make you into a roasted suckling pig." Wolong shivered even more. "Don't be impulsive. I said, your daughters are still alive and not harmed. On the contrary, they are still living happily. I will take you to find them right now." Under the guidance of Oolong, the villagers rescued a group of little girls who had lived a pampered life for a while. The old woman followed the agreement and handed the 6-star Dragon Ball to Jiang Wei. After getting the 6-star Dragon Ball, Jiang Wei didn't take a second look at Oolong and was about to tell Bulma to drive away from the small village. "Brother, I think we need a driver." Bulma looked at Oolong, who had been forgiven by the villagers and was walking towards the entrance of the small village after being released. Her eyes lit up and she said quickly, "No matter how useless this little pig looks, he can at least do the job of driving, right?" Bulma thought, with Oolong sitting in the driver's seat of the RV instead of her, wouldn't she have more time to spend time with her true love, brother Jiang Wei? "That Oolong, please come here. Bulma wants you to drive the RV instead of her." Jiang Wei nodded slightly towards Bulma, and then headed towards Oolong Road, who had reached the entrance of the small village. When Oolong heard this, he immediately turned into a rocket after a burst of white smoke, and fled quickly while spitting flames. Seeing that Oolong didn't know what to do, Jiang Wei just raised his finger and pointed it in the direction of the entrance of the small village. At this time, Oolong could no longer be seen. "Brother, it seems our driver will not come back," Bulma said regretfully. "No, he will come back." Jiang Wei smiled and said confidently. "Dongdong bo. Ha ha ha, only an idiot would be your driver. I'm free, isn't it nice?" A smug face appeared on a rocket with its butt on fire and flying extremely fast. Suddenly, a beam of Qigong wave, at a speed that Oolong could barely see, narrowly missed him as a rocket and shot forward, causing a violent explosion. Oolong was still confused, but more Qigong waves flew past him one after another. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another ahead. Oolong immediately made a big turn and flew back as fast as possible. The slender Qigong wave that could blow up Oolong into pieces with just one move disappeared. "Brother, I was wrong, I don't dare to run away anymore." The rocket flew in front of Jiang Wei, and after another burst of white smoke, it turned back into an inauspicious dragon. As soon as it landed on the ground, it knelt down in front of Jiang Wei and begged, "Get in the car and take us away. Bulma will tell you where to go next." Jiang Wei blew his fingers and said, "Well done, big brother." Oolong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to the driver's seat of the RV and sat in it. Since Oolong, Bulma has been freed from the driver's seat. She either goes to accompany Jiang Wei, or takes a beauty sleep, or happily applies a facial mask to herself to maintain her beautiful appearance, so that brother Jiang Wei can look good every day. At this time, the Dragon Ball radar only has the signal of one 7-star Dragon Ball. Jiang Wei glanced at little Gaku, who was still practicing in the RV, and showed an inexplicable smile. "Gaku, your wife is online." The location of the 7-star Dragon Ball is the residence of Ox King in Flame Mountain. Ox King's daughter Shishi is Goku's wife. Jiang Wei is not interested in Shishi, who raised Nobifan. Little Gaku is now his little brother, so naturally he will not let Gaku transform into Super Saiyan Green like Vegeta. Oolong originally heard that he was going to Ox King's territory, but he was frightened. Think of Jiang Wei. "I can only resign myself to fate and drive to the Flame Mountain." Seeing Oolong's scared look, little Gaku was eager to try out his future father-in-law, with excitement on his face. "To go to the Flame Mountain, you have to pass through a sea of sand." "Brother, I once heard someone say that there are thieves in this sea of sand who specialize in robbing travelers." Oolong held the steering wheel and raised his lips, but did not show any fear. "Just a thief in the sea of sand. Is there Ox King and Boss Chang scary? We've arrived at the Tea God's territory." Jiang Wei smiled slightly and immediately thought of the famous scene in the plot when the Tea God and the cultivator were fighting. In Jiang Wei's opinion, the god of tea is not as valuable as his little pet pool. At any rate, Jiang Wei was able to create a complete version of the transformation technique from pool. What does the god of tea have? Wolf Fang Wind Fist? Like Krillin, he has no cultivation value. Even the tea god is not as good as Klin. Smoke and dust billowed, and the RV drove into the sea of sand for some time. A blue kitten hiding in the sea of sand, holding a binoculars, spotted the RV approaching. A big deal is coming. Pool happily put away his telescope and floated along the passage under the sand sea. Master Yamsha, get ready, a big fat sheep is coming to your door. Pool yelled excitedly. Now. Yamsha was eating a dry pancake and drinking a glass of water to satisfy his hunger. When I heard the news from my good friend Pool, I immediately beamed. It's great. Finally, a big deal has come to our door again, and we can improve our lives, Pool. Yamsha simply threw away the unpalatable dry biscuits and told Pool to prepare the tools for him to grab, to make a living, and he was going out to do something big. Did he? Jiang Wei, Combat Strength 44,000. Son Goku, Combat Power 44. Oolong, Combat Power 2. Bulma, Combat Power 4. Unknown, Combat Power 9. Unknown, Combat Force 2. Goku, stop practicing, an enemy is coming. Jiang Wei understood at a glance that there were two unknown combat power figures approaching the RV. If not T-God and Pool, who else could it be? Brother, is the enemy strong? After the hard training, little Goku said with excitement. Goku, take it easy and don't beat people to death. Jiang Wei said. Oh. Little Goku immediately became listless. Turns out he is a weakling again. The RV stopped, put down the little Goku, and faced the desert bandit Yamsha and his accomplice Pool. Robbery. Yamsha's business had just started, but it was ended by little Goku. Little Goku just suddenly disappeared from Yamsha's eyes, and suddenly appeared from Yamsha's eyes. Yamsha didn't have time to raise the sword in his hand to block. He was punched away by little Goku. After rolling continuously in the air, it landed on the sand dozens of meters away and raised large amounts of smoke and dust. Master Yamsha. Pool let out a mournful cry and quickly floated over. The smoke was billowing, making it difficult to see what Yamsha looked like now after taking a mediocre punch from little Goku. There's no harm in the smoke. Jiang Wei cast his gaze in the direction where Yamsha fell and said suddenly. Under Jiang Wei's suddenly expectant gaze, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Yamsha inside. I must say that he is indeed the god of tea. He can even break the law of smoke without harm. Jiang Wei looked at Yamsha, who was curled up and lying on the sand, unable to get up again, with a weird posture, putting on a famous scene in advance, and was dumbfounded. Master Yamsha, wake up! Pool on the side was crying so hard that he was so sad. Pool, this dragon can grant you a wish. When Pool anxiously circled the unconscious Yamsha, a 3-meter-tall Saiyan dragon man appeared in front of him. Please let Master Yamsha recover. Pool didn't think much and immediately asked the Saiyan dragon man. It's very simple. Jiang Wei took the opportunity to acquire a complete version of the transformation technique from Pool, and teleport back to the RV. Yamsha also woke up and his injuries were healed. Master Yamsha. Pool threw himself at the god of tea. At this moment, even if he was just a small animal, his true feelings were revealed. When Oolong was about to start the RV and leave, Yamsha was already running quickly and blocking the front of the RV. Chapter 14 Ox King. Why, you haven't been taught enough lessons and you still want to continue robbing. Oolong is quite a bit like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Oolong. Pool. At this time, Pool also floated over, their eyes met, and Oolong recognized each other. Oolong was a little confused. When he was in kindergarten, he often bullied Pool. Unexpectedly, after leaving kindergarten, the coward Pool actually started robbing in the desert. It was greatly beyond Oolong's expectation. My name is Yamsha, I became a sand sea robber just to survive, not my intention. I have realized that my real idea is to become a powerful martial artist. Please let me join you. Yamsha knelt down heavily and realized the truth. Goku, with you, I can clear the tea god's name with one punch. Jiang Wei glanced at the naive little Gaku and thought for a while. Although the tea god had no value in cultivating him, there would be no harm in hiring an extra younger brother to run errands for him, so he called Yamsha and Pool to get in the car. But after accepting Yamsha, Jiang Wei suddenly realized something. Sure enough, when Yamsha saw Bulma, who was applying a facial mask, her phobia of girls immediately broke out. She was nervous and at a loss, and her mind went blank. Your name is Yamsha, right? Since you want to become a powerful martial artist, first of all, start by overcoming your fear of girls. Jiang Wei suppressed his laughter and told Yamsha to work hard. This robber seems to be a talented person, but I didn't expect that he would behave so poorly in front of girls. He is incomparable to brother Jiang Wei. It's a waste of his good skin. It's really useless. Bulma looked at Yamsha, who was acting abnormally in front of her, and curled her lips. There was no sign of being infatuated with Yamsha in the plot. Jiang Wei lit a cigarette for himself with a smile on his face, very satisfied with Bulma's reaction. If Bulma was like in the plot, she would always have red eyes and be obsessed with handsome men. Is Jiang Wei shameless? It seems that these days have been quite effective in educating Bulma. After the RV drove out of the Sand Sea, it was still a few days' journey from Ox King's Flame Mountain. Jiang Wei also began to use the Kame Senryu method to train Yamsha, and asked Bulma to make another high-tech gravity suit that can be used by people on Earth. To be honest, in the early stages of the plot, Yamsha can join the protagonist group, which shows that even if his martial arts talent is not as good as Krillin and Tianjin Fan, it is still better than that of most people on Earth. Unfortunately, after the Scions attacked, all the Earthling characters in the protagonist group became garbage. Yamsha was so shocked that he gave up martial arts and went to play baseball. Just exercise Yamsha after a few days. Diddy. Son Goku, Combat Power 55. Yamsha, Combat Power 11. Yamsha has been greatly improved. Don't underestimate it, it only increases combat effectiveness by 2 points. The combat effectiveness in the early stages of the plot is still very high. Especially when the combat effectiveness breaks through to double digits, he is already a Superman in the eyes of ordinary people. Even when facing a pistol, he can deal with it calmly. Without Jiang Wei using the Kame Senryu training method to train Yamsha, Yamsha would not have been able to improve his combat effectiveness by 2 points in just a few days on his own. In addition, after living with everyone, Yamsha also overcame his funny phobia of girls and went to the other extreme, becoming very interested in girls. Every time the RV stopped in a populated town, Yamsha would freely move around, and whenever he met a young and beautiful woman, he would strike up a conversation without any prior knowledge. Chowder hasn't shown up yet? When exactly did he show up? I can't remember clearly. Seeing that the Flame Mountain was just ahead, he could already feel the heat wave that was far stronger than other areas. Jiang Wei thought in confusion. Brother, the Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball in the mountain burning with blazing flames ahead. Bulma said worriedly. It doesn't matter, this flame is nothing to me. Jiang Wei said lightly. Seeing that Jiang Wei was confident, Bulma no longer worried. The confident big brother is even more handsome. What's wrong? We're about to meet Ox King. According to rumors, he is a murderous big devil. Anyone who enters Ox King's territory will be regarded as a thief who covets the huge treasure he has collected, and will be killed mercilessly. Oolong, who was driving, started to get scared when he thought about the rumors about Ox King, but when he thought about little Gaku and his big brother, he became less scared. Diddy. Unknown combat power data is approaching. Unknown, combat power 40. Not long after, the RV was stopped by a tall and strong man, carrying a giant axe, wearing binoculars on his eyes, and wearing a hat with sharp horns on his head. You thieves are here to steal my treasure again. Damn you! If you don't get out of the car quickly, you will die. Ox King raised a giant axe with one hand, pointed at the RV and shouted. "Brother, I'll leave the rest to you and Gaku." Oolong was startled by Ox King, who suddenly blocked the car. He shrank under the driver's seat and hid. "Oolong, you are just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Pool never missed an opportunity to make fun of an own goal. "What's wrong with a coward? He's better than a dead ghost." Oolong snapped at Pool. "Master Yamcha, can you take care of that vicious big guy?" Pool asked with absolute confidence in Yamcha. "Well, I probably can't beat Ox King, let you down Pool." How could Yamcha, who is a bandit, not have heard the rumors about Ox King? Now that he has seen Ox King with his own eyes, he is still self-aware. "Brother, is this the Ox King that Oolong mentioned? I finally met a master. Let me go down and meet him, brother." Little Gaku requested excitedly. "You go ahead." Jiang Wei agreed. Little Gaku couldn't wait to jump out of the RV and walk towards Ox King. After being trained by brother Jiang Wei, little Gaku can feel that he is many times stronger than before. "I have long wanted to have a hearty battle with a master." But what he encountered on the journey, whether it was Oolong or Yamcha, could not let little Gaku fully display his stronger power. Even though the Ox King in front of him is still weak, he can barely fight against the stronger little Gaku. "Humph, you actually let a kid come out to die? Then I will accept your life without mercy, kid." Ox King raised his giant axe high and was about to swing it down ruthlessly at little Gaku. His eyes suddenly fell on an object carried on little Goku's back. "This is, kid, let me ask you, is the stick you are carrying on your back a wishful stick? Where did you get that stick?" Ox King stopped his movements, put away his axe, and shouted loudly. Little Gaku, who was about to take action, stopped when he saw Ox King asking questions, and answered all questions. "Oh, of course this is a wishful stick, it was left to me by my grandfather." "Grandpa? Could it be that you are Sun Wuhan's grandson?" Ox King's voice softened and he asked. "Do you know my grandfather? I am Sun Gaku, and Sun Wuhan is my grandfather. We live in Baizai Mountain." Little Gaku said happily. "Haha, hello, Gaku, the grandson of senior brother Gohan. I am Ox King. I once studied under Master Wuxin together with senior brother Gohan." Seeing that little Gaku is the grandson of an old friend, Ox King's hostility disappeared. The more he looked at little Gaku, the more friendly he felt. Chapter 15 Turn Bu into a carrot. "So you are Grandpa's friend?" Little Gaku said happily. After turning enemies into friends with Ox King, Jiang Wei and others naturally got out of the RV and introduced themselves to Ox King. According to Ox King, he has asked his daughter Shishi to borrow a banana fan from Kame Senin to extinguish the flames of the Flame Mountain. Jiang Wei knew that the turtle immortal had lived for hundreds of years and had collected many treasures, including the banana fan. But it was not taken seriously by Turtle Immortal, and it was lost at some point. So, Shishi can't borrow a banana fan. "Ox King, to put out the fire in the Flame Mountain, why do you need a banana fan? I can put out the fire for you." Jiang Wei smiled at Ox King. He doesn't like Ox King, so there is no need to grant Ox King a wish, so he can use the method in the plot to put out the fire for Ox King. "Young man, don't talk nonsense." Ox King didn't believe it. If other means could be used to extinguish the fire in the Flame Mountain, would Ox King still watch the fire burn to this day? Then just wait and see. Jiang Wei didn't talk nonsense either. Facing the mountains in the distance that were submerged in the sea of fire, Jiang Wei was full of confidence and showed the starting position of Turtle School Qigong. This gesture, could it be? Ox King was very surprised, because he had been practicing under Kamizenran for a long time, but he still hadn't learned this trick. The secret skill of Gaixian flowing under the box is not something that ordinary people can easily learn. "I understand, brother is going to use turtle-style Qigong. But what does this have to do with extinguishing the fire on the mountain?" Little Gaku showed a puzzled expression. Apart from fighting, he had never thought that the turtle-style Qigong taught to him by his elder brother could be used in other ways. Yam Sha, who aspired to become a powerful martial artist, stared at Jiang Wei's movements intently. Ha no card me ha! As if the main gun of the universe battleship fired, powerful blue energy gathered from Jiang Wei's palm, and then a huge blue light beam shot towards the burning mountain. It's really turtle-style Qigong. Under the blue light of turtle-style Qigong, Ox King said with shock on his face. So strong! Is this the strength of a powerful martial artist? Yam Sha said with longing. Big brother is so strong. Big brother is my goal. I must practice harder and surpass Big brother. Little Goku's face was full of excitement and his tone was firm. Brother is so handsome. Bulma loves you so much. Bulma's eyes were filled with red hearts, and she still held her face in her hands. After the blue light beam dissipated, everyone looked again and saw that the flames on the mountain had been extinguished. Brother Goku, you are so powerful. You can even perform the turtle-style Qigong. I am so resigned to it. Did you also practice under Master Wu Tian? Ox King laughed happily, and reached out to pat Jiang Wei's shoulder affectionately. Apparently, he misunderstood and regarded Jiang Wei as his fellow disciple. My turtle-style Qigong was indeed obtained from the turtle immortal. Jiang Wei had no need to lie. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy today. Please come to my house and I will treat you well. Ox King was even happier when he saw that the fire was out and his house was still there. What level is Turtle Immortal? What level is Jiang Wei? The Turtle Immortal in the plot has long abandoned his martial arts. To perform his special skill, Turtle-style Qigong, he has to use all his muscles and exert all his strength, so naturally he cannot control it exquisitely. And with Jiang Wei's strength far exceeding that of Turtle Immortal by 1,000 times, he can naturally control the power of Gishin Qigong at will, and he can naturally extinguish fires without damaging anything. Ox King invited Jiang Wei and others into his house and entertained them. After the guests and hosts had a good time, Jiang Wei asked Ox King for the 7-star Dragon Ball in his treasure house. Ox King not only agreed, but also presented a priceless treasure to each of Little Goku and others. He also persuaded Jiang Wei and Little Goku to stay in his home for a few more days. The next day, Ox King found Jiang Wei and said worriedly, Jiang Wei, I have something to trouble you. You're welcome, just say it. Jiang Wei had already guessed why Ox King was looking for him. Then I'll say it straight. Jiang Wei, didn't I say yesterday that my daughter Shishi should go to teacher Wu Tian to borrow a banana fan to put out the fire? Shishi has been out for a while. Calculating the time, he should be back long ago. Shishi is traveling alone and is afraid of strangers. I am worried that she will encounter trouble on the way. Please help me and bring Shishi back. Ox King requested. Being able to perform turtle-style Qigong, Jiang Wei's strength definitely exceeds his own. When it comes to his daughter's safety, Ox King is of course more willing to ask Jiang Wei instead of Little Goku. Jiang Wei was not interested in Shishi and had no intention of blocking Son Goku's marriage, but he still nodded. Oops, I almost forgot. This is Shishi's picture. Ox King slapped his head and cursed himself for being stupid. How could he ask others to help him find someone without even giving them a photo? He took out a photo from his coat pocket and handed it to Jiang Wei. The photo shows a cute little girl dressed up like Ultraman. Goku, I leave it to you to retrieve Shishi. Passing the photo to Little Goku, Jiang Wei smiled meaningfully at Ox King. Ox King was in a daze. I asked you to help find Shishi, you agreed, and then you turned the matter over to your little brother? But soon, Ox King came back to his senses and smiled meaningfully at Jiang Wei, then looked at Little Goku with a satisfied expression on his face. Obviously, Ox King and Jiang Wei, heroes have the same vision. Goku, I'll give you a ride. After a while, I noticed that there was an Ox King-like aura at the 13 o'clock position. Jiang Wei smiled and asked Little Goku to come over, grabbed him, and threw Little Goku in the direction of Shishi. A few hours later, little Gaku took Shishi's hand and returned to the Flame Mountain. Jiang Wei saw that Shishi's face turned red with embarrassment when he looked at little Gaku. It was obvious that something happened when he was with little Gaku. Looking at each other with Ox King, the two smiled tacitly. Ox King also felt closer to Jiang Wei. Another day later, Jiang Wei declined Ox King's offer to stay. Under Shishi's reluctant gaze on little Gaku, the RV took everyone away from the flamed mountain in a hurry. How about asking Bulma to make a wish and send me to the Chowder Gang? With the last one left and the one-star Dragon Ball not being obtained, Jiang Wei has lost interest in waiting for the Chowder Rice Gang to jump out on their own. And at this time, the RV has driven through a forest of giant mushrooms and arrived at a small town composed mainly of semicircular buildings. The people here are all dressed up like Arabs. As soon as the RV entered the town, it attracted the attention of two soldiers wearing black military uniforms, carrying rifles on their backs, and wearing long rabbit ears on their heads. They looked at each other and came forward with a smirk. Rabbit Group. After Yam Sha easily dealt with these two ungrateful things, Jiang Wei also remembered their identities. They also became somewhat interested in their boss, a rabbit with the superpower of turning people into carrots. This rabbit's superpower is somewhat similar to Majin Buu's ability to turn people into snacks. However, to activate Rabbit's ability, you need to touch the opponent with your hand, not remotely. Majin Buu only needs to emit a changing light, and as long as it hits the target, he can turn people into snacks of various flavors. Jiang Wei even thought in a wicked way that after acquiring the Rabbit's superpower, when he meets Majin Buu in the future, he will turn Buu into a carrot. GGG. Chapter 16 Gaining the Superpower to Turn People into Carrots. Don't run away if you have the guts, our boss will be here soon. A soldier with a bruised nose and face spoke harshly. How dare you be so arrogant? The tea god was not used to it, so he went up and kicked the soldier, making the soldier cry. Within a few minutes, a rabbit-shaped car drove into this small town where the residents had already fled home. A rabbit wearing sunglasses and looking like a social brother got out of the car. Our boss is here, you just wait to die. Boss, these outsiders resisted our rabbit group and beat us like this. You must make the decision for us. Jiang Wei looked at that rabbit with a lot of interest. Did he? Rabbit, Combat Power 5. Soldier 1, Combat Strength 5. Soldier 2, Combat Strength 5. Unknown, Combat Force 2. Unknown, Combat Power 5. Unknown, Combat Power 5. Hey! Jiang Wei suddenly noticed that not far from him, there was an extra data with combat power of 2. To know on Earth. The data of combat effectiveness 5 and 4 are everywhere on the street, but the data of combat effectiveness 2 is very eye-catching among a bunch of data of combat effectiveness 5 and 4. Chowder, you finally showed up. Jiang Wei stared at the direction where the combat power 2 data appeared and smiled. Brother, I remembered. That rabbit, I once heard someone mention, has the ability to turn people into carrots. Don't let the rabbit's hands touch your body. The tea god stared at the rabbit, thoughtfully, then his face changed drastically and he said quickly. I see. Jiang Wei nodded to the tea god. Oh, I'm sorry, my subordinates are ignorant and have offended you. Which of you is the leader? Rabbit came over and put on an apologetic smile. I am. Jiang Wei looked at the rabbit playfully, like a cat catching a mouse. On behalf of my subordinates, I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me. Rabbit bowed to Jiang Wei and stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, apparently wanting to shake Jiang Wei's hand. Brother, don't be fooled. The tea god on the side quickly reminded him, but Jiang Wei had already stretched out his hand and held it with the rabbit. The tea god's expression changed drastically. The smile on the rabbit's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a sinister expression. Boy, if you dare to mess with our rabbit group, you are finished. I will turn you into a carrot and eat you. Rabbit looked at Jiang Wei, who was taller than him, with an expression of "You are a big sobby. Turn me into a carrot and eat me? Just you? You made me laugh to death." Jiang Wei also looked at the rabbit that was shorter than him, with disdain on his face. Soon, a look of horror appeared on the rabbit's face. "Why haven't you turned into a carrot yet?" "Because you are a scumbag," Jiang Wei mocked. In the plot, superpowers and magic are not invincible, and cannot be effective against opponents whose combat power far exceeds their own. Blue from the Red Ribbon Legion, his superpowers are ineffective against Tao Bibai. Dumplings also have superpowers, but because they can't keep up with the combat power in the later stage, they become useless decorations. Rabbit only has 5 points of combat power, so he wants to turn Jiang Wei, who has more than 40,000 normal combat power, into a carrot? "I want to fart." Seeing that Jiang Wei was safe and sound, the tea god breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wei exerted a little force, and the rabbit howled like a slaughtering pig, and the palm of his hand shaking hands with Jiang Wei was crushed to pieces. Then Jiang Wei's hand grabbed the rabbit's neck and lifted it up. In Rabbit's fearful eyes, a 3-meter-tall cyan dragon man appeared in front of him. "Rabbit, you can make a wish to this dragon to send you to the police station to surrender, or die now. Your choice." Shenlong raised the rabbit in front of him with a grin on his face. "Is this still a choice? Send us to the police station and surrender, don't kill me. It's very simple. Ding, get the superpower of turning people into carrots." After the 3 members of the rabbit group disappeared, Jiang Wei turned his attention to the direction where the Combat Power 2 data appeared. "Chowder, stop hiding, get out of here immediately before I get angry." In a house in a small town, the Chowder King, that gum-chewing guy, turned into a 3-meter-tall monster. "He is looking towards us," a dog wearing a ninja uniform said in horror. "Hateful. That guy rabbit is really exaggerating. I didn't expect him to be solved by that guy so easily. Originally, I planned to take the opportunity to take away the 6 Dragon Balls from that guy when they were both injured." A very small blue-skinned monster wearing a hat said unwillingly. "King Chowder, he found us. He asked us to go out and see him before he gets angry." A woman wearing a long trench coat and heavy makeup said in fear. "Since the plan doesn't work, we can only force it. No one can stop me, King Chowder Rice, from my ambition to become the king who rules the world. Ash, Xiao Wu, let's go." The blue-skinned monster decided to make a desperate move. "Yes, the Chowder King." Ashiu and Xiao Wu looked at each other and immediately responded loudly. Boom! A semicircular house near Jiang Wei suddenly exploded. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, accompanied by the sound of heavy mechanical footsteps, 3 bloated and short combat mechas appeared in front of Jiang Wei. Through the transparent cockpit on the chest of the combat mecha, you can also see the driver inside. It was the Chowder Trio. Diddy. Chowder, Combat 2. Ash, Combat Power 5. Xiao Wu, Combat Power 5. Chowder's combat prowess is not worth mentioning, but Acu and Xiao Wu, his subordinates, are still very capable. Ashiu is just a dog, and Xiao Wu, a female prostitute, can actually have 5 points of combat power. You must know that 5 points of combat strength is already the level of a strong adult man. In order to serve the Chowder Rice, Ashiu and Xiao Wu also worked very hard. "I am the Chowder King. I know who you are, so I'd better skip the self-introduction step." Jiang Wei's figure flickered on the spot for a moment. The 3 combat mechas on the opposite side exploded at the same time. The 3 Chowders, looking very miserable, lay on top of 3 piles of black smoke-emitting scraps of metal. "Now, we can talk peacefully." Jiang Wei looked down at the 3 people with Chowder Rice. "My lord, please spare us. We will never dare to take advantage of your Dragon Ball again." The 3 Chowders begged feebly for mercy. If he had known that this 3-meter-tall Saiyan monster could destroy the advanced combat mecha designed and manufactured by Chowder himself with just one encounter. How dare they come out and face Jiang Wei? The moment he was discovered by Jiang Wei, he ran as far as he could. Hand over the 1-star Dragon Balls you collected. Jiang Wei stretched out his hand towards the Chowder. Sir, we don't have the 1-star Dragon Balls you mentioned. The fried Chowder looked at Jiang Wei's face and said carefully. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Jiang Wei's eyes widened, and the three of them shivered in fear. How could the last 1-star Dragon Ball not be in the hands of Chowder and his gang? Dare you lie to deceive him? There is already a way to die. Sir, we really didn't find the 1-star Dragon Ball. Before, we even thought that you used some means to block the 1-star Dragon Ball, leaving only the signals of the other 6 Dragon Balls for people to detect with equipment. Ashiu and Xiaowu on the side quickly spoke up. When Jiang Wei heard this, his expression immediately became uncertain. Damn it, the 1-star Dragon Ball is missing? How could this happen? But looking at the 3 Chowders, they didn't look like they were lying to him. Chapter 17 Where did the 1-star Dragon Ball go? Of course, Jiang Wei would not easily trust the Chowder Rice Group, but he had a way to tell whether the Chowder Rice Group was lying to him. After staying in this town for 12 hours. You make a wish to this dragon and give me the 1-star Dragon Ball. Okay, sir. Shenlong was stunned because he could not realize this wish. That can only mean that the 1-star Dragon Ball is really not in the hands of Chowder Rice and his gang. You ask this Shenlong about the whereabouts of the 1-star Dragon Ball. The 3 Chowders immediately followed the instructions. Jiang Wei's expression suddenly changed. As a dragon, he could not tell the whereabouts of the 1-star Dragon Ball. What is going on? Could it be that the 1-star Dragon Ball has completely disappeared from this world? The plot has undergone unknown changes, and Jiang Wei doesn't know whether it is good or bad. If it is bad, Jiang Wei just responded calmly. Because he is a divine dragon. Sir, we have done everything you said. Please, for the sake of our obedience, treat us like we're nothing. The 3 Chowders begged. Shut up, you two. Chowder, beg for mercy. Jiang Wei stared at the Chowder. According to the rules, there is no wishmaker with plural wishes. Ashiu and Xiaowu quickly shut up and focused their survival attention on their king. Sir, please, for the sake of our obedience, treat us like farts. Chowder begged. It's easy. After sending the 3 Chowders away randomly, Jiang Wei gained Chowder's scientific research capabilities and a junk wish that could be exchanged for 100 fairy beans. After solving the problem of Rabbit Tuan and Chowder Rice, Jiang Wei released the humanoid dragon transformation and returned to the RV. It's a pity. I don't know what happened. The 1-star Dragon Ball is gone, and now there are only 6 Dragon Balls left. Jiang Wei explained the situation to everyone. The absence of the 1-star Dragon Ball, in addition to the reason for the disappearance of the 1-star Dragon Ball, made Jiang Wei uneasy. He was indifferent to the fact that he could not collect all 7 Dragon Balls. As long as he solves the root cause of his peers and replaces them with his own Dragon Balls, Jiang Wei's goal will be achieved. Throwing the 5 Dragon Balls into the system space to eat ashes, Jiang Wei returned the 4-star Dragon Balls to little Goku. Brother, the search for the Dragon Balls is over. Are you and Goku willing to follow me to Zidu and visit my home? Bulma said expectantly. Zidu. Jiang Wei thought about it. When Bulma mentioned Zidu, the first thing he thought of was that when Piccolo Daimao becomes a demon again, he will destroy a city on the earth every day. And Zidu was the first victim drawn by Piccolo Daimao. How unlucky! However, despite the negative idea, Zidu is one of the most prosperous metropolises on earth. Can the city where the world's richest man lives be any worse? Jiang Wei had nowhere to go now, and he liked the prosperous life in the metropolis. Moreover, the cultivation of little Goku in the future would be inseparable from the gravity chamber and spiritual time room created by Bulma, so he agreed to follow Bulma to the western capital. That's great, brother. Bulma was so happy that Jiang Wei was willing to follow her home. Since Jiang Wei is going to Zidou with Bulma, little Gaku and Yam Sha must also follow. As for the oolong, I have the opportunity to go to a big city, go to the home of the world's richest man, and see the colorful world. Why not go along and continue to stay in the countryside and interact with village girls? Under Bulma's guidance, the RV moved forward. After driving for several days, it finally drove from the small road onto the highway and drove along the highway to Zidou. Bulma's home is a large and luxurious villa, covering an area as large as a museum. Can the home of the world's richest man be any worse? Entering Bulma's home, Jiang Wei's first thought was, the rich lady smells so good. Come and live Vegeta's life, here I come. Bulma, where have you been? Your father and I are worried about you, are these all your friends? Oh, there are two handsome guys. Bulma, you can't be too busy outside. Young Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brive said enthusiastically. Mom, don't talk nonsense. They are all friends I met during my travels. Bulma glanced at Jiang Wei subconsciously and quickly said to her mother. Mom understands. Mrs. Brive followed her daughter's gaze and glanced at Jiang Wei, who was chewing gum and handsome. Seeing Bulma's nervous look, the smile on her face immediately widened. The smile was a meaningful one, and my daughter has finally grown up. Jiang Wei and others also greeted Mrs. Brive politely and introduced themselves. After introducing herself, Mrs. Brive welcomed her daughter's friends into the spacious and bright living room, and ordered the servants to serve tea to entertain the guests who had come from afar. Everyone and Mrs. Brive started chatting, and the most talked about topics were about Jiang Wei and Bulma. It didn't take long. After receiving the news, Dr. Brive put down his work and came to the living room. Dad! Bulma, you're back! Are these your friends? Jiang Wei and others also stood up, greeted Dr. Brive and introduced each other. They are all great young people. Just treat this place as your own home, don't be formal and relax. Dr. Brive said enthusiastically. When Mrs. Brive saw her husband coming, she glanced at Jiang Wei who was chatting with Bulma. With a smile on her face, she whispered a few words to Dr. Brive. Bulma and that handsome young man who looks very mature and steady at first glance? Is that so? Dr. Brive also sighed in his heart that his daughter was getting older, and he also paid more attention to Jiang Wei. Start talking to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei also set his sights on the pendant on Dr. Brive's body, a little black cat. This reminded him of the big black cat his cousin raised. He wondered where his cousin and the big black cat were now. I wish my cousin and the big black cat are safe and sound. After chatting with Dr. Brive for a few words, the topic turned to the little black cat. When we talked about the little black cat, Dr. Brive was obviously interested. The two chatted, and then started talking about science from the little black cat. This time, when we talked about his major, Dr. Brive's interest was like a forest on fire, and it was out of control. As the chat between the two deepened, the more they chatted, the more speculative they became. My eldest brother turns out that in addition to martial arts, he has profound attainments and great strength, and is also proficient in scientific inventions. Yam Sha looked at Jiang Wei with admiration as he chatted happily with Dr. Brive. As for the content of the two's chat, Yam Sha said that he didn't understand anything, but he felt that they were very powerful. Jiang Wei has fulfilled the wishes of Bulma and Chowder, and has their genius scientific research brains and scientific knowledge. He can chat with Dr. Brive about scientific inventions and other topics with ease. Young man, you are such a genius. With your talent, why haven't I heard of your name among the world's top scientists? Dr. Brive said with sincere admiration. For Jiang Wei and Bulma to be together, Dr. Brive at this moment fully agrees. In his eyes, Jiang Wei was definitely the most talented young scientist Dr. Brive had ever seen in his life, except for his daughter. Dr. Brive, I am self-taught. Also, I am not a scientist by profession. Jiang Wei said this. Of course he is not a scientist. As boring as scientists are, it would be much more interesting to find more powerful guys to fulfill their wishes and copy everything about them. Life is about living as you please. Chapter 18 Little Gaku Great Ape. Jiang Wei, you are too humble. If you are not a scientist, then there are not enough people in the world who can be called scientists to count on one hand. I can introduce you to the world's top circle of scientists. At this moment, Dr. Breve felt as if he had discovered that Cole Lima was possessed by Bull. Thank you, Dr. Breve, then. Jiang Wei thought for a while, it wouldn't be a bad thing to get to know the top scientists on Earth and get involved in their circles. Don't underestimate Earth scientists. Earth scientists, don't think that even the spaceship has not been invented yet. But an artificial man whose strength exceeds that of the Universe Emperor and is capable of defeating Super Saiyan 1 was invented by Earth scientists. It's a convenient thing, you're welcome. Dr. Breve was also very happy to discover a scientific genius. We also talked about some of the topics that Dr. Breve is researching. Jiang Wei put forward many wonderful ideas, which also gave Dr. Breve a lot of new research ideas. Jiang Wei, follow me to the laboratory. I need your help on some of the topics I'm researching. Jiang Wei couldn't refuse, so he followed Dr. Breve to his laboratory. Dad. Bulma expressed displeasure with Dr. Breve, the young man who had become her true love. How can anyone arrange for a guest who is visiting his home for the first time to help him with his work? Dad is so unkind. Seeing her husband dragging his daughter's sweetheart away, he sneaked into the laboratory. After Mrs. Breve chatted with everyone for a while, mainly about topics related to Jiang Wei, she ordered Bulma to arrange everyone's rooms. Bulma arranged the most comfortable room in the house for Jiang Wei. Although other people's rooms are not as good as the room Bulma arranged for Jiang Wei, they are not far behind. Everyone has a room. Exception is Yamsha. Pool wants to share a room with Yamsha. At night, Jiang Wei finally broke free from the clutches of the workaholic Dr. Breve. For nearly 10 hours, he was in the laboratory helping Dr. Breve with scientific inventions, and from time to time he would discuss various technical problems. It is simply much harder than fighting a big battle. But it seems that when I came to the Dragon Ball world, I didn't fight a serious battle. The next day, early in the morning, Dr. Breve wanted to win over Jiang Wei's young man again. Jiang Wei is definitely Dr. Breve, the most satisfying scientific research assistant I have ever had in my life. If it weren't for the relationship between Jiang Wei and Bulma, Dr. Breve would definitely offer a sky-high remuneration to hire Jiang Wei as his scientific research assistant. But Jiang Wei has begun to train little Gaku and Yamsha, unable to leave. Dr. Breve could only express his regrets and agreed with Jiang Wei that the morning would be used to arrange martial arts practice. But be sure to help out in Dr. Breve's lab in the afternoon. Hey, don't make your own decision for me, Dr. Breve. Jiang Wei wailed. That's all. Jiang Wei started living under the same roof with a rich woman. After training little Gaku and Yamsha for a while. Diddy. Son Gaku, Combat Power 100. Yamsha, Combat Power 21. In the Dragon Ball world, weight-bearing exercise is indeed the most effective method of exercise. Yamsha's high-tech gravity suit will last a long time. For little Gaku, Jiang Wei has already begun to think about whether the gravity chamber should be online. A light bulb went on. Jiang Wei suddenly thought of planet Vegeta, the hometown of the Saiyans, where the king had set off the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. The environment of this planet seems to be 10 times the gravity of the Earth. If little Gaku lived in such an environment. Jiang Wei told Bulma his thoughts immediately. Both Jiang Wei and Bulma supported Jiang Wei unconditionally. Soon, after the heavily purchased materials were in place, Jiang Wei and Bulma joined forces to create a living environment with 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta for little Gaku. At first, little Gaku couldn't adapt to it. Living in an environment with 10 times gravity, he kept falling over. But within a day, the 10 times gravity environment seemed to awaken little Goku's Saiyan blood. Little Goku can already live normally in an environment with 10 times the gravity. The strength has also begun to skyrocket. Didi, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Son Goku, Combat Power 155. Yamcha, Combat Power 28. Sure enough, the gravity chamber is an indispensable plug-in for every time traveler who travels to the Dragon Ball world and becomes a Saiyan. But I'm a dragon, so I don't need a gravity chamber. Looking at the little Goku's combat power data that was refreshed almost once a day on the combat power detector screen, Jiang Wei couldn't help but sigh. In an environment with 10 times gravity, little Goku doesn't even need to practice. As long as he lives a normal life, his strength will improve. 1 month later. Didi. Son Goku, Combat Power 240. Yamcha, Combat Strength 47. Jiang Wei shook his head. In the Dragon Ball world, the people on Earth are inferior. Jiang Wei was not optimistic about Yamcha at all, although before the Saiyans attacked, Yamcha was not hit, and his training was no less than that of little Goku and Krillin. But in the Dragon Ball world, for martial artists, there is a cruel fact. Working hard in the face of bloodline talent is like a pile of soaring. Yamcha is just incidental. Jiang Wei is most optimistic about Son Goku. Night falls. After eating the dinner carefully prepared by Bulma, little Goku and Yamcha took a rest before receiving training from Jiang Wei again. Jiang Wei said to Yamcha, "Tonight's exercise is cancelled. You can move around freely. Goku and I are going out for a while." "Okay, big brother." Yamcha admires and worships Jiang Wei very much. His current strength far exceeds that of his days as a robber in the Sand Sea, which is the result of Jiang Wei's training on him. "Brother, where are we going?" "I want to continue to receive training from you," little Goku said. "Let's go to Baizai Mountain." Jiang Wei had an idea in his mind that was mature, and he wanted to test it with little Goku. Through teleportation, Jiang Wei first ran to the temple with little Goku. After passing the temple's commanding advantage, he locked the coordinates of Baizai Mountain, and teleported again, taking little Goku back to Baizai Mountain. Teleportation is a method of teleporting by sensing the breath to determine the coordinates. The problem is that except for little Goku, Baizai Mountain is a barren mountain with no one in it. It is impossible for Jiang Wei to locate the animal scent in the mountain to locate Baizai Mountain, right? "Brother, I haven't been back for a long time and I want to visit home," little Goku requested. Jiang Wei agreed. After little Goku went to take a look at his home where spider webs had grown, Jiang Wei took him to the top of the mountain. "Goku, I allow you to look up at the moon in the sky." Jiang Wei knew the special characteristics of Saiyans, but he also retained the monkey tail of little Goku. Instruct little Goku not to look up at the moon at night without his permission. Little Goku didn't understand, but since his elder brother told him so, he just did it. Little Goku looked up very happily. He had not seen the moon for a long time. And today is the full moon. A round moon spreads its cool moonlight to the earth. Then, little Goku immediately appeared in an abnormal state. His eyes were red, his face was elongated, and his mouth was full of fangs. His body became visibly enlarged and his body was covered with hair. Soon, a huge King Kong, ape the size of a tall building appeared where little Goku had been. Chapter 19 Feeding the Giant Ape Super Divine Water. Roar! Little Goku turned into a giant ape, looking up to the sky and roaring. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty red light, and he had obviously completely lost his mind. "What is Jiang Wei doing? Why do you want to bring out such a terrifying monster? This monster is irrational, and once it goes crazy, the consequences will be disastrous." The god whose only job is to spy on the earth was really frightened by the little Goku of Great Ape. "Lord God, don't panic. That big monkey-like monster is indeed scary. But Jiang Wei is even scarier than it. Mr. Popo reminded him. Thank you, Mr. Popo, I have completely forgotten about this incident. The god then realized that he was just a false alarm. Did he? Son Goku, Combat Power 240, Great Ape, Combat Power 2400. Roar! Little Goku turned into a giant ape, driven by instinct, and his mind was full of destruction at this moment. However, Jiang Wei turned little Goku into a giant ape not to appreciate how he destroyed Baizai Mountain. Just lie down for me. Jiang Wei just punched the giant ape with an ordinary punch. The giant ape is like being struck by lightning. Stand up. Seriously injured and dying. Jiang Wei took out a fairy bean and fed it to the giant ape who almost died but didn't turn back into little Goku. Roar! Although the fairy beans are not enough to fill the gap between the giant ape's teeth, it does not prevent the giant ape from successfully resurrecting with full health. Did he? Son Goku, Combat Power 4000, Great Ape. Jiang Wei swung his palm and cut off the target giant ape's tail. Half. The giant ape's tail was broken in half. As Jiang Wei had guessed, its function was damaged and it could no longer maintain its great ape transformation. Brother, I just seemed to have fallen asleep. After regaining consciousness, little Goku touched the crab head, with a clear look of stupidity in his eyes. At this moment, he was still wearing clothes. It was a similar product made by Jiang Wei and Bulma to imitate the combat uniform that Bai Lao wore when he first came to Earth to be beaten. Even if little Goku transforms into a giant ape, this high-tech battle suit will not be damaged and will not allow little Goku to return to his newborn form. Stop looking at the moon and eat this fairy bean. Little Goku obediently ate the fairy beans, and the broken half of the monkey's tail was intact again. This is why Jiang Wei didn't cut off the entire monkey's tail. Did he? Son Goku, Combat Power 400. Brother, I just realized now that I have become a lot stronger. Thank you, brother. Little Goku noticed the changes in his body when he saw Jiang Wei pressing the instrument on his eyes again. It actually increased the normal combat effectiveness by 160 points in one go. Sure enough, the Scions were severely injured in the Great Ape form, entered a near-death state and then recovered from their injuries, and their increased combat power far exceeded that in the human form. My idea is right. Jiang Wei said happily. 2 transformations of Scions. Great Ape. Super Scion. Although the transformation of the Great Ape can only increase the combat power by 10 times, in addition to the royal blood, it will also lose its mind. The transformation also requires the moonlight of the full moon, which is very restrictive. The size of the transformed Great Ape is also huge, and it can only be reduced to dazzling in battle. The target, no matter what, is not as good as the Super Saiyan transformation. But the Great Ape transformation also has an advantage compared to the Super Saiyan transformation, which is not an advantage. Once the Super Saiyan transformation is seriously injured and on the verge of death, it will no longer be able to sustain the transformation and will exit the transformation state and return to normal. As for the Great Ape transformation, other than cutting off the monkey's tail or the full moonlight disappearing, the Great Ape transformation will not exit the transformation state and return to normal even if it is seriously injured and dying. This makes it possible to have a plug-in that greatly improves combat effectiveness through a plug-in that restores health and adds combat effectiveness to Scions who are seriously injured and near death, thus increasing combat effectiveness. And only Jiang Wei had the conditions to actually implement such an idea. Because Jiang Wei has fairy beans. Although the Scions have a treatment chamber provided by Frieza's Legion, they will definitely not be able to fit into the Scions after the Great Ape. Even if a super-large treatment chamber can be made that can fit into the giant ape, the treatment chamber will not be as efficient as a fairy bean. Maintaining the Great Ape transformation during the healing period is also a problem. Therefore, even before Jiang Wei, some Scions thought of the same method of increasing combat power, but they would not be able to operate it in practice due to limited conditions. Seeing that his idea was feasible, Jiang Wei repeated the previous operations again. Diddy. Son Goku, Combat Power 500, Great Ape, Combat Power 5000. This time it only increased the normal combat power by 100. Although the effect of using the Scion cheat will only become weaker and weaker if the interval is very short, it is still much more combat power than the normal combat power. Jiang Wei was still very satisfied. Let little Goku have his third Great Ape. This time, Jiang Wei did not immediately take action to seriously injure little Goku of Great Ape. Instead, he stuffed the super divine water obtained from the cat immortal into the giant ape's big mouth full of fangs. Now the strength of little Goku far exceeds that of the little Goku who drank super magic water in the plot, and is the Great Ape again. After swallowing the super miraculous water, the giant ape showed no violent reaction at all, which made the super miraculous water, which is said to be highly poisonous and should not be drunk by ordinary people, very unsatisfactory. He trampled the giant ape under his feet and restricted his movement. After waiting for a while, Jiang Wei seriously injured the giant ape again, fed fairy beans, and cut off half of the monkey's tail to end the cycle this time. The full moon was also hidden in the thick clouds, and little Goku could no longer be a great ape. Diddy. Son Goku, Combat Power 1090, Great Ape, Combat Power 10,900. Brother, I feel that I have become much stronger. Little Goku, who is not good at arithmetic, cannot express his feelings well in words. Goku, your power has increased too much. You need to practice more so that you can truly master the powerful power of the surge. Jiang Wei warned. The power is too strong, but it cannot be controlled at will. Frieza is an example, so he can only seal the part of the power that cannot be controlled, and usually keep enough power that can be controlled at will, which is the first person in a stroller form. In fact, not to mention Frieza, Jiang Wei also has this problem, so he did not increase his strength without restraint during this period. Instead, in the process of training little Goku and Yamcha, he gradually adapted to the powerful strength obtained by fulfilling wishes. It's over, let's go back, Goku. Asking little Goku to make a wish, Jiang Wei and little Goku instantly returned to Bulma's home in Zidu. Diddy. Jiang Wei, Combat Power 48,000, transformed into a humanoid dragon, Combat Power 480,000, 20 times Kaio-ken, Combat Power 9.6 million. The effect of drinking the super divine water that he picked up from Goku as a child also affected Jiang Wei, increasing his strength even more. Yamcha, who went out to fool around, came back in the middle of the night and saw little Goku. He was shocked. Goku, I haven't seen you for a few hours, how did you become so strong? In Yamcha's perception, facing little Goku, he was like a small boat in the waves. Yamcha, I don't understand very well. I became stronger in a daze. Little Goku thought for a moment and could only answer like this. After the Great Ape, little Goku lost consciousness and would not remember Jiang Wei's operations. Chapter 20. Go to the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference to see the excitement. Yamcha, the reason why Goku can become so much stronger than you is because you see his tail? You can't envy him. Jiang Wei also spoke. Brother, is there no other way for me to suddenly become much stronger like Goku? Yamcha looked at the monkey tail dangling behind little Goku's butt with envy, and said with some reluctance. Do you dare to risk your life? Jiang Wei looked at Yamcha, thought about it, and suddenly said. Betting on your life. Yamcha was stunned for a moment, and then he looked confused for a while, and made up his mind, in order to become a powerful martial artist, I will give everything I have. Good, very energetic. 12 hours later, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon, asked Yamcha to make a wish, and received a pot of super divine water. Yamcha drank this bowl of Ganges, super magical water in one gulp. Death suddenly. In front of Jiang Wei, he died miserably. Master Yamcha. Pool, Yamsha's follower, immediately started crying. Sure enough, Super Divine Water is a special plug-in for Goku. Jiang Wei said to little Goku, who was also confused because Yamsha died in front of his eyes. Goku, why are you panicking? Don't forget that you can make a wish to this dragon to resurrect Yamsha. Oh, why did I forget that I can make a wish to my eldest brother to make Yamsha come alive? Little Goku smiled sheepishly at Shenlong. After another 12 hours, little Goku immediately made a wish to revive Yamsha. After Yamsha was resurrected, he still had lingering fears. It was too painful to be poisoned by the super divine water, and he never wanted to try it again. After little Goku's normal combat power exceeded 1000, Jiang Wei began to teach little Goku Kaio-ken. Yamsha took advantage of little Goku and was able to learn Kaio-ken from him. He learned it, but he couldn't use it. Jiang Wei thought, if it's not that the people on Earth are poisonous, it's because Yamsha is too weak in combat. After little Goku learns Kaio-ken, he can use Kaio-ken twice immediately. Diddy. Son Goku, combat power 1200, 2x Kaio-ken, combat power 2400. After drinking the super magic water, even if Jiang Wei does not use Scion cheats, little Goku's combat effectiveness will increase faster after training. Time took everyone to the year 750 AD. Brother, Goku and I have been training with you for almost a year. It's time to show off our skills. In the spirit of Jinyi not walking at night, Yamsha said to Jiang Wei during practice. Brother, I think what Yamsha said makes sense. Tell us where there are masters. I'm going to fight them. Little Goku's eyes also lit up and he geared up. Although it's not necessary, you can sign up to participate. Which session will it be? I can't remember, but it's the world's best martial arts tournament that will be held this year. At the conference, you can compete with masters from all over the world. Jiang Wei thought about it and recalled what he almost ignored, the world's best martial arts conference. In the early stage of this plot, the carnival feast of the martial arts masters on the earth came back to mind. Who makes Jiang Wei and little Goku so powerful that they can crush the people on earth? The so-called world's best martial arts conference, in Jiang Wei's eyes, was like a farce. Jiang Wei didn't object to joining in the fun. Yet, little Goku and Yamsha looked at each other and smiled. Brother, I have seen the news on TV about the world's best martial arts conference being held this year. The world's best martial arts conference is held every 5 years, and this year is the 21st. Bulma smiled like a flower. Brother, I want to go with you. Sure. Jiang Wei smiled and looked at Bulma with loving eyes. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 50,000, transformed into a humanoid dragon, combat power 500,000, 20 times Kaio-ken, combat power 10 million. Son Goku, combat power 4,000, 10 times Kaio-ken, combat power 40,000. Yamsha, combat power 95. Bulma, combat power 12. Oolong, combat power 6. Pool, combat strength 6. Jiang Wei has granted little Goku many wishes, and he also has plugins for Scion blood. He can train casually in a gravity environment, and his normal combat power has increased by 2000 in nearly a year. It's really not much. As for Bulma and the others, Jiang Wei just used the gentlest method to exercise casually without strict requirements. After nearly a year, their combat effectiveness was somewhat improved based on the original level. Brother, when you go out to participate in the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, should you still use a RV? Bulma asked. Since living under the same roof, she has become accustomed to Jiang Wei making the decision on everything. Let's find another mode of transportation. Are there any large planes that can carry more than one person at a time? Jiang Wei asked, thinking of the giant flying machine of the 3 people in the plot. We can arrange it right away, brother. Bulma said immediately. Soon, Jiang Wei got a universal capsule containing a luxurious large aircraft. After taking out the aircraft, it is very considerate inside and is equipped with a robot pilot for the user. Even if the user of the aircraft cannot fly the aircraft, that doesn't matter. A few hours later, Jiang Wei and his party arrived at the venue where the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference was held. Putting the plane into the universal capsule, Jiang Wei led the team, and after asking a few passers-by, went directly to the registration office of the conference. The registration office was crowded, and there was a long queue of players who signed up to participate in the competition. Jiang Wei just came to watch the fun and had no intention of bullying Novice Village, so he asked the extremely excited little Gaku and Yam Sha to queue up and sign up. After giving Oolong, the little pig, some money and letting him move around freely, Jiang Wei started wandering around accompanied by Bulma. The two were talking and laughing, like a traveling couple. Jiang Wei? Are you also here to participate in the world's best martial arts conference? Suddenly, an old man's voice exclaimed. Unexpectedly meeting an acquaintance, Jiang Wei moved his eyes away from Bulma and looked in the direction of the sound. They are really acquaintances. Still an old acquaintance. At a crowded registration desk, Jiang Wei saw Turtle Immortal, who was wearing a black top hat and a black suit. He was dressed very formally. He was completely different from the tourists who were on the island before and looked like they were on a beach vacation. Shenron is an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, and Jiang Wei knows him. Could it be that they are not old acquaintances? I didn't expect that you could remember my name even though we only met once. Long time no see, Kaio-ken. Jiang Wei also smiled and greeted the Turtle Immortal. This is... Jiang Wei's eyes noticed that there was a little bald man without a nose following Shenron, and he asked knowingly. You mean him? This is my new disciple, Klin. Turtle Immortal said. Hello Colin, my name is Jiang Wei, and this person next to me is my girlfriend Bulma. Jiang Wei smiled at the little bald man who looked at him curiously. Clym. This is a key figure in the plot. Without Krillin's outstanding contribution, Qigong would not be able to transform into Super Saiyan 1 when he fights the king. Chapter 21 Little Gaku wins. First meeting, hello, Jiang Wei. Klin looked enviously at Jiang Wei, who was being held by Bulma's arm. He was also thinking in his heart, who is this Jiang Wei, who can make his teacher, Kaio-ken, known as the god of martial arts, do this? Fear. Compared to the careless little Gaku, Krillin is a bit smarter. He knows how to send adult magazines to Kaio-ken to please the perverted old man so that he can become his disciple and train under him. Klin noticed that the moment Turtle Immortal saw Jiang Wei approaching, his expression changed drastically. Klin, if nothing else happens, you have the strength to reach the quarterfinals of this world's best martial arts tournament with my little brother Gaku and Yam Sha. Jiang Wei looked at Klin and said in a very affirmative tone. In the early stage of the plot, the masters of the earth are either Turtle Senryu or Crane Senryu, and the others are just superficial. I am already so strong now. Klin looked in front of him. He was wearing a stylish black trench coat and a strange glasses on his left eye. He was being held by his beautiful girlfriend. He looked like a handsome man who was a winner in life. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Klin, be confident, you are a disciple of Turtle Immortal and the strongest person on earth. Jiang Wei said with certainty. Krillin is curious, the strongest person on earth? It seems that Jiang Wei has no intention of participating in the world's #1 martial arts conference, that's good. Are it his two younger brothers who are participating in the #1 martial arts conference in the world? The younger brother trained by Jiang Wei should be very strong. Klin has met his opponent. That's good, I don't need to use a pseudonym to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference, I can concentrate on looking at beauties, he. After a period of mental activity, Turtle Immortal showed a whimsical smile. When I first met Jiang Wei, after Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid divine dragon, his combat power of over 1,000 had left an impression on Turtle Immortal that he would never forget. Stimulated by Jiang Wei, Turtle Immortal became serious, stopped showing off, and trained Qin more rigorously. So did he. Turtle Senin, combat power 112. Krillin, combat power 45. Brother, this old man's eyes are so annoying. Let's leave quickly. After Bulma greeted Turtle Immortal and Krillin politely and ladylike, she whispered in Jiang Wei's ear. Kami Zenin, Qin, Bulma, and I won't bother you with your registration. See you later. Jiang Wei heard this and knew that he knew Turtle Immortal. He immediately left and walked in another direction with Bulma in his arms. Oops! I forgot to ask Jiang Wei if he could fulfill another wish for me. Seeing Bulma's youthful and beautiful back disappear, the Turtle Immortal came back to his senses, and then revealed a look of annoyance. While Jiang Wei and Bulma were having a drink together, it was their turn to sign up for Little Goku and Yamcha. After registering, under the guidance of the staff, Little Goku and Yamcha began to draw lots before the qualifiers. Phew, great! Judging from the numbers, I won't meet Goku in the qualifying round. Yamcha couldn't help but lament his good luck. If he met Little Goku in the preliminary round, he could just be a spectator. It's just smaller than Goku's current strength. Yamcha believes it. Apart from brother Jiang Wei, whose strength is unfathomable, there will be no other person who can defeat the monster like Little Goku. After a while, the qualifiers started. Little Goku jumped onto the ring, and his opponent was a tall, muscular man. Goku, remember my brother's words and take it easy. Yamcha under the ring reminded Little Goku and went to play his own game. I actually let a kid become my opponent. The organizer of the competition looks down on me. Before he could finish his words, Little Goku asked him to roll off the ring. You fell down before I even exerted any force. It's so boring. I really want to fight against a master right now. Little Goku said with a yawn. In another arena, Yamcha also knocked out his opponent with one blow. Master Yamcha, you are the best. Pool, the portable cheerleader, shouted excitedly. After passing the qualifiers, most of the players are eliminated, and the rest can advance to the semi-finals. Goku, do you want to tell Big Brother that we have reached the semi-finals? Yamcha is extremely excited. Being able to reach the semi-finals of the world's best martial arts competition shows that he is already a powerful martial artist and one of the best in the world. Yamcha, do you know where Big Brother and Bulma are now? Little Goku's interest is obviously not high. The opponents in the preliminaries are really weak. I hope I can meet the masters in the semi-finals. It's better not to disturb Big Brother and Bulma. Yamcha immediately changed his tune. These two are Jiang Wei's younger brothers, right? To be able to reach the semi-finals, they are really capable. When I meet them, I have to go all out. Krillin, who also tortured a bunch of weaklings and reached the semi-finals, looked at Little Goku and Yamcha standing together chatting, clenched his fists, and secretly cheered himself up. Krillin is now wearing a Kame Senryu combat uniform. Of course, Little Goku and T-God also wore high-tech battle suits made by Jiang Wei and Bulma. Designed by Jiang Wei, it refers to the style of the Black Goku Zamasu. On the black combat uniform, there is a dragon character on the chest, which means that they are all trained by Jiang Wei. When the semifinals begin, Jiang Wei and Bulma were also present, together with Wolong Pure, mingling with the audience to watch the game. Whenever it's Goku and Yamcha's turn to play, Jiang Wei will greet them and tell them that your big brother is here to watch your game. There is no suspense in the semi-finals. Little Goku reached the finals. Before Yamcha could reach the finals, he met Little Goku and stopped there. After defeating an opponent, Krillin also met Little Goku, but also stopped there. In every game played by Little Goku, his opponent is defeated instantly, which is nothing to watch. That kid named Son Goku is so strong. Qin was defeated unjustly, and even I am definitely no match for that kid. The young people of this generation are amazing, amazing. Turtle Immortal was very pleased with this result. It's so gratifying to have a successor in martial arts. The games other than Little Gaku are interesting to watch. Especially the match between player Lanfang and player Asen. The battle was so intense that contestant Lanfang had to strategically strip off his clothes in order to force contestant Asen to retreat step by step. Bah, shameless. Regarding contestant Lanfang, Bulma was ashamed and angry, feeling that she had lost face as a woman. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. It made my hands itch after watching it. I wish I could get on the ring and have a battle with Na Lanfang. Turtle Immortal's face was full of excitement and eager to try. Even Oolong, who was not interested in the competition, was staring intently at the attacking Lanfang player, his pig face showing the expression that the goblin next door had discovered the village. As for Jiang Wei, he was chewing gum, with a serious look on his face, and looked critically at the Lanfang player on the ring. Until player Asan fought back and defeated player Lanfang. Asan eliminated another player and advanced to the finals, competing with Little Gaku for the title of number 1 in the world. Only if you can rob it is there a ghost. With disappointment, Little Gaku won the final and became the number 1 in the world. As well as being small enough, Gaku is a meal bonus. At the end of the game, Jiang Wei picked one of the most famous local restaurants and called Kame-sen and Klin to celebrate Little Goku's victory. Chapter 22 Summoned by Achilobe. After everyone has had enough wine and food, Turtle Immortal asked Jiang Wei to let his disciple Kellen practice with Jiang Wei. Klin is a good young man who practices martial arts, and Turtle Immortal does not want to delay Klin's future in martial arts. Easy to say. Jiang Wei agreed wholeheartedly. The strongest man on earth offered him as his younger brother, how could Jiang Wei not accept him? After Krillin joined the protagonist group led by Jiang Wei, he quickly became very familiar with Little Gaku and Yamcha. I don't know if it's due to plot inertia. Krillin and Little Gaku get along best. A few more months passed. Diddy. Son Gaku, combat power 5500, 10 times Kaio-ken, combat power 55,000. Yamcha, combat power 110. Krillin, combat power 77. Brother, I really want to fight with a master. How can there be a master, brother? Little Gaku would ask Jiang Wei like this from time to time. He was so eager to fight against the masters. Is there any master on earth who can fight you? Gaku, you are making things difficult for your elder brother. Jiang Wei said in his heart. Ding, report to the master, someone else has gathered 7 Dragon Balls to summon the master. Gaku, Yamcha, Krillin, you can practice on your own, I'll go out for something. Jiang Wei spoke to Bulma again before turning into a beam of golden light and disappearing from Bulma's home. Immediately, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. It's like the oppressive feeling of the end of the world descending on the earth. Say your wish. As soon as Zhang de Shenlong appeared, he said to the 3 people who summoned him in a barren mountain. All 3 were wearing the same style of clothing. The leader was an old man with a cold face. A big man with 3 eyes. There is also a little man who looks like a little zombie. So recognizable. Hexenron, Tianjin rice, dumplings. Jiang Wei recognized the other party's identity. Shenlong, please tell me the whereabouts of my brother Tao Bibai. Seeing the legendary dragon being summoned, Crane Immortal couldn't wait to ask loudly. Tao Bibai, the younger brother of Hexenron, disappeared more than 12 months ago. He was neither alive nor dead. When there was nothing to do, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi teamed up to cheat in remote villages and towns, and accidentally obtained a Jiang Wei brand 3-star Dragon Ball. Relying on this 3-star Dragon Ball, it is possible to sense the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls. With the strength of the 3 masters and disciples of Hezenryu, it is not easy to collect the 7 Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. It's very simple. Zhang Dashenlong thought of Tao Bibai, who had been beaten to a bloody pulp by his claws, and said, Tao Bibai has done too many bad things and is suffering in hell. My brother is dead. Shenron was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After the business is completed, Zhang Dashenlong will leave. From the crane immortal, he developed the skill of dance in the sky. Although Tao Bibai was the younger brother of Shenron, he did not know how to perform the air dance, so Jiang Wei did not develop the air dance skill from Tao Bibai. Shenlong, wait a minute, I have another wish, to resurrect my brother Tao Bibai. Seeing that Zhang Dashenlong was about to leave, Shenron made another wish. This is the second wish. It does not comply with the rules of this dragon. Let's do it next time. Jiang Wei raised a finger and shook it. The huge dragon eye looked down at the three tiny masters and disciples of Hsian Liu on the ground. Jiang Wei is waiting for them to fall out, so that he can trigger invincible and have their homes confiscated. Tianjin Fan's Sun Boxing, Qigong Cannon and Dumpling's superpowers can still catch the eye of Zhang Dashenlong. But Zhang Dashenlong was a little disappointed. I see. After a period of uncertainty on the face of Hsian actually came back after circling the gate of hell. Seeing that they had not turned against each other, Zhang Dashenlong's huge body of hundreds of meters instantly turned into golden light, and the 7 dragon balls flew randomly towards various parts of the world with golden arrogance. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes locked onto one of the dragon balls, and he jumped up to control the dragon ball that was about to fly away. And Jiang Wei has returned to Zidu, Bulma's home. Tongzi, it will take at least 12 months for the 7 dragon balls to summon me once, and it's on Earth again. It feels so useless now. Jiang Wei complained. After more than 12 months, I went on a business trip and got a chance to learn Wukongshu. How could this satisfy Jiang Wei? Ding, based on the owner's feedback, this system has targeted the projections of the 7 dragon balls in this time and space to each time and space of the dragon balls. Tongzi, please explain in detail. Jiang Wei became interested. Bite. I see. Jiang Wei found it quite interesting. To put it bluntly, Jiang Wei's business has expanded to the parallel world of Dragon Ball. According to Tongzi, there is still a targeted release, which means that the locations where the 7 Dragon Balls appear are not only on the Earth, but also on alien planets and even other universes. A few days later. Ding, one of the parallel time and spaces of the Dragon Balls has collected the projections of the 7 Dragon Balls in this time and space and summoned the Master. So fast. This time, Jiang Wei was working for his future father-in-law in the laboratory and was helping to debug an instrument. Dr. Breve, I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters that need to be dealt with immediately. Jiang Wei got out from under the instrument and apologized sincerely to Dr. Breve, who was drawing a design drawing. Jiang Wei, go and do your own business. Don't look at Dr. Breve's arrest of Jiang Wei's young man, and he is not unreasonable. Jiang Wei walked out of the laboratory, spoke to Bulma again, and then turned into a golden light and disappeared from this time and space. Another Dragon Ball world. At this moment, the Earth has lost its former vitality, and most areas have turned into deserts without any grass. One tree is still growing, like a towering tree parasitic on the Earth. No, it should be a towering tree. When Jiang Wei was summoned, the first thing he saw was this strange tree that was about to drain the Earth Lord. What a big tree! It's unbelievable that you can really use those Dragon Balls that suddenly appear and have unknown origins to summon the dragon. A voice came from below Jiang Wei, sighing in surprise. Jiang Wei lowered his head and saw a plump, short, fat man with a long samurai sword on his waist in the deserted town. Achilobe? Midi Yasuo. Also known as the Fairy Bean Killer. In the plot, Achilobe eats fairy beans as food, so the protagonist group faces powerful enemies, and when they need to use fairy beans, they often have no fairy beans to eat, and they fall into hard battles one after another. So, The one who collected the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Zhang de Shenlong was my invincible Akilobe in front of the fairy beans. The moment he saw that huge strange tree that he couldn't even see on Earth, Jiang Wei knew which parallel time and space of Dragon Ball it was. One named Dales, who collided with Son Goku, was a black-skinned lower-level Scion warrior who came to Earth to plant spiritual fruit trees. The spiritual fruit tree needs to absorb the vitality of a planet in order to grow and bear spiritual fruits. As long as you eat the spiritual fruit, you can increase your strength. Dales relies on planting spiritual fruit trees all over the universe and eating spiritual fruits to improve his own strength. In Jiang Wei's opinion, this spiritual fruit tree is actually very useless. Dales planted trees everywhere, destroyed many living planets, and claimed to have eaten countless spiritual fruits, but he only had tens of thousands of combat power. He had no advantage against Son Goku, who had cultivated all the way. Instead of wasting time searching the universe for suitable planets to plant trees, it would be more efficient to find a gravity room for exercise. Chapter 23 The Parallel World Where Dales Stole the House. The sky is thundering and lightning is flashing, and the earth is withering and dying. Say your wish. Shenron, please let Goku come back. Akilobe said. Goku is not on Earth? What's going on? Jiang Wei immediately became interested and asked. Akilobe originally didn't want to satisfy Zhang de Shenlong's curiosity, but the Shenlong in front of him didn't play his cards according to the routine, and if he didn't satisfy his curiosity, he wouldn't realize his wish, so he had to compromise. In a few words, Akilobe told the whole story at a rapid pace. After the Scions attacked and Vegeta was defeated by Son Goku, the protagonist group went to Namek. After all the Z fighters left the Earth, Dales led his minions to the Earth and planted the seeds of the spiritual fruit tree. This has led to the current situation where the Earth King is about to be squeezed dry. When the Earth was facing a huge crisis, the protagonist group was already on Namek, fighting against Frieza's legion. There is no way to come back in time to save the Earth. For the current plan, we can only use Dragon Balls to summon Shenlong and bring back Son Goku, who is rushing to Namek to save the situation. But in the previous battle with Vegeta and Nappa, Piccolo died to save Son Gohan, and the Dragon Balls on the Earth became a pile of stones. Just when everyone was in despair, a Dragon Ball that could still be used suddenly appeared on the Earth. In the spirit of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Akilobe collected 7 Dragon Balls of unknown origin as quickly as possible. Summoned Zhang de Shenlong over. It's completely different from the plot. It turned out that my home was stolen. Jiang Wei understood the cause and effect of the matter. Now, can you get Goku back to Earth? Akilobe said anxiously. It's very simple. Jiang Wei suddenly had a bold idea. The next moment, little Goku appeared in front of Akilobe. Looking at the little Goku in front of him, Akilobe was not happy about surviving a desperate situation, but was so shocked that his eyes almost flew out. Goku left the Earth for a trip. Why did he look like his childhood when he came back? Shenlong, what's going on? Akilobe was about to ask Zhang de Shenlong for clarification, but the hundreds of meters of Shenlong had turned into golden light and scattered all over the world. Where is this? Who are you? Little Goku looked at the surrounding environment with confusion, and then looked at the unknown Akilobe in front of him. He was working out vigorously at Bulma's house when he suddenly came to this strange place. Goku, aren't you going to fight a master? This time I will definitely give you a good fight. A handsome young man with cool glasses on his eyes, handsome, mature and steady, walked up to little Goku. Brother, you are here too. Little Goku said happily. With Jiang Wei here, he can rest assured. And Akilobe's eyes were looking around, apparently wanting to run away. Because of the combat effectiveness detector on Jiang Wei's left eye, Akilobe regarded him as an accomplice of Dales. Dales and his minions also wore similar gadgets on their eyes. Jiang Wei didn't care about Akilobe. He was just an insignificant little character. He just ran away. From Aquilobe, Jiang Wei only mastered the useless sword drawing technique. This is Chang Shenlong's reward for realizing Yaki Lobei's wish. Let me ask you, is the little Gaku the grandson Gaku? Let me see the fighting power of brother Quazi and his gang. Jiang Wei pressed the button. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 50,700. Son Gaku, combat power 5,950. Akilobe, combat power 970. Unknown, combat strength 34,000. Unknown, combat strength 13,000. Unknown, combat power 9,100. Unknown, combat power 8,400. Unknown, combat power 7,600. Unknown, combat power 7,600. No need to guess, the combat power data of 34,000 must belong to Dales. Jiang Wei grinned and blew out a puff of smoke easily. With this strength, Gaku can easily deal with it with 10x Kaio-ken. At the same time, over there at the spiritual fruit tree, Kundares, a strong black dog with muscles all over his body, also reacted to his combat power detector. Did he? Unknown, combat power 50,700. Unknown, combat power 5,950. Dales was shocked. How could a strong man with a combat power of 50,000 appear on this weak planet? When you are in doubt. The data on the combat effectiveness detector screen refreshed quickly again. Unknown, combat strength 5,070. Unknown, combat power 5,950. I was shocked because I saw an extra zero. I just said, how could there be a strong man with a combat power of 50,000 on this weak planet? However, two enemies with a combat strength of more than 5,000 appeared at the same time. The fruits are about to ripen, so I can't let it go, so I'd better send my men to eliminate them as soon as possible. Dales looked at the unripe fruit in front of him, his eyes full of greed and desire for power, and turned to the two universe humans. Armando, Des, you go and eliminate the two new enemies with a combat power of 5,000. Armando and Des followed the order and left. With the fighting power of these two people, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the two new enemies that appeared? Did he? Unknown combat effectiveness data is approaching quickly. Jiang Wei smiled. If he hadn't hidden his strength in time and only showed a combat power of about 5,000, how could Dales have the guts to send his men to attack? He only sent two subordinates, which was too underestimating the enemy. What dares means is that he and little Gaku should be one each. Very thoughtful. Brother, I feel that there are two powerful and evil auras approaching us quickly. This time we are really masters. Little Gaku said excitedly. Gaku, let's go. Hurry up, we can only stay in this world for 24 hours. Jiang Wei took the lead in performing the air dance technique and flew into the sky. Little Gaku followed. As for Achilobi, seeing that a fight was about to begin, with his urine quality, he had already run to an unknown hidden place and hid. The two sides happened to meet halfway, and below was a dead forest. Stop! Armando and Des from the Dal's Legion are here to take your lives. Two universe men wearing armor-like battle suits stood arrogantly in front of Jiang Wei and little Gaku. I'm telling you, Armando, Boss Dales thinks too highly of them. I can kill these two trash by myself. How about we talk about it and let me do it alone? Dawes laughed wildly. I refuse. You've come here, you can't let me go in vain. Armando stared at Jiang Wei and little Gaku with a sinister smile on his face. Okay, one for each person. That scion brat belongs to me, and the garbage on earth next to him belongs to you. Armando set his sights on little Gaku, who had the highest combat power on the surface. No problem. Gaku, you flew all the way here. Did you see the surrounding environment? It was caused by them. When the fight starts, don't show mercy. Jiang Wei gave little Goku instructions and didn't care that the two universe people dared to act arrogantly in front of him. Is it necessary to argue with two dead people? It turns out they are bad guys. I won't let them go. Little Goku looked at the two Dale's minions opposite and said with anger on his face. Kid, who are you not going to let go of? Amando faced little Goku with a sarcastic face, and then punched little Goku hard in the abdomen, causing little Goku to fly back with pain on his face. Chapter 24 Become a Carrot. Diddy. Amando, Combat Power 9100. Des, Combat Power 8400. Son Goku, Combat Power 5950. Jiang Wei had no intention of intervening and just wanted to chew gum quietly. But some people don't do it. Trash of the earth, how do you want to die? Dai Zi flashed in front of Jiang Wei, his face full of arrogance. I want to die of old age. Jiang Wei spat a mouthful of sugar crumbs into Da's face. Death of old age. Da's obviously didn't expect that Jiang Wei would answer him like this. He looked stunned for a moment, and then got spit on his face and became furious. Dare to play tricks on me? He was about to take action, but Jiang Wei was faster than him and pressed his palm directly on Dai Zi's body. A puff of white smoke came out. Des disappeared. A carrot fell out of the white smoke. Jiang Wei caught it in his hand and threw it away. The superpowers of rabbits are quite interesting. Jiang Wei looked at the carrot in his hand, tilted his head and thought for a while, without putting it in his mouth. Little brat, if I don't want to play with you anymore, I will send you to the west. Amando unleashed a ferocious punch and kick, and then kicked little Goku more than 10 meters away. A ball of Qigong wave appeared on his hand, and he shot it at little Goku with a grin. Boom! Little Goku failed to avoid the Qigong wave and was instantly enveloped in the smoke of the explosion. Amando looked ahead and saw the thick smoke caused by the explosion, believing that little Goku was dead now. At this time, you must believe in the law of smoke without harm, except for the god of tea. Jiang Wei, who was on the other side, saw Amando showing a victorious expression and warned him too much. Before Amando had time to think about what Jiang Wei meant, a small figure flew out of the thick smoke, with blood-red energy shining all over his body. As fast as lightning, he punched Amando in the face. The beating on his abdomen caused him to vomit blood and his eyes almost bulged out. It's little Goku. At this moment, little Goku has activated 2x Kaio-ken, and his combat power has surpassed Amando's. What's going on with this brat? His fighting power actually exceeds mine. After being punched several times by little Goku and kicked in the face with a roundhouse kick, Amando spat out a mouthful of blood with teeth fragments in his eyes full of disbelief. Seeing that Amando was about to be beaten to death by little Goku, Jiang Wei rolled his eyes and shouted to Amando, "You bch of Dales, if you don't want to die, eat this." A carrot was thrown towards Amando, who was caught in the hands of the embarrassed Amando. At a critical moment, Amando didn't have time to think too much. He decisively put the carrot that his companion had turned into his mouth, chewed it up and swallowed it. Jiang Wei also told little Goku to stop temporarily. He wanted to observe the changes in Amando after eating carrots. Idiot, you actually helped your enemy. Not long after eating the carrot, he felt that his power had become stronger. Amando was ecstatic, showing ridicule of Jiang Wei. Diddy. Amando, combat power 13,000. Jiang Wei also had an expression of unexpected joy and laughed. Rabbit's superpower is to turn people into edible carrots, Majin Buu is to turn people into snacks. So, I was thinking that Majin Buu can improve his strength by eating snacks turned into people, so can eating carrots turned into people also improve his strength? It turns out that it really can. Then he said to little Goku, "Goku, get rid of him, he is useless." Okay, big brother. Little Goku gets into a fight with Amando again. After fighting with the master, little Goku's strength has been significantly improved. He punched and kicked Amando back and forth, and with a headbutt, he hammered a mondo into the dead forest on the ground, making a big hole. Before Mondo could make any other moves, little Gaku had already performed the starting position of turtle-style Qigong in the air, and a blue Qigong wave fell from the sky, beating Mondo to ashes on the spot. Gaku, please recover too. Jiang Wei took out a fairy bean and threw it to the injured little Gaku. After eating the fairy beans, little Gaku is full of blood and blue again. Diddy. Son Gaku, Combat Power 6250, 2 times Kaio-ken, Combat Power 12500. Jiang Wei and little Gaku flew towards the spiritual fruit tree again. Damn it, Mondo and Des were killed by a new enemy. Fortunately, the fruits of the spiritual fruit tree have also matured. I will stay here, waiting for you to come, and let you die in the despair called Dales, ha ha ha. Dales summoned the remaining men to have a final decisive battle with Jiang Wei and little Gaku at the spiritual fruit tree. At this moment, Dales' dark, Gaku-like face showed an absolute certainty of victory. Dales didn't wait long before Jiang Wei and little Gaku flew to the spiritual fruit tree and landed on the canopy of the tree, which was as huge as a playground. Opposite is Dales, who is surrounded by several universe people. I didn't expect you to be a member of my race. After Jiang Wei and little Gaku appeared, Dales focused on little Gaku, staring at the monkey tail behind his butt. Let me think about it, you should be Kakarot's son, it's so similar to when I was a kid. I am not the son of Kakarot, I am the grandson of Grandpa Son Gohan. Little Gaku stared at Dales, who looked so powerful at first sight, and said excitedly, you must be the boss of these bad guys, come out and fight me. Ha ha ha. Listening to the conversation between Dales and little Gaku, Jiang Wei burst into laughter. Ouch, I couldn't help it, it was so funny. Trash of the earth, you are so ridiculous. Go to hell. Dales was unhappy, raised his palm and pointed it at Jiang Wei, and fired a purple Qigong bomb. Jiang Wei casually knocked away the purple Qigong bomb that was shot at him. The flying purple Qigong bomb landed on a branch of the spiritual fruit tree and exploded violently. Dale's eyes narrowed, this is impossible. You, a piece of garbage from the earth, only have a fighting strength of over 5,000 people. How could you possibly accept my attack? I understand, you have hidden your strength, you despicable piece of garbage from the earth. Dales wandered around, planting trees everywhere in the universe, and met some universe people who could hide their strength. He immediately realized that Jiang Wei had hidden his strength. Dales, you should be lucky that your opponent is not me, but Gaku. Otherwise, you would be dead. Jiang Wei threw a piece of chewing gum into his mouth and said without taking Dales seriously. Dales stared at Jiang Wei with fear, and then thought, so what if this earthly garbage hides its strength? As long as he has the fruit of the spiritual tree in hand, he is invincible. Being able to grow such spiritual tree fruits on earth was also an unexpected surprise for Dales. He has planted spiritual fruit trees on many planets in the universe and has eaten countless spiritual tree fruits. However, this is the first time that Dales has encountered fruits that contain amazingly powerful energy. I admit, your hidden strength is really strong. Dales turned his attention to little Gaku, who was eager to try. You are very similar to me when I was a child, the son of Kakarot. Seeing that you are my kindred and the scions are sparse now, I will give you, and your garbage earthling subordinates, a chance to survive. How about joining my Dal's Legion and serving me as my master? Chapter 25. Is there something fishy about the spiritual fruit? Not very good. Jiang Wei looked at Dales with a mocking expression of you are daydreaming. You are a bad person, I will not help you. Little Gaku also said decisively. Then I have to ask you to die. Dales shook his head, pretending to be sorry. Have you finished? Let's start the fight. Gaku, that black guy who keeps beeping belongs to you, and I will deal with his subordinates. Jiang Wei looked at Dales and his henchmen and smiled. Brother, I will definitely knock down the boss of the bad guys. Little Gaku rushed out with firm eyes. Dares was about to give the order for his subordinates to join him in killing all the ignorant sons of Kakarot and his rubbish earthlings. Several slender Qigong waves crisscrossed past. The remaining men of Dales were all killed by Jiang Wei using Dongdong bow. They had holes in their heads and died on the spot. After solving Dale's men, Jiang Wei did not interfere with the battle that had already begun. Little Goku stood aside and began to think about the fruit of the spirit tree. The Birdman Dales has harmed many living planets in the universe just to plant spiritual fruit trees so that he can eat the fruits and increase his power. After eating so many fruits, he only had more than 30,000 combat power. But if you eat the fruit of a spiritual fruit tree planted on the earth, you can gain hundreds of thousands of combat power. Made. As the nourishment for the spiritual fruit tree, does the earth have such a big role? In other words, as the nourishment for the spiritual fruit tree, what is the difference between the earth and other planets? Surrounded by the blood-red energy, he learned from the previous battle experience and lessons, and directly opened Kaio-ken's little Goku, beating the frightened Dales into a panic. Dales received a heavy punch on the nose from little Goku, and it seemed that he could hear the slight cracking sound of the bridge of his nose. There was a long nosebleed. Dales was like a person who ran a red light and was hit by a speeding truck. He fell down. In the process of flying, it broke several thick branches of the spiritual fruit tree. Falling to the ground, Dales touched his bleeding nose and cursed, "Kid, you really p'd me off." But in my heart, I was surprised by little Goku's strength. There is absolutely no way I can defeat this brat. It's time for the king to explode. Not seeing Dales running away, he directly reached out from his armor-like battle suit, took out a spirit tree fruit, and bit into it. Bite a bit of loneliness. Let me see the difference between the fruits of this spiritual tree grown on Earth and those from alien planets. It turned out that Jiang Wei locked on Dale's aura and used teleportation to interrupt Dale's upgrade. Jiang Wei now has the abilities of a god and King Kai. It's hard for anything fishy to escape his eyes. This? Being interrupted from using the upgrade props, Dales regretted it. If he had known better, he should have avoided the enemy before using the upgrade props instead of in front of the enemy. Now, he could only block little Goku's continuous attacks first, and then think of other ways. Anyway, the fruit of the spiritual tree that came back to Earth this time was not just one. Jiang Wei only looked at it and discovered that there was something fishy about the fruit he snatched from Dales. Except for absorbing part of the Earth's vitality, most of the energy in the fruit is a kind of energy that does not exist on the Earth. Energy. It looks pink. Pink? Could it be that the spiritual fruit tree absorbed Majin Buu's energy, so that the fruit it produces has effects far beyond those of alien planets? Majin Buu is sealed in the Earth. Is it okay to eat the fruit grown using the energy of Majin Buu in the seal? Jiang Wei touched his chin, not daring to confirm. He will not underestimate Majin Buu. It's better to let others deal with it first. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Wei immediately said, "Goku, is Dales dead? If not, please pause, he is still useful." "I know, brother." Little Goku, who was already riding on Dales, holding up his collar and punching him, immediately stopped. Dales is actually very strong, but as a scion who is a fighting nation, his strength is gained by eating fruits. It is a bit boring to actually do it. At this moment, Dales' armor-like battle suit was beaten by little Goku and was full of cracks. He looked bruised and swollen. Dales' eyes were swollen and he looked at little Goku fiercely, "You brat, if you hadn't despicably snatched away the fruits of my spirit tree." Crack! A piece of fruit was thrown over and hit Dales hard on the head. "Give it back to you." Jiang Wei took out another small jar and threw it to little Goku. "There are fairy beans in it. You will face the most difficult battle next. I suggest you hold a few fairy beans in your mouth." "Brother, I understand." Little Goku caught the small jar and obeyed Jiang Wei. "You will regret it, and you, Kakarot brat." Dales immediately took a big bite of the spirit tree fruit in his hand. As the fruit entered, a powerful aura burst out from Dale's. The already strong muscles all over his body also swelled. Ha ha ha, your death has come. Dales felt that the power in his body was many times stronger than before. He laughed and squeezed the uneaten fruit in his hand, and the juice splashed. This power is so powerful that even Frieza can't match it. At this moment, Dales felt that universe real estate was nothing more than that. Heepy, you just ate one fruit and it started to swell? Are you so far behind Frieza? They can kill you in a stroller without even using their full strength. Jiang Wei used the combat power detector to look at Dale's current combat power and laughed loudly. Did he? Dale's, combat strength 350,000. Once you kill Kakarot's brat, it will be your turn to die, the garbage of the earth. Dale said with arrogance. So strong, I have to use my full strength. Little Goku, who faced Dale's directly, had a solemn look in his high-spirited fighting spirit. At this moment, Dale's is definitely the strongest enemy he has encountered since his debut. The blood-red Qigong around little Goku seemed to be even redder. 20x Kaio-ken. Did he? Son Goku, combat power 125,000, 20 times Kaio-ken. Kid, you've become a lot stronger, but you're still no match for me. I'm going to give you double what you did to me before. Dale smiled evilly, and his figure suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared again, cheek to cheek with little Goku. Ha! Little Goku shouted loudly, and hit Dale's in the face with a blood-red fist like a cannonball. No defense breached. Dale smiled contemptuously, and suddenly pushed up with his knee, hitting little Goku's stomach hard. Chapter 26 Black Carrot. Wow! Little Goku opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. There were still a few fairy beans in the blood. Being pushed by Dale's knee, little Goku not only vomited blood, but also flew back like a cannonball, breaking countless thick branches of the spiritual fruit tree. Fortunately, there was a fairy bean in his mouth, and little Goku swallowed it immediately and was resurrected with full health on the spot. Just that one blow almost killed little Goku. Little Goku quickly took advantage of Dale's not coming over to refill his gun, took out the small jar, stuffed a few fairy beans into his mouth, and pressed them under his tongue. After 20 times Kaio-ken's inhuman load on the body, and being seriously injured by Dale's, he was resurrected by Sendul with full health. Little Goku's Saiyan physique came into play again, improving his combat effectiveness a lot. Kid, you can withstand a beating. With such a huge disparity in combat power, the failure to kill little Goku with one strike was a huge surprise to Dale's. Then, little Goku fights with Dale's again. On the side, Jiang Wei silently watched the battle in which Dale's had the advantage and little Goku had the disadvantage, observing the situation of both sides. He wasn't worried about little Goku at all. With the Sendu here, as long as little Goku is not instantly killed, there will be no problem. Even if little Goku is killed, it won't be a problem. Zhang De Shenlong will still have the cover. Under Dale's fast punch attack, little Goku could only block. He was punched hard for more than a dozen times and was knocked down again. Swallow the fairy beans. Come again. Can't this brat be beaten to death? Dale's began to be surprised. He could feel that little Goku would become stronger every time he got knocked down and stood up again. When the two of them fought fiercely, the crown of the spiritual fruit tree was beaten into a mess. The Earth's environment is still deteriorating. Spiritual fruit trees are still growing crazily, vine roots are spreading all over the world, and nature is being ruthlessly turned into desert. Jiang Wei didn't care at all. Even if Lord Earth is completely drained by the spiritual fruit tree and cannot be saved, the worst thing is to resurrect Lord Earth. This is just a piece of cake for Jiang Wei, who is a divine dragon. You brat, if I blow your little head off, I don't believe you can still get up. The ferocity on Dale's face suddenly turned into an expression of something wrong. Almost at the same time, Dale's black skin actually started to glow pink. Sure enough, the fruits of the spirit tree planted on the earth have been contaminated by Majin Bu's power and cannot be eaten. Majin Bu has the ability to assimilate others. Looking at Dales, who was struggling with fear, Jiang Wei shook his head. In this battle, little Goku and Dales can't do anything to each other. Dallas doesn't break the defense. Little Goku can't be killed. The battle lasted longer than the plot, and side effects occurred after eating the spiritual fruit contaminated by Majin Bu's power. Although the fruit of the spirit tree is dead, there should still be seeds in Dales. He can also contribute to me, and he has also trained Qigong. I will not lose this trip. Jiang Wei smiled. The next moment, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid dragon. After shouting at little Goku, who wanted to take advantage of Dare's being put on a negative buff and trying to kill the drowned dog, Zhang De Shenlong appeared in front of Dare's instantly. This dragon can help you. Help. It's very simple. Shenlong can even restore the earth, let alone restore a person. The pink on Dale's body disappeared, and his skin was shiny black. Ding, get the energy halo. Ding, get the finger light. Ding, get a large Qigong wave. Ding, get the lower level Scion warrior bloodline, not activated. Dales was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Jiang Wei was his enemy after all, and his palm had already lightly patted Dale's strong body. Rabbit's superpower, activate. After a puff of white smoke, Dales disappeared, and only a black-skinned carrot fell from the sky. Jiang Wei reached out to catch the black carrot, and an idea came to his mind, and he said to little Goku, "Did you see this carrot in my hand? As long as you eat this carrot, you will become stronger." Little Goku thought carefully and finally shook his head, "I don't like carrots, let alone black-skinned carrots." "Haha, I'm just kidding." Jiang Wei rubbed little Goku's crab head and put the black carrot into the system space. Even if little Goku really wanted to eat black carrots, Jiang Wei would not agree. This is too cruel. Next, Jiang Wei used the vitality bomb, just like in the plot, to drain the spiritual fruit tree dry and restore the Earth Lord to its former vitality. We still have some time, why don't we take Goku and use teleportation to go to Namek and fish in troubled waters? Forget it, I've gained enough this time. You can't be greedy, you have to know how to accept things when they're good. Jiang Wei thought for a while and gave up. Tongzi, send us back. Returning to the original world, Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 370,000, transformed into a humanoid dragon, combat power 3.7 million, 20 times Kaio-ken, combat power 74 million. Son Goku, combat power 11,000. Jiang Wei fulfilled Dale's wish, greatly improved his normal combat effectiveness, and also used several useless Qigong wave skills from Dale's. Little Goku knelt on the fairy beans, opened Kaio-ken 20 times, and ate the spiritual fruit produced by the earth and absorbed the power of Majin Bu. His combat power increased to more than 300,000, and he fought fiercely with Dales. In several games, under the influence of Scion plugins, the combat power has exceeded 10,000. Jiang Wei feels that Yamcha and Klin's training methods can be ignored, but little Goku needs to change. So he teamed up with Bulma to build a 100 times gravity room. Jiang Wei also decided that it was time to develop the potential of little Goku. Still in Baizai Mountain, Zhang Feng asked little Goku to look at the full moon and transform into Great Ape, and then let him develop his potential. A violent breath burst out from the giant ape, forming a strong wind that shook even the nearby trees violently, as if they were about to break in the next moment. Jiang Wei sighed, the potential of the scions of Great Ape is really as deep as the abyss. I am even more looking forward to how far little Goku will grow. The stronger little Goku gets, the stronger Jiang Wei becomes too. After, Jiang Wei took little Goku to the temple and explained his purpose. Let little Goku take the 100 times gravity chamber and practice in the spiritual time room for 2 years. The current spiritual time room can only allow one person to practice in it for 2 years, not longer. Jiang Wei began to think that the matter of transforming the spiritual time house should be put on the agenda. After sending little Gaku into the spiritual time room, Jiang Wei began to think again, what to do with the spiritual tree seeds obtained from Dales. To be honest, this thing is very useless. Dales destroyed many living planets, ate countless fruits, and only had more than 30,000 combat power. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei is located, there is no spiritual tree, and naturally it does not exist. How can we plant this useless thing without destroying the environment and protecting the environment? Perhaps, I can find an expert in life sciences to study the spiritual tree. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up and he thought of a suitable candidate. Chapter 27 Funding Drive Grow to Research Artificial Humans. Dr. Gro. That's right. It was the scientist who transformed himself into Android 20 and created Androids 17 and 18 that would destroy the future world. In the plot, after little Gaku destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero disappeared. Most likely, he received funding from the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army and hid in a secret laboratory to develop artificial humans, just to ask little Gaku. Revenge. However, in the Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei is located, it was Tao Bibai who destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion, and Tao Bibai was also destroyed by Zhang de Shenlong because he crossed the river and demolished the bridge. Dr. Gero has lost his goal of revenge, and he doesn't know whether the support given to him by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Legion will be reduced. But no matter what, Jiang Wei wanted to recruit Dr. Gro to work for him. Jiang Wei felt that it was very necessary to study such a powerful weapon as artificial man. The king who now rules the world, that BCH, is too peaceful and has no interest in developing new weapons. Whether facing Piccolo Daimao or Cell or Majin Buu behind him, the weapons and equipment of the king's army have not made any progress over the span of several decades. As long as you can develop Android number 16, Piccolo Daimao, Scion's attack, and even the Universe Emperor comes to take revenge, you can be beaten into Sabi. If you work hard and upgrade Cell, you won't be able to fight even if you face Majin Buu who has unlocked the seal. No matter how bad it is, it can't be better. In the plot, a bunch of tanks were shot dead by Fat Buu. Jiang Wei turned on the computer, used the information provided by Dr. Breve, logged into the forum that only the world's top scientists knew about, and started browsing. Jiang Wei originally just gave it a try. It didn't matter if he didn't find any clues about Dr. Gro. The worst he could do was let Bulma make a wish. But I never expected that Dr. Gro would also visit this forum. Jiang Wei can see that due to the influence of the world environment, other scientists in the forum do not like Dr. Gro, who specializes in murder weapons. It's no wonder that Dr. Gero hates little Gaku who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Except for the Red Ribbon Legion, no one will be interested in his research project, let alone invest in him. Jiang Wei added Dr. Gro's contact information, and the two talked for an entire afternoon. Dr. Gero greatly praised Jiang Wei and regarded him as a confidant. Jiang Wei is not only knowledgeable, but more importantly, he is rich and agrees with Dr. Gro's research philosophy. Just because of Tao Bibai's disappearance, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Legion lost their goals of revenge and vigilance. And because Drive Gro's artificial human project was too expensive and they couldn't produce a powerful artificial human in the early stage, they turned to Drive Gro. The doctor was remiss. Dr. Gero's research required money, so he accepted the olive branch offered by Jiang Wei and started working for him. In an inaccessible barren mountain, there is a high-tech research facility built by hollowing out the mountain. This is Dr. Gro's secret laboratory. Are you Jiang Wei? An old man who was younger than when he appeared in the android chapter looked at the dark-skinned muscular man in front of him in confusion and asked. If the other party hadn't reported the password that Dr. Gero gave to Jiang Wei, Dr. Gero wouldn't have let this dark-skinned muscular man in at all. Hello, Dr. Gero, I am Jiang Wei. I accepted your invitation and came here. As for my current appearance, I am very busy and can't get away from the West, so I have to control my clone to see you. This avatar of mine is a cosmic person named Dales. I believe that my clone will be helpful to your artificial human research project. With this avatar here, I can not only contact you at any time, but also protect you when you are in danger. I also brought you the research equipment in the list you gave me last time in the form of universal capsules. Jiang Wei looked at Dr. Gero, who had the RR logo in white letters on a red background, in front of him and smiled. Every time Jiang Wei realizes a person's wish, the reward he gets is to copy everything of the person who made the wish, and naturally Dales also becomes his available clone. In other words, all the people whose wishes were fulfilled by Jiang Wei have been copied by him, which can be driven by him when necessary. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Still the same sentence. Shenlong system the most awesome. It's just that the clone is just like the trumpet in the online game. It has no ability to act independently and needs Jiang Wei's main body to be distracted and controlled. In case the clone is killed, as long as Jiang Wei's body is immortal, the clone can continue to be resurrected. It's just that it takes an hour to resurrect the clone. It can't live and die at will, and it has no ability to act independently. It also takes up the CPU of the main body. In Jiang Wei's view, it has no practicality. But if it is used when the body cannot be withdrawn, such as now, it is more than enough to let the clone do some errands for the main body. As for the real Dales, Jiang Wei used the superpower of a rabbit to turn into a black carrot and threw it into the system space to eat ashes. Universe person. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero's eyes shone, and he immediately couldn't help but stepped forward, raising and lowering his hands on the clone Dales, loving him so much. Under the current conditions, Dr. Gero's research materials are only the earthlings from Zhanwuzhou. At most, he can collect some information from famous martial arts masters on the earth as research materials. A living universe person. Marvelous! Jiang Wei used the clone Dales to help Dr. Gero with some research, discussed some technical issues, and then threw the clone to Dr. Gero as research material. Certainly. Jiang Wei did not forget the spiritual tree seeds and gave them to Dr. Gero for research. Dr. Gero agreed wholeheartedly and was also very interested in plant seeds from extraterrestrial planets. After little Goku came back from practicing in the 100 times gravity chamber in the spiritual time room, not only was he 2 years older, but his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Diddy. Son Goku, combat power 1 million. Jiang Wei immediately decided to copy the results of little Goku's cultivation, let him make a wish to himself, and eat the most delicious barbecue in the world. After realizing little Goku's wish, Jiang Wei became stronger. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 1.2 million, transformed into a humanoid dragon, combat power 12 million, 20 times Kaio-ken, combat power 240 million. Ha ha ha. With my current fighting power, I can finally tear the king to pieces. Jiang Wei looked up to the sky and smiled. A few months later, Dr. Gro's research on spiritual tree seeds produced preliminary results and he developed an improved spiritual tree seed. It can also be planted on a living planet, but unlike the original version, which will drain the planet dry in a short time, it will absorb the nutrients of the planet very gently. The difference between fishing to the fullest and sustainable development. Jiang Wei planted the improved spiritual tree seeds on a primitive planet without intelligent life. A month later I got some spiritual tree fruits. At the level of strength of Jiang Wei and little Goku, these fruits are useless. But if it is used by people on Earth, it will definitely increase their strength significantly. Diddy. Yamcha, combat power 550. Krillin, combat power 700. Bulma, combat power 300. Oolong, combat power 80. Pool, combat power 80. The fruit of the spiritual tree has the best effect when consumed for the first time, and then the effect decreases. And the specific effect is also linked to the qualifications of the eater. My dear, you can also participate in the next World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. There is no problem in winning third place. Jiang Wei kissed Bulma and smiled. Really? That's great. Bulma smiled shyly. Now that she has obtained a powerful power that she could not even imagine before, Bulma also wants to have the opportunity to show it off. Yamcha was a little disappointed. Even if he couldn't compare to little Goku, how could the noseless kid be able to catch up and be stronger than him? Sensing Yamcha's psychological activity, Jiang Wei wanted to say to Yamcha, compare your potential with the strongest people on earth. Wake up! As for why Jiang Wei can sense Yamcha's psychological activities? Don't Kamizen and King Kai both have psychic abilities? Chapter 28 The Red Ribbon Legion summons the dragon. 1 month later. Ding! Report to the Master, there is a parallel world of Dragon Balls, the projection of 7 Dragon Balls has been gathered, and the Master has been summoned. Yamcha, Klin, you can exercise on your own, I have something to do. Jiang Wei went to talk to Bulma again, and then disappeared into a golden light. Another Dragon Ball world. Lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, like the oppressive force of doom descending on the earth. In the Devil's Castle. This is impossible. Someone actually summoned the Divine Dragon. Why? The Divine Dragon has obviously been killed by me. The glass full of red wine fell, and the Demon King let out an incredible exclamation. In an abandoned town. After Shenlong was summoned, he looked around and began to look at the surrounding environment with interesting eyes. The place he was in was obviously a town, and not far away there was a huge crater that would have been formed by a meteorite impact. Apparently, this was the culprit that caused the destruction of this town. Jiang Wei could easily tell that the hole was blown out by attacks such as Qigong waves. Looking down, Jiang Wei saw a group of soldiers wearing military uniforms and armed with live ammunition. They maintained a high degree of alert to the surrounding environment. These soldiers have the RR logo with white letters on a red background on their military uniforms. It was the Red Ribbon Army that summoned me. Interesting. Jiang Wei smiled, he didn't mind granting Marshal Hei's wish to grow taller. Say your wishes, and this dragon will make them come true for you. Shenron, can you fulfill your wish to destroy Piccolo Daimao? An officer of the Red Ribbon Legion stood up and asked hopefully. Piccolo Daimao? Doesn't it make Marshal Black taller? Shenlong was stunned. Seeing Shenron stunned, the officer sighed, can't even Shenron, who can grant all wishes, destroy Piccolo Daimao? Well. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Wei asked curiously, Piccolo Daimao? Which Piccolo Daimao? Who else could it be? Piccolo Daimao, of course, the one who was released from the seal by that BD Chowder, the devil who almost destroyed the world. The officer gritted his teeth and said with strong fear. Ah! It turns out to be that weakling. I thought you were talking about the nanny of the Sun family. Jiang Wei sensed it for a moment and realized that the most powerful aura on earth at this moment was weaker than his girlfriend Bulma. Cut. Jiang Wei asked curiously, where is Son Goku? Where has he gone? Why doesn't he come out to destroy that weakling Piccolo Daimao? The officer looked confused, Son Goku? Never heard of it. He can destroy Piccolo Daimao? Shenlong, where is that Son Goku? The hope of defeating Piccolo Daimao ignited in his eyes again. It's very simple. Jiang Wei told the officer the news he got, Son Goku is a scion, and his real name is Kakarot. When he was still a baby, on his way from planet Vegeta to Earth, he was unfortunately discovered by one of Cooler's men, the brother of Universe Emperor Frieza, who fired a cannon and blew up the Universe ship he was riding in. He died. Not even a scum is left. The officer opened his mouth wide, what? The savior who could defeat Piccolo Daimao, Son Goku, died on the way to Earth when he was a baby? It's over. The world is hopeless. Then he asked hopefully, Shenron, besides Son Goku, is there any other way to defeat Piccolo Daimao? Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhang de Shenlong raised his dragon claw and shook it. This is the second wish. We will see you soon. The hundreds of meters long divine dragon turned into 7 rays of golden light and disappeared. Shenlong, worry, you immortal. This sudden appearance of the Dragon Ball and the summoned dragon, are they so unreliable? The officer was furious and cursed. In order to collect the 7 Dragon Balls that appeared inexplicably, their Red Ribbon Legion paid a high price. Is this the result? Who are you calling unreliable? Didn't I, Shenlong, leave? A 3-meter-tall cyan monster that was somewhat similar to the previous dragon appeared in front of the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and they aimed their guns at the cyan monster that suddenly appeared. Are you Shenron? Are you not a subordinate of Piccolo Daimao? The officer asked with some uncertainty. The green dragon men who suddenly appeared are actually very similar to Piccolo Daimao's men, the green-skinned monsters hatched from the eggs spit out by Piccolo Daimao. But those green skins are very cruel. They kill everyone they see and cause destruction everywhere, but they will not be kind to their humans. You can make a wish to this dragon, just one wish, to summon a savior from another world to come and destroy Piccolo Daimao. You have to hurry, this Shenlong can feel some weak breath approaching you. Obviously those scents are Piccolo Daimao's men, and they are coming for you. There is not much time left for you. Zhang de Shenlong reminded kindly. Although he considers himself not a righteous partner, Jiang Wei doesn't mind doing small things to save the world. After all, Jiang Wei also prefers a society full of positive energy. Let society be full of positive energy, starting from me. Certainly. How to save the world must be based on Jiang Wei's preferences. Diddy. Unknown combat effectiveness data is rapidly approaching. When the officer heard this, his expression changed drastically. At a critical moment, I can't think so much. Do so immediately. Although they are all elite soldiers with powerful firearms in their hands, in front of the green-skinned monsters under Piccolo Daimao, they are just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Shenron, please bring the savior who can destroy Piccolo Daimao. The officer quickly said to Zhang de Shenlong in front of him. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In full view of the soldiers, a young and beautiful young girl appeared in front of them. Can this girl defeat Piccolo Daimao, who rules the world? The officer, on behalf of everyone, expressed doubts. Bulma looked confused. She was fine at home, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly end up in a strange place. When she saw clearly that the people surrounding her were all soldiers wearing military uniforms with the RR logo in white letters on a red background, and holding various powerful firearms in their hands, Bulma was very frightened, and even immediately raised her hands in the air and made a gesture French military salute. This is the Red Ribbon Legion, the most vicious dark organization in the world. Baby, put your hands down. But when Bulma saw Jiang Wei looking at her with a smile, Bulma immediately felt safe and immediately threw herself into Jiang Wei's arms. Brother! Bulma was a little embarrassed. She actually performed the French military salute in front of her rightful husband. It was so embarrassing. Baby, what are you afraid of? With your current strength, it will be easy to destroy these soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion. Don't look at them all holding guns. Jiang Wei stroked Bulma's hair and said. Brother, you are not used to it yet. After all, it is the Red Ribbon Legion, which is known as the most vicious legion in the world. How many people are not afraid of them? Bulma said with a blush. She has now realized that after eating the spiritual fruit given by Jiang Wei, she has become extremely powerful. Why should we be afraid of the Red Ribbon Army? By the way, brother, what's going on with these soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion? Bulma asked curiously. And this time? GGG. Are you the humble humans who are summoning the dragon with the intention of doing harm to Piccolo Daimao, the incomparably noble one who rules the world? If you dare to resist Piccolo Daimao, you will be punished by death." 10 shirtless green-skinned monsters suddenly appeared around them, surrounding hundreds of Red Ribbon Legion soldiers, as well as Jiang Wei and Bulma. Chapter 29 Savior Bulma. Diddy. Green-skinned monster, combat power 120. Red Ribbon Legionnaire, combat strength 5. Officer, combat strength 7. It's Piccolo Daimao's monster. Seeing the green-skinned soldiers appearing, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion panicked. They raised their guns and fired wildly at Piccolo Daimao's men who appeared, hitting the green-skinned monsters like raindrops of bullets. GGG. The green-skinned monsters did not fight back. They were bathed in the violent rain of bullets and were unscathed. They just looked at the Red Ribbon Legionnaires who attacked them with contempt. They are just weak humans struggling in a futile death struggle. Bulma, now there is an opportunity for you to become the savior of this world, are you willing? Jiang Wei told Bulma the whole story in a few words, and Bulma's eyes lit up. Become a world savior. Is there anything more worthy of showing off than this? Brother, can I do it? Bulma said with excitement on her face. I say you can do it, you can do it. Don't worry, your big brother will take care of you. Jiang Wei said. Then, Savior Bulma, your action to save the world begins with defeating the minions under the Big Demon King. Jiang Wei pointed at the green-skinned monster that was already grinning ferociously and was about to kill the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion, and said to Bulma. Brother, look at me. Bulma was very happy to have the opportunity to perform well in front of Jiang Wei, and knocked down all the greenskins mercilessly as soon as she took action. No one was left alive. In the plot, Bulma carries a pistol during her journey to find the Dragon Balls and can shoot decisively when in danger. She is not a virgin who will be ruthless to her enemies. I can't believe that this seemingly weak girl can actually defeat those invulnerable green-skinned monsters under Piccolo Daimao. You know, even one of these green-skinned monsters can easily destroy a town. I have no doubt now that this girl is the savior who can defeat Piccolo Daimao. Seeing Bulma wipe out 10 invincible greenskins with 3 punches and 2 kicks, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion cheered. These soldiers of Piccolo Daimao are not something they can easily defeat. From Bulma, they have seen the hope of defeating Piccolo Daimao and restoring world peace. Savior, we will escort you to our secret headquarters. The officer stepped forward and saluted Bulma with a respectful military salute. Brother, what do you think? Bulma enjoyed it very much. The Red Ribbon Legion soldiers around her respected her immensely, but with Jiang Wei around, she was still used to Jiang Wei making the decision. Baby, you are the savior. Jiang Wei looked at Bulma lovingly and said. I want to see my father, mother, and me in this world first. Bulma wondered. The two ignored the people of the Red Ribbon Legion and flew straight into the sky towards Zidu. Jiang Wei has already taught Bulma the air dance technique. On the way to Zidu, Jiang Wei and Bulma encountered almost no human beings on the ground, and all the cities they encountered along the way were reduced to ruins. The cause of the destruction of these cities was the huge craters of different sizes that were blasted out by Qigong waves. There is no doubt that it is all Piccolo Daimao's fault. It wasn't until Jiang Wei and Bulma flew to Zidu that they finally discovered human activities again. At this time, the western capital is no longer as prosperous as the former metropolis. Ruins can be seen everywhere. Many people with haggard faces and ragged clothes are busy in the ruins of the buildings, searching for remaining usable supplies. No one noticed that Jiang Wei and Bulma had fallen from the sky to the ground. Brother, are my parents and I still safe in this world? Seeing the tragic situation in Zidu, Bulma asked with a worried look. I can only sense Dr. Breve's breath. Jiang Wei's words are enough. In his perception, there was no scent of Bulma and Mrs. Breve in the whole world, and something unfortunate must have happened. Bulma felt sad. The two arrived at Bulma's home. The luxurious villa that originally covered a large area had collapsed like the surrounding buildings, leaving only a piece of debris. Bulma entered the password and entered her home in another world. Who? Dr. Breve at home was alerted and came over with a shotgun, his face covered with stubble and his expression fierce. Dr. Breve in Jiang Wei's world has a completely different momentum. Bulma. Am I in a dream? I see you again. The shotgun in Dr. Breve's hand fell to the ground. He strode over excitedly, held Bulma in his arms and cried with joy. Dad! Bulma was also infected by the true feelings revealed by Dr. Breve from another world. Hello, Dr. Breve of this world. I am Jiang Wei, and this is how it goes. Jiang Wei waited for Dr. Breve's mood to stabilize, and then immediately explained the whole story. Here's the thing, you are from another world. Dr. Breve took out his collection of drinks and snacks to entertain Jiang Wei and Bulma, and he also lit a cigarette. Dad, can you tell me what happened to my mother and me in this world? Bulma put down her drink glass and asked. Well. With a sigh, Dr. Breve looked at Bulma, his daughter from another world, and told him everything that made him extremely sad. The Bulma and Mrs. Breve of this world were unfortunately killed during Piccolo Daimao's first attack on the western capital. Only Dr. Breve, who was working in his home laboratory at the time, narrowly escaped death. Brother, can you resurrect my mother and I in this world? A sad Bulma asked Jiang Wei. Sure. Jiang Wei said, however, we have to wait until you eliminate Piccolo Daimao. Thank you, brother. Bulma's face turned from gloomy to sunny. Bulma, what are you talking about? Dr. Breve wondered. Dad, eldest brother is the dragon that can grant all wishes. Bulma's words made Dr. Breve full of hope and cheered up again. Dr. Breve, whom Jiang Wei and Bulma were familiar with, was back. I asked some more questions. This grandson Goku was beaten to a pulp by the men of Frieza's brother Cooler when he was a baby. Why did the earth collapse to such a state? Dr. Breve told the curious Jiang Wei and Bulma about the information he had collected over the years. Because of this world of earth, there is no Son Goku. Chowder collected 7 Dragon Balls and made a wish to become the king of the world. Later, Marshal Black of the Red Ribbon Legion also collected 7 Dragon Balls and successfully made himself taller, 5 centimeters taller than the Black Adjutant. In order to rule the world, the Red Ribbon Army began a war to overthrow King Chowder. Chowder's army was defeated by the Red Ribbon Army and was overthrown. In order to restore the power, Chowder took 2 followers and ran to find the seal of Piccolo Daimao and released Piccolo Daimao from the rice cooker. In this way, he reversed the tide of the war and defeated the Red Ribbon Army that had taken over the world. But Chowder failed to recover. Piccolo Daimao repaid the favor and killed the 3 Chowders and became the new king to rule the world. Let everyone in the world live under his reign of terror. At this time, the Red Ribbon Army also began to unite with the remaining Chowder army to rebel against Piccolo Daimao. Chapter 30 Bulma defeats Piccolo Daimao. Thank you for your hospitality, Dr. Breve. Bulma and I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Dad. After I defeat Piccolo Daimao, you can see me and Mom again. After waving farewell to Jiang Wei and Bulma at the door, Dr. Breve reacted. What did the daughter from another world say? After bidding farewell to Dr. Breve, Jiang Wei was not interested in flying all the way to the secret headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, so he took Bulma and used teleportation to go to the secret headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. He has locked onto Dr. Gero's aura. Who are you? Dr. Gero was startled when 2 strangers suddenly appeared in the heavily guarded secret headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps. Hello, Dr. Gero, I am your friend Jiang Wei from another world. Jiang Wei smiled and greeted. After a conversation, Jiang Wei obtained various experimental data on artificial humans from Dr. Gero. In order to fight against Piccolo Daimao, in the process of researching artificial humans in this world, Dr. Gero can open up many experiments that would be severely condemned and restricted in the world of Jiang Wei and Bulma, and even inhumane experiments against humanity. 2. Therefore, Dr. Gero in this world also obtained experimental data that would make Dr. Gero in another world jealous. Jiang Wei needs to take these experimental data back and give them to Dr. Gero, which will greatly speed up his progress in researching artificial humans. And this is also the reason why Jiang Wei came to see Dr. Gero in this world. As for the Red Ribbon Army, they never mattered. Jiang Wei took Bulma, hit his own strength, locked on Piccolo Daimao's aura, and appeared in front of Piccolo Daimao through teleportation. He and Bulma can only stay in this world for 24 hours and need efficiency. Piccolo Daimao, a green-skinned man, has been restored to his youth by making a wish to the dragon of this world. Then, just like the operation in the plot, let the earth dragon cross the river and burn the bridge. Diddy. Piccolo Daimao, Combat Power 260. Jiang Wei, Combat Strength 5, Hidden Strength. Bulma, Combat Power 300. Green-Skinned Monster 1, Combat Power 120. Green Monster 2, Combat Power 180. Green Monster 3, Combat Power 200. Piccolo Daimao has a strong and tall figure, and his bulging green muscles contain power that makes the whole world fear him. With a cruel smile on his face, he looked at Jiang Wei and Bulma, who suddenly appeared in his castle. "Stupid guy, you haven't been taught enough yet. Are you trying to challenge me again by overestimating your abilities?" Piccolo Daimao smiled cruelly. Jiang Wei was not interested in talking to the ants and motioned for Bulma to come forward and talk. This time, he defeated Piccolo Daimao and completed the feat of saving the world. Bulma is the main character. Piccolo Daimao, today is the end of you, I must eliminate you. Bulma raised her fist angrily at Piccolo Daimao. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy, he always likes to tell jokes like this. Piccolo Daimao laughed arrogantly. "Dear Piccolo Daimao, please allow us to clean up these two fools who dare to resist you." A greenskin under Piccolo Daimao stepped forward to earn performance from his boss. "I haven't had any activities for a long time. It's rare that I can meet a guy who doesn't care about life and death again today. I want to have some fun. I don't need you all, please step aside." Piccolo Daimao moved his body and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo Daimao exploded violently, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Bulma was punched hard by him and took several steps back. "I didn't expect that you still have some strength." Piccolo Daimao was surprised. Bulma only took a few steps back after receiving his blow. This was beyond his expectation. "Baby, you just need to perform normally. This Piccolo Daimao's combat power is lower than yours." Jiang Wei frowned and warned. Bulma heard Jiang Wei's words and recalled Jiang Wei's guidance to her. After standing up, she immediately punched Piccolo Daimao, who was standing in front of her. The 40-point difference in combat power cannot allow Piccolo Daimao to really hurt Bulma. Piccolo Daimao was hit hard in the face by Bulma's sudden punch, and was knocked away more than 10 meters away. Piccolo Daimao, his men exclaimed and were about to attack Bulma, but they were all eliminated by Jiang Wei using Dongdong bow. "Trash fish should look like trash fish." Jiang Wei blew on his fingers and smiled. "Woman, you did a good job with this punch. I think it's interesting." Piccolo Daimao wiped the green blood from the corner of his mouth. Even so, he was extremely afraid of Bulma in his heart. Jiang Wei, who came with Bulma, also attracted his attention. "Good guy. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Cleaned up all my lovely minions." "Piccolo Daimao, don't look at me. You don't have to worry about me getting involved. The protagonist this time is Bulma." Looking at Piccolo Daimao, who was on guard against him, Jiang Wei looked at him with contempt. "What a joke. I, Piccolo Daimao, am afraid of you? Once I kill this woman, I will kill you." Piccolo Daimao said harshly. Next, Bulma started another round of fighting with Piccolo Daimao. Bulma wins because her combat power exceeds that of Piccolo Daimao by 40 points. This 40-point combat power gap is the difference between the aging Piccolo Daimao and the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao. But Piccolo Daimao won the battle with more experience. For a while, the two were evenly matched. Jiang Wei just silently watched Bulma playing the game. As the battle between Bulma and Piccolo Daimao became more and more intense, the scope of their battle began to gradually expand, and the battlefield was no longer limited to the Demon King's castle occupied by Piccolo Daimao. Because the Demon King's castle has been razed to the ground in the fierce battle between the two, both sides are going back and forth, Qigong waves are constantly shooting at each other. However, as Bulma gained experience and gradually adapted to fighting, Piccolo Daimao also began to fall into a disadvantage. This is impossible. I, Piccolo Daimao, am invincible. There is no way anyone in this world can defeat me. Piccolo Daimao roared, refusing to believe that he was about to lose. But here we are. Even if Piccolo Daimao didn't want to believe it, it couldn't stop Bulma from punching him in the abdomen, and then hitting him with the Shoryuken in the face, knocking Piccolo Daimao away. Bulma followed Jiang Wei's instructions, stretched out an index finger, aimed it at Piccolo Daimao, who was still flying backwards, and fired a whole wave. The slender beam instantly penetrated Piccolo Daimao's heart. I failed, but the demons will not be destroyed. Go ahead, my child. Before he died, Piccolo Daimao's neck suddenly swelled up. He fell to the ground face to face and spit out an egg into the sky. Then his head tilted and he died. The egg and Piccolo Daimao's body were recovered by Jiang Wei and put into the system space. Chapter 31 When dating Bulma, pick up Lan Qi. Soon, people all over the world know the news that a savior named Bulma defeated the terrifying Piccolo Daimao. Long live! Naturally, Bulma was hailed as a hero by people in this world. As for the remnants of Piccolo Daimao, Jiang Wei is responsible for taking care of them for the people of this world. After, at Jiang Wei's request, Dr. Guo made a wish to Chiang Kai-shek to resurrect all the kind people who died because of Piccolo Daimao. The Bulma and Mrs. Breve of this world were of course resurrected and reunited with Dr. Breve. After realizing Dr. Gero's wish, Jiang Wei gained Dr. Gero's intelligence. At Bulma's insistence, Jiang Wei had nothing to do and left. Instead, he stayed for 24 hours before leaving this world and returning to their original world. Brother, this trip is really great. Bulma hugged Jiang Wei's arm, leaned her face close and said excitedly. Jiang Wei couldn't get away, so he had to send another clone to hand over the experimental data on artificial humans obtained from Dr. Gero in another world, as well as the body of Piccolo Daimao, to Dr. Gero in this world. Dr. Gero looked at the data on the artificial man experiment from another world in his hand, as well as the body of Piccolo Daimao, and his eyes looked like Popeye looking at spinach. After Jiang Wei had the ingenuity of Dr. Gero from another world, he and Dr. Gero became even more at home in the research project on artificial humans, greatly advancing the research progress of the Artificial Man project. A few months later, Jiang Wei took Bulma and Dr. Breve to the temple, and after obtaining the consent of the god, began the renovation project of the spiritual time house. Bulma invented a time machine in the future world. Dr. Breve is also the inventor of the universal capsule. This father and daughter duo. One is proficient in space technology, and the other has extremely high talent in space and time technology. And with the help of Jiang Wei, after hard work and overcoming numerous technical difficulties, everyone successfully transformed the spiritual time house into an unlimited upgrade prop that can be used at will. After the spiritual time room was upgraded, Jiang Wei put Yamsha and Qin into the spiritual time room to practice. After practicing for 3 days, that is 3 years after entering the spiritual time room, the combat effectiveness of Yamsha and Krillin has also been greatly improved. Diddy. Yamsha, Combat Power 2000. Qin, Combat Power 3000. Soon, Bulma's birthday has arrived. Everyone gives gifts. Bulma was very shy and made a birthday wish. She wanted to go out on a date with Jiang Wei. Just date and do nothing else. Bulma, I have been in Zidu for a while, and I haven't visited this big city yet. If it happens, you can take me to Zidu, a big city. Jiang Wei held Bulma's little hand and looked at her with a smile. Thank you, brother. Bulma was almost flying with joy. The next day, Jiang Wei gave Yamsha and Klin a day off and let them go out and move around freely. Little Gaku doesn't like free activities. He just likes to stay in a 100 times gravity room all day long. This is a cultivating madman. Before going out, Bulma also dressed herself up beautifully. Then he held Jiang Wei's arm and walked out of the house with a happy and sweet look on his face. Looking at Jiang Wei's handsome, steady, and reliable face, chewing gum in his mouth, he looks so handsome. Bulma looked fascinated. Jiang Wei saw this and kissed Bulma unceremoniously. Brother. Bulma looked shy. It's very embarrassing for people to do it in public. Baby, you are so charming today. Jiang Wei smiled mischievously. The two went to the park first, then went to see a movie, and then went shopping in the largest shopping mall in the western capital under Bulma's guidance. Because of Jiang Wei's company, Bulma was very excited and bought a lot of useful or useless products for herself and Jiang Wei. In front of the cashier, Jiang Wei insisted on paying for it himself. If you take your girlfriend out on a date, how can you let her pay for it? This is related to the man's face. Jiang Wei said that he wanted to rely on the rich woman to make a living and recreate Vegeta's happy life, but in fact he was not short of money. Let's not talk about the billions confiscated from Tao Bibai's house. As a dragon, Jiang Wei needs money, which is to ask his younger brother to make a wish. The lost pirate treasure in the plot was given by Jiang Wei to Dr. Gro as scientific research funding for the artificial human project. What's more, with Jiang Wei's current scientific research capabilities, he can also invent many products and bring them to the market to earn huge profits. Just like Dr. Brive, he became the richest man in the world by relying on the universal capsule. Or maybe, if you find it troublesome, with great strength. King, it's time to pay the protection fee. Do dogs dare not to have S*X with each other? In short, Jiang Wei doesn't fall in love with Vegeta quickly, he doesn't rely on a rich woman, and he doesn't lack money. In the evening, Jiang Wei and Bulma were chatting and laughing all the way back home. Passing by a bank. The bank suddenly exploded, and a blonde beauty rushed out of the explosion's smoke. Hold the microflush in one hand. The other hand held an oversized package, with bills falling from time to time. Get out of the way. The blonde beauty saw someone in front of her and yelled fiercely. Ranchi. Jiang Wei looked familiar to the blonde beauty running towards him and recognized her immediately. Obviously. Due to the series of subsequent effects caused by Jiang Wei's interception of little Gaku, Lan Qi did not live with Kame Senin. Somehow, he ran to Zidu to rob a bank. But this has nothing to do with Jiang Wei. When Jiang Wei grabbed Bulma, who was eager to subdue the bank robber, he was about to make way for the blonde Lan Qi. While running past Jiang Wei, the blonde Lan Qi sneezed. So he robbed the bank and ran away with the stolen money. Blue-haired Lan Qi came out. Holding a big money bag in his hand, he stood there with a confused expression on his face. Not far away, the siren of a police car sounded. Follow me. When Jiang Wei saw that he liked the gentle and virtuous blue-haired Lan Kai instead of the violent and wild blonde Lan Kai, he asked her to throw away her money bag and follow him and Bulma home. Bulma had no objection to Jiang Wei's decision. Because of Jiang Wei, Lan Qi missed the opportunity to be picked up by little Gaku and join the protagonist group. But after going around in a circle, he was picked up by Jiang Wei again, and he was destined to join the protagonist group. Lan Qi, do you have somewhere to go? Jiang Wei gave the blue-haired Lan Qi a cup of tea and asked. The blue-haired Lan Qi held the tea and took a sip. She was wondering why this unfamiliar handsome guy in front of her knew her name. But he still answered honestly, I have no place to go. My family happens to be short of a maid, so please stay. Jiang Wei made the decision. Just like that, a beautiful maid came to Bulma's house. Chapter 32 Chowder and the Skin of a Tiger. Diddy. Blonde Lan Kai, Combat Power 8. Blue-haired Lan Qi, Combat Power 3. Lan Kai stayed at Bulma's house as a maid, and soon won the praise of Dr. Blev, Mrs. Blev, and Bulma. When it comes to housekeeping, blue-haired Lan Qi is definitely a master. Certainly. Everyone was sneezing, and the lawless blonde Lan Qi also ran out several times. He had a microcharge he took out from nowhere in his hand, and he was about to shoot randomly while cursing. But Jiang Wei is not a turtle fairy and will not pamper her. As long as the blonde Lan Qi dares to act wild, Jiang Wei dares to deal with her. After being punished several times, the blonde Lan Qi became more honest and did not dare to act like a monster every time she came out. Moreover, she became blushingly interested in Jiang Wei, who could easily control her into submission. That man who likes to chew gum and looks handsome is really strong. And also very cold. Even when facing a woman, he can be ruthless and hit hard. It's really very much to my mother's liking. Hey, Jiang Wei, you are so powerful, do you want to partner with me? As long as you and I join forces, we can rob banks all over the world. When he came out, the blonde Lan Qi said excitedly. Jiang Wei just glanced at the blonde Lan Qi speechlessly. You all know that I am very strong. With my strength, do I still need to rob banks all over the world? Wouldn't it be nice to directly charge the protection fee from the king's BCH? The blonde Lan Qi was shocked when she heard this. Collect protection money from His Majesty the King who rules the world. He is indeed the man I like. How dare you think about it? After the blonde Lan Qi came out, Jiang Wei would not restrict her movements as long as she did not shoot randomly with her microcharge. Even when Jiang Wei had time to train Bulma, Oolong, and Pool, the blonde Lan Qi followed and practiced as she pleased. As for Yamcha and Krillin, they have changed zones and will continue to practice and upgrade in the 10x gravity environment left by little Goku. After going to the spiritual time house to practice and break through the combat power to more than 1,000, Jiang Wei also developed their potential. Also let Klin try the super divine water. As a result, even the strongest people on earth were unable to defeat the super divine water and died suddenly. After being resurrected by Zhang Shenlong, Klin also had lingering fears about the super divine water. Yamcha is having fun. Good brothers don't necessarily have to share joys and sorrows, but they must share hardships. Other side. Chowder did not give up, and continued to work hard to become the king who ruled the world. He led his 2 followers around the world to collect Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to fulfill his wish. But the 3 masters and disciples of Hezaian Liu are also there, searching for dragon beads all over the world in order to resurrect Tao Bibai. However, they were not as strong as others, and the 3 of them couldn't grab the Dragon Ball from the 3 masters and disciples of Hezan Ryu. Chowder, who wanted to be the king of the world and wanted to go crazy, actually thought of seeking the skin of a tiger. He thought of the legendary Piccolo Daimao who almost destroyed the world hundreds of years ago. If you can use the power of Piccolo Daimao, you can summon the dragon to fulfill your wish even if you don't collect the Dragon Balls. Chowder Rice can easily become the king of the world. According to some clues about the fate of Piccolo Daimao mentioned in the legend. After hard work, the 3 of them found a dilapidated rice cooker on the seabed with a ghost painting on it and Piccolo Daimao's seal. King Chowder, is it really okay for us to free Piccolo Daimao from its seal? After all, this is the extremely evil Piccolo Daimao that almost destroyed the whole world hundreds of years ago. Xiao Wu asked worriedly. Chowder, I started to hesitate. But in the end, he could not defeat the greed in his heart to become the king who rules the world. Chowder said to his 2 men, there should be no problem, right? No matter how vicious Piccolo Daimao is, after all, it was us who liberated it from the seal that had been sealed for hundreds of years. He should be grateful to us and help me become the king who rules the world in return for my kindness in releasing it. Xiao Wu and Ashiu still looked worried. Then, with the feeling of taking a gamble, Chowder reached out and opened the tattered seal on the rice cooker. Ha 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 ha, I, Piccolo Daimao, am back. In a burst of frightening light, an old, wrinkled green-skinned monster wearing clothes with a devil on the chest appeared in front of the trio. Piccolo Daimao is now happy for himself and being able to return to the world. Chowder rubbed his hands, with a flattering smile on his face and a very humble attitude, and said to Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo Daimao, do you know, it was us who released you from this rice cooker. So what are you going to say, little dwarf? Piccolo Daimao had an evil smile on his face, turned his eyes to the three Chowders, and said rudely. That look was so inhumane that Xiao Wu and Ashiu hugged each other in fright, their faces turned pale. Yes, that's it. I released you, so please thank me. I won't let you do anything troublesome for me. Just use your power to help me become the king who rules the world, and you will repay my kindness to you. Chowder was also scared, but he still had the courage to express his request. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo Daimao laughed wildly as if he had heard some big joke. Seeing Piccolo Daimao's performance, Chowder suddenly felt that liberating Piccolo Daimao from the seal was a huge mistake. He regretted it, but it was too late. There was no way he could put Piccolo Daimao back into the rice cooker, right? Being the king who rules the world is pretty good. Piccolo Daimao smiled, suddenly coughed a few times, and asked the Chowder rice with a gloomy look. That little dwarf, you have also seen that I am old and my strength is no longer what it was when I was young. It is not impossible to help you become the king who rules the world. Is there any way you can restore my youth and regain my former strength? Piccolo Daimao, there are 7 Dragon Balls on the earth. As long as you can collect the 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon that fulfills all your wishes. You can make a wish to the dragon to restore your youth and regain your former strength. Chowder said hopefully. Little dwarf, tell me quickly, where are these 7 Dragon Balls now? I want to find these 7 Dragon Balls immediately. Piccolo Daimao immediately asked impatiently. Not only has his strength declined significantly due to aging, but he can also feel that he is about to die of old age. Finding the 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible, summoning the dragon, and restoring youth are his only hope for survival. Piccolo Daimao, I don't know where the Dragon Balls are. I only know that there are 3 martial arts masters who are also collecting Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls should all be in their hands. If you want to get the Dragon Balls, you can only defeat those 3 martial arts masters. Chowder gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the 3 masters and apprentices of Keiku Senryu, he would have collected the Dragon Balls, summoned the dragon, and realized his wish to become the king who rules the world. Where is the embarrassment now? Ashiu and Xiaowu also nodded vigorously, proving that what their boss said was true. Chapter 33 The 220 World's #1 Martial Arts Conference. Martial Arts Master. Hundreds of years have passed, haven't these stinky rats died out yet? Piccolo Daimao's eyes narrowed, and his already aging body suddenly emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Hundreds of years ago, Piccolo Daimao was sealed into a rice cooker by a martial artist using a magic sealing wave. Piccolo Daimao, I hate martial arts masters so much. That's fine, then kill these damn stinky rats and snatch the Dragon Balls from their hands. Tell me, where are these stinky rats now? Piccolo Daimao asked murderously about Chowder Rice. Piccolo Daimao, apart from knowing that they are collecting Dragon Balls all over the world, I don't know where they are now. However, I know that the new world's #1 martial arts conference has been held. I think, as martial arts masters, they will definitely attend the world's #1 martial arts conference. Chowder said in fear. Then let's rush to the place where the world's best martial arts conference is held. In addition to snatching the dragon beads, summoning the dragon, and restoring our youth, we can also kill all these damn stinky rats. Piccolo Daimao said with an evil smile. After killing all the martial arts masters, they will naturally not be locked in a rice cooker by using the magic sealing wave to be imprisoned. Yes, Piccolo Daimao. The three chowders could only agree with a grimace. Dare to say no. They have no doubt that Piccolo Daimao will take action immediately and destroy all of them. In Piccolo Daimao, when arriving at the venue of the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Wei also took the protagonist group to participate in this world's best martial arts conference. As the previous champion, Little Gaku did not sign up to participate in the competition. Little Gaku participated in the world's best martial arts tournament in order to fight against masters from all over the world. Rather than getting the title of champion, there is also a bonus that is barely enough for him to pay for a meal. With his current strength, the martial arts masters from all over the world participating in the world's best martial arts conference are far from his opponents. Naturally, Little Gaku has no interest in wasting time at the world's best martial arts conference. Unless. However, at the request of his eldest brother Jiang Wei, Little Gaku also came to the competition venue of the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament as an audience. Except for Jiang Wei and Little Gaku, everyone else signed up to participate in the world's best martial arts tournament. Even the newly added blonde Lan Qi, as well as Oolong and Pool, who have always existed as mascots in the plot, also signed up to participate in the competition at Jiang Wei's request. Jiang Wei's idea is that the top 8 must be his people. Teacher Kaio-ken, I'm here. Klin waved to Turtle Immortal in the crowd. Kaio-ken actually came to watch the battle from the island because of Krillin. Aware of Klin's unfathomable strength now, Turtle Immortal showed a smile of relief as the waves behind him pushed ahead the waves in the Yangtze River. Kellen, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have completely surpassed me. Turtle Immortal smiled happily. Old pervert, is this little bald guy like you your disciple? The 3 people from Hezenryu also participated in this world's best martial arts conference. They also signed up and came over to challenge Kaio-ken. After obtaining Jiang Wei's consent, Klin was different from T-God, Bulma, and others. He was wearing the Kaio-ken battle uniform instead of having a dragon on the chest. He belonged to Jiang Wei's faction. Reference a black battle suit in the style of Black Gaku's Amesu. Hey, you're not dead yet. The Turtle Immortal and the Crane Immortal began a verbal confrontation. Kaio-ken, who had not taken advantage of him, put down his harsh words and wanted to beat Kaio-ken to pieces in the ring and win the championship, so that Kamizenin would know that in front of Kaio-ken was nothing. Kaio-ken just looked at the 3 masters and disciples of Hezian Liu who left proudly with the eyes of a fool. With Jiang Wei's younger brother here, no one can win the championship. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. Beaten to a pulp? I'm talking about you, Kaio-ken, right? After the preliminaries eliminated those who were just cheating. Hezenryu's Tianjin rice and dumplings, with good luck, also entered the semi-finals. There is also the titular Kaio-ken Krillin. The rest are all wearing dragon combat uniforms and are from Jiang Wei's faction. Brother, can I go back to the gravity room and continue practicing? In the audience, Little Gaku asked boredly. Gaku, watching the game is also a kind of training for you. Do you want to escape? Jiang Wei opened his mouth and came. Brother, I will not avoid practicing. Speaking of spiritual practice, Little Gaku immediately became less bored. Did he? Klin, combat power 4500. Yamcha, combat power 3000. Bulma, combat power 480. Oolong, combat power 110. Pool, combat power 110. Blonde Lankai, combat power 35. Tianjin rice, combat power 200. Dumplings, combat power 150. Because Tao Bibai was killed, Hexian Liu was stimulated, and the combat effectiveness of Tianjin rice and dumplings was higher than in the plot. Semifinals. Hexian Liu confronts Jiang Wei's faction. In the first game, Tianjin Fan vs Blonde Lan Qi. There is no doubt that Tianjin Rice crushed the blonde Lan Qi. Another cold man, he can even be cruel to women. What a pity, if I hadn't met Jiang Wei, I might have fallen in love with this Tianjin fan. The blonde Lan Qi was carried down, and when Bulma fed her fairy beans, she was thinking wildly. Next. Tea God crushed Dumpling, and Dumpling activated his superpower, but it was ineffective due to the disparity in combat power. The two masked Sulong and Pool were eliminated by Krillin and Bulma respectively. Second round of the semi-finals. Bulma vs Tianjin Fan. Why is my opponent a woman again? The three eyes of Tianjin Rice are full of depression. Three eyes, don't underestimate women, and don't underestimate me. I am the woman who saved the world in another world. After Bulma finished speaking, she flashed out of the way, and by the time Tianjin Fan could react, he had already been knocked off the ring by a single punch from Bulma. Good job, baby! In the audience below the ring, Jiang Wei cheered loudly, followed by little Gaku who was working hard to practice. There is no doubt that this time Colin won the championship. Yam Sha defends second place. After Bulma defeated Tianjin Fan, she also jumped off the ring and was with Jiang Wei and I was defeated by a delicate woman. Tianjin Fan couldn't believe it, so much so that his heart almost broke. It was Turtle Immortal who took note of Tianjin Fan's performance and felt that although Tianjin Fan was a disciple of that guy Lao He was also a good young man in martial arts. So he took the initiative to stand up and enlighten him with words. Let the confused Tianjin fans suddenly become enlightened about their future. Tianjin Fan is a pure martial artist at heart. He's not cut out to be a killer. After being enlightened by Kame Sennin, he suddenly came to his senses and decided to act in accordance with his own heart. Rebellion from the Caucasan Ryu. Shenron was furious at Tianjin Fan's betrayal, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who said he couldn't beat Tianjin Fan, a traitor? Even the dumpling with superpowers betrayed Tianjin Fan. Not only was Shenron no match in terms of force, he was also a polished commander. Something he regretted even more. I should have known that Tianjin Rice and Dumplings are two white-eyed wolves, one big and one small. After collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, you should keep them yourself, rather than putting them on the strongest Tianjin Fan. But after cleaning up, Tianjin Fan is an upright man. Chapter 34 The Sun's Nanny appears. Teacher Crane Sennin, please let me do one last thing for you. Tianjin Fan took out the 7 Dragon Balls that were kept by him and began to summon Zhang De Shenlong to come. It was originally about summoning the dragon and resurrecting Tao Bibai. In Caucasennin's plan, Tenjin fans are required to defeat Kame Senryu in public in the ring and win the championship before proceeding. Unexpectedly, in the ring, Kamizen Ryu was not defeated, but Hezen Ryu was defeated by the group of people wearing dragon combat uniforms. Even Tianjin Rice and Dumplings were told by Turtle Immortal Zy Dun that they had betrayed the master. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the familiar oppressive feeling of the end of the world came to this land again. After Zhang Dashenlong appeared, everyone present looked at his huge body that was over 100 meters in shock. Say your wish, and this dragon will make it come true for you. Jiang Wei's huge dragon eyes did not look at the crane immortal below, but looked in another direction. Shenlong, please revive, ah! With a hatred for Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, Shenron was about to make a wish when a sudden beam of light pierced his chest and died on the spot. A tall, old green-skinned man stood in front of Zhang Dashenlong. It's Piccolo Daimao. A sneak attack killed the crane immortal. The purpose is to seize the opportunity to make a wish to Zhang Dashenlong. Piccolo Daimao. How did he come out of the seal? The faces of the turtle immortals present were full of panic. Piccolo Daimao? By the way, there should be Piccolo Daimao in my world. Let my savior Bulma save the world again. Bulma stared excitedly at Piccolo Daimao who suddenly appeared. Shenlong, restore my youth. After Piccolo Daimao killed the crane immortal in a sneak attack, he immediately made a wish to Zhang De Shenlong. It's very simple. Piccolo Daimao restores youth visibly. Ding, get the flying skill. Ding, get the explosive magic light cannon. Ding, get the Chi-He cannon. Ding, get the mouth light bullet. This is what it feels like to be young, so great, ah! Piccolo Daimao was showing joy when he was attacked by a sneak attack and was hit from the back through the heart by a slender Qigong wave. It turned out that Bulma waited until Chiang Kai-shek realized Piccolo Daimao's wish, and then immediately killed Piccolo Daimao without any moral ethics. I saved the world again, yet. Bulma cheered. Just like himself in another world, Piccolo Daimao insisted on vomiting an egg and said his last words before dying. This made Tianjin Fan, who wanted to avenge Shenron, very depressed. This time Jiang Wei repeated the operation in another world and recovered the eggs that Piccolo Daimao spit out before his death, as well as his body. Piccolo Daimao's body was once again thrown to Dr. Gro as research material. As for the egg, Jiang Wei wanted the Sun family's nanny to hatch it as in the plot, but to cultivate it by him. Jiang Wei has ideas about how to cultivate Piccolo and has conceived several plans. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also joined the protagonist group led by Jiang Wei on the recommendation of Xianren. Zidu, Bulma's home. Piccolo hatches from the egg. Although he has all the memories of Piccolo Daimao, Piccolo is a brand new life. The moment he hatched from the egg, he looked at the surrounding environment with curious eyes. "Welcome to the world, Piccolo." Jiang Wei said hello. The little Piccolo just looked at Jiang Wei expressionlessly. There was wariness of strangers in his eyes. "In the days to come, I will train you." Jiang Wei stated his intention directly. "Humph, I won't be grateful to you. I still want to kill that woman to avenge my father," Piccolo said with an evil look on his face. Regarding Piccolo's ungratefulness, Jiang Wei just smiled meaningfully. The nanny is an arrogant person who says she doesn't want it, but is very honest in her heart. In the following days, Jiang Wei began to exercise Piccolo. At first, Piccolo was paired with Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. But after some time, it has been proven once again that in the Dragon Ball world, the people on Earth are inferior. As an incomplete Namekian born from the evil part of the god, Piccolo's talent, in the early stages of the plot, is obviously beyond that of little Goku, let alone a bunch of weak earthlings. In the plot, after practicing alone for 3 years, he was able to fight against Goku, the grandson who drank the super divine water, experienced repeated fierce battles, and had a scion cheat. Now let alone being trained by Jiang Wei personally. Piccolo's strength is rising rapidly. 1 year later, Piccolo's strength is over 1,000. This made Tianjin fans feel a little depressed. Jiang Wei did not favor one over the other and gave Piccolo the super magic water to drink. Perhaps they are Namekians, a race that can survive by drinking water. Piccolo actually withstood the toxicity of the super divine water and became the second person after little Goku to increase his strength by drinking the super divine water. Some time later, Jiang Wei developed potential for Piccolo. Time flies to the 2nd year, Piccolo's strength has come from behind, surpassing Yamcha and Krillin. When Piccolo turned 3 years old, little Goku grew up to a young man and became grandson Goku. The 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference has begun again. "Goku, you must participate in this world's best martial arts tournament." Jiang Wei dragged Son Goku out of the 100 times gravity chamber. While Son Goku was training hard, Jiang Wei, in addition to training his younger brothers, spent more time enjoying life with Bulma. "Okay, brother." Son Goku will not refuse any request from his good big brother. He is as strong as he is today because of Jiang Wei's cultivation. Son Goku kept thinking about Jiang Wei's kindness to him. "But I have a condition. Big brother, you must also sign up to participate in the competition. I want to have a happy fight with you at the world's best martial arts conference." Son Goku made the request. "Goku, you have worked hard for so many years and you think you are stronger than me, so I will satisfy your request." Jiang Wei knows how powerful the grandson Goku he raised is now. That's great. It's been my dream to compete against my eldest brother. Son Goku's eyes were full of excitement and high-spirited fighting spirit. The eldest brother is a real master. He is definitely the strongest master that Son Goku has encountered since his debut. Not one. Why is Goku training harder than in the plot? It's not just to be qualified to fight against my eldest brother, instead of being ravaged by one side. A few days later. According to the procedures of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, Jiang Wei led his team to register, and then passed the preliminaries without any problems and reached the top 8. Each began to draw lots to decide the opponent for the next round. It's so unlucky that my next opponent turns out to be my eldest brother. How about I abstain? Yam Sha looked at the number in his hand and immediately wailed when he learned that his opponent was Jiang Wei. Klin and others breathed a sigh of relief and cast sympathetic glances at Yam Sha. No matter whether they encounter Jiang Wei or Son Goku, they have no choice but to surrender. The gap in strength is huge and exaggerated. Klin and others are completely incomparable with Jiang Wei and Son Goku. Before the players take the field. Son Goku, is that you? A beautiful girl wearing a blue cheongsam, with a well-proportioned figure and excellent exercise, walked up to Son Goku. Looking at Son Goku with a "Who are you?" look on her face, she seemed to be enduring some kind of anger. It seemed that Son Goku in front of her had committed some heinous act against her. Chapter 35 Jiang Wei vs. Goku. I am Son Goku, who are you? Son Goku touched the back of his head, looked at the strange beautiful girl in front of him, and asked innocently. Son Goku, you actually forgot about me. Snort. The beautiful girl couldn't bear the anger in her heart anymore, she glared at Son Goku fiercely, turned around and left angrily. You idiot, Goku, is either fighting or training. She is Shishi. After Jiang Wei watched the whole process from the side, he came over and patted Son Goku on the shoulder, reminding him with a smile. It was for Shishi that Jiang Wei did not hesitate to agree to Son Goku's request and let Son Goku participate in the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Shishi. Son Goku showed a confused expression and thought for a while. Who is she? Do I know her? It doesn't make sense that a person like you can't even stay alone. Jiang Wei shook his head, put aside these words, and went to find Bulma before the fight started. After Bulma participated in the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament, she lost interest and returned to the audience to cheer for everyone. Half an hour later. Hosted by a blonde host wearing sunglasses. The quarterfinals finally started. First round. Yam Sha vs Jiang Wei. Brother, don't do anything, I will admit defeat. As soon as he stood on the ring, the tea god recognized the person who was in charge of the current situation as a hero. Jiang Wei surrendered his troops without fighting. Next game. Son Goku vs. Shishi, a beautiful girl in cheongsam. You are too weak. I don't want to hurt you. Can you please admit defeat? Son Goku kindly reminded his opponent. Son Goku, stop looking down on others. Feeling underestimated, Shishi let out a yelp and kicked Son Goku hard and powerfully. Son Goku just stood there and allowed Shishi to deal a round of punches and kicks to him. This is the best martial arts conference in the world. The only opponent in Son Goku's eyes is his good brother Jiang Wei. Don't look at Shishi punching and kicking like a tiger. What kind of fighting power does Goku have, and what kind of fighting power does Shishi have? Shishi can't break through Son Goku's defense at all. After more than 10 minutes of continuous punching and kicking, Shishi was panting and tired. You bullied the human grandson Goku. Shishi knelt and sat on the ring, tears of grievance flowing from his eyes. Shishi's performance left Son Goku at a loss, and he quickly turned to Jiang Wei, his eldest brother who was watching the game, for help. Brother, what should I do? Idiot, what do I usually do when I'm with Bulma? You just do it. Jiang Wei used King Kai's ability and said in Son Goku's mind. "Oh, big brother," and Bulma. Son Goku punched his palm with a stunned look on his face. Then he began to clumsily imitate Jiang Wei's usual words and deeds when he was with Bulma. Not long after, Shishi burst into laughter. "Son Goku, I'm here to see you for the sake of our original agreement." Shishi suddenly looked shy and looked at Son Goku. In response to Shishi, it was Son Goku who looked confused. However, after many twists and turns, Son Goku still admitted the agreement he had made with Shishi when he was a child, to make Shishi his bride. What a joy! Led by Jiang Wei, the players on the field, from Jiang Wei's group, all sent out their heartfelt blessings for Son Goku and Shishi's marriage. Kling said he was envious. After the hiccup in the game, there is no suspense about the next game. Everyone else was eliminated. Jiang Wei and Son Goku reached the finals. "Brother, I am so happy to compete with you in the world's best martial arts tournament." Son Goku looked at Jiang Wei with high spirits. "Come on Goku!" Shishi was in the audience, cheering for Son Goku. "Brother, you have to work hard too." Bulma was not to be outdone. A battle between dragons and tigers is about to begin. Moderator of the conference. A man wearing sunglasses and a black suit held a microphone and said in an passionate tone. "Dear viewers, as the last champion, Son Goku has shown unrivaled strength from the very beginning. He has gone all the way and defeated many opponents, including the previous champion Klin, and scored the final. And his opponent, player Jiang Wei, also showed great strength, defeating many powerful players along the way, and stood in the ring with player Son Goku. So, who will be the champion of this world's best martial arts tournament? Now let's invite these two powerful players to give us a wonderful battle." Amid the warm cheers of the audience below the ring, Jiang Wei and Son Goku stood on the ring. "Goku, I have a suggestion. This is a competition venue after all, and there are many spectators around. For their safety, we should not use powerful attack methods such as Qigong waves in battle later. What do you think?" Amid the cheers of the audience, Jiang Wei said to Son Goku. "Brother is right, then let's just compete with fists and feet." Son Goku looked at Jiang Wei with burning eyes. "Brother, I finally have the strength to fight you. Brother, please let me experience your true strength." "That's natural. Goku, please give me your best." Jiang Wei's face also showed a rare expression of excited fighting spirit. Immediately, the two people on the ring were in a fighting posture. This will definitely become the most intense battle since the World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference was held. Bulma took out a combat power detector, put it on her eyes, and looked at the combat power of the two people in the stands. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat strength 1.8 million. Son Goku, combat power 5.5 million. Bulma, tell me, brother or Goku, who is stronger? Krillin asked. He didn't have a combat power detector, so he could only feel that Jiang Wei and Son Goku were very strong, ridiculously strong, and they were hundreds of blocks ahead of all the people on Earth. That must be the eldest brother. Bulma said without hesitation. Judging from the data of the combat effectiveness detector, Son Goku's combat effectiveness is several times stronger than Jiang Wei. But Bulma knew how powerful Jiang Wei was hiding. No, the champion must be Goku. She said firmly. In the arena, Jiang Wei said to Son Goku, who was full of expectations, since we have to fight with all our strength, even if we don't use Qigong waves and only fight with fists and kicks, this small venue will limit our performance. Goku, why don't we fight in the sky, so that we won't lose the battle inexplicably because we fell out of the ring? Brother, I listen to you. Son Goku immediately smiled and agreed. Amid the exclamations of the audience, Jiang Wei and Son Goku soared straight into the sky like helicopters, flying higher and higher. He didn't stop until he was among the white clouds. Except for those who are prepared and have telescopes, in the eyes of others, they are just two small black dots in the sky. However, Qin and other powerful martial artists were not affected and continued to stare intently at the upcoming battle between the two peerless masters. In the sky. Goku, be careful, I'm about to show my true power. Jiang Wei reminded loudly. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall, Saiyan Dragon Man appeared in front of Son Goku. Brother, this is the way it is, this is the right thing. Looking at Jiang Wei, who had transformed into a humanoid dragon, Son Goku's face was full of excitement, and his blood and fighting spirit were as exciting as erupting magma. Finally, after years of hard training, the eldest brother can activate his most powerful transformation form in battle. Chapter 36 Transform into a Super Saiyan. Brother, you have to pay attention too, I have to take it seriously too. Son Goku's body also suddenly erupted with bloody red flames, covering his whole body. Before the two people took action, the powerful auras had already collided with each other. A storm emerged instantly and swept across all directions. The white clouds in the sky were blown everywhere. Even under the sky and on the ground, the audience gathered around the ring were affected. They were swept by the wildly dancing wind, and their hair, hats, and various debris flew everywhere. It caused riots in the audience. So strong! Brother and Goku's auras have become stronger again, much stronger. When will I be able to keep up with their training pace? Qin and others, their Taoist hearts are on the verge of being broken. Even Piccolo, who has always been arrogant, looked at the two people in the sky at this moment, clenching his fists with a look of reluctance. Brother and Goku, get serious. Bulma pressed the combat power detector to see the two people's combat power at the moment. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 18 million, transforms into a humanoid dragon. Son Goku, combat power 22 million, 4 times Kaio-ken. Okay, Goku, let's start the fight. Jiang Wei waved to Son Goku. Brother, I'll get on it then. Son Goku's figure flashed. He took action first and launched an attack. Immediately, the sound of fierce fists and feet clashing came from the sky. The audience on the ground couldn't see clearly how Jiang Wei and Son Goku fought. Not to mention the audience, even martial arts masters such as Qin could only barely capture some of the afterimages of the battle between Jiang Wei and Son Goku, like ghosts, making it difficult to see the full picture of the fight between the two. It turns out that this is the real battle between top masters. The battle between us is just child's play. Yamcha smiled bitterly at Krillin. Humph, they are just stronger than me now. I, Piccolo Daimao, am truly invincible. Whether it is Jiang Wei or Son Goku, they will definitely be defeated by me. As long as I defeat them, I will rule the world again. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo clenched his fists tighter, but his face was full of arrogance, and he let out a villain's evil laugh. Jiang Wei and Son Goku played against each other for less than 3 minutes. The sound of the fierce collision of fists and feet that came from the sky suddenly disappeared. The figures of Jiang Wei and Son Goku appeared in the eyes of everyone on the ground again. I saw that Jiang Wei's body had some scars, his clothes were messy due to the battle, and he was no longer as calm as before. On the other hand, Son Goku on the opposite side was unscathed. Goku, I'm so relieved. Jiang Wei stretched out a finger, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, took a look, and said happily. Son Goku showed a dissatisfied look. Brother said yes, be serious and show your true strength. Is this interesting? Sorry, I just want to experience fighting at a slight disadvantage. Now that the experience is over, as you wish, I will use all my strength. By the way, Goku, don't tempt me anymore. Use all your strength. In this round, we will decide the outcome in one battle. Good. Son Goku's eyes lit up. The whole body of the Saiyan Dragon Man also burst out with blood-red energy just like Son Goku. And the blood-red energy that Goku erupted became even more blood-red. In the eyes of Qin and others, the auras of Jiang Wei and Son Goku have become stronger again. Brother and Goku, we have to use all our strength to fight. Bulma exclaimed. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 360 million, transformed into a humanoid dragon 20 times Kaio-ken. Son Goku, combat power 100 million, 20 times Kaio-ken. As agreed in advance, Qigong waves are not allowed to be used. A few hundred meters apart, the two people, who were going all out, turned into afterimages again, and the fierce clash of fists and feet sounded in the sky again. But in this round, it didn't take long for the two to fight. A figure quickly fell from the sky. It's Son Goku! Goku! Shishi screamed and ran towards the direction where Son Goku fell to the ground. Krillin immediately flew up, caught Son Goku falling from the air and lowered it to the ground. He took out a fairy bean and fed it to Son Goku. Shishi, don't worry about Goku, Krillin has given him the senbei. Bulma comforts a worried Shishi. At this time, Jiang Wei also landed firmly on the ring. Host, declare victory. Jiang Wei said lightly. He wanted to bring the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament to an end with his victory. The host wearing sunglasses came back to his senses. Oh, I announce that the champion of this year's World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is Jiang Wei. Thank you Jiang Wei and Son Goku for giving us a wonderful battle. The atmosphere at the venue reached a climax. Although the audience couldn't see clearly the specific process of the fight between Jiang Wei and Son Goku, the whole battle took place in the sky, so they couldn't see clearly, but they felt very, very powerful. I lost. So is this my true strength? He is too strong and I have no power to fight back. Son Goku sighed after eating the fairy beans and reviving with full health. In his eyes, looking at Jiang Wei, there was an increasingly strong fighting spirit. Goku, do you remember what I said when we first met? You have a tail, which is different from all of us. If you can become a Super Saiyan, you will gain far more power than you have now, even more powerful than me now. Jiang Wei walked off the ring, noticed the fierce fighting spirit in Son Goku's eyes, and smiled at him. Good. Very energetic. That's it, I'm so satisfied. Super Saiyan? Son Goku was stunned for a moment, and his eyes quickly became firm. Brother, I must understand the power of Super Saiyan, and then fight you with all my strength. That's what I thought too. Jiang Wei smiled encouragingly, put a piece of chewing gum in his mouth and chewed it. The stronger Son Goku becomes, his strength will also increase accordingly. In other words, Son Goku is the lower limit of Jiang Wei's strength. In order to give Son Goku the motivation to become stronger, Jiang Wei suppressed his own combat effectiveness so that Son Goku could surpass him in normal combat effectiveness. Otherwise, for people like Yamcha and Krillin, the gap between their combat effectiveness and their own is too big. Not to mention their motivation to become stronger, their psychological quality is already excellent even if their hearts are not broken. Alas, I can only say that it is too difficult for Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world. By the way, brother, how can I train to become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku touched the back of his head, thought for a while, and suddenly smiled innocently and asked Jiang Wei for advice. Super Saiyan, I don't know this very well. I only know that you can only become a Super Saiyan when you are extremely angry. Jiang Wei spread his hands and said. Do you need to be extremely angry to transform into a Super Saiyan? Ah, this. Extremely angry, with Son Goku's character, it's really hard for me, Fat Tiger. Seeing Son Goku's expression of difficulty in transforming into a Super Saiyan, Jiang Wei subconsciously looked at Klin next to him. Chapter 37 Marrying Bulma. Brother, Goku is having trouble transforming into a Super Saiyan. What do you think I'm going to do? Krillin asked inexplicably. Nothing. Jiang Wei withdrew his gaze. After the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, although Son Goku did not win the championship, he somehow got a wife. Shishi has a strong desire to be with Son Goku. Following Son Goku back to Situ Bulma's home, not long after she made a request to marry Son Goku. Son Goku doesn't know what marriage is, but that doesn't stop him from agreeing. As the eldest brother of Son Goku, Jiang Wei is very concerned about Son Goku's marriage to Shishi. He asked Son Goku, after you and Shishi get married, where will you settle down? In the plot, Goku and Shishi settle down in the countryside after getting married, and the couple live a pastoral life of self-reliance. However, in this world where Jiang Wei intervened in the plot, Son Goku looked confused and then kicked the question back to Jiang Wei. Do you want to settle down after getting married? I don't know. Brother, it's you who make the decision. Goku, I don't think it's better. You and Shishi can follow me and Bulma and live in Zidu. This way, when you want to practice, you can easily go to Bulma's 100 times gravity room to practice at any time. Jiang Wei very thoughtfully explained his arrangements for Son Goku and Shishi. Brother, I listen to you. When Son Goku heard this, his eyes lit up. Jiang Wei's arrangement was too to his liking. For a training madman like Son Goku, he can't bear to part with Bulma's 100 times gravity chamber. Brother, Goku and I live in Zidu, of course. But the house. Shishi now also follows Son Goku and calls him Big Brother Jiang Wei. At this moment, Shishi looked worried about money. The West is a bustling metropolis where every inch of land is precious. Of course Shishi did not object, and he and Son Goku settled in Zidu. But I object to the expenses required to settle down. Shishi, you don't have to worry about this. Since I am Goku's eldest brother, of course I will arrange everything for you. Isn't it just about buying an apartment in Zidu? It's a small matter, whichever apartment you like, I'll buy it for you. Jiang Wei slapped his chest, so proud. For Jiang Wei, the dragon who lived a life of speeding up to Vegeta, money has never been an issue. Then thank you, brother. Shishi beamed. Goku, he has a good big brother. A few days later, Jiang Wei bought Son Goku and Shishi a large villa not far from Bulma's house, and let Son Goku and Shishi move in. Got a house. The marriage of Son Goku and Shishi is also on the agenda. While preparing for the wedding of Son Goku and Shishi, Jiang Wei really didn't expect that Shishi's behavior of looking for Goku and taking the initiative to get married would actually encourage Bulma. Finally, Bulma gathered her courage. This night, Bulma looked shy and pulled Jiang Wei into her boudoir. Jiang Wei didn't expect Bulma to be so bold, but when things came to a close, and a man's dignity was on the line, he couldn't back down. Pants are superfluous at this moment. When Jiang Wei put on his pants again the next day, he looked at Bulma's radiant face, who had fallen asleep due to exhaustion last night, and a look of love appeared on her handsome, mature, and steady face. To this day, Jiang Wei still remembers that Bulma's nails were very sharp at that time. If it weren't for his strong fighting power, Jiang Wei's back had been broken by Bulma's nails. Now that things have come naturally, Jiang Wei is not the second child of Bei. When he met Dr. Breve, he immediately proposed to marry Bulma. Dr. Breve readily agreed to the marriage of Jiang Wei and Bulma. After discussing with Mrs. Breve, arrangements were quickly made. When Bulma knew that her parents approved Jiang Wei's marriage to her, her pretty face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Jiang Wei is all about efficiency. At his suggestion, his wedding to Bulma might as well be held on the same day as Son Goku's wedding to Shishi. Under Mrs. Breve's arrangement, the wedding of the two couples was scheduled for an auspicious day next month. The wedding day arrived. Son Goku dressed as the groom and awkwardly entertained the guests who came to congratulate him, but they were actually acquaintances. Klin was very envious and said to Son Goku, "Goku, you are already married, why can't I be like you and have a girl as good as Shishi come to my door to marry me?" The eldest brother also has Bulma, and even Yamcha, although he is not married, he goes out to fool around when he has time, he is a playboy, and he changes girlfriends one after another. Alas, it seems that from now on I can only hug the green-faced Piccolo to keep warm. Hearing Krillin complaining that he was not lucky enough, Goku could only pat him on the shoulder and comfort him somehow. Kellen, you are my little brother. As the eldest brother, I will not allow you to be a bachelor. If you fall in love with a girl, just tell the eldest brother. Jiang Wei saw Klin and Goku together and came over. After listening to their conversation, he patted Klin on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Brother. Klin looked at Jiang Wei with gratitude on his face. While the wedding is going on. Looking at Jiang Wei, who was dressed as the groom, and Bulma, who was wearing a white wedding dress, standing together, the blonde Lan Qi, who appeared at some point, saw this scene in her eyes, and her eyes revealed that she would never give up. After marriage. Under Jiang Wei's leadership, the two newlyweds went out for their honeymoon all over the world. A few months later he returned to Zidu. Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. Jiang Wei, while you were on your honeymoon, my research was successful. According to the ideas you provided, as well as the research materials provided to me, as well as the artificial human experimental data conducted by me from another world. I finally developed the super life form that fuses all the cells together, the artificial human cell. Dr. Gro stood in front of a glass jar filled with culture fluid and proudly introduced Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei looked at the glass jar in front of him seriously. In the culture fluid inside the jar, there was a small, green creature's embryo floating. In the plot, Dr. Gero develops artificial humans, which actually takes 3 routes. A highly intelligent robot born from scratch. Based on human beings, half human and half machine transformed people. Both types of mechanical artificial humans require the use of eternal energy furnaces or energy absorption devices. There is also a third category of artificial humans. The product of life science, an artificial life form was born by successfully merging the genes of many masters. But in this Dragon Ball world where Jiang Wei intervenes in the plot, Jiang Wei suggested that Dr. Gru focus on robots and artificial life forms in life sciences. The idea of transforming humans into half human, half machine was completely abandoned. Because Jiang Wei had a better idea, and he looked down upon the cyborgs. However, super life form artificial humans like Jiang Wei and Shenlong require a long cultivation cycle in order for the cells of masters from different species to be successfully fused together. And how many years does it take to cultivate it to be successful? Even my computer cannot answer this question. After Dr. Gero's excitement subsided, he sighed and started talking about the flaws of the android cell again. Time-consuming. Chapter 38 Shenlong. Dr. Gero, please leave cell to me to cultivate. I can solve the problem of cell's cultivation cycle being too long. When Jiang Wei heard this, he thought of the spiritual time house that he had jointly renovated with Dr. Briff and Bulma. Now it was time for the spiritual time house to be put to use. A year in the spiritual time room is equal to a day in reality. Then, just over 20 days passed. It was still in Dr. Gero's secret experiment, when Dr. Gero once again saw cellulose soaked in a glass jar. Shenlong has become an adult. Probably because, as in the plot, there are no cells from the Fusion King, but cells from superpowers such as fusion rabbits and dumplings. Sharu's adult body is not as tall as in the plot and looks very petite. And due to Jiang Wei's interference, there is no tail behind him to absorb human evolution. It looks much smaller than the original cell, but not as ugly as the first stage of the original cell. On the contrary, it looks green and a little cute. Jiang Wei, how did you do it? Dr. Gero looked at the adult Sharu, his mouth wide open, and then there was ecstasy in his eyes. After burning countless scientific research funds and spending a lot of time, we were able to produce an artificial man with powerful combat effectiveness in the early stage. Jiang Wei told Dr. Gero that he, Dr. Briff and his wife Bulma spent several months renovating the spiritual time house. It turns out to be the spiritual time room. Dr. Gero nodded. This spiritual time room is too magical. He will come to study it someday. Dr. Gero, the time has come to witness our hard work. It's up to you to release Cellule. Jiang Wei looked at the glass jar and said to the sleeping Shailu. Dr. Gero nodded to Jiang Wei, and with the feeling of finally succeeding, he entered instructions into the computer to release Salu from the glass jar. As the culture fluid gurgled, it was discharged from the glass jar. Sharu opened his eyes, and like a chicken breaking an eggshell, he pushed the glass jar to pieces with one palm, and walked out stepping on the shards of glass. He looked harmless, just looking at Jiang Wei and Dr. Gero standing in front of him with doubtful eyes. There was fear in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Wei. Having raised it for more than 20 years, it only has a combat power of more than 10,000? It seems that without the king's cells, relying only on Scion and incomplete Namek cells, this cell is a weakling. Jiang Wei used the combat effectiveness detector to check Shailu's combat effectiveness, and said to Dr. Gero with some disappointment on his face. Dr. Gero looked at Jiang Wei speechlessly. 10,000 combat power is not enough for you. You must know that Piccolo Daimao, who almost destroyed the whole world hundreds of years ago, had less than 300 combat power. Do you still dislike Shailu's combat power of only 10,000? If the Red Ribbon Legion was still there, if they got the current cell, wouldn't they laugh so hard that they would have to crawl out of hell? Jiang Wei looked at Shailu. After all, he had contributed to the birth of Shailu and could not give up easily. He took out the black-skinned carrot transformed by Dales from the system space and kept eating grey, and fed it to the somewhat cute Selu. When Shailu saw the black carrot, his eyes immediately lit up, showing an expression full of appetite. After Jiang Wei gave it the black carrot, Shailu ate the black carrot in his hand into his stomach in a few mouthfuls. Dales, die! The next moment, Sharu's whole body burst out with a powerful momentum, almost sending the old and frail Dr. Gru flying out. Fortunately, Jiang Wei had quick eyesight and quick hands and helped Dr. Gro. Let me see Selu's current combat effectiveness. Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Shailu, combat strength is 200,000. Dr. Gro, this artificial human cell is not a failure, it can grow. Jiang Wei smiled at Dr. Gero on the side. Feeling the incomparable power in his body, Shailu smacked his lips without saying anything, and began to reverse his previous attitude, looking at Jiang Wei and Dr. Gero in front of him with greedy eyes. His eyes quickly fell on Jiang Wei. Shailu licked his lips, suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Wei, waved his right hand and touched Jiang Wei's abdomen. Salu, what are you doing? Why don't you get out of here? Dr. Gero was shocked. He didn't expect Cell to attack its creator. Shailu ignored Dr. Gro's instructions and looked at Jiang Wei, who was also looking at it, with a strong appetite in his eyes. Shailu, who has rabbit cells fused into his body, naturally has the superpower of a rabbit. After eating a black carrot, Shailu tasted the sweetness and was driven by instinct to turn the powerful Jiang Wei into a carrot. Eat it to improve your strength. Dr. Gro, this artificial man you created is not under your control. Jiang Wei teased Dr. Gro. Ah, this? Dr. Gro's old face is so embarrassing. Shailu looked at Jiang Wei with confusion in his eyes. Why hasn't this person turned into a carrot that is delicious and can increase his strength? What strength do you have? What strength do I have? You want to turn me into a carrot, you want to eat shit. Jiang Wei raised his hand and gave Shailu a slap on the head. After a puff of white smoke, Shailu turned into a green carrot. Thank God, Jiang Wei, you're fine. Seeing Jiang Wei kill the out-of-control Shailu, Dr. Gero breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wei is Dr. Gero's only confidant, and Dr. Gero really doesn't want anything to happen to Jiang Wei. It failed again. This artificial human cell, like the previous failures, did not obey orders. Alas, it seems that it can only be destroyed. Dr. Gero sighed, why are the artificial humans he created not obedient? He looked very shocked. Don't rush to destroy Cell first. We can deal with the obedience issue of the artificial man slowly. In short, Creating a powerful artificial man is something worth celebrating. Seeing that Dr. Gro was dejected, Jiang Wei put the green-skinned carrot that Shenlong had turned into the system space, and opened his mouth to encourage Dr. Gro. Jiang Wei, you are right. Even powerful artificial humans have been created. It is not difficult to make the artificial humans obey our orders. Dr. Gro was encouraged and optimistic. Jiang Wei couldn't help complaining in his heart, for you, Dr. Gro, the obedience of artificial humans is a big trouble. Dr. Gro is a genius who develops artificial humans, but he is a mediocre person who controls artificial humans. He was killed by Android 17 in the plot. In the future world in the plot, Dr. Gro did not appear. Presumably, he was killed by the future androids number 17 and 18. Jiang Wei doesn't think Dr. Gro can be counted on to solve the problem of artificial humans having reverse bones. It seemed that he had to figure it out on his own. Chapter 39 Cooler wants to steal Frieza's Dragon Ball. Jiang Wei thought carefully for a while and thought of a way, so he returned to Bulma's house and found Son Goku, who was practicing hard in the 100 times gravity room. Now that Son Goku has a family and a career, he needs a job to support his wife and children. Jiang Wei took advantage of the situation and established a security department in the name of Wanmian Capsule Company to protect Wanmian Capsule Company. He himself served as the security director. Son Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, all joined this security department and became nominal employees of the Universal Capsule Company. In this way, Jiang Wei can reasonably provide money to support his younger brothers without hurting their self-esteem. It's not like the original plot, where Son Goku works as a farmer, Yamcha plays baseball, and Krillin works as a police officer. Bulma also can't create a pattern, so she leaves her friends to fend for themselves. She obviously doesn't lack money, but she just doesn't know how to recruit them. Join the company and solve their livelihood problems. In disguise, Bulma didn't play the role of a money bag. Others can say that it was just that Son Goku's family was under great pressure to survive. Son Goku, a farmer, spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. Scions eat a lot, and later to raise Sun Wufan, all the pressure of life falls on Shishi. It's no wonder that Shishi wants Gohan to be a scholar and raises Gohan to be a Nobita fan. You see, as a scholar, like Bulma's father Dr. Brief, people can become the richest man in the world just by making inventions. Look at your dad again. What's the use of practicing every day? In the end, I can only drive a tractor and work as a farmer, and the money I make is not enough to pay for the food of you two. If it weren't for your mother's natal family, and there was still some property, would it depend on your father? Our family of 3 has been drinking Mistral for a long time. So Shishi was very disgusted and Gohan took the path of Son Goku. Feed yourself first. Think again about saving the world. This is what Shishi thinks in the plot. And Jiang Wei played a role that Bulma in the plot did not. It solves the problem of Son Goku making a living and saves Shishi from having to bear the heavy pressure of life. Naturally, he will not be able to raise Nobi rice in the future. Just practice well. You can join the security department of the Universal Capsule Company and get a decent job with less work and more money. Brother, what do you want from me? Son Goku stopped practicing and asked. Jiang Wei transformed into a human-shaped dragon. Brother, do you want to compete with me? I feel that my strength has improved a lot recently. Son Goku said with bright eyes. Since the last 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Wei has never fought against Son Goku. Let's discuss the discussion later. Goku, I want you to make a wish to me. Make a wish again? Let me think about it. The last time I made a wish was for Shishi to stay young forever, this time. Don't interrupt me. I want you to make a wish for me and send me to a guy named Captain Jinyu. Jiang Wei corrected. I see. Son Goku nodded, send brother too. We'll talk about making wishes later. I have something to do. Jiang Wei just received a reminder from Tongzi that there is a parallel world of Dragon Balls. He gathered the projections of 7 Dragon Balls and summoned him. "Oh, brother, I'm going back to practice. Come find me again when you come back." Son Goku raced against time to return to the 100 times gravity room. Jiang Wei went to say hello to his wife Bulma again, and then disappeared into a beam of golden light. Another Dragon Ball world. Giant Namek. In the universe, a huge spaceship is slowly approaching Namek. King Cooler, according to the information we received, King Frieza is on this planet, searching for the wishing beads that are said to make all wishes come true. Shaiza's attitude was respectful and he spoke to Universe, who had a lizard tail and 3 toes with his back turned to him. "Haha, Frieza is such a good brother of mine. He actually hid such important news from me, the eldest brother, that there is a wishing bead on Namek. If I hadn't secretly monitored the communications of Frieza's legion, I wouldn't have known that there was a wishing bead that could grant all wishes on such a seemingly uncivilized planet." Cooler smiled as he observed Namek outside through the porthole. Frieza wants to seize the Dragon Balls on Namek and summon Shenron to fulfill his wish. His brother Cooler got the news, and of course he also coveted the Dragon Balls on Namek. Then he took his troops and chased Frieza to Namek. Then, the Namekians in this world were so unlucky that they ushered in 2 waves of brutal invaders. Frieza hesitated for a moment, then said, "King Cooler, do we really want to do this? Attack Frieza's legion, this. As long as you can get the wishing beads from Namek, what if you attack my good brother? Just go ahead and do it, I only want the wishing beads." Cooler said with a nonchalant expression. Their clan, known as the Frozen Demons in this world, is naturally indifferent to family ties. In the plot, Frieza received the 7 Dragon Balls, but he had no intention of resurrecting his father, the Kurdish king. It's the Universe Emperor again, at the pinnacle of power. Even the human royal family doesn't care about emotions, let alone the Frozen Demon. Cooler has the idea of stealing things from Frieza even if he goes to war, which is really normal. Understood. Frieza said respectfully. When I get the wishing bead from my good brother, this Namek planet will also need to be occupied by our Cooler Legion. Then we will search carefully, and maybe we can find a treasure like the wishing bead. Cooler thought for a while and said again. That's all. Frieza came to Namek and slaughtered countless Namekians to steal the Dragon Balls. His good brother Cooler also came to Namek on the back foot to snatch the Dragon Balls from Frieza. For the emergence of Cooler, Frieza was completely unprepared. His men massacred several Namekian villages and snatched the big Dragon Balls, which were then snatched away by the Cooler Legion. Even Frieza's men were killed. This guy Cooler, why is he here? Frieza only got 1 big Dragon Ball in his hand, and he was angry and anxious about his brother's uninvited visit. Cooler restrained Frieza, and the Cooler Legion under his command went free to kill the soldiers of Frieza's legion, especially the Cooler Mecha troops, killing Frieza's legion with blood. In order to fight against the Cooler Mecha army, Frieza hurriedly summoned the Jinyu team to come for reinforcements. By the time the Jinyu team arrived, the Cooler Corps had already occupied the entire Namekian planet, killing almost all the Namekians and Frieza's corps. Frieza is also missing. Jinyu, who was loyal to Frieza, was constantly under siege by the Cooler Legion, searching for his king everywhere on Namek. At last, a dying Frieza was found in a cave on Namek. Frieza at this time. It is no longer the first form of sitting in a stroller, but the final form of having a glutinous rice ball head. Obviously, Frieza had already fought with Cooler, lost, and had 1 arm and 1 leg broken. Became a cripple. Chapter 40 Obtaining the superpower of swapping bodies. King Frieza is seriously injured. If our spaceship is still there, we can use the treatment cabin to rescue King Frieza. But our spaceship has been blown up by those bastards from the Cooler Legion. What can I do? Save King Frieza. Seeing that the king was in danger, Jinyu looked worried. Now, Jinyu's situation isn't good either. 4 team members also died in battle during the previous search for the king. In the Jinyu Special Forces, Jinyu is the only leader left. Even the armored battlesuit worn by Jinyu himself was damaged in many places. This was the result of a fierce battle with the Cooler Mecha unit. By the way, I also found this thing while searching for King Frieza. Jinyu was anxious when he suddenly thought of something and took out a Dragon Ball that was much smaller than the Namek Dragon Ball. The wishing beads on Namek are much bigger than this. Maybe this mini wishing bead is just a toy of the natives of Namek, but I can't care about that much now. Jinyu could only take a gamble, take out 7 mini Dragon Balls, and go outside the cave to summon the dragon. In an instant, there were lightning and thunder in the sky of Namek, as if the oppressive feeling of the end of the world had descended on Namek. What's going on? Look at this strange phenomenon in the sky. Someone gathered the wishing beads and summoned the dragon. But haven't all the wishing beads been used by me and turned into stones, and can't be used again in the short term? Could it be that the Namekians are not telling the truth? Thinking of this, Cooler was in a bad mood and ordered his men to immediately bring in the captured Namekians for questioning. When Cooler brutally interrogated the captured Namekians because of unwarranted questions, a green dragon that was over 100 meters long appeared between the heaven and earth of Namek. Why is the environment here so similar to Namek? It's interesting, this time I was summoned by someone from an alien planet. Jiang Wei's huge dragon eye was sizing up the surrounding environment as soon as it came out. King Frieza, please hold on, I will come to save you right away. Jinyu returned to the cave at this time and carried the unconscious Frieza to Zhang Shenlong. Say your wish, and this dragon will make it come true for you. Jiang Wei also saw Jinyu and Frieza at this time, and felt very strange. Considering the surrounding environment, the timeline of this parallel world of Dragon Ball should be the Namek chapter. But Frieza was crippled? Captain Jinyu also looked embarrassed. It's different from the plot. Shenron, restore King Frieza to health. Jinyu shouted. It's very simple. Jiang Wei raised the dragon's claw and snapped his fingers. Jinyu's wish was fulfilled and the king was resurrected with full blood. I sighed in my heart, Jinyu is really Frieza's loyal BCH, and I don't blame Frieza for forcing himself to blush and watch Jinyu and his gang dance every time for so many years. Ding, get the teleportation object. Ding, get a body swap. Ding, get the air bomb. King Frieza, are you awake? Jinyu was pleasantly surprised. And Zhang Great Divine Dragon has turned into 7 golden rays of light and flew in all directions of Namek. Captain Jinyu, I will never forget your loyalty to me, ah. Frieza was alive again, looking at Jinyu and letting out his signature devilish laugh. But when he thought about Cooler snatching his wishing bead and severely injuring himself, Frieza couldn't laugh anymore, and his face was filled with hatred for Cooler. Cooler, I won't let you go. Frieza's face twisted and he roared. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza was beaten so badly for the first time in his life, and it was also the first time he knew about it. His father is not as strong as him, he is really not as strong as him. His brother is not as strong as him, but he hides his strength. In front of Cooler, the Universe Emperor is a joke. King Frieza, we will talk about revenge against King Cooler later. Now, we have to leave here quickly. King Cooler's men are everywhere here, and we are not safe. Jinyu said in a protective posture. I am not willing to let Frieza run away in despair like a lost dog. Frieza said to Jinyu with anger on his face. Jinyu looked anxious and was about to persuade his boss to be sensible. King Frieza, I have a way for you to defeat Cooler and get revenge now. A 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man suddenly appeared and spoke to the king in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Who are you? Jinyu was shocked and immediately protected Frieza behind him and asked cautiously. Jinyu, you were making a wish to me just now, why don't you recognize me now? Jiang Wei walked up to Frieza and Jinyu and said to Jinyu. You are the dragon. Jinyu exclaimed. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Shenlong, tell me, what can you do to enable me to take revenge on my dear brother Cooler right now? Frieza asked Jinyu to step back, looked at the much taller Saiyan Dragon Man, and asked with interest. King Frieza, please look. Jiang Wei first bowed to Frieza, and then summoned the Son Goku clone he obtained after realizing Son Goku's wish. As you, King Frieza, can see, this is a Saiyan body with powerful power. It can transform into a Super Saiyan under extreme anger. Although it is certainly not as many as you, King Frieza, have practiced Queen Moon's strength, but if it's just for revenge against Cooler, this body is enough. The body of a Saiyan monkey. The king looked at the clone grandson Goku with disdain. However, if it allows me to take revenge on my good brother, even if I use the body of a Saiyan monkey, it doesn't matter. Captain Jinyu, please excuse me. Frieza said to Jinyu again. Frieza hated Cooler to the extreme and was furious. Frieza's anger was noticed by Jiang Wei and he felt it was worth using. King Frieza, please forgive my offense to you. Exchange. After Jinyu first apologized as a subordinate, he immediately activated his ability, first changing his body with his clone Goku, and then changing his body with Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, this Saiyan monkey body has the ability to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? It really surprises me. So, Mr. Shenlong, what is your intention? After moving his new body, Frieza suddenly asked Chiang Kai-shek. King Frieza, I need your talent to activate the power of Super Saiyan in this body. You also need the power of Super Saiyan to take revenge on Cooler, don't you? Jiang Wei smiled. Oh, Mr. Shenlong, you are very candid, I like it. Frieza used Gokong's body, showing a cold expression, looking at the calm Chang Shenron, and suddenly let out his signature devilish laughter. Jiang Wei and Frieza formed an alliance that was not an alliance. Frieza, like Piccolo, has a very arrogant personality and takes his status as the Emperor of the Universe very seriously. Therefore, as the majestic Emperor of the Universe, alliance. It is impossible to form an alliance. No one is qualified to be the ally of the Universe Emperor. Jiang Wei understands that the king has such an arrogant character, so he keeps silent about words such as help and alliance, which will make Frieza angry, and on the surface, he gives Frieza enough face. Frieza then acquiesced. Jiang Wei was his ally, and he would act in accordance with the alliance's requirements. Chapter 41 The New Sharu. King Frieza, please get familiar with this Saiyan's body first. During this period, I will send my men to clean up Cooler's soldiers for you. Jiang Wei had a smile on his face, and the 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man even deliberately made a gesture to seek Frieza's opinion. Oh, Mr. Shenlong, I will ask Captain Jinyu and your men to kill my good brother's men together. Frieza's eyes flashed coldly. King Frieza, it's my pleasure. Jinyu said loyally. King Frieza is just cleaning up Cooler's subordinates. Why do we need Jinyu to take action? Are they worthy? This subordinate of mine is enough. Jiang Wei opened his mouth and came. Mr. Shenlong, let's wait for the good news from your subordinate. Frieza thought about it, and it was right. Jinyu was his #1 general, and he was extremely loyal to him. It was too cheap to send him out to clean up the trash under his big brother. Under the watchful eyes of Frieza and Jinyu, Jiang Wei summoned the clone Piccolo Daimao, spit out an egg, and hatched a little green skin with a combat power of only 10. Frieza and Jinyu have questions on their heads. No. Although it is just to clean up Cooler's men, those soldiers who are not worth mentioning. But these miscellaneous soldiers, after all, have thousands of fighting capabilities. How can the ridiculously weak Namekian spit out and an even more ridiculous little green skin be able to clean them up? After the little green skin was born, he first turned his attention to the clone Piccolo Daimao, and then immediately turned his attention to Jiang Wei, and his attitude was extremely respectful. See you, my subordinates, the great demon king Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei knew that although this green skin was born by his clone Piccolo Daimao, the green skin could distinguish between the big and small kings and knew that his real master was Jiang Wei. Your name is Shailu. Jiang Wei took out a green carrot from the system space, clapped his palms, and after a puff of white smoke, he turned back into Shiru. Exchange. After Zhang Dashenlong fulfilled Jinyu's wish, he also obtained Jinyu's superpowers. He first changed his body with Cell, then changed his body with the little green skin, and then changed back again. That's all. The little green skin became Cellul. Shailu became a little green skin. Jiang Wei raised his hand and made a Qigong wave, beating the little green-skinned Sharu who had a bone in his body until nothing was left. Then he said to Sharu, who was standing in front of him with a respectful look on his face, Shailu, go ahead, go ahead. Freely hunt Cooler's men to enhance your own power. Yes, Demon King Jiang Wei. Shailu followed the order and started to lick his lips. Take this scene into consideration. Jinyu was surprised and confused. How can that Shenlong know my unique skill of changing bodies? Frieza looked at Zhang Shenlong, his eyes thoughtful. King Frieza, please get familiar with this scion body as soon as possible. Jiang Wei sensed that Cell had already fought with the Cooler Legion soldiers who came to conduct reconnaissance, and said to Frieza again. Oh ho ho ho, I will master this body as soon as possible, Mr. Shenlong. Frieza smiled evilly. Other side. After Shailu left Zhang Dashenlong and others, he ran into many small soldiers of the Cooler Legion. Is it you who summoned the dragon? A leading soldier looked at the petite green-skinned Shailu and shouted rudely. When Cooler discovered that someone had summoned Chiang Kai-shek, he not only interrogated the captured Namekians, but also sent a large number of men to investigate the direction in which the dragon appeared. Shailu didn't answer, he just looked at the soldiers with a strong appetite in his eyes. The next moment, Shailu flashed his figure and was face to face with the soldier in an instant. Before the other man had time to react, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. This soldier is also a kind of universe person with a slender body and big eyes, so the petite Cellule can also pat him on the shoulder. After a puff of white smoke, the soldier is gone. A carrot appeared, and Shailu took it in his hand, put it into his mouth and ate it in 2 bites. Didn't improve much strength. The taste is average. Better than nothing. He saw his companion being turned into a carrot by a green skin that appeared, chewed it up and ate it. All the soldiers of the Cooler Corps were horrified to see it. What kind of monster are you? You know, we are soldiers under King Cooler, if you dare to eat us, King Cooler will not let you go. There was another tall and thin universe soldier with trembling lips. Shailu turned him into a carrot and ate it in small bites. Hurry up and ask for help from the Cooler Mecha unit. Let me see the combat effectiveness of this green skin. A brave soldier stood up and said. Did he? The data on the combat effectiveness detector, after being refreshed for a while, exploded. The combat power detector used by ordinary soldiers of the Cooler Corps is the same model as the soldiers of the Frieza Corps. The upper limit of detection combat power is only over 20,000. As for Sharu, he has a combat power of 200,000, which far exceeds the upper limit of their combat power detector. All the Cooler Legion soldiers took a breath. The strongest one among them has a combat power of over 3,000. How can he fight against Cellule, who has explosive combat power? Run! The many Cooler Legion soldiers who were frightened by Cell's combat power were about to disperse in a hurry. Shailu, who was chewing the 4th carrot, had no intention of letting them go and immediately caught up with them. Soon, Shailu harvested a bunch of carrots and ate them with relish. As carrots continue to be eaten by Cellulu, Cellu's strength is also steadily improving. In the plot, Cell, the Earthlings who rely on the dregs of war, can improve their combat effectiveness all the way to the point where they can handle Android 17. Today's Cellulus is fed by soldiers from the Cooler Legion. The weakest soldier has a combat power of over 1,000. Sharu has only one thought, eat. Increase his strength and serve his creator, the great demon king Jiang Wei. After eating the last carrot, Shenlong raised his head and looked towards the sky. There were 3 universe people flying towards him. 3 delicious carrots that are far more powerful than the carrots before. Seeing the 3 members of the cooler mecha unit who had received the message and came for reinforcements, Cellul's mouth was watering with greed. Suddenly, Cellul rolled his eyes, revealed a sly look, and took the initiative to fly towards the cooler mecha unit. At this time, Frieza and the other 3 also discovered Shenlong, and also noticed that the Cooler Legion soldiers who had sent them distress signals had disappeared. Captain Frieza, our soldiers were probably wiped out by this green-skinned guy. Nez said. What kind of madman dares to go against our Cooler Legion? He doesn't look like the Namekians or King Frieza's men. Frieza looked at Jiru flying towards them and said with some doubts. Let me see his fighting ability. Frieza showed his cautious side, no wonder he can be the captain. Did he? Unknown, combat strength 100,000. Frieza, combat strength 170,000. Nez, combat strength 163,000. Dre, combat strength 185,000. No wonder he has the guts to kill the soldiers of our Cooler Legion. This guy has a combat strength of 100,000. Although he is far inferior to our Cooler Mecha army, he is still a rare master. Frieza said with a relaxed smile. You must know that the number of masters with more than 100,000 combat power, including Frieza's Legion and Cooler's Legion, can be counted on one hand. In fact, its combat power exceeds 10,000, which is already a very rare creature in the universe. Chapter 42 Frieza transforms into a Super Saiyan. That green skin, you have 100,000 combat power, not bad. I believe King Cooler also welcomes talents like you to join his command and serve for him. In this way, we will forgive your sin of killing Cooler Legion soldiers. What do you think? Frieza saw Jiru flying closer and began to recruit talents for his boss. What responded to him was Cellul's greedy expression full of appetite. Did he? Unknown, combat strength 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Boom! The 3 of Frieza, together with Jinyu, who had already noticed the situation here, their new combat power detectors almost exploded at the same time. 200,000 combat power is the upper limit of their new combat power detector. No, this guy is hiding his strength. Frieza and the other 3 looked horrified. But now I realize that it's too late. Shenlong and them are very close. After a few seconds, Shenlong had 3 more carrots in his hand and ate them with relish. King Frieza, Mr. Shenron's subordinate named Cell can actually turn people into carrots and eat them to increase his strength. Jinyu glanced at Shenlong, who looked normal, and said to Frieza in shock. Frieza actually showed some surprise, because although he is not a good person, he is cruel, murderous, and likes to use planets to set off fireworks, but he can't eat people. But Frieza had an evil smile on his face. Captain Jinyu, don't make a fuss and embarrass me in front of Mr. Shenron. King Frieza, I'm sorry. Jinyu immediately admitted his mistake to his boss. I am already familiar with this Saiyan monkey's body. Frieza said to Jiang Wei again. Then the 3 of them flew into the sky and flew towards Cooler's direction. At this time, Cooler had also discovered that the soldiers he sent out had lost contact with the Cooler Mecha unit, and it was obvious that they had been killed. No matter who dares to go against me, Cooler, the only outcome will be death. Cooler also flew into the sky with a cruel look on his face, wanting to take the initiative. Then, in the air, the 2 sides met. It was only then that the cunning Sharu thought that the opportunity had come, and immediately ran to Cooler's camp, where there were a lot of carrots waiting for him to eat. Jinyu, where did you get the courage to stand in front of me instead of running away with my dear brother? Just because you found a Saiyan monkey in a big green skin from nowhere? Cooler had an expression on his face that said, Jinyu, there is a way to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell and you break in. He smiled evilly. After changing Frieza into the body of Goku's clone, Jinyu didn't dare to take over his boss's body, so he quickly changed it back to his A-headed universe body with the same skin color as Thanos. Looking over Frieza's body in Jinyu's arms, Cooler felt strange. His good brother had been crippled in the previous battle, but now his hands and feet seemed intact, as if he had not been injured. So, it was you who found other wishing beads on Namek, summoned the dragon, and saved my good brother. Cooler's intelligence was also online, and he quickly figured it out, and said to Jinyu, "Oh ho ho ho, my good big brother, please accept your brother's greetings to you." Frieza suddenly laughed devilishly. Taking advantage of Cooler's daze, he swayed and kicked Cooler in the face with a spinning kick, causing Cooler to tilt his head and fly backwards. Zhang De Shenlong, who was on the side, was posing as if he were watching a show. Diddy. Frieza, combat power 11 million, using Son Goku body. Cooler, 200 million combat power. Jinyu, combat power 120,000. Jinyu on the side was full of surprise. "Mr. Shenlong, your combat power detector can still work normally. Look at Cooler again." He was not paying attention for a moment, and Frieza, who was occupying the body of Goku's clone, kicked him in the face. Although it did not break his defense, it was extremely insulting. He raised his hand and touched the place where he was kicked on the face. Cooler had a sullen face and anger burning in his eyes. "This laughter, you are Frieza. I understand, you use your Jinyu, the same Scion monkey swapped bodies. My stupid brother, do you really think that you can rely on the power of the legendary Super Saiyan to defeat your elder brother? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Jiang Wei was a little surprised. Isn't this Cooler too smart? He figured out the cause and effect so quickly. Could it be that these villain bosses who can do evil in the universe are not only strong in strength, but also have very good brains? Otherwise? Do you really think that King Frieza and his family can become the rulers of the universe and conquer a large territory just by relying on their strong power? Jinyu looked at Frieza, who was confronting Cooler in the field, and said to Jiang Wei with admiration on his face, "I admit, I do underestimate the intelligence of these bosses who can do mischief in the universe." Jiang Wei confessed to Jinyu, "Oh ho ho ho, my dear brother, don't jump to conclusions so quickly." Frieza smiled evilly. The clone Goku's normal combat power is not as good as Frieza's original body. So Frieza can adapt quickly. But this way he can't defeat his good brother and avenge his shame. Frieza needs more power. The legendary power of Super Saiyan. In Frieza's mind, images emerged of him being defeated by Cooler before and having one of his hands and one of his feet broken off. Ah! With an angry roar, a strong wind blew around Frieza, golden arrogance erupted all over his body, his hair turned golden, and his eyes turned green. At a glance, it looks like the whole person is burning with golden flames. Relying on his anger towards his good brother Cooler, Frieza used the body of his clone grandson Goku to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 1. Haha, great! Jiang Wei's dragon face was full of joy and he pressed the combat power detector again. Diddy. Frieza, combat power 500 million and 500 million, use Goku's body and transform into Super Saiyan 1. Unparalleled power. Frieza looked intoxicated. The Cooler on the other side looked extremely ugly. Super Saiyan, isn't it a legend? How is it possible? My brother, eldest brother, I have to admit that you shocked me. So, I have to use all my strength to fight against the power of the Super Saiyan. Cooler's face was solemn. Aha! Cooler shouted, and purple light instantly enveloped him. When the purple light dissipates, Cooler also turned into his true and strongest final form. Wearing an exoskeleton and a mask, it looks like a combat creature. Diddy. Cooler, combat power 470 million, final form. Frieza had an evil sneer on his face. That's it? If this is all your power, brother, I can only say that today is the day you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza's fist was like a shell fired from a heavy artillery, hitting Cooler's prepared face hard. Looking at this posture, he will strike without mercy. He really wants to kill his good brother. And Cooler has no doubt that his good brother will kill his eldest brother. For the father of the two brothers, the Kurdish king, only the strongest son is the one who can be beaten to death and is not worthy of being the son of the Kurdish king. Cooler received a punch and was instantly knocked away. His body was like a meteor, slamming into a nearby mountain. Chapter 43 Sharu's 500 million combat power. Now, Cooler was blasted into the mountain, and his expression was no longer the same as before. He looked at Frieza, who was slowly approaching, with a ferocious look on his face. Cooler, who refused to sit still and wait for death, broke away from the mountain and faced it again. Frieza and Cooler engage in a fierce fist fight in the air. This level of fighting is no longer something Jinyu and a young Kurami can see clearly. In Jinyu's eyes, except for the noise caused by the fierce battle between his boss and Cooler, he couldn't even see the two figures. Jinyu looked at Jiang Wei again, and saw that his eyes were always moving with purpose, and he knew that Jiang Wei could clearly see the scene of the battle between Frieza and Cooler. Then the sound of the fist fight disappeared. The two threw Qigong bombs at each other again, and explosions occurred one after another, quickly raising the mountains, lakes, and forests on the ground to the ground. Under Jinyu's horrified eyes, Jiang Wei raised his hand and knocked away a purple Qigong bomb that was aimed at Jinyu. Boom! The purple Qigong bomb that was shot away by Jiang Wei fell on the ground of Namek and exploded a big crater. And Jinyu noticed that in order to blow away the purple Qigong bombs, Jiang Wei's cyan dragon body also erupted with blood-red flames, surrounding the whole body. With Jiang Wei's current strength, even in the form of a humanoid dragon, he still has to fire the Kaio-ken in order to shoot away the Qigong bombs that hit Chiyu. After all, those are hundreds of millions of Qigong bombs with a fighting force that can be fired with real strength. Jiang Wei also needs to be more serious. Thank you, Jinyu said to Jiang Wei. After the two sides exchanged Qigong bombs, the battle finally came to an end. The embarrassed Cooler punched Frieza, who always had an evil smile on his face. Frieza raised his hand to grab him and punched him in the face. He pulled Cooler over and hit Cooler hard with his knee. On the belly. Cooler screamed, opened his mouth to spit out bitter water, and his body bent violently. Then Frieza didn't stop there. He grabbed Cooler with one hand, and with the palm of his other hand gathering powerful energy, he gave his good brother a Qigong bomb, which hit Cooler's face. Cooler was beyond recognition, like a fighter jet shot down by an anti-aircraft gun. He quickly fell to the devastated ground and lay in a large pit unable to move. Oh ho ho ho, my good big brother, I will give you back what you did to me before. After laughing devilishly, Frieza stepped on one of his good brother's hands and one of his feet, and did the same thing as his big brother. Congratulations to King Frieza for your successful revenge. Jiang Wei saw the king beating his brother to a cripple and immediately came forward to greet him. Captain Jinyu, please change me back. Yes, King Frieza. Please tolerate my offense in exchange. Jinyu replaced Frieza again, and Jiang Wei also put away the clone grandson Goku. As expected, Frieza, as always, valued his own power more. After beating his brother Cooler to a disability, he gave up the power of Super Saiyan without hesitation and had strong confidence in his own talent. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Shenron, my Frieza Legion still lacks a commander-in-chief. After moving his original body, Frieza suddenly said to Jiang Wei. I'm sorry, King Frieza. Jinyu summoned me to your world through the 7 Dragon Balls. I can only stay in this world for 24 hours. Jiang Wei pretended to have a regretful expression on his face. Oh ho ho ho, I almost forgot that Mr. Shenlong was summoned. Frieza was suddenly enlightened and laughed devilishly again. Immediately. The alliance between Chiang Kai-shek and Frieza is over. Frieza thought that there was a wishing bead on Namek, so he decided to occupy Namek instead of setting off universe fireworks. If necessary, find the remaining Namekians alive and extract some useful information. The new universe spaceship sent by Frieza's Legion headquarters will also take some time to fly to Namek. Mr. Shenlong, I will take the first step, oh ho ho ho. After Frieza and Jinyu left, Jiang Wei looked at Cooler, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs broken, and was unconscious, and then at Cell, who had eaten all the Cooler Legion soldiers and returned to his side. Watching Shayla squatting next to Cooler, looking like he was drooling. After thinking about it, he cut off Cooler's tail with a knife, threw it into the system space, and then raised his hand to touch Cooler. A puff of white smoke. Cooler turned into a purple carrot. Jiang Wei fed this purple carrot to Shailu. Thank you so much, Demon King Jiang Wei, for the reward. Shailu was overjoyed. After thanking Jiang Wei, he swallowed the purple carrot in 2 mouthfuls. Cooler, die. Immediately. Sarl pretended to be constipated. A powerful momentum burst out. The earth shook. It's like destroying Namek. Jiang Wei squinted his eyes and used the combat power detector to see Shailu's current strength. Diddy. Shara, combat power 500 million. Cell has Scion cells from Dales and Goku. If Cell can also transform into a Super Scion, wow, that's so powerful. Jiang Wei sighed. Then he took Shailu back to his original world. As for Namek in another world? It's not the Namekian in Jiang Wei's world, and Jiang Wei doesn't owe them any favors. Their life and death is none of Jiang Wei's business. After completing this business trip, I got Jinyu's body-changing superpower, solved the problem of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, solved the problem of Cell's backbone, and raised Cell to a combat power of 500 million. So cool! After returning, Jiang Wei took stock of the harvest and beamed with joy. Jinyu's body-changing superpower is different from the superpowers of Rabbit, Dumpling, and Blue. It is a soul power. Even if you get the cells of Jinyu's body, you can't get Jinyu's superpower. Moreover, Jinyu's superpower can ignore the gap in combat power between the two sides. As long as the power is activated and hits, it will definitely take effect. So buggy. The speed at which the skill is activated is too slow, and every opponent in the later stage can avoid it. This is equivalent to this very buggy skill, and its practicality in the later stage is 0. However, in Jiang Wei's hands, it can be used to solve the control problems of the powerful artificial man developed by Dr. Gero. Jiang Wei summoned Son Goku and used Jinyu's body-changing superpower to change Son Goku into a clone, and experience the difference between the body that has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan and the body that has not changed. Son Goku carefully comprehended the changes in his body. Finally, after Son Goku was replaced by Jiang Wei and returned to his original body, golden aura appeared all over his body, his hair also became golden, and he could transform into Super Saiyan 1. Diddy. Son Goku, combat power 900 million, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. It needs to be explained that Son Goku's normal combat power is definitely better than that. On Namek in another world, Jiang Wei provided Frieza with a clone of Son Goku to take revenge on Cooler. What a powerful power! Brother, it turns out this is the power of Super Saiyan. Son Goku stared at Jiang Wei with an excited expression. Brother, I feel my blood is burning. Let's have a fight. Happy to accompany you. Jiang Wei smiled. How can anyone transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time and not start fighting? Chapter 44 A new type of artificial human that did not appear in the plot. The next moment, Jiang Wei first transformed into a humanoid divine dragon, and then the same golden aura enveloped Jiang Wei's body. To this, Son Goku was extremely surprised. Brother, you can also become a Super Saiyan? But now you are a dragon, not a Saiyan. Goku, your eldest brother is a divine dragon, omnipotent. Jiang Wei said proudly. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power. Boom. The combat power detector modified by Bulma finally exceeded the upper limit and exploded. It seems that Bulma is going to continue to improve the combat effectiveness detector. Jiang Wei put it on his left eye and took it off and threw it away. 1 billion combat power is the upper limit of this combat power detector. The two began to fight. Almost immediately after meeting him, Qigong was beaten to death. After being fed a fairy bean by Jiang Wei, he became alive and kicking again. Son Goku, as promised, where can a Super Saiyan surpass my elder brother in strength? Jiang Wei, I didn't lie to you. The power of a Super Saiyan is indeed greater than my strength when I fought you at the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. I didn't say that it was greater than my strength. My current strength is GGG. Son Goku. Why is it so difficult to surpass Big Brother? By the way, to what extent has Big Brother's power increased now? After saying goodbye to Son Goku, Jiang Wei went to say hello to his wife Bulma. Wife, the combat power detector you modified for me last time is no longer enough. Please increase the upper limit again. No problem, hubby. Bulma was very happy to be able to help Jiang Wei. Because of Jiang Wei, Bulma has collected a large amount of energy data that exploded when masters fought, and built a model through the computer. You said you want Bulma to create an artificial human with hundreds of millions of combat power. Bulma will definitely not be able to do it. But if it's just a device to detect combat power, Bulma can do it if she has the skills. After kissing Bulma, Jiang Wei went to Dr. Gero again and showed the obedient cell to the old man. Jiang Wei, how did you do it? Dr. Gero, who was still troubled by the problem of the disobedient robots, asked very excitedly when he saw Shayla, who was respectful to Jiang Wei. Actually, I used a trick. Jiang Wei told the old man about Jinyu's body-changing superpower. I understand. Jiang Wei, you have long been considering using the special ability of the universe human Jinyu in the development of artificial humans. Dr. Gero said with bright eyes. From now on, he only needs to think about how to make the artificial people stronger and stronger. As for the headaches, let the androids never develop backbones. Just leave it to Jiang Wei to solve it. Mad, that's great. Inspired by solving the problem of controlling the control of artificial humans, Dr. Gero began to talk endlessly about the progress he had made in artificial humans. Experimental Eternal Energy Furnace. Practical Energy Absorbing Device. It can carry the above two new devices in a purely mechanical artificial human body. If it weren't for Jiang Wei's objection, Dr. Gero would still consider how to install the above two new devices through transformation on the basis of human beings. It seems that old man Dr. Gero is going to create androids 16 and 19 in advance. Jiang Wei said in his heart. His hands were not idle. He took out Cooler's tail from the system space and threw it to Dr. Gero. I'll give you a good thing. This is what I got, a universe man with strong combat power. The tail, I believe it will be very useful to you, Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero got Cooler's tail and immediately checked it with special instruments. He felt like he had found a treasure. With this universe human sample, I can develop the ultimate cell, ha ha ha. Dr. Gero laughed. By the way, how did you do with the biological device used to modify the human body that I asked you to develop, Dr. Gero? Jiang Wei asked, remembering the topics he had discussed with Dr. Gero before. Dr. Gero said with a smile on his face, with the technical experience accumulated in the previous development of Seru, it will be much easier to develop the biological device you conceived. So, is this why you look down on cyborgs? Dr. Gero, not everyone is willing to transform themselves into a half-human, half-machine ghost for the sake of powerful power. But my biological device is different. In essence, it is a life form that has a symbiotic relationship with the host. It can change the host's physique so that the potential of the people on Earth is not inferior to that of scions. Although my biomorph is definitely not as powerful as a cyborg in the early stages, its potential is definitely far greater than that of a cyborg. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wei looked confident as a scientific madman and laughed at Dr. Gro. After all, Jiang Wei is not Florida, but he doesn't want to raise idlers either. Jiang Wei didn't want to see the situation where people on Earth were marginalized in the plot. Jiang Wei, I don't deny your fantastic ideas. I just don't understand why you only use scion cells to develop biological devices that modify the human body. Dr. Gero asked in confusion. Because, what I want is enhanced Earthlings, not another group of cells. Jiang Wei replied. More than half a month later, Jiang Wei got the latest and improved combat power detector from his wife Bulma. A few months later, Jiang Wei obtained from Dr. Gero a biological device developed based on his ideas that could transform the human body. Then, summon the employees of the security department of the Universal Capsule Company, his younger brothers. Jiang Wei first looked at the fighting capabilities of Yamcha and Qin. To be honest, with Son Goku here, Jiang Wei didn't care about the progress of these boys. Did he? Yamcha, combat power 5500. Qin, combat power 8000. Tianjin Rice, combat power 4000. Dumplings, combat power 2500. Shara, combat strength 500,000,004. Including Son Goku, this is all the people under Jiang Wei, the security director. As for why there is no Piccolo? Piccolo usually skips meals and just drinks a glass of water to get full. There is also the magic that can change clothes, and now even the cost of clothing is saved. Piccolo basically spent no money and scorned joining the security department of the Universal Capsule Company under the leadership of Jiang Wei. Dignified Piccolo Daimao. I am following you, planning to conquer the world, not working as a security guard for the company. Certainly. This does not mean that Piccolo can break away from Jiang Wei's guidance in cultivation. Brother, why did you summon us together? Yamcha asked, who had obviously slacked off in his training. Later, the distance between Tianjin Rice and Yamcha became closer and closer. I have an opportunity here that can make you stronger. Jiang Wei gets straight to the point and never talks nonsense. Everyone responded, and there was no excitement on their faces. It was obvious that they didn't take Jiang Wei's words too seriously. It wasn't Yamcha and Qin who suspected Jiang Wei. They absolutely believe that the elder brother must have a way to make them stronger. But no matter how strong you become, can you be stronger than your elder brother and Goku? Not to mention Big Brother and Goku, even the green-skinned Piccolo is much stronger than them. As for the one who finally joined the security department, the man named Shailu, the eldest brother's android subordinate, was already someone they could only look up to. After being hit repeatedly, Yamcha, Qin and others have vaguely realized that they are authentic Earthlings. They have no future at all. Chapter 45 Piccolo Fusion Piccolo. Did you misunderstand something? When I say becoming stronger, I don't mean to make you stronger than you are now, but to have the talent to catch up with me and Goku. Jiang Wei glanced at the inactive atmosphere in the audience and immediately spoke impassionedly. What? Can you become stronger enough to keep up with Big Brother and Goku? Yamcha, Qin, and the others immediately refreshed their spirits and felt their blood boiling as if they had just joined the martial arts. Brother, is it really okay? Yamcha asked, trembling all over. If he could see the hope of catching up with his elder brother and Goku, he wouldn't want to fall. After Jiang Wei gave an affirmative answer, he expressed his thoughts. Yamcha, Qin, and the others looked at each other with reluctance. In the plot, it is clear that the design drawings of android number 17 have been obtained from Dr. Gero's secret laboratory, but no one on Earth is willing to let Dr. Breve and Bulma transform themselves into cyborgs. Gain power far beyond the initial stage of Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei didn't force it. If you make a decision, you can come to me at any time. While Jiang Wei's younger brothers were still hesitating, Bulma showed extraordinary interest. Unlike the Bulma in the plot, the current Bulma has tasted the sweetness of having powerful power. In another world, Piccolo Daimao was killed and became the savior. And after marrying Jiang Wei, the question also arises, how to adapt to the fact that my husband has tens of millions of fighting power. Honey, do you want to gain stronger strength through transformation? No problem. After Jiang Wei finished, he hugged Bulma and thought about it. He felt that even if Bulma had Super Saiyan level strength, her sharp nails could not break the defense on his back, so he agreed. After Bulma accepted the transformation, she stayed at home as a maid. The blonde Lan Chi, who was obsessed with the male master, did not want to lose to the hostess Bulma, so she also found Jiang Wei and was willing to accept the transformation. A few days later, symbiosis achieved. Since then, Bulma and blonde-haired Ranchi have the upgrade potential equivalent to that of a mixed-race scion. After practicing for several months, whether it was Bulma or the blonde Lankai, they could beat T-God and Krillin with one hand until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. Then, Yamcha, who had started to relax about martial arts, became enlightened and became the first person in the protagonist group who was willing to accept biological transformation. Yamcha took the lead in the charge, and other younger brothers who were originally coy and resentful of androids also approached Zhang Feng one after another to accept transformation. They all gained hybrid scion talents. Only half a year later, everyone has made huge improvements. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat strength 19 million. Son Goku, combat power 26 million. Yamcha, combat power 66,000. Klin, combat strength 78,000. Tianjin Rice, combat power 60,000. Dumplings, combat power 49,000. Bulma, combat strength 52,000. Blonde Lan Chi, combat power 40,000. Shara, combat power 600 million. Oolong, combat power 900. Pool, combat power 900. With the physique of a hybrid scion, Yamcha and Krillin were finally able to use the Kaio-ken they originally learned from Jiang Wei. Sure enough, it's not that Kaio-ken isn't easy to use, it's that people on Earth are really poisonous. At this time, Jiang Wei could unceremoniously declare that the power he held in the hands of the director of the security department of the Universal Capsule Company on Earth had far surpassed that of King Frieza, who reigned supreme in the universe. If Jiang Wei had the intention to dominate universe, the current real estate developer Universe Emperor would be nothing. Humph, it's just relying on external forces that I gained great strength. There's nothing to be proud of. Piccolo on the side looked dismissive of everyone's choices, but in his heart he was extremely envious. Jiang Wei heard this and complained in his heart, "Damn Nanny, you are the least qualified to say that others rely on external things to improve their strength. How does Piccolo improve his strength in the plot? I understand everything." Now, Piccolo tried his best, but it only improved his strength to a mere 30,000 combat power. A few more months passed. Seeing that everyone was improving their strength like a new person, the arrogant Piccolo finally couldn't stand it anymore and approached Jiang Wei. "I don't envy you for using external force to gain great strength, but in order to bring evil back to the world as soon as possible, I, Piccolo Daimao, cannot accept external force." Jiang Wei just looked at Piccolo and his performance with a subtle expression on his face. Just when Piccolo was looked at by Jiang Wei, his green face was about to be broken. Jiang Wei finally spoke. "Piccolo, you are a Namekian. The methods I used on Yamcha and Krillin will not apply to you. After all, they all have to eat, but you only need to drink a glass of water." Piccolo was greatly disappointed when he heard this. "But..." Jiang Wei changed the topic, "Since you sincerely want to improve your strength, then I will help you with mercy." When Piccolo heard this, his dim eyes immediately lit up, but he said arrogantly, "Don't overinterpret what I mean. I, Piccolo Daimao, just want to conquer the whole world as soon as possible. I am not looking for you just to improve my strength. cut. Jiang Wei did not beep more with Piccolo, but took out an egg from the system space. This is what Bulma and I got when we were running business in another world. Piccolo took the egg from Jiang Wei's hand with a strange look on his face. I guess if you can give this egg to fusion, you will definitely gain extremely powerful strength. Jiang Wei had a very interested expression on his face. This egg is Piccolo from another world. At that time, when Bulma beat Piccolo Daimao to death, Piccolo Daimao spit out the egg before he died, but was intercepted by Jiang Wei. When Piccolo's strength exceeded 10,000, he took the initiative to ask for help. Jiang Wei took out the egg and asked Piccolo to fuse himself into another world. Thinking about it, the effect should be better than that of Piccolo fusion god in the plot, right? Piccolo didn't do ink either. Although he had a strange feeling about the egg, he still used his ability to fuse the egg. A strong airflow suddenly burst out from Piccolo. If it weren't for Jiang Wei's protection, Bulma's home, and even the entire western capital, would have been destroyed by the big commotion caused by Piccolo's upgrade. After Piccolo gained new power, his mood was very high. He felt that only one of them could fight Jiang Wei and Gokong. It can be seen how powerful this new power is. Ding! Report to the master, there is a parallel world of Dragon Balls. I gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the master. I said Tongzi, I now have a lot of powerful younger brothers, but every time I run a business, I am alone. Can't I be allowed to bring a few younger brothers to run the business together? Jiang Wei looked at Piccolo, who was already full of confidence, and said suddenly. Ding! Based on the feedback from the master, the system has been revised. After being summoned, the master can summon 3 companions at will to help when necessary. Jiang Wei smiled with satisfaction. Tongzi, as always, loves his master deeply. After sending Piccolo away, Jiang Wei went to explain to his wife Bulma that he had business to visit and would be out for up to 24 hours, then he turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared. Chapter 46 After Trunks' death. Another world. It's so devastated, it's like the end of the world. Most of the Earth's population has been wiped out by those 2 artificial human demons. Finally a savior appeared. He is a brave young man. Named Trunks. Trunks took the time machine invented by his mother Bulma to return to the past time and space, and obtained the design drawings of Android 17 from Drive Jero's secret laboratory. After returning to the future world, Bulma recreated the controller that could shut down the android based on the design drawing of android number 17. Trunks used this controller to shut down the terrifying androids 17 and 18, then destroyed them and saved this broken world. Let the surviving people live a peaceful life again. But something happened that no one expected. Trunks was killed. His time machine also disappeared. Let's not talk about the grief-stricken Bulma. Before they could live a peaceful life for a few days, people in this world encountered another huge crisis. An extremely huge universe ship, comparable to an asteroid, suddenly landed on the Earth one day. The collision between the huge universe ship and the Earth caused an extremely violent movement and caused many casualties. An army from the universe announced to the people still alive on the Earth that the Earth has been occupied by them. A Namekian named King Slug became the new ruler of the Earth. King Slug is an evil Namekian. He is born evil and is in no way inferior to Piccolo Daimao. He also possesses powerful power that makes Piccolo Daimao eclipse him, but now he is old and has only a few days left to live. Just when Slag was about to die of old age, he got a Jiang Wei brand Dragon Ball from another world on an alien planet. Learned that by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon a dragon that can grant any wish. Slug was overjoyed. Slag, who wanted to summon the dragon to restore his youth, relied on this Dragon Ball that accidentally fell into his hands, and led his evil army to find 5 other Dragon Balls scattered on alien planets. The reason why Slag came to Earth is because the last Dragon Ball is on Earth. After becoming the ruler of the Earth, Slag also began to transform the Earth in line with his wishes, but such transformation was fatal to the people living on the Earth. People on Earth are once again in a huge crisis. But this time no one can stand up to save them. Wrong. A mother who lost her son Trunks, Bulma bravely stepped forward again. With the help of Mr. Satan, Bulma sneaked in without any danger and caught the opportunity for Slag to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. On a ruined Earth, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. It was as if the heavy oppressive feeling of the end of the world had descended on this apocalyptic world. It's really a black joke. Say your wish, no matter what it is, this dragon can make it come true for you. After Shenlong came out, he looked at the huge universe spacecraft not far away. He looked around again at the rapidly cooling environment and the remains of the buildings on the planet, then lowered his head and said to the Namekian standing in front of him, who was about to die of old age. Shenlong, let me. Before Slag finished speaking, he was interrupted by a woman's urgent voice. Jiang Wei felt that this woman's voice was very familiar, but she was much older. Shenron, let Trunks. The woman's voice stopped suddenly. With a sullen expression on his face, Slagger didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and used a Qigong wave to blow up the woman who was fighting for his wish. Okay, the people who were in the way have been cleared away, and Shenlong has restored my youth. Shenlong's mood fluctuated a bit at this time. He looked at Slag, who was full of expectation on the ground. For the first time, strong murderous intent flashed through his huge dragon eyes. Jiang Wei has understood. The woman who was beaten to pieces by Slag's Qigong wave was Bulma. Although Jiang Wei also understood that this Bulma was the Bulma from the parallel world and looked very vicissitudes of life, not his wife Bulma. But watching Bulma get killed in front of his eyes, Jiang Wei was still uncontrollable, and he had a strong murderous intention in his heart towards the person who killed Bulma. If he hadn't been summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls at this moment, in the form of a dragon, Jiang Wei would have killed Slug and saved Bulma. Dragon. Seeing the hundreds of meters of dragon in front of him without any movement, Slag asked in a panic. He was afraid that Shenlong could not fulfill his wish to regain his youth, and then he would have to wait until he died of old age. It's very simple. Shenlong suppressed the anger in his heart, raised his dragon claws and snapped his fingers, fulfilling Slag's wish. No matter how unhappy he was, Jiang Wei could not even satisfy the death row prisoner's last wish. Slag has been sentenced to death by Shenlong. Ha 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 ha, I won't die of old age. Youth, my lost youth is back. After realizing his wish, Slag felt the long-lost peak of strength he had in his youth in his body. While he was excited, he didn't realize that this was actually just his last meal. Your wish has been fulfilled by this dragon. Farewell, brother shit. Shenlong waited for a while and watched as Slagger regained his youth and was completely immersed in the ocean of ecstasy. There was no sign of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. He turned into 7 golden rays of light and flew in all directions, hundreds of meters high. The dragon disappeared. Mrs. Bulma, damn it! At Slag's base camp, near the huge universe spacecraft, watching Bulma being beaten to ashes by a Qigong wave from Slag, Mr. Satan knelt on the ground and let out a helpless wail. Why are you howling? This dragon can bring Bulma back to life. An unhappy voice came from the shadows. Satan looked back and was immediately startled. He saw a 3-meter-tall blue dragon man walking towards him. Sir, please forgive me. I have no intention of confronting King Slug. I don't know Bulma either. I'm just a passerby. Please let me go, sir. Satan mistook Shenlong as Slagger's subordinate. He was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. With tears and snot in his eyes, he banged, bang, bang, like a machine gun firing, as he knelt down at the 3-meter-tall blue dragon man in front of him. Got his head up. Shut up and do as I say. Tell me that you want to resurrect Bulma, or I will kill you now. The green dragon man said fiercely. I know, little one. Mr. Satan climbed up from the ground tremblingly. Facing the 3-meter-tall Saiyan Dragon Man in front of him, he tremblingly made a wish to resurrect Bulma. Chapter 47 King Slag. It's easy. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. How am I alive? And, Mr. Satan, who is this handsome guy next to you? Bulma opened her eyes, got up from the ground, looked at Satan and Jiang Wei, who turned back into a human after his wish was fulfilled, and started chewing gum again, and wondered. First time we meet, I am Jiang Wei, the dragon that Slag summoned just now by gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Jiang Wei faced the old Bulma and said politely. It's a completely different face than talking to Satan. Are you a dragon? Ah, when did you become human? Both Bulma and Mr. Satan had shocked expressions on their faces. You said you were a dragon. After being shocked, Bulma's wrinkled face showed hope and surprise. Did you resurrect me, Shenron? Then, I take the liberty of asking you to resurrect Trunks to fight against this bad guy named Slug. Bulma pleaded with her face. Jiang Wei looked at Bulma with pity in his eyes. In fact, with Zhang Shenlong's current strength, even if Bulma makes a wish to resurrect the protagonist group headed by Son Goku, he can still do it. Even if the main characters have been dead for decades, Jiang Wei can still be resurrected to show Bulma. But since Bulma's wish is only to resurrect her unlucky son Trunks, then Jiang Wei will not look for trouble, he will only resurrect Trunks. Trunks, this Shenron will resurrect him. It's very dangerous here. Satan, take Bulma and leave quickly. I'll leave this place to this Shenron. Over the years, living in the apocalypse caused by artificial humans, both Bulma and Satan have developed extremely decisive characters. They just nodded to Zhang Shenlong with grateful faces, supported each other, and disappeared into the darkness. Middle. Brother shit is just a little column. This trip's business has suffered a bit, so why not call Piccolo here and I can make up for some losses. Jiang Wei quickly made arrangements for Slag. If brother shit kills Bulma in the future world, he will definitely die, but he must die in a worthy and valuable way, not in vain. Tongzi, there is no need to summon others, just bring Piccolo to me. Jiang Wei thought silently in his heart. Ding, order received. The next moment, Piccolo was transported to this world by Tongzi. As soon as he came out, he began to look around at the doomsday environment, and then looked at Jiang Wei in confusion, waiting for Jiang Wei to explain to him. Jiang Wei told Piccolo the whole story in a few words. You actually called me, Piccolo Daimao, to come over and be your thug. Snort. Piccolo looked very angry. But you are lucky, that shit guy, even I, Piccolo Daimao, can't stand his style. I, Piccolo Daimao, am the big devil to destroy the world. Who is he? He dares to come to the earth to destroy world? Have you asked me about Piccolo Daimao? Piccolo said with an evil look on his face. Stop beeping. Brother shit has discovered us, and his soldiers are already surrounding us. Jiang Wei reminded Piccolo. They're just miscellaneous soldiers. It's easy to eliminate them. Piccolo looked disdainful. You're right, so I'm here to eliminate these miscellaneous soldiers, and you go deal with brother shit. By the way, remember to be gentle when the time comes, and don't kill brother shit in one go, leaving him alive. He is more useful to you alive than dead. Piccolo's eyes suddenly lit up. You don't need to remind me, I know how to save his life and absorb and assimilate him. I'm very looking forward to it. Piccolo Daimao's evil power, after assimilating brother shit, will become how powerful it is. Ha ha ha. That's all. Piccolo went to deal with King Slag, while Jiang Wei was responsible for cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers under Slag. Who are you? How dare you offend? Jiang Wei didn't bother to listen to the soldiers' last words, and just launched a crisscrossing wave of holes, killing all the soldiers' corpses all over the field, and their blood flowed into rivers. Done. Immediately, Jiang Wei flew in the direction of Piccolo. He wanted to watch the battle between Piccolo and Slug, the two evil Namekians. I didn't expect that on such a broken planet, I would meet people of my own race, and they are also demons with evil hearts. Today is really a good day that makes me happy and worth remembering. As a brother of the demon clan, you should seek refuge with me, King Shaluch, and follow me to do bad things. When Slag saw Piccolo appearing in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled evilly and extended an invitation to Piccolo to join the gang. It was the first time that Slug encountered an evil Namekian until he was about to die of old age. Stop dreaming. I, Piccolo Daimao, will not become someone else's subordinate. Besides, the king of demons in this world only needs me, Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo had an evil smile on his face. Haha, you don't know how to praise me. If that's the case, then I, King Shaluch, will sentence you to death. Slug smiled cruelly. Two evil Namekians squared off and were about to fight. Jiang Wei on the side took out another modified combat power detector given by his wife Bulma to see the combat power of Piccolo and Slug. Did he? Slug, combat power 1 million. Piccolo, combat power 4 million. In another world, King Kai's evaluation of Slug is that his strength is far superior to Frieza's. Frieza's combat power is only 530,000. Just looking at it, Shilage's combat power is indeed far greater than that of Frieza. King! Shit brother, you are going to be finished soon. Piccolo laughed evilly with a confident look on his face. BD! I'm not a shit guy, I'm Slug! Slug shouted in displeasure. Then the figure flashed. Appearing in front of the evil smiling Piccolo, his heavy punch was like a cannon being ejected from the barrel, hitting Piccolo's green face hard. No defense breached. Piccolo just looked at Slag with disbelief. This is impossible. Piccolo admired the expression on Slagger's face enough, smiled evilly, and lightly punched Slagger's green face. The beating made Slag scream, like a pedestrian who ran a red light and was hit by a car, spinning around and around in the air, and finally hit the huge Universe spacecraft, knocking the Universe spacecraft out of the air. There was a big hole, and sparks started to emit black smoke. Piccolo showed a satisfied smile with his current strength and flew towards the direction where Slug was knocked away. Boy, don't think that you will win just because you can knock me out, King Slug, with one punch. I was just careless and didn't use my full strength. When I go all out, you will die. With a scar on his face, Slag flew out of the black smoke-emitting Universe spacecraft, stood in front of Piccolo and said fiercely. While speaking, Slag's strong body also grew rapidly. Piccolo looked at Slag, who was getting bigger, and said with disdain, if you weren't still useful to me, you were beaten to death by me just now, and you can still beep in front of me. Jiang Wei, who was watching the show on the other side, spit out the sugar residue and said with a smile, the boss is about to transform. Unfortunately, no matter how he changes, little Karami will be little Karami, haha. Piccolo didn't have to wait long before Slug turned into a green giant comparable to the great ape of the peasants. Chapter 48 Piccolo is floating. Diddy. Slug, combat power 2 million, enlarged. You can force me to use all my strength, even if you die, you should feel honored. With more powerful power, Slagger said to Piccolo with a hurt face and arrogance. Is this what you call going all out? Piccolo looked disappointed, what a waste of my time. Watch me trample you to pieces. Slag gritted his teeth. With a powerful aura, Slag stepped down on Piccolo on the ground. Piccolo blocked it lightly with his left hand, and Slagger's big foot couldn't step on it no matter what. Even though Slag's veins were already popping out, he couldn't step down with his foot. Then Piccolo waved lightly, and Slagger felt like he was struck by lightning. His huge body seemed unable to withstand it. The little Piccolo's power caused him to fall back, making a big noise. It's over. Piccolo didn't give Slag any more chance to show off. He jumped on Slag's body and kicked him on his big head, knocking Slag into shock on the spot. Next, Piccolo began to enjoy the fruits of victory. He put a hand on Slug's chest and assimilated Slug. Aha! An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Piccolo's body and swept across all directions. Even the entire earth seems to be trembling because of Piccolo's burst of breath. The movement ends. Piccolo opened his eyes, full of surprise. He really didn't expect that assimilating Slug would actually make his power grow to a level that far surpassed his previous one. Piccolo at this moment looked down on the world. Even Jiang Wei and Qigong no longer take them seriously. Diddy. Piccolo, combat power 1 billion. Jiang Wei, for the sake of your guidance all along, I can allow you and Son Goku to become my subordinates, Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo fell in front of Jiang Wei, his cloak was filled with wind, and his nostrils were pointing towards the sky. Jiang Wei just wanted to laugh. Nanny, you start to forget yourself when you have some strength. It seems that you need me to give you a little shock to re-recognize yourself. The next moment, Jiang Wei transformed into a humanoid divine dragon, his whole body burning with golden arrogance. Diddy. Jiang Wei, combat power 9.5 billion, transform into humanoid dragon, transform into Super Saiyan 1. Feeling Jiang Wei's breath at this moment, Piccolo's face turned green with fright. If he were a human, he would have been so frightened that cold sweat would continue to flow from his crotch. It's terrible. Could it be that this is all your power? Piccolo said in horror. Jiang Wei said honestly, I haven't opened 20 times Kaio-ken yet. Haha, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Piccolo's expression changed and he suddenly smiled. You know how to joke, Piccolo, you've made some progress. Jiang Wei smiled and patted Piccolo on the shoulder, and ordered Tongzi to send Piccolo back. 12 hours later. In the ruins of the western capital, Bulma's home. Jiang Wei said to Bulma, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, although Slug has been eliminated, it does not mean that your world is safe. Slug is just a little Karami. If Trunks is still there, you can kill him with one finger. In the future, there will be greater crises that will come to this world. Listen to my advice, after I resurrect Trunks, you can follow me to my world, I can keep you safe. The time and space where Trunks was killed was the time and space of despair, and only Bulma was left among the protagonists to die. In the future, because Majin Buu is sealed on the earth, Babadai and Dopura will come to the earth to unlock Majin Buu's seal and set off a new round of global catastrophe. Even if we can survive Majin Buu's rebellion, there will be a more terrifying Black Goku Zamasu in the future who will come to the earth to cleanse mankind. Facing the big bosses one after another, Bulma and Trunks will be unable to resist even if they are weak. Seeing that Bulma was his wife, Jiang Wei would advise Bulma, who was desperate in time and space, to run away with him. But Bulma declined. Jiang Wei, I changed my mind. I don't need to resurrect Trunks. I want to change my wish. The strong Bulma thought for a moment and said to Shenlong. Jiang Wei seemed to see Bulma's plan and nodded slightly, yes. This dragon can make any wish come true for you, future Bulma. Jiang Wei deliberately said any wish can come true for you very seriously, but Bulma didn't seem to take it seriously. So. Then, my wish is. Bulma paused and said with hope, please resurrect all the kind-hearted people who have died since the artificial humans began to destroy the world and after Slug occupied the earth. After saying that, he looked nervously at Shenlong, whose expression remained unchanged. Rejoice, I am the one who realizes your wish. If it were the Earth Dragon or the Namek Dragon, your wish would not come true. Jiang Wei looked at Bulma with a smile. It's very simple. Regarding resurrection, which can be called Shenlong's main business, Zhangde Shenlong is definitely much more powerful than any other Shenlong. Not to mention those who died of illness or died of old age, or even those who have been reincarnated. As long as you make a wish, you dare to say it. Zhangde Shenlong dares to realize it. Mother! The resurrected Datu hugged Bulma who was in tears. You don't have much time, so get ready to fight the next wave of invaders. After exchanging a few words with the resurrected protagonists, Jiang Wei faintly sensed the powerful evil aura coming towards the earth in the universe, and frowned. Once the 24 hours were up, Jiang Wei could only return to his Dragon Ball world with blessings for the desperate time and space. Anyway, he has left a Dragon Ball projection in this time and space. If there is a problem with the protagonist group of despair time and space, Jiang Wei can just come forward to solve it himself. When his wife Bulma asked, Jiang Wei told her what happened in that world. Jiang Wei just hid the part about Trunks and had no interest in talking about DTE. It turns out that I am so strong in the midst of the apocalypse. Bulma couldn't help but sigh after hearing what happened to her in the other world. I am also very happy in my heart that with Jiang Wei's existence in my own world, I will not live as miserable as myself in another world. A few months later, Dr. Gro used Cooler's tail cells provided by Jiang Wei to recreate a more powerful cell of embryos. Through computer predictions, this artificial human, which Dr. Gro calls Ultimate Cell, will look like the original cell after it develops into an adult body. But there is still no tail for absorbing humans. Absorbing humans in the plot was too scary, so Jiang Wei deliberately made the Sarl not grow a tail that could absorb humans. Anyway, with the rabbit's superpower, Jiang Wei's Shayla can eat elegantly, and it won't be as scary as in the plot. Dr. Gero asked Jiang Wei to take the embryo to the spiritual time room for cultivation. In less than a month, a dark green humanoid bug covered in black spots was born. As always, Dr. Gero's characteristic is that the artificial humans created are powerful, but mentally poisonous. This ultimate cell, after pretending for a while, felt that his wings had hardened, and then grew back bones. If Jiang Wei hadn't noticed in time and teleported again, Dr. Gero would have been turned into a carrot by Ultimate Cell and eaten. Dr. Gero said in shock, "Jiang Wei, I failed again. This Ultimate Cell is also disobedient. I leave it to you to deal with." Jiang Wei nodded. Still the same routine. Recruit the Piccolo Daimao clone, spit out eggs, and hatch a small Kalamai green skin. Then use Jinyu's body-changing superpower to change the body of the little Karami green skin with Ultimate Cell. Final touches. A wave of Qigong turned Ultimate Cell, who had turned into a green-skinned little Kalamai, into a humane destruction, leaving no trace behind. "Your name is Zilu." Jiang Wei knelt in front of him, his face full of respect, and said the new ultimate Chiradao. So the security department of Universal Capsule Company added a new employee. Chapter 49 Raditz is here. Diddy. Zilu, combat power 350 million, first level. After almost being turned into a carrot and eaten by Ultimate Cell, Dr. Gro had a psychological shadow on the development of artificial life form androids, and began to focus on mechanical androids. It didn't take long. Dr. Gero developed Android 16 based on his deceased eldest son. He also developed Android 19 based on his only good brother during his student days, a short fat man. Certainly. In this world where Jiang Wei intervenes in the plot, the two mechanical androids newly developed by Dr. Gru were not originally called this name, but at Jiang Wei's suggestion, Dr. Gru gave them the same names as in the plot. Android 16 is equipped with an eternal energy furnace and has a combat power of 800 million. Android 19, equipped with an energy absorption device, combat power 90 million, initial. After the two mechanical androids have been running for a while, Dr. Gero discovered that number 16, who had lost so much weight in vain, turned out to be an artificial man who didn't like fighting. He is silent all day long, and only smiles when he sees flowers and plants. Although the combat effectiveness of number 19 is far inferior to that of number 16, it is a barely adequate assistant for Dr. Gro's research work. His attitude towards Dr. Gro is considered respectful, but when it comes to his interests, he is quite insistent. Even Dr. Gro has to compromise many times. Either discuss it with number 19. But overall, Android 19 is already the most obedient compared to other artificial humans developed by Dr. Gro. If there was no Jiang Wei, Dr. Gro would definitely seal up number 16 and make do with number 19. But Dr. Gro knew that Jiang Wei had the superpower to change bodies, so he thought of letting Jiang Wei replace the cores of number 16 and number 19 with obedient little green skins. Sorry, Dr. Gro. Number 16 and number 19 are both pure mechanical bodies, and my body-changing superpower is ineffective on them. However, you don't have to worry. It's hard to tell on the 19th, but you can absolutely trust him on the 16th. As long as you treat number 16 well, number 16 will not ignore you when you are in danger. This is the advice given by Jiang Wei. The android number 16 in the plot is a good partner who loves nature, hates violence, is basically harmless to humans and animals, but is trustworthy in critical moments. Dr. Gro had always been convinced of Jiang Wei, so he gave up the idea of sealing number 16. Although number 19 engaged in bargaining during the execution of Dr. Gro's orders, Dr. Gro's personal safety was guaranteed as long as number 16 was around. Even if something goes wrong. Don't forget who Jiang Wei is. He is a divine dragon. Resurrecting a dead person is as easy as Piccolo drinking a glass of water. Because Jiang Wei exists in the world, life has become dull. In ordinary daily life, Jiang Wei and Bulma had their children. They are a pair of children. Sister Jiang Liwa, younger brother Jiang Xiu. Because Shenlong is unique, it cannot be passed down to the next generation. Jiang Wei could only choose to pass on the other outstanding bloodlines he had to his next generation. And in the world of Dragon Ball, which bloodline is better than a mixed-race scion? All right. There must be bloodlines that are better than mixed-race scions, but Jiang Wei doesn't like being a father to children who don't look like humans. Then, Jiang Wei's children, just like Son Goku and Chi-Chi's children, were born with an extra monkey tail behind their buttocks, no different from ordinary humans. Grandson Goku and Chi-Chi's child was born after Jiang Wei and Bulma's child. He is called elder brother and elder sister, and he is the youngest. Just like in the plot, Son Goku named his child Son Gohan in memory of his grandfather who was accidentally trampled to death by his big foot. Because of the two adults, the three children have played together since childhood and have a very good relationship. In the ordinary, time came to 761 AD. A clear day. A small universe spaceship, like a metal ball, rushed into the Earth like an uninvited guest. It hit the ground like a meteorite. With a violent movement, it created a large crater on the ground and filled with dust. Such a big movement alarmed a nearby farmer. At this moment, the farmers were still afraid of the cause of such huge commotion. Otherwise, he would not, so he picked up a shotgun at home and walked toward the location of the loud noise with a vigilant face. When the farmer walked over to check what was going on, he found a large pit on the ground with a metal ball inside that was still steaming. Could it be that this is a metal meteorite? The farmers were thinking this way. With the sound of metal starting up, the metal ball actually opened a door, and a man with wild long hair, wearing armor-like clothing, a monkey tail wrapped around his waist, and an evil look on his face walked out of the metal ball. The farmer was shocked and immediately aimed his shotgun at the strange man. Who are you and why did you come out of that metal ball? Raditz, who came to Earth, didn't even look at the farmer who was pointing a gun at him, but thought to himself, is this the planet Kakarot was sent to when he was a child? The environment is not bad, and he should be able to sell a good one. Price. Then he turned his attention to the nervous farmer who was holding a gun and kept asking him questions. Raditz frowned. What's going on with Kakarot? The indigenous people on this planet haven't been cleared yet. He raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector worn on his eyes to see the strength of the local indigenous people for evaluation. Did he? Earth natives, combat power 5. Tisk, I thought Kakarot was so strong that he couldn't clear out the local natives. But this is the result of his combat power? They are just scum with a combat power of 5, and they are quite weak. Has Kakarot fallen asleep these years? That's why he hasn't finished cleaning up these scumbag natives. Raditz said, very dissatisfied. If you don't speak, I'm going to shoot you. The farmer looked at the weirdo in front of him, thought what he said was fart, ignored him, and felt very unhappy. He warned the weirdo again, and when he saw that the other person continued to ignore him, he shot the weirdo in displeasure. Bang! A bullet was fired at Raditz, but Raditz caught it casually, rounded and flattened the bullet and threw it away. Monster! Seeing Raditz's performance, the farmer was frightened. It was the first time he realized that there were people in the world who were not afraid of guns. A scumbag who dares to provoke me, Mr. Raditz, is seeking his own death. Raditz looked at the trembling farmer with disdain on his face. He fired a Qigong bomb and left the poor farmer dead. Where the farmer originally stood, only a smoking pit remained. What happened that prevented Kakarot from clearing out these scumbag natives? Only by finding Kakarot can we find out. Raditz thought for a moment and pressed the combat power detector again with an evil look on his face. The natives on this planet are all very weak. It seems that the person with the strongest fighting ability on this planet can only be his younger brother, Kakarot, who was sent to this planet since he was a child. Let me see, where is Kakarot now? Did he? There was a lot of data flashing across the screen very quickly, in just a few seconds. Boom! Raditz's combat power detector is an old model combat power detector that comes standard with Frieza's Legion, with a maximum combat power of just over 20,000. Outstanding! Chapter 50 Birthday Party. Raditz's face was full of surprise. What the hell, my combat power detector actually exploded. Could it be that there are masters with more than 20,000 combat power on this planet? Subsequently, Raditz's eyes turned to the big pit where the farmer had been before. The surprise on his face disappeared, and an evil look took over his face again. Haha, you are worrying too much. On this planet, these scum-like natives can have masters with a combat power of more than 20,000? It should be that my combat power detector is malfunctioning. If I had known that this combat power detector would malfunction, I should have replaced it with a new combat power detector and come back to this planet to find Kakarot. Now, the combat power detector is broken. How can I find Kakarot, my brother? Raditz looked troubled. Since the Scion's hometown was taken away by the king, the Scions now only have 3 or 2 kittens left. Raditz's boss, Vegeta, felt that every Scion nowadays was a non-renewable human resource, so he asked Raditz to come to Earth and send his brother Ka, who had been sent to Earth since he was a child, to clean up the local indigenous people. Carrot was brought back and worked for Vegeta. But actually, Goku was sent to Earth because his father, Bardock, realized that the king was going to do harm to the Scions, so he sent the infant Goku to Earth for refuge. Vegeta and others did not know the real reason why Son Goku was sent to Earth since he was a child. They just took it for granted based on the customs of the Scions that he came to Earth to clean up the indigenous people. Raditz followed the order of his boss Vegeta and came to Earth to find Kakarot. In fact, time was very tight, and Vegeta could not allow Raditz to spend a lot of time looking for Kakarot. Raditz must find Kakarot as soon as possible. Go back and report to the boss Vegeta. If Vegeta thought that Raditz was fishing on the earth, he would be miserable. Raditz was afraid when he thought of the cold and ruthless style of the boss Vegeta. By the way, I can destroy the largest city among the local natives. Think about it, as long as Kakarot is not dead, he will definitely receive the message and come to find me. Raditz smiled, feeling proud of his intelligence. Then, Raditz began to destroy the cities of Earthlings without restraint. I think back then, Piccolo Daimau's combat power of just 260 could make the whole world lose their temper. Now, with Raditz's combat power of 1500, he is free to do whatever he wants on Earth. After Raditz's destruction, the Earth's Dog King naturally got the report and immediately sent troops to fight Raditz. After the king who rules the world gives an order, countless fighter jets flew across the sky. There were groups of tanks on the ground, running with their gun barrels raised, raising dust that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! The fighter dropped bombs on Raditz. The tank's muzzle flashed and the shells were fired at Raditz. Raditz laughed. To him, they were just scumbag locals struggling in vain. Unscathed. Looking at Raditz slowly walking out of the dust raised by the explosion, the army commander had only one mood at the moment. Pill. The next moment, Raditz's face was full of evil intent, and he launched a powerful Qigong wave. Whether it was a fighter jet flying in the sky or a tank running on the ground, they were all destroyed in the explosion that shook the earth and the mountains. Ha ha ha! Raditz laughed wildly, it was so satisfying, he just liked this feeling of invincibility. Even if he is invincible, it is just a group of fighting scum. What should we do? God, someone come and save us! The Dog King in the capital, after hearing that he had sent out an army to fight and that all his troops were destroyed in the shortest time, he fell on his throne with despair on his face. Temple. The gods and Mr. Popo are also paying attention to Raditz, who is acting recklessly on the ground. Mr. Popo, someone is destroying the world. That dragon Jiang Wei, what is he doing now? The god asked anxiously. If Jiang Wei hadn't closed the spiritual link with the god long ago, the god would have informed Jiang Wei when Raditz killed the Zanwuscum peasant. Lord God, Jiang Wei is busy with a big thing now. Mr. Popo said with a dark face. The god immediately asked, what happened? How could the whole world be in greater danger now? Jiang Wei is throwing a party for his son and daughter to celebrate their 5th birthday. Mr. Popo said helplessly. God. Western capital. Bulma's house. Happy birthday to you. In the festive and lively atmosphere, after singing the birthday song, today's protagonist, Zhang Luo and Zhang Xiu's sister and brother blew out the candles on the birthday cake together. Then, everyone started eating and drinking. Everyone was there, including Piccolo, who usually didn't get along with the others. Piccolo actually didn't like the atmosphere of birthday parties, but after being persuaded by Zhang Weihashan, he went along with it, attended the birthday party, and gave him the clothes he had conjured with magic as a gift. Jiang Wei's 2 children, Piccolo Daimao, came to Jiang Wei's birthday party for his son and daughter, just for your sake, Gohan, and definitely not because Piccolo Daimao, was threatened by that guy Jiang Wei. Sitting in a deserted corner of a party, Piccolo drank a glass of water through a straw and said to little Gohan at the same time. Probably due to the inertia of the plot, Piccolo, a green-skinned man, doesn't kiss anyone in the protagonist group, not even Jiang Wei, who has been guiding him in training. Piccolo is not friendly, but he is very kind to Gokong's son, Xiao Gohan. In Jiang Wei's words, the cold-blooded greenskin took on the nanny attribute after seeing little Gohan. Little Gohan just sat obediently across from him, listening to his uncle Piccolo's nagging, while showing an expression of I understand everything. Gohan, so you are here, go play with me and my sister. A little boy with cake crumbs still on his mouth ran over and called little Gohan away. The party is in full swing. Everyone, watch TV, there's an emergency news break. Clin suddenly shouted, causing everyone at the party to turn their attention to the TV that no one was watching. On the TV, an announcer with a frightened face broadcast the news that Raditz was wreaking havoc on the earth in a tone of doomsday. At the same time, there are also shots of Raditz destroying the city and wiping out the army, which were risked by frontline reporters. Raditz. Jiang Wei, who was having S*X with his wife Bulma after sending the little devil away, looked at the man with long hair and an evil face who was showing off his power and invincibility on the TV, and then he remembered there is also such a number 1 expression. Husband, how come that guy on TV has a monkey tail just like Goku? Bulma followed Jiang Wei's gaze towards the TV and asked with surprise. Bulma wouldn't be surprised if someone has a monkey tail. To her surprise, the person with the monkey tail was a person she had never seen before. Chapter 51 My Stupid Udu. Honey, the one who is destroying the city is also a scion and is Goku's brother. Jiang Wei smiled at Bulma. So Goku has an older brother. Bulma suddenly realized and smiled. Since he is Goku's brother, it is outrageous to let Goku deal with Raditz and dare to cause destruction on my territory. Jiang Wei said to Bulma again, you ask Lan Chi to call our Dog King in the name of the Security Department of Universal Capsule Company and ask him to pay for peace. Although dealing with Raditz is not even easy for us, the money must be collected and the Dog King cannot be allowed to develop the bad habit of getting something for nothing. As for how much to charge, I believe my wife, you have an idea. Jiang Wei originally had the idea of collecting protection fees from the Dog King to generate income. But there has been no opportunity, mainly because Jiang Wei is not short of money. The matter of collecting the Dog King's protection fee was not done. Now, through Raditz's incident, the Dog King's protection fee has been collected. Jiang Wei actually doesn't have a very good feeling about the Dog King. He feels that the dog really doesn't know what to do in the plot. Starting from Piccolo Daimao and continuing to Majin Buu, when the world is facing the crisis of destruction, the protagonist group steps forward to fight the evil and powerful boss to save the world. But every time the world is saved, the Dog King doesn't even know who saved the world. He even attributed the credit for saving the world to Satan. You can be forgiven for saying you don't know who saved the world in the end. After all, the protagonists in the plot are all low-key, indifferent to fame and fortune, and are pure martial artists. But it would be funny if you don't even know whether Satan is capable of saving the world. A boss that can't even be defeated by a group of tanks, a boss that can only break a few bricks with bare hands, can the so-called world martial arts champion handle it? Let Satan dismantle a tank with his bare hands first. And not only King Guzi, but other people on Earth also behave like fools about who saved the world. So Jiang Wei doesn't want to spoil these fools. If he wants to save the world, just take the money. I know it well, husband. Bulma was worthy of being the daughter of the richest man in the world. She quickly calculated in her mind how much money King Dog should charge to buy Pingan based on the total assets of the Magnum Capsule Company. Goku, have you seen the news? Go and get rid of the guy who is causing damage. Jiang Wei said to Son Goku, who was busy eating delicious barbecue. Brother, that bad guy is too weak. Can't you let Oolong and Pool go? Okay, I'll go right away. Son Goku saw his eldest brother's face becoming serious, and immediately swallowed the remaining barbecue in two mouthfuls, wiped his hands randomly, and headed in the direction of Raditz. Move over instantly. Jiang Wei really had nothing to say about his younger brothers like Son Goku, and he even taught him teleportation. If you can learn it, you can learn it. If you can't learn it, you can make a wish to Shenlong to get skills. Today's protagonist group has one person who can teleport. Ha 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 ha. In a city where explosions occur one after another, Raditz is happily wreaking havoc. The next moment, Son Goku was close to him. Because Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Raditz's eyes, Raditz was shocked. Kakarot. Raditz took a big step back in fright, looked at Son Goku, his eyes instantly heated. You are here to find me. Because Son Goku looked exactly like their father, Raditz recognized Son Goku's identity as his younger brother Kakarot the first time he saw his appearance. Hey? How do you know that I will come to you? Son Goku was about to kill the bad guy Raditz when he heard this and was stunned. Raditz looked at the face of his younger brother and his father Bardock, and said, Kakarot, you don't know yet, right? I am your eldest brother Raditz, and you were sent to this planet since you were a child. The Scions came to clean up the local indigenous people. Let me ask you, why haven't you cleaned up the local indigenous people after so long? Kakarot? It seems that I heard this name somewhere many years ago, but I can't remember it. Son Goku showed a thoughtful expression. Forget it, if I can't remember it, I won't. By the way, you are Raditz? When did you become my eldest brother? I only have one eldest brother, Jiang Wei, and I don't have one. Such a badass brother like you. Raditz looked furious. You stupid brother, you don't even recognize your elder brother who is related by blood, but you recognize a local scumbag native as your elder brother. It really embarrasses our fighting race scions. Let me, my eldest brother, wake you up, my stupid Ou Daodu. Raditz punched Son Goku with a sudden punch, which made Son Goku look stupid. He was not as brave as other scions at all. He punched him with such a stupid face that made him angry. Facing the heavy punch from Raditz, Son Goku felt that he was slower than the old turtle and had no interest in dodging. Raditz punched Son Goku in the face before he could continue preaching. You are too weak. If it weren't for Big Brother's request, I wouldn't even be interested in taking action against you. But I can't let you continue to cause destruction on the earth. So, I will bring you to Big Brother, let the elder brother punish you. Son Goku said to Raditz, who looked in disbelief. Originally, Son Goku was going to kill Raditz, but because Raditz mentioned the words Kakarot and I am your big brother, Son Goku changed his mind and decided to give Raditz a chance. Son Goku suppressed Raditz's full resistance with one hand, moved in an instant, and went back to find Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei saw that Son Goku had captured Raditz alive, and it didn't matter whether Raditz was dead or alive. At Jiang Wei's level, he didn't care at all. Since Son Goku did not kill Raditz, Jiang Wei accepted Raditz. Since Mr. Bei can clear his name and go ashore, why can't Raditz? After Raditz was captured alive by Qigong, he was frightened. He had realized that his stupid brother was much stronger than his big brother. After meeting Jiang Wei and others, I was shocked. Because Raditz had a misunderstanding. He regarded Jiang Wei and the rest of the protagonist group as scions. Just because the people around Jiang Wei were transformed into mixed-race scion blood in order to pursue talents and potential that surpassed those on Earth. And Raditz discovered to his dismay that he was useless. Raditz in the Scion gang headed by Vegeta. Now, in the Scion gang headed by Jiang Wei on Earth, he is still useless to Raditz, who cannot be beaten by anyone. After Jiang Wei guided him and made his strength improve by leaps and bounds in just a few months, Raditz's offer Jiang Wei, the new boss, exceeded his offer Vegeta in more than 10 years. After easily solving the crisis of world destruction caused by Raditz, Bulma made a wish to Zhang Shenlong to resurrect all the kind-hearted people on Earth who died in the destructive activities caused by Raditz. Even the destroyed city was restored. The Dog King also paid Jiang Wei a sum of money to keep him safe according to the huge amount offered by Bulma. After seeing the power of Zhang Shenlong, the Dog King felt that instead of spending a lot of money to raise a useless army that would only be beaten alive when needed, it would be more cost-effective to pay a protection fee to Mr. Shenlong. When Raditz was on Earth, he accepted Jiang Wei as his boss. In the universe, Frieza's Legion, an advanced base planet. Vegeta and Nappa completed the task assigned by the king to clean up the natives on a planet with a good environment. The two started talking in the break room. Chapter 52 The Scions Attack. That useless guy Raditz, haven't you contacted him yet, Nappa? Vegeta asked with an annoyed look on his face. Sorry, Vegeta, I haven't contacted Raditz yet. Nappa said apologetically. There is no need to contact him anymore. Maybe Raditz has died on that remote planet. Vegeta sneered. Nappa was surprised by Vegeta's conclusion. It's impossible, Vegeta. Although that guy Raditz is useless, he only has a combat power of 1,500, but according to the data of Frieza's Legion, that remote place called Earth, the natives on the planet are extremely weak. Just send a soldier from Frieza's Legion to clean up the natives on that planet. How could Raditz die on such a scummy planet? Vegeta crossed his arms on his chest and looked at Nappa coldly. Are you questioning me? Don't dare! Nappa said in panic. Humph, you'd better not dare! Vegeta sneered, whether Raditz died on that scum planet, let's go over and take a look, and we'll know, right? Vegeta, King Frieza's mission? Nappa asked carefully. Reluctance and hatred flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Nappa, don't forget, I am your boss and the Prince of the Scions. You only need to obey my orders, not Frieza. After a pause, the calculation flashed through Vegeta's eyes. Of course, after we go to the remote planet of Earth and find the whereabouts of Raditz, we will clean up the natives on that planet and remove the planet is sold to Frieza. Even if Frieza comes, he won't say anything to us. I'll get ready right now, Vegeta. Nappa said respectfully. Looking at Nappa's back as he walked out of the restroom, Vegeta withdrew his gaze, looking forward to the trip to Earth. At this time, Vegeta didn't care at all whether Raditz was dead or alive. Vegeta has only one motive for going to Earth. The natives on the Earth are all scum, but Raditz disappeared on such a remote planet with weak combat capabilities. Let me ask you, is this abnormal? Vegeta is very interested in the reason why Raditz lost contact. Maybe. If the reason for Raditz's disappearance is found on Earth, Vegeta can gain unexpected benefits. It is not impossible for him to be stronger than Frieza and replace Frieza in dominating the entire universe. Vegeta is a rebellious and proud Scion Prince. But to Frieza, Vegeta is like a dog, and he will bite whoever he is told to bite. Even if you feel wronged, you have to hold it in. Vegeta has had enough of Frieza's humiliation to him, and he desperately wants an opportunity to change his destiny. Even if it's just an uncertain opportunity, Vegeta doesn't want to miss it. Just because. At this time, Vegeta has no hope of defeating Frieza. No matter how much Vegeta has grown, Frieza's strength is still like an abyss in his eyes, unfathomable. It didn't take long. The two spherical universe spaceships left the Frieza Legion's forward base planet and flew towards the Earth. And when the two Scions rushed to Earth, the protagonist group on Earth, Jiang Wei, his wife Bulma, and his two children continue to enjoy life in the bustling city. Others are practicing tirelessly for one goal, which is to catch up with their eldest brother Jiang Wei. 1 year later, Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth. The two spherical universe ships hit the ground hard, which was regarded as a greeting to the Earth. Near a city, two huge pits appeared. In the deep pit are two spherical universe spaceships. With the slight sound of mechanical operation, the hatches of the two universe ships opened, and Vegeta and Nappa walked out of the universe ships. Vegeta, this is the Earth, let me see what kind of strength the local indigenous people have. Nappa smiled evilly and pressed the combat power detector worn on his eyes. Did he? Earth natives, combat power 5. Humph. Just this little fighting power? The natives on this planet are really scum. It's unbelievable, no matter how useless Raditz is, it's impossible to lose contact on such a scummy planet, right? Nappa said a little strangely. Because of this is why we came to Earth. Nappa, say hello to the local indigenous people and tell them that Scion Prince Vegeta is here. Vegeta crossed his arms across his chest and said with a proud look on his face. Hehe, I'm planning to do this even if you don't tell me, Vegeta. Nappa showed an excited and cruel smile. He flew into the sky and launched a Qigong wave towards the city of Earthlings not far away. Look, what is that in the sky? Some people on Earth discovered that strange things were flying towards them from the sky. Many people stopped, they were busy doing something, and pointed at the strange things in the sky. Little did he know that death was coming. Boom! The next moment, amidst the earth-shattering explosions and under the violently expanding mushroom cloud, that city with a large population was wiped out. Looking at Nappa's expression, it seemed as if he had done something as trivial as pouring boiling water on an ant's nest. Vegeta, I have already said hello to the local scumbag natives. Nappa smiled at Vegeta. Vegeta just nodded. Nappa, you did a good job. Now that the hello has been said, it's time for us to get down to business on this remote planet. Vegeta, how should we find out the reason why that useless guy Raditz disappeared? Nappa touched his bald head with his big hand. He was not a person who was good at using his brain to deal with things. This is not simple. If you find the person with the highest combat effectiveness on the planet and ask him directly, won't you know everything? Vegeta said with an evil smile. He pressed the combat power detector he wore on his eyes. Did he? Boom! Within a few seconds, the combat power detectors on Vegeta's eyes exploded with black smoke. Damn it, my combat power detector actually malfunctioned at a moment like this. Vegeta took off the rag that was still smoking from his eyes, threw it on the ground, and said with an unhappy look on his face. Nappa, use your combat power detector to find the person with the strongest combat power on this planet. Okay, Vegeta. Nappa also pressed the combat power detector on his eyes. Did he? The result was just like Vegeta's combat power detector, it exploded. What's going on? Could it be that both combat effectiveness detectors are malfunctioning? Vegeta looked shocked. It seems that is indeed the case. My combat power detector is also malfunctioning just like yours. Nappa said immediately. Use your brain, how is this possible? Maybe, we have found the reason why that useless guy Raditz lost contact. An excited smile appeared on Vegeta's face. This is impossible, right? On this remote planet, with these scum-like natives, are there really masters with a combat power of more than 20,000? And Raditz was killed by a master. Nappa was shocked when he heard this. He only has a few thousand combat power. If he really encounters a master with more than 20,000 combat power, he will not end up worse than Raditz. Chapter 53 Let Raditz take action. That's how it should be. Nappa, from now on, we have to be careful. This remote planet has the value of investigation. Vegeta made a decision. He wants to understand why on such a remote planet, where the local natives are generally weak, there are masters with a combat power of more than 20,000? If you can find the answers to the above questions, maybe that's what Vegeta needs most during this trip. Why don't we leave quickly, Vegeta? Nappa backed down. Vegeta responded to Nappa with a cold look full of murderous intent, and Nappa never dared to mention it again and left the earth. After Vegeta and Nappa took action, the Dog King in the capital also received reports that a medium-sized city had suffered a devastating attack and was wiped off the face of the earth. Since Raditz came to the earth to wreak havoc a year ago, the Dog King has also stepped up his guard against enemies from outside the earth coming to wreak havoc on the earth. As long as a city loses contact for more than 1 minute, it must be reported to the Dog King immediately. After receiving the report, King Dog immediately sent his troops to the city that was attacked. See if you still need to search and rescue survivors. At the same time, the Dog King immediately made a call to the security department of the Universal Capsule Company. The Dog King no longer had any hope of relying on his own army to deal with enemies from outside the earth. The King's regular army can also defeat bad guys like the Red Ribbon Army. The kind of bad guy who can level a city with a single stretch of his hand should be left to professionals like the security department of the Universal Capsule Company under the leadership of Master Shenlong. But this also means that the Dog King's treasury will be bleeding heavily again. For the business of saving the world, Shenlong charges a lot of money. Vegeta and Nappa finally came to Earth. Okay, I understand. I will send someone to solve this matter. Without even thinking about it, Jiang Wei assigned this matter to Raditz, who had recently taken refuge in him, to solve it. As for why you knew the Scions were coming but didn't deal with them in advance? If Speedy Vegeta and his followers were dealt with in advance, how could Jiang Wei collect money from the Dog King? Brother, I will definitely get this done beautifully, just look at me. Raditz was very excited after receiving the mission. It is a rare opportunity to perform well in front of Boss Jiang. As a recent defector, he will definitely seize such an opportunity. Soon. Raditz sensed the auras of Vegeta and Nappa. On Earth, a world where people's combat effectiveness is generally in single digits, the auras of Vegeta and Nappa are as dazzling as lights on the sea. The next moment, Raditz appeared right in front of Vegeta and Nappa, almost face to face with them. Jiang Wei never treated the people who followed him favorably. Since Raditz also calls him Big Brother, Jiang Wei will of course impart all his skills to Raditz without reservation. Of course, it also includes the teleportation that is now standard for the protagonist group. Vegeta, Nappa, long time no see, are you here to see me? Looking at his two companions who were surprised by his sudden appearance, Raditz smiled and said hello. At the same time, Raditz also pressed the combat power detector on his eyes. He couldn't wait to see if Vegeta and Nappa still had their own fighting power. Did he? Vegeta, combat power 18,000. Nappa, combat power 4,000. Raditz, combat power 60,000. Raditz, it turns out you're not dead yet. We didn't come to this remote planet to find a useless guy like you. Nappa said to Raditz with disdain on his face. Raditz, you came just in time. I have something to ask you. Vegeta spoke condescendingly to Raditz as usual. Vegeta, have you made a mistake? I didn't come here to catch up with you. Whatever you want to ask, you can ask it later when you see my brother. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense now. Raditz's attitude towards Vegeta now is completely different from a year ago. Brother? Raditz, where did you get the courage to betray me, Vegeta? Vegeta said very unhappy when he saw that Raditz recognized the new boss. Are you going to surrender without mercy, or will I beat you up and then follow me back to see my eldest brother? Raditz asked Vegeta and Nappa with a dominant smile on my face. Nappa, go and catch Raditz, the traitor. Vegeta crossed his arms across his chest and ordered Nappa. Vegeta, there is no problem. Even if Raditz has grown up, he is still a useless guy. Nappa looked at Raditz and showed a cruel smile. Okay, let's start with you Nappa. Raditz looked at Vegeta and Nappa, still looking down on him, and felt very unhappy, so he immediately took action. The figure flickered. Vegeta's eyelids twitched and he looked surprised. Because even he didn't see Raditz's movements clearly. Doesn't this mean that Raditz's strength has somehow surpassed Vegeta's after a year? Available at the same time. The light in Vegeta's eyes became more and more intense. This trip to Earth is really not in vain. When Raditz's figure could be seen clearly again, he had already appeared in front of Nappa who was caught off guard. Bang! Raditz hit Nappa on the bald head with a powerful roundhouse kick. With a distorted expression on his face, Nappa let out a cry, and was kicked away by Raditz. He fell to the ground, dragging more than 10 meters of scratches on the ground, and fell to the ground gasping for air. Nappa tried to get up, but seemed to have lost control of his body. With just one kick from Raditz, Nappa lost his ability to fight. Damn it, I didn't expect Raditz to become so strong after not seeing each other for a year. Vegeta said with a shocked look on his face. Raditz, if you tell me the secret of your rapid growth, I can still forgive you for betraying me. Vegeta's eyes lit up and he said to Raditz. Vegeta, has your arrogance as a prince made you unable to see reality clearly? Raditz killed Nappa with a kick and mocked in a happy mood. It's a pity that you didn't seize the opportunity I gave you, Raditz. Vegeta's face darkened, and he used all his strength to punch Raditz hard. This is the first time I've noticed that your attacks are so slow, Vegeta. Raditz easily got out of the way and continued to taunt Vegeta. Damn Raditz, I will not forgive you lightly. When Vegeta saw that his full blow could not even touch Raditz's side, his expression became angry, his fists and kicks increased in frequency, and he attacked Raditz. Raditz put his hands behind his back, with a relaxed expression on his face, and moved left and right during Vegeta's fist and kick attacks, without allowing Vegeta to hit him. No matter how much Vegeta speeds up his attacks, he can't even touch the corners of Raditz' clothes. After continuous high-intensity attacks, Vegeta was also sweating on his head and panting constantly. Raditz, are you just going to escape? Vegeta gritted his teeth. As you wish, then I won't hide. As expected, Raditz stopped. Good opportunity. Vegeta was overjoyed, and he punched Raditz hard in the face like a cannonball. This punch must be very powerful. But it hit Raditz in the face. But it was like Android number 16 punching level 2 Cell in the face. No defense breached. Chapter 54 The identity of the prince is not easy to use. A mocking smile appeared on Raditz's face. Vegeta was shocked. The gap between you and me is too far now. I've had enough fun. Please just lie down like Nappa, Vegeta. As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz punched Vegeta hard in the abdomen, causing Vegeta to bend into a crotch and spit out bitter water with a painful look on his face. Vegeta's face was distorted, his hands covering his belly that was shaking like an ocean, and he took several trembling steps back. Raditz punched Vegeta hard in the face again, sending Vegeta flying more than 10 meters and rolling on the ground several times before losing his fighting ability. Then, Raditz held one hand at a time, dragging one of Vegeta and Nappa's legs, activated teleportation, and returned to Bulma's home in Sidhu. Throwing the half-dead Vegeta and Nappa to Jiang Wei's feet, Raditz said respectfully, "Brother, I have completed what you asked me to do. Raditz, thank you for your hard work. You can go down and rest first." Jiang Wei withdrew his eyes from Beilao and his followers, and smiled at Raditz. "I don't have to work hard. It's my honor to be able to work for my eldest brother." Raditz withdrew with respect on his face. Jiang Wei was very generous and fed Vegeta and Nappa each a fairy bean, which instantly revived them with full health. That's all. Vegeta and Nappa also lived on Earth. What they saw and heard on Earth also shocked Vegeta and Nappa. "Vegeta, they all have tails. I really didn't expect that on such a remote and small planet, I could see other scions besides Kakarot." During the days when Nappa was under the guidance of Jiang Wei, he saw T-God, Krillin, and others who had been transformed into mixed-race scions. He was extremely shocked. This is impossible. As far as I know, after planet Vegeta was destroyed, apart from me, you, and Raditz, and Kakarot who was sent to Earth since childhood, there should be no other scions in the universe. How is it possible that other scions escaped and survived? Vegeta was also surprised and puzzled. In addition to men, there are also women and children. Nappa saw Bulma, Lan Chi, Shishi, and little Gohan playing together, as well as siblings Zhang Luo and Zhang Xiu. His mouth was open enough to swallow a watermelon. In fact, because of the unparalleled excellence of the mixed-race scions and the fact that Earthlings are really trash in the Dragon Ball world, the Earthlings around Jiang Wei have all accepted the transformation of the hybrid scions. Even Son Goku's mother-in-law Shishi is no exception. Even Dr. Gero, who was obsessed with androids, under the influence of Jiang Wei, did not transform himself into android number 20, but also transformed himself into a hybrid scion in order to gain the power to subdue out-of-control androids. Could it be that this remote planet is actually an unknown, secret refuge for us scions? Vegeta came to this conclusion and his eyes flashed. During a team-building activity of the security department of the Universal Capsule Company, Vegeta began to recuperate. Because the Earthlings in the security department have all been transformed into mixed-race scions, their strength is not at the same level as Son Goku, but their appetite is higher. Every team building is a popular dinner party, and everyone is eating big. Eat meat. Vegeta was confused about the situation at this time and said to Jiang Wei in front of everyone, "As the leader of these scions, you must have known that our home planet, Planet Vegeta, perished due to an asteroid impact. But I want to tell you that what you know is a lie. In fact, our planet Vegeta was not destroyed by the impact of an asteroid, but was destroyed by Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. Vegeta faced the people who were eating and said impassionedly, Frieza is the enemy of our scions, and we must avenge him. As long as we can unite, I, the prince of the Scion clan, will under the leadership of Vegeta, we scions can not only avenge Frieza, but also build a new planet Vegeta based on the Earth. The rejuvenation of the Scion nation is just around the corner. Vegeta, like a man possessed by a mustache, finished his speech and looked at everyone expectantly. Really? Everyone at the scene who was busy eating barbecue and other meat dishes seemed to be shocked by Vegeta's revelation, and they all stopped what they were doing. Almost everyone cast their eyes on Vegeta. I support Vegeta leading us. Vegeta is a prince and has the blood of the Scion royal family in his body. Nappa stood up like a loyal BCH, still holding the unfinished barbecue in his hand. Raditz sneered, that idiot Vegeta actually wants to replace his elder brother and take over the company's security department. Is he confused because he has lived too comfortably on Earth? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter the next moment. It was like Vegeta was a clown who just performed a funny show for them. Vegeta didn't understand that except for Son Goku, everyone else in the protagonist group was an Earthling born and raised on the Earth. Even Son Goku himself didn't think he was a Scion, but was proud of his identity as an Earthling. Want to take over the power of your elder brother? The identity of the Scion Prince is not easy to use in the security department of the Universal Capsule Company. What are you laughing at? Vegeta became angry and felt like a clown amidst the laughter of everyone. Then, Vegeta, who wanted to go crazy, was brought down by Jiang Wei with just one finger. Jiang Wei actually has no interest in taking action against Bai Lauer, but Vegeta has already talked to this point, and he doesn't move a finger, so that doesn't make sense, right? After Vegeta was resurrected with full health again, he said seriously to Jiang Wei, tell me, your name? Raditz and others all say you are the strongest. I am Vegeta, the prince of the Scions. I cannot allow it. I am not the strongest. Scion. You are qualified to be my opponent, tell me your name. Jiang Wei had a puzzled expression on his face, don't you already know my name? My name is Jiang Wei, and you can't even remember it. Vegeta had strong anger on his face, no, I'm not talking about your name on Earth. I want to know your Scion name. Tell me, your Scion name. I don't have a Scion name. My name is Jiang Wei. I'm not a Scion either. I'm a Shenron. Please understand, Vegeta. Jiang Wei corrected. Damn it. You are just like that cockroach, you actually gave up the glory of being a Scion. Vegeta yelled angrily. You're understanding. Jiang Wei shook his head, too lazy to talk to Vegeta, and left on his own. The following days, Vegeta asked Jiang Wei to use the harshest method to train him. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible, I want to defeat you, and I want to take revenge on Frieza. Vegeta said with an angry look, not sure whether it was to Jiang Wei or the king. If you want to seek revenge from Frieza, there is no problem. You do have the right to seek revenge from Frieza. After all, it was Frieza who destroyed your hometown of Scions. But defeating me? Wake up, that is never possible. If you are determined to defeat Goku, it is more reliable than defeating me. Jiang Wei advised Vegeta to be down to earth and not to think about illusory things. Just wait, I will defeat you. Vegeta said seriously. I told you, defeating me is absolutely impossible. Jiang Wei sighed, why didn't Mr. Bai listen to his advice? Vegeta and Nappa, when they join the protagonist group on Earth. In the universe, a huge disc-shaped spaceship that looks like a donut. Frieza returned victoriously after personally leading the team and cleaning up a relatively strong planet. Until then, Frieza had no time to think about the 3 Scions under his command. Chapter 55 Goku can become Super Saiyan 2. Mr. Dodoria, where are Vegeta's Scion monkeys now? Frieza, who was sitting in the stroller, asked casually. King Frieza, this guy Vegeta is still wild and untamed. Without your orders, he ran to a remote planet without permission, and then disappeared. I suspect that the monkey Vegeta has betrayed King Frieza, so there is no news from him. Dodoria, who disliked Vegeta, took the opportunity to slander Frieza. Except for King Beilao everyone has little Karami's cold personality, which offended a lot of people within Frieza's legion. Oh, Mr. Dodoria, don't I know that Vegeta has been dissatisfied with me for a long time, and he is just afraid of my strength, so he can't bear to say anything. In the same way, I also believe that Vegeta has not. How dare you betray me? Frieza expressed his opinion with an evil expression on his face. King Frieza, please forgive me for my mistake. Dodoria quickly admitted his mistake. Since the boss believed that Vegeta, that Scion monkey, would not dare to betray him, if he was stubborn and opposed the boss, would he really be considered an approachable King Frieza? But why did Vegeta lose contact? Frieza's expression was obviously thinking, Mr. Dodoria, what you said is not unreasonable. If that Scion monkey Vegeta really dares to betray me. By the way, where was that remote planet that Vegeta's Scion monkey went to before losing contact? Frieza asked. Back to King Frieza, it's a planet called Earth. It's in a remote location. There are no high-value products on the planet, and the natives on it are all scum. It's a planet of very low value. Dodoria checked the information and then said respectfully to the king. Oh ho, Mr. Dodoria, change course, let's go to Earth too. I really want to know who gave Mr. Vegeta the courage to betray me. Frieza smiled evilly. Yes, King Frieza. Dodoria went to carry out the order. The huge donut-like universe spacecraft suddenly turned its head and flew towards the remote scum planet called Earth. When Frieza rushes to Earth. At Bulma's house, Vegeta had another conversation with Jiang Wei. Let me ask you, since you are so powerful, do you think the legendary Super Saiyan is true or false? After being trained by Jiang Wei for a period of time, Vegeta became much stronger than before and could even defeat Raditz. He asked Jiang Wei expectantly. Super Saiyan, of course it's real. Jiang Wei answered without hesitation. Why are you so sure? Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked quickly. Super Saiyan is not a legend. In the security department, in addition to Piccolo, Cell, Siru, oh by the way, there are 3 of you, Yamcha and Krillin, who can all transform into Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei said with a smile. This is also where mixed blood Saions have an advantage over pure blood Saions. They can accumulate S cells faster. As long as their combat power reaches the standard, they can transform into Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta looked shocked. What? You can all transform into Super Saions. My majestic Saiyan Prince is still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists. Can. Please show me the style of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression changed violently, and then he unconsciously spoke to Jiang Wei in a respectful tone. Can. Jiang Wei readily agreed. Soon. Jiang Wei was suspended in the air about 1 meter above the ground, his whole body burning with golden arrogance, his eyes turned green, and his black hair turned into extremely energetic blonde hair. This is Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei smiled at Vegeta, whose eyes were wide open. What a powerful force, what a perfect posture. I, Vegeta, must also master the power of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta stared at Jiang Wei who had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and said firmly. Jiang Wei opened Vegeta's eyes and exited the Super Saiyan 1 form. He then heard Vegeta ask, how can I become a Super Saiyan like you? First increase your combat power to 3 million. This is the basic condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei pointed at Vegeta. I want to transform into a Super Saiyan. Only with the power of a Super Saiyan can I defeat the hateful Frieza, Kakarot, and this guy in front of me. Vegeta swore in his mind. While Vegeta was practicing crazily, Jiang Wei was invited by Son Goku and went to Baizai Mountain with Son Goku. Goku, aren't you busy practicing? Why do you have time to let me go to Baizai Mountain with you? By teleporting to the location of the temple, Jiang Wei and Son Goku appeared in Baizai Mountain, in front of the house where Son Goku and his grandfather originally lived. He asked with a smile. Brother, I came here to have a fight with you. Now I am confident of defeating you. Son Goku said to Jiang Wei with a confident face. I'm looking forward to it, Goku, let me see where you got the confidence to defeat me. Jiang Wei said with interest on his face. The two flew into the sky and got into a fighting stance over the inaccessible Baizai Mountain. Brother, watch carefully. Son Goku instantly burned with golden aura, his hair turned golden, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. That's it. Jiang Wei shook his head. Goku, you can no longer defeat me by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Brother, I am different from you. When I successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan with your help, I could not perfectly control this power because of the large increase in combat power in a short period of time. A lot of power will be wasted in the battle, and the time to transform into a Super Saiyan will be shortened. However, after my long-term training, I have been able to perfectly control the power of transforming into a Super Saiyan, so that my power will not be wasted in battle, and I can greatly extend the time of transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight. Son Goku looked proud. I call it Super Saiyan full power state. Pop. Jiang Wei applauded. Goku, congratulations, you have achieved a breakthrough in training. But I have to say, if you expect to reach the full power of Super Saiyan 1, you will be able to defeat your big brother and me, you will be disappointed. For Jiang Wei, he only needs to be able to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Because the humanoid Shenlong is immune to all negative buffs and is a powerful plug-in, Jiang Wei only needs to transform into Super Saiyan 1 to be able to outperform Super Saiyans. 1 full power is still full power. The full power of Super Saiyan 1 is meaningless to Jiang Wei. Brother, of course I know that there is no possibility of defeating you just by relying on the full power of Super Saiyan. But after I cultivated to the full power of Super Saiyan, I discovered that Super Saiyan is not the end of power. There is also a Super Saiyan form that surpasses Super Saiyan. Son Goku said with excitement. Goku, have you trained to Super Saiyan 2? Jiang Wei had such an expression on his face. Super Saiyan 2? Brother, is this what you call the Super Saiyan form that surpasses the Super Saiyan? It's quite simple and easy to remember. Indeed, as my brother said, I have cultivated to Super Saiyan 2. As soon as Son Goku finished speaking, with his soft drink, the golden flames burning all over his body suddenly turned into radial airflow, and the whole body began to crackle, and lightning continued to appear. Son Goku, who was covered in electric sparks, said proudly, "This is the form of Super Saiyan 2. Brother, do you think I can defeat you?" Chapter 56 Brother, I give up. Jiang Wei looked at Son Goku who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Son Goku, combat power 7 billion, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Goku, I am really happy about the progress you have made in your training. However, if you expect that you can defeat me, your elder brother, with just this little strength, you are overestimating your abilities. Jiang Wei looked like he didn't take Super Saiyan 2 seriously at all. Son Goku's eyes suddenly became sharp. Brother, we are all here. If we don't have a fight, wouldn't it be in vain? Regarding Jiang Wei's words, Son Goku did not believe it, but found it difficult to understand. Super Saiyan 2, there is no doubt that in Son Goku's view, he is extremely powerful. Therefore, Son Goku couldn't understand where his eldest brother had the confidence to downplay even the power of Super Saiyan 2. Goku, if you insist on fighting, it's not that I can't help you. But before the fight starts, I ask you, Do you want me to fight you with only part of my strength, or with all my strength? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Son Goku said without hesitation, brother, use all your strength to fight me. If Jiang Wei only uses part of his strength to fight Son Goku, what is the difference between it and letting go? Completely lost, Son Goku specifically called Jiang Wei from the prosperous western capital to the inaccessible Baizai mountain. Isn't calling the eldest brother to Baizai mountain just to open up the fight? Since that's what you want, Goku, then big brother will go all out. Jiang Wei looked at Son Goku with a smile, and gave a light drink. His whole body burned with golden arrogance, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. And in the golden aura, there is also a blood-red aura mixed in, forming a strange color. Son Goku was stunned. Brother can actually use Kaio-ken after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Brother is really scary. Did he? Jiang Wei, combat power 500 billion, transform into humanoid dragon, transform into Super Saiyan 120 times Kaio-ken. The combat power detector that my wife improved is so awesome. I tried my best, but it couldn't even explode. After sighing at Bulma's craftsmanship, Jiang Wei once again used all his strength and said to Son Goku, whose face was already full of shock, let's start fighting. Oh my god! It turns out that this is the big brother who uses all his strength to fight. Brother, how can you be so strong and foul? No wonder, the eldest brother doesn't take the power of Super Saiyan too seriously. It's me, with a little strength, I forget about it. Feeling the terrifying aura of the abyss, Son Goku felt a sense of loss in his heart, because instead of narrowing the gap between him and his beloved elder brother, a gap appeared. Brother, I admit defeat. There is no need to fight anymore. Son Goku said with a bitter look on his face. If they really wanted to fight, he couldn't even catch Jiang Wei's moves, but he still hit him with a hammer. Ha ha ha, Goku, keep working hard, don't be discouraged, as long as you practice hard, there will still be a day when you can surpass your big brother. Jiang Wei gave Son Goku, who was severely hit by his own strength, some chicken soup for the soul. At the same time, he said in his heart, it's just better than what I am now. Son Goku immediately perked up, brother, I will practice harder, and one day I will be able to let you fight me with all your strength. Okay, you are ambitious. You are worthy of being my brother, Jiang Wei. By the way, now that we are out, why don't we find a place to have a meal and give ourselves something extra? Brother, let's go to a nearby town and find a barbecue restaurant for a meal. Listening to what you said, my stomach is growling too. It's very simple. Jiang Wei exited the Super Saiyan 1 transformation and returned to normal, with a sly smile on his face. Actually, Jiang Wei also practiced secretly for a period of time, practicing the transformation technique he learned from Pool and applying it to daily life. For example, in the form of a humanoid dragon, it turns into its original form in order to confuse others. Although Shenlong is omnipotent, it has its shortcomings. That is to rely too much on others to make wishes to improve their strength. The more times you do it, the more likely it is to be seen by others. Therefore, Jiang Wei would spare no effort to raise a group of brothers and rely on these brothers to improve his strength. In addition, Pool's transformation skill, which is of little use in the plot, was also favored by Jiang Wei and used to cover his humanoid dragon form. Without realizing it, my wish came true for others. After a period of training, Jiang Wei has been able to use the transformation technique to disguise himself as a human form as long as he transforms into a human dragon without revealing any flaws. Now, we are just putting the training results to a small test on Son Goku. Super Saiyan 2 was released from Goku's body. The two brothers searched a town near Baizai Mountain and found a barbecue restaurant where they ate meat and chatted about trivial matters at home. Suddenly, they all stopped eating meat at the same time and looked towards the sky. Son Goku sensed it and said to Jiang Wei, brother, another universe person has come to Earth. They are different from Vegeta and the others. Jiang Wei also smiled and said, yes, the universe people who have returned to Earth are much stronger than Vegeta and the others. Son Goku said with a bored face, what a pity, he is still a weakling. I have no interest in taking action against him. After chatting for a while, the two began to eat meat again, completely ignoring the people from the universe who were about to come to the Earth. At the same time, in the western capital, in the 100 times gravity room of Bulma's home, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were sweating profusely, but their expressions all changed. This aura is, yes, it's Frieza. I didn't expect that BD to come to Earth too. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Nappa and Raditz's expressions only changed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Vegeta, what if Frieza is here? Now on Earth, the strongest combat power in the universe has been gathered. Frieza cannot be the opponent of Big Brother and his gang of Super Saiyans. Nappa said with a relaxed expression. A hole. Nappa, you are so unambitious. Of course I know that Frieza today can never be a match for that guy and Kakarote's gang. However, if I cannot defeat Frieza with my own hands, the injustice I have suffered over the years, and the hatred of planet Vegeta being destroyed, I will not be reconciled. Vegeta said with a look of hatred on his face. Nappa and Raditz looked at each other, unable to think of words to comfort Vegeta for a moment. It doesn't matter if I, the majestic Saiyan Prince, can't defeat Frieza. Now, I can't even defeat the woman next to that guy. Damn it! Vegeta punched the steel ground hard, making a hole in the steel. He hated his own incompetence and his eyes were red. And the rest of the protagonist group? Yamcha, did you come back quickly because you felt the aura approaching the Earth? Krillin smiled at Yamcha. Yes, business has come to us again, and I can't stay at my post. My eldest brother has given us such generous benefits and salary, and I'm embarrassed to be doing nothing. Yamcha laughed. Not only Yamcha, but also the employees of the security department, except Son Goku who was eating barbecue with Jiang Wei, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Saru. Even Piccolo, who had not joined the security department, came to Bulma's home at this time, which is where the security department of the Universal Capsule Company is located. In the absence of Jiang Wei, Mrs. Bulma, the wife of the security director and chairman of the Universal Capsule Company, was in charge of the overall situation of the security department by default. Chapter 57 Frieza comes to Earth. The eldest brother was called out by Goku. Now that neither of them has come back, I will be temporarily in charge of the company's security department. Bulma said business-likely. The universe people attack the Earth. In the plot, this is a major event related to the life and death of the Earth. However, after Jiang Wei interferes in the plot, it becomes a business. As long as one order is completed, the profit is much greater than that of the Universal Capsule Company in several years. You must know that the Universal Capsule Company has a monopoly on the universal capsule business all over the world. You can imagine how much profit it can make in a year just by selling universal capsules. The security department only needs to run a single business, which can equal the profit of Magnum Capsule Company for several years. You can imagine how profitable it is. However, the money earned by the security department is not included in the financial affairs of the Universal Capsule Company. It is all kept by Jiang Wei, and each employee of the security department is given a bank card with no upper limit, so that he can spend the money as he pleases. Universal Capsule Company also allocates funds to the security department every year, because the security department is responsible for the company's safety. Anyway, the protagonists who join the company's security department led by Jiang Wei all have endless money to spend. It's not like in the plot. While saving the world, they also have to work as farmers, play baseball, work as police officers, and open martial arts gyms. To solve your own life problems. All their time can be used for cultivation according to their own wishes. Son Goku took advantage the most, because his bank card with no upper limit, but in the hands of his wife Shishi, completely eliminated the possibility of raising Nobi rice. Now little Gohan's strength has far exceeded that in the plot. The most common thing Shishi said to little Gohan was to practice hard so that when he grows up, he can join the security department of your uncle's Universal Capsule Company and be as promising as your father and have a golden job. Bulma, we will definitely act according to your instructions. Except for Piccolo, who didn't say a word and pretended to be cold, everyone else expressed their stance in this way. Same as before, waiting for business to come. Bulma said. It's not that Bulma is cold-blooded for making money, but no matter how big the casualties are, even if the Earth is destroyed by the universe people because the protagonist group failed to take measures in time, it will only take a word from Shenlong to restore it to its original state. Naturally, the protagonist group, and even the gods in the temple, no longer have a sense of urgency that the world is in crisis. Other side. A huge donut universe spacecraft finally slowly approaches the Earth after a long voyage. Humph, it actually cost me so much time. Don't you know that my time is very precious? Looking out the window at the increasingly larger Azure planet, Frieza looked unhappy. It would be a pain in the ass if this trip to Earth proved to be a waste of time. This scummy planet with very low value will also have the same scumbag on it. There is no need for the indigenous people to continue to exist in the universe. The universe spacecraft broke into the atmosphere and slowly landed on the surface of the Earth, near a big city. The Dog King, who had been screwed twice by the universe people, was more vigilant than last time. Frieza and his gang had just landed on Earth when he received the report. The old dog's face twitched for a while. Worry, is it over yet? People from the universe attack the Earth. This story, which originally only happened in science fiction novels, actually happens again and again on the Earth. My treasury is almost exhausted. Mud, can't you let this king's treasury breathe a sigh of relief? The Dog King wants to cry but has no tears. But things have come to an end. Even though the Dog King was heartbroken about the treasury, he could only grit his teeth and go to invite Master Shenlong. But this time, after asking Lord Shenlong for help, the treasury was really going to starve to death. When the Dog King called the security department of Magnum Capsule Company, the Donut Universe spaceship that has landed on Earth, the hatch was also opened. Frieza sat on a stroller, surrounded by a group of strange-looking universe people wearing armor-like combat uniforms, and came to the land of Earth. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, I'll leave it to you to find Vegeta's scion monkeys. Frieza looked at the desolate environment around him and said casually. As you command, King Frieza. Dodoria and Sabo bowed respectfully to the king. I'll do it. Dodoria said to Sabo, and pressed the combat power detector on his eyes with a proud look. Vegeta's wild monkeys were arrogant, but they didn't even have 20,000 fighting strength. Now King Frieza has personally come to Earth to see if you scion monkeys are still alive. Did he? A stream of data flies by. Boom. Outstanding again. Sorry, King Frieza, my combat power detector is malfunctioning. Dodoria said to Frieza, who was sitting in the stroller with a look of fear on his face. Until then, no one, including Frieza, noticed anything was wrong. But when Sabo's combat power detector also exploded, Sabo also apologized to Frieza, saying that his combat power detector was malfunctioning just like Dodoria's. Frieza smiled. Oh ho ho ho! 2 combat power detectors are malfunctioning? Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, please use your brains, is this possible? If Mr. Kikano, who is still at the headquarters, finds out, he will, but I will discuss it with you. Frieza said with an evil smile on his face. King Frieza, this is what you taught me. The fat pink man Dodoria and the blue-skinned handsome man Sabo both expressed their conviction. Frieza said again with an evil look on his face, the combat power detector we are currently using is not the latest model developed by Mr. Chikano, and the detection limit is only over 20,000 combat power. This shows that there are more than 20,000 fighting masters on this scummy planet. Obviously, this is also the reason why Vegeta's scion monkeys lost contact on the Earth. Dodoria wondered, King Frieza, why are there experts with more than 20,000 combat capabilities on such a weak planet? Could it be that there is information on this planet that we don't know? Frieza thought about it for a while, and an interesting smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Dodoria, your idea makes sense. Then, go ahead and do it. I want to let the unknown person with a combat power of more than 20,000, sir, come in front of me to satisfy my trivial curiosity. Oh. Frieza has been invincible in the universe for too long, and he seriously lacks vigilance against the unknown. And everyone in Frieza's legion also believes that no one in this world can be the opponent of Frieza in a stroller. This causes them to act unscrupulously and extremely arrogantly. Other side. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Sija Bulma's home, where the company's security department is located. After Bulma received the call from the Dog King asking for help, she was also using the combat power detector she had improved several times to check the strength of the group of universe people who came to the Earth. Chapter 58, Grab Frieza's Head. Diddy. Frieza, combat power 530,000, stroller form. Dodoria, combat power 22,000. Sob, combat power 23,000. Chuyi, combat strength 18,000. Frieza Legion Senior Combatant, combat power 5,000. Frieza Legion Intermediate Combatant, combat power 3,000. Frieza Legion Low-Level Combatant, combat power 2,000. Frieza's Legion Soldiers, combat power 1,000. This combat power is undoubtedly the Frieza Legion that my brother mentioned. Bulma chuckled, not taking the other party seriously at all, except for their boss Frieza, who needs to use Super Saiyan level combat power. The others are just trash, and they are no match for our security department. It's even more unworthy of Big Brother caring about them. Bulma, leave this to me. When they heard that among the universe people who came back to the Earth, there were actually masters who needed to use Super Saiyans to defeat them. Yamcha, Klin, and others' eyes lit up, and they all rushed to go on missions to get rid of their addiction. Now, in addition to being friends who know each other well, Yamcha and others have not encountered a worthy opponent for a long time. Looking at everyone excitedly grabbing Frieza's head, even the blonde Lan Chi, who is not part of the security department and serves as Jiang Wei's maid, is also fighting not to be outdone. Vegeta and the three of them all looked embarrassed. Vegeta, in particular, was filled with shame and anger, feeling that he, the Saiyan Prince, had been greatly humiliated. Today's Beilao is no longer the situation in the plot where he looked at Frieza's weight with a blank look. Jiang Wei has already told Vegeta about Frieza's trump card. To defeat Frieza, he must be a Super Saiyan. Vegeta has already seen how powerful the Super Saiyan is. Naturally, in today's situation, he will not stand up and humiliate himself. Damn it! Just wait, Vegeta, must transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's face was filled with anger and he clenched his fists again. Nappa and Raditz, on the other hand, were full of envy and used combat effectiveness detectors to observe everyone's combat effectiveness. Diddy. Yamcha, combat power 7.5 million. Klin, combat strength 9 million. Tianjin Rice, combat power 8 million. Dumpling, combat power 5 million. Bulma, combat power 3 million. Blonde Lan Chi, combat power 3.2 million. Shara, combat power of 800 million. Zilu, combat power 500 million, level 1. Piccolo, combat power 1.2 billion. Raditz, combat strength 600,000. Nappa, combat power 900,000. Vegeta, combat power 2 million. Oolong, combat power 3,000. Pool, combat power 3,000. Except for those two piglets and kittens, which in the eyes of Saiyans are only worthy of emergency rations, the others in the eyes of Nappa and Raditz are existences that they can only look up to. Everyone, please stop fighting. For the sake of fairness, let's fight. The one who wins, Frieza will be his. For a moment, Bulma didn't know who to let take action, so she made a suggestion, and everyone said it was no problem. Vegeta saw this, his face twisted. In his eyes, Frieza was like an abyss, but to Jiang Wei and his gang, he was a small character who could be easily dismissed, like a miscellaneous soldier. It made Vegeta even more angry inside. After going through rock, paper, scissors, Bulma finally picked out the one who finally harvested Frieza. That person is Dumpling. Others sighed, and the dumplings were proud of themselves. At this time, Vegeta raised his hand and stood up and said, I know that now, without the power of a Super Saiyan, it is impossible for me to defeat Frieza. However, I still beg you, Bulma, please give Frieza a chance to fight, please. Vegeta even bowed to Bulma. Nappa and Raditz were shocked. Is this still the proud Prince Vegeta they knew? For Vegeta, if he can't fight Frieza, and Frieza is killed by someone else, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Vegeta, I agree to your request. Bulma laughed. When I had a leisurely chat with my husband before, my husband was very optimistic about Vegeta, and he was not as important as Goku. Since her husband likes Vegeta, Bulma, as his wife, will naturally give Vegeta some conveniences. Thank you very much. Vegeta's face was full of joy, and his affection for Bulma greatly increased. To deal with Frieza, it's enough to let Dumpling take Vegeta and the other three. After Bulma arranged everything, she dismissed the others who had no chance to go on the mission and looked miserable. She herself and Lan Chi, who turned back into blue hair due to a sneeze, continued to chat about women. The three of them, Dumpling and Vegeta, had teleported and found Frieza and his gang who were about to cause trouble. Oh, Mr. Vegeta, you've already thrown yourself into a trap before we even found you? You have nothing to say when you see me. Frieza, who was sitting on the stroller, had a flash of surprise in his eyes because of the sudden appearance of Dumpling and Vegeta. He glanced at the unspectacular Dumpling, and then focused on the sharp-looking Vegeta. Anjita. Frieza, I am no longer the Vegeta I used to be. What I want to tell you is that you should not have come to Earth. Vegeta looked at Frieza in the stroller. He used to feel like he was facing an abyss in front of the king, but now he felt like he could kill Frieza with just one punch. Of course, Vegeta already knew Frieza's trump card from Jiang Wei, and knew that if Frieza went all out, with his current strength, he would still be vulnerable to Frieza who was using all his strength. Frieza showed an interested expression, oh ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, please tell me why I shouldn't come to Earth. Because you will die on Earth. It's a pity that it's not me who kills you. Vegeta said coldly with a look of unwillingness. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, don't you think that the little dwarf following you can kill me, the Universe Emperor Frieza? Frieza laughed devilishly, but his eyes were cold. He looked at Dumpling and Vegeta with a look of death. Stupid Mr. Vegeta. I will show you how stupid what you said is. But before that, Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Sabo, please lead your soldiers to clean up this scum planet. Let the scumbag natives on this planet pay for Mr. Vegeta's stupid remarks. Frieza sat on the stroller and smiled evilly. As you command, King Frieza. Dodoria and Sabo smiled ferociously, and were about to lead the soldiers of Frieza's legion to kill the people on Earth. It seems that the task of cleaning up the trash fish will fall on me again. Because his efforts were not as good as those of Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz laughed to himself and became the weakest member of the trio. Raditz, I will be merciful and help you clean up the trash fish this time. Nappa also laughed. While the two were talking, they used the prince's fighting technique, firing fist-sized Qigong bombs with both hands, causing the soldiers of Frieza's legion to scream and fall from the air like wild ducks shot by shotguns. Nappa, Raditz, you are so brave, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of King Frieza. Seeing that a large number of Frieza Legion soldiers were killed in a matter of seconds, Dodoria and Sabo were shocked and angry, and immediately fired Qigong waves at Nappa and Raditz, who were intercepting Frieza Legion soldiers everywhere. He wanted to hit the two of them into the air and explode. Chapter 59 Frieza's Continuous Transformation. They're just two scumbags with less than 10,000 fighting power. Before they could finish their proud words, Dodoria and Sabo opened their eyes wide and saw in disbelief that Nappa and Raditz just waved their hands lightly and knocked away the Qigong waves they shot. It's where Frieza's Legion soldiers gather. Boom! Boom! There were two huge explosions in the sky, and another large group of Frieza Legion soldiers were wiped out. By this time, it seemed that the densely packed Frieza Legion soldiers were almost dead. Ha ha ha, thank you for your help, Dodoria, Sabo. Raditz laughed. Damn Raditz, I will never let you go. Dodoria and Sabo's faces were twisted with anger. To thank you for your help, I will kill you. Nappa smiled ferociously. In an instant, he appeared in front of Dodoria and Sabo, who were shocked. Frieza's eyes changed at this moment. He raised his hand and shot a slender Qigong wave towards Nappa. The soldiers of Frieza's Legion are no different from papyrus to Frieza, they are all consumables. But Dodoria and Sabo, who had a fighting strength of more than 20,000, were usually called Sir by Frieza, so it was obviously necessary to save them. But unfortunately, it's too late. Nappa leaned against his face and shot two beams of light from his eyes, instantly blasting the heads of Dodoria and Sabo. Before the two headless corpses could fall from the air, Nappa had already waved away the slender Qigong wave fired by Frieza. The figure flickered and returned to stand behind Vegeta. And Raditz. King Frieza, save me. There was one Chuyi left, with a look of horror on his face, and his body was blown away by a Qigong wave from Raditz's face. So far, all the Frieza legions that came to Earth were wiped out, leaving only Frieza as a polished commander. Frieza looked gloomy and stared at Vegeta. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Vegeta, I have to admit that I underestimated you a little. It seems that I have to be more serious. Frieza finally left his stroller and gracefully slowly landed on the ground, revealing his second form. A tall and burly Frieza stood in front of Dumpling and Vegeta. It turns out that Frieza looks like this when he is not riding in a stroller. He is such a tall and macho man. Nappa clicked his tongue and said in wonder. Let me see his fighting power. Raditz pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Frieza, combat power 1.2 million, second form. Haha, what happens next is something that Nappa and I can't get involved with, please. When Raditz saw that Frieza in his macho form was already much more powerful than him and Nappa, he immediately retreated with a guilty conscience. Nappa looked disdainful. Raditz, you coward. Raditz was unhappy. Nappa, you say I'm a coward? You're so brave. Why didn't you go up and fight Frieza, but retreated with me? Nappa quibbled, I'm just supervising you to prevent you from running away without me and Vegeta like you did last time on the Bihaoang planet. Not bothering to pay attention to the bickering between Nappa and Raditz, Vegeta stood up and said, Frieza, next, I will be your opponent. Oh ho ho ho! Mr. Vegeta, you are very brave and very, wow! Frieza was about to taunt Vegeta a few words before taking action. Unexpectedly, Vegeta didn't want to hear him beeping. A figure flashed and appeared in front of the king in an instant, looking at the face of the king that he wanted to hate day and night. His face was like a heavy artillery bombardment, and he was punched hard on it. Frieza's face was immediately deformed and he opened his mouth to vomit blood. He was tall and burly, just like his father, the Kurdish king. He was also severely beaten and flew out, crashing into the nearby city and destroying countless high-rise buildings. For a moment, a large cloud of smoke and dust rose up, covering Frieza's figure. Dumpling gave Vegeta a cold look. Vegeta turned a blind eye, and it was Nappa and Raditz who quickly came out to smooth things over, so Dumpling didn't pursue the matter any further. From the smoke, a figure quickly rushed out. It was Frieza. "Mr. Vegeta, I never thought that you, a scion monkey, could grow to this extent. It seems that I can't keep you and the other scion monkeys." With an angry expression on his face, Frieza also transformed into his third form. What appeared in front of Dumpling and Vegeta at this moment was a long, short head, like an alien monster next door. "Frieza, do you know that the way you look now is really disgusting?" Vegeta taunted. "Vegeta is right, Frieza, your current appearance is not as pleasing to the eye as your previous macho form." Nappa then commented. "Nappa, it's true that he is short and frustrated now, but his strength is quite impressive. He has already surpassed Vegeta." Raditz pressed the combat power detector. "Did he?" "Frieza, combat power 2.5 million, third form. You dare to say that I am short and frustrated? Go to hell, you damn scion monkey!" Frieza broke through his defense, and even Vegeta didn't care. He raised his hand and fired a death beam towards the yawning Raditz. "Fortunately, Big Brother taught me Kaio-ken." When Raditz saw that he had attracted Frieza's hatred, he immediately became filled with blood-red energy, and then he blocked the death beam that Frieza fired at him. "Did he?" "Raditz, combat power 3 million, 5 times Kaio-ken. Damn it, I couldn't even kill a single scion monkey under Vegeta." With such anger, Frieza was hit by a Qigong wave counter-attacked by Raditz. He fell from the air to the ground in disgrace, making a big crater in the ground. A puff of smoke blocked Frieza in the pit. Raditz looked surprised. "Could it be that I killed Frieza just now?" Vegeta, who was waiting for him, snorted coldly, "Raditz, you are overthinking. Frieza has not actually shown his true strength. But it will be soon. Unforgivable. I was injured twice in a row by a lowly scion monkey. You really pd me off, scion monkey." Frieza burst out of the smoke, roared, and transformed into his final form. A small and exquisite look. "Gentlemen scion monkeys, you will soon experience the terror of the universe Emperor Frieza. I will make you scion monkeys die in despair." Frieza opened his hands towards Vegeta and the others, his face full of evil and absolute confidence. The dumplings continued to have no presence. According to Bulma's agreement with Vegeta, unless Vegeta loses to Frieza, there is no need for him to take action. What's more, the strength Frieza has shown now is enough to make Vegeta and others despair. Dumpling can suppress Frieza with one hand. No fun at all. Hey, Frieza has become a glutinous rice dumpling. Although he is still short now, at least he doesn't look slender anymore. Nappa scoffed. But his strength has indeed become terrifying. Raditz was very flustered when he saw the fighting prowess of the now petite Frieza. He turned his attention to the dumplings and felt less flustered. Frieza's current appearance is not as powerful as his previous appearance, but his combat power really scares Raditz. "Did he?" "Frieza, combat power 60 million, final form 50%. But Vegeta's mentality is different from Raditz. I can finally fight Frieza." Vegeta also had blood-red energy coming out of his body, making Frieza's face become serious. That was the expression he would show when he encounters an opponent worth fighting. Chapter 60 The Universe Emperor dies. "Did he?" Vegeta, combat power 40 million, 20 times Kaio-ken. "Frieza." Vegeta roared and rushed forward to fight Frieza. Beilao went all out, and the king was able to do it with ease, but he was also surprised by Vegeta's current fighting power. Also more determined. "Scion monkey, leave no one behind. The earth must have a big secret, Frieza must find out the secret of the earth." Crackling. There was a fist fight. The fight lasted less than a minute. Vegeta couldn't stand it at first. He didn't have Jiang Wei's humanoid dragon form. He could ignore the physical load caused by opening 20 times Kaio-ken. He could fight Frieza for dozens of seconds. That was Vegeta. The limit. Seeing that Vegeta couldn't keep up, Frieza flicked his tail and knocked Vegeta away. Then he fired a death beam and penetrated Vegeta's abdomen. The blood-red energy all over Vegeta's body disappeared, and he fell from the air. Farewell, Mr. Vegeta, the secrets you obtained from the earth will also become my Frieza's. Frieza raised his right hand high, with powerful energy gathering in his palm, and was about to throw a terrifying Qigong bomb at the falling Vegeta. Ouch! Suddenly, Frieza's face showed an expression of pain, and he felt uncomfortable all over his body, and he couldn't move. There was no way to throw the Qigong bomb formed by the powerful energy gathered in his right hand. I could only watch helplessly as the Qigong bomb exploded in my right hand. Boom! Frieza was in a state of disarray after being blasted by his own Qigong bomb, and was covered in injuries. Vegeta has been rescued by Raditz and Nappa. Raditz also took out a fairy bean and fed it to Vegeta. Vegeta is resurrected with full health. Because he opened Kaio-ken 20 times, he went all out to fight Frieza until he lost his fighting power and ate Sen beans. Scion's upgrade plug-in was triggered. Vegeta, you have become stronger again. Raditz exclaimed. Did he? Vegeta, combat power 3 million. It turns out you are the one doing the trick. After Frieza was blasted by his own Qigong wave, he stared at the dumpling with an angry face, and his whole body was already burning with golden arrogance. Seeing that Vegeta was dying, Dumpling transformed into a Super Saiyan and used his super power to control Frieza, giving Raditz and Nappa a chance to save Vegeta. Did he? Dumpling, combat power 250 million, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Unlike Tianjin Rice, which is obsessed with martial arts, dumplings have no independent opinions and were cultivated by Keiku Senryu. Since Bulma told him to wait until Vegeta was defeated, he would kill Frieza. Dumplings will destroy Frieza, which is completely a killer's thinking, only looking at the results and not the process. A pale finger was slowly raised and aimed at Frieza, who had a painful expression on his face and could not move, and was frozen in the air. The dumplings need to be made with whole waves to penetrate Frieza's glutinous rice balls. Could this be the same superpower as Gudda from Team Jinyu? Vegeta said with a surprised look on his face. In fact, Vegeta despises superpowers and thinks that superpowers are just side theories. Working hard to improve your combat effectiveness is the road to sunshine. I really didn't expect that when the combat power can keep up, the superpower will be so terrifying. Before he knew it, Frieza was caught in the attack and couldn't defend himself. I, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, am I really going to die on this scummy planet today? At this time, Frieza, under the pressure of death, had already used all his strength. His small and exquisite body had swollen muscles, but he was still unable to move and his whole body was in pain. Did he? Frieza, combat power 120 million, final form 100%. It's terrible. Frieza's combat power has exploded to 120 million, but he still can't break free from the control of Dumpling's superpower. Raditz said with a look of fear. Under the premise that there is not much difference in combat effectiveness, the side that can use superpowers to control the field will have a huge advantage in fighting. Even Vegeta glanced at it fearfully, his fingers already aimed at Frieza's glutinous rice dumplings. We're going back. Vegeta took another look at Frieza, who was still struggling in vain. Feeling extremely disappointed, he teleported Raditz and Nappa back to Bulma's home in the west. And at the same time, Dumpling smiled happily, and a slender Qigong wave was launched from his fingers. No. Universe's real estate agent, Frieza, the Emperor of Evil. Death. After Dumpling completed the task assigned by Bulma, he teleported and returned. Leaving behind a headless body of a universe human, falling from the sky. One hand caught Frieza's headless body. A handsome young man chewing gum suddenly appeared. It's Jiang Wei. After eating and drinking at the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Wei said goodbye to his grandson Gaku. Sensing the auras of Dumplings, Vegeta, and others, he also teleported over and came just in time to collect Frieza's body. Frieza's body is a very valuable experimental material and should not be wasted. Jiang Wei calculated that with Frieza's body, Dr. Gero could develop the original cell in the plot. The two cells in my hands now don't have Frieza's cells, so they can't be considered authentic cells. It just depends on whether Dr. Gero has the guts to continue making cell. Jiang Wei, did you send me experimental materials from the universe people again? Drive. Gero got Frieza's headless body and tested it again with instruments. It's better than the tail experiment material of the universe man last time. But, if it continues to be used to make cells technology has been developed to its limit. To be honest, I no longer have the passion to continue making cell. Jiang Wei gave the old man a roll of his eyes. Are you sure you just lost the passion to make Sharu, rather than being scared out of your wits? Who said that Sharu last time could FG act? You still believe it? Do you really think so? I created an obedient artificial human. I didn't expect that it was just Shalo's disguise. As soon as I left, he showed his true colors and almost turned you into a carrot and ate you, ha ha ha. Dr. Gero's old face was a little confused, believe it or not. In short, I really have no interest in Sharu anymore. I need new research ideas to stimulate my research passion. Jiang Wei touched his chin, new research passion. Maybe I have a new idea that can point you in the direction. Dr. Gero's eyes lit up. Jiang Wei told Dr. Gero that idea. I am engaged in scientific research. Are you telling me about magical creations? After listening, Dr. Gero looked stunned. You said that new research ideas are needed to stimulate your research enthusiasm. Who told you that you are no longer interested in Sharu? Jiang Wei spread his hands. Then do you have the real thing? Just listening to you say it makes my eyes darken. Dr. Gero thought for a while and asked. Jiang Wei only said one word, wait. After returning home, Bulma was about to tell Jiang Wei about arranging for the security department to take over another business with the Dog King to deal with Frieza. Jiang Wei just waved his hand, indicating that Bulma didn't need to tell him. Things like solving Frieza's little Karami would be handled by Bulma herself in the future, and there was no need to tell him anymore. After getting tired of his wife for a while, when Jiang Wei wandered out, he met Vegeta who came to see him specifically. At this time, Vegeta's face was full of excitement, as if he had won a 100 million yuan jackpot. My combat power has reached 3 million. I want to transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. Tell me what to do. Beilao said impatiently. Chapter 61 Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei signaled Vegeta not to worry, checked him again, and shook his head. Vegeta, your combat power has reached the passing line for transforming into a Super Saiyan. But the S cells in your body are not up to standard. You can survive on Earth and accumulate S cells. Vegeta left disappointed. As Jiang Wei said, in addition to practicing crazily in the gravity room like Qigong, he also lives on the Earth like an ordinary Earthling. Only half a year later, Beilao actually dated a woman from Earth. In the plot, that woman is still a minor character with a name. The name is Violet. He was once a colonel of the Red Ribbon Legion, the world's most evil legion. On the day Tao Bibai attacked the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion in order to collect Jiang Wei brand Dragon Balls. As a subordinate of General Blue, Violet also led a group of soldiers to bravely resist the attacking Tao Bibai. After the failure, Violet realized that the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion was inevitable, so just like in the plot, she took the money in the vault and ran away. Afterwards, he changed his identity and joined King Dog's regular army to continue his military career. With merit, he became a colonel in the Dog King's army. When Raditz attacked, this woman was ordered to lead a group of tanks to fight Raditz, but was wiped out by Raditz with a casual Qigong wave. After Raditz was dealt with by Qigong, it was only with the power of Zhangde Shenlong that Violet came back to life. Then the Scions attack. The later king came to Earth. Violet Du led his men to participate in the rescue of survivors. It can be said that all battles were completed, the universe people attacked the Earth. I don't know how such a powerful woman got acquainted with Beilao and quickly established a relationship. And after having Violet as his girlfriend, Vegeta changed in a way that even he didn't realize. Vegeta, congratulations, the concentration of S cells in your body can already meet your needs to transform into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei smiled and said to Vegeta. Vegeta looked ecstatic, he could finally transform into the Super Saiyan he longed for. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger. In this regard, Jiang Wei felt that Vegeta was not a problem, but to send Buddha to the west, Jiang Wei still helped, taking out his clone Goku and using Jinyu the body-changing technique changes Vegeta into his clone Goku, and directly experiences the feeling of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In this way, it only took Vegeta less than 10 minutes to realize the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei changed him back to his original body and took back the Son Goku clone. You have mastered the trick to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Now, try to use your own body to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei continued to guide. Vegeta did not move, but looked at Jiang Wei with complicated eyes. Fortunately, you are not the boss who is hostile to the protagonist group, otherwise the protagonist group will have no other end than the destruction of the group. What did you say? Jiang Wei asked doubtfully. Didn't say anything. Vegeta's aura began to increase sharply. Golden arrogance also appeared. As Beilao roared, his hair turned green. No, his eyes turned green, his hair turned blonde, and he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Congratulations, we have another Super Saiyan. Jiang Wei clapped with a smile on his face. He raised his hand and pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Vegeta, combat power 175, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Don't feel too good about yourself, I have no intention of joining you. Vegeta crossed his shoulders and snorted coldly. Oh, I understand, the Saiyan Prince. Jiang Wei smiled. If he hadn't realized that there was a bigger gap between him and the guy in front of him than between him and Frieza in the past, Vegeta could no longer hold back and wanted to punch his hateful face. Just when Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince on Earth, successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. In the universe, a huge spaceship is flying rapidly towards the Earth. Inside the spacecraft, in the main control room, there is a throne. Sitting on it was a tall and burly man with sharp long horns on his head, just like Frieza's second stage transformation from the universe. Not someone else. It was none other than Frieza's father, the King of Kurds. After Frieza and his gang fell on the earth, Frieza's legion showed signs of instability, and the Kurdish king, who had retired, had to step forward to stabilize the overall situation. The Kurdish king attached great importance to his missing son Frieza and sent many universe people to the earth secretly to explore Frieza's whereabouts. Different from the plot, Frieza in the plot saved his life on Namek, and was transformed into a mechanical Frieza. His combat power has improved a lot, and he feels confident that he can defeat the one who transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Dog empty. The Kurdish king accompanied Frieza and came to Earth to take revenge. In fact, the strength of the Kurdish king is not as good as Frieza. If even Frieza is defeated in a place, how can the Kurdish king, an old man in the world, have the courage to rashly go to the earth without knowing what is going on? Don't you know that the older you get in the world, the less courageous you become? What? Why not call Cooler over and stand up for his brother? In the Dragon Ball world where Chiang Kai-shek lives, the Kurdish king only has one son, Frieza. He doesn't know who Cooler is, and he has no grandson named Kulisa. After the men who went to Earth to investigate the news sent back the investigated information, the Kurdish king decided to take people to Earth after careful consideration. Although Frieza is a rebellious son, he hates the Kurdish king dictating his affairs the most. But the Kurdish king is his father after all, so he can't ignore Frieza, right? How long will it take before we can reach the remote planet called Earth? The Kurdish king sat upright and said with a serious expression. If we go back to the Kurdish king, we can reach the Earth by sailing for another half a year. A soldier wearing an armor-like combat uniform said respectfully to the Kurdish king. I've already remembered it all. You can't act without permission when you return to Earth. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. The Kurdish king said with a cold expression. The universe people in the main control room all jumped in their hearts and said quickly, I'll understand, the Kurdish king. Half a year later. Earth. In a wilderness, a strange, rocket-like machine suddenly appeared. There is a tripod bracket at the bottom of the machine, allowing the machine to stop firmly on the ground. There is no problem with the age, but there are some deviations in the location, so it won't have much impact. A young man with a handsome appearance and a long sword on his back jumped off the machine and looked at the surrounding environment. This place should be very remote, far away from human habitation. Young Trunks from the future didn't see anyone. I can already feel that there are several powerful auras on this earth, too strong. Stronger than Brother Gohan and I. According to the information my mother gave me, in this era, except for Uncle Goku, the Earth it is impossible for so many Super Saiyan to appear in the world. There are even several auras that surpass Super Saiyan. What is going on in this era? Facing the unknown situation, Trunks looked frightened. I have to tread carefully. Trunks immediately hid his combat power, turned the time machine into a universal capsule, put it away, and turned to covered activities. Other side. The Kurdish king is slowly landing on the Earth in a huge universe spaceship. Chapter 62 The Resurrected F. What? The universe people are coming to attack the Earth again. The Kurdish king's spaceship was landing. When the Dog King received the report, he jumped up from his throne. Mud, these universe people who have killed 1,000 swords, are they because there is no other planet in the universe to invade, so they focus on the Earth, invade the Earth again and again, and catch a sheep and pluck it hard? The Dog King wants to cry but has no tears. Rats are starving to death every day in the treasury. We really can't afford the money. Let's ask Lord Shenlong to solve the problem of the universe people invading the Earth. Or make an IOU? The Dog King is holding the phone and is thinking about whether he is just a dog, but he is still the king who rules the Earth. Can this dog face be of some respect to Jiang Shenlong? Come and report. Received a signal from the huge universe spaceship. The Dog King showed a happy expression. Fine. Not for aggression. Your Majesty, his father is here to negotiate, not to start a fight. Unlike the Dog King who breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Wei was a little disappointed, because this meant that he would lose a business and make a lot of small money. Since the Kurdish king came to negotiate, Jiang Wei did not disturb the brothers. He took one of his men and teleported to appear in front of the Kurdish king and other universe visitors. A group of soldiers from Frieza's legion looked at Jiang Wei and his men who suddenly appeared, with faces as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Kurdish king's eyelids also jumped again and again. King of Kurds, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Wei, as always, didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Show me what this man's fighting power is. The Kurdish king used the communicator to whisper instructions to his men in the universe spacecraft. In the universe spacecraft, there is a large combat power detector with a maximum detection limit of 50 million combat power. It is the latest invention of Kikano, the chief scientist of Frieza's legion. Yes, the Kurdish king. It didn't take long. Boom! The huge universe spacecraft behind Kurd made a loud noise, and billowing black smoke came out of the spacecraft. King of Kurds, what's wrong? The latest combat effectiveness detector exploded. The explosion killed and injured many of our brothers. The panicked voice of a universe person came from the communicator. The Kurdish king's face was extremely gloomy. Amid the gloom, there was also panic. Oh, your combat power detector exploded. Jiang Wei glanced at the huge universe spaceship billowing black smoke, and smiled at the Kurdish king. Want to know the combat power of Zillow and I? Just ask me. I only have 60 million combat power. Although Zillow is my subordinate, he still needs to much more powerful than me. Normal has a combat power of 500 million. King Kurd, I would like to ask, my combat power detector shows that you only have 100 million combat power? Then can you, like Frieza, greatly increase your combat power through transformation? The Kurdish king was shocked. A small, portable combat power detector that comes standard with Frieza's legion can actually detect his combat power. It's not astonishing yet. That ugly green-skinned man with black spots who gave him a great sense of oppression has more than 500 million combat power, but he can only be a subordinate of the opponent. In an instant, the Kurdish king had several thoughts running through his mind, and then corrected his attitude. He bent down and bowed to Jiang Wei, who had a very casual posture, and then said, "Your Excellency, I apologize to you for my rudeness just now." Jiang Wei said with an indifferent expression, "King of Kurds, I accept your apology." The Kurdish king looked at Jiang Wei's face and then said, "To be honest, Your Excellency, my combat power is indeed only 100 million, and my son Frieza is the only genius in my family. At his age easily, the combat power has surpassed mine. The purpose of my trip is also for Frieza." Jiang Wei smiled and said, "Easy to say." Jiang Wei was certainly in a good mood because he could still make money from dead people. After just a few minutes of negotiation, the Kurdish king paid a large sum of universe hard currency, which is the kind of metal currency earned by granola in the plot, like small sticks, to buy back the king's life. It's very simple. The Kurdish king didn't know what was going on, so Jiang Wei fulfilled his wish and resurrected Frieza. Because he fulfilled the Kurdish king's wish, Jiang Wei also obtained all the Kurdish king's abilities. Ding! Get Frieza's bloodline, not activated. Tell that little dwarf that I will come back to seek revenge on him. After Frieza was resurrected, he just nodded to his father, and then yelled at Jiang Wei. Frieza was first controlled by Dumpling with his superpowers, and then shot in the head by Dongdong. Frieza died in a very aggrieved manner. After death, he went to heaven and was wrapped up and hung under a tree. There were cute little animals every day, and little goblins in bunny costumes held various musical instruments and played positive music cheerfully, torturing Frieza. That's enough. Frieza couldn't move and could only endure it with a twisted face. This feeling reminded him of the bad experience of being controlled by Dumpling's superpower and being helpless and could only wait for death. "Frieza, you are so rude." The Kurdish king quickly scolded the king, but Frieza ignored his father. The king's father had no choice but to smile and apologize to Jiang Wei. "It doesn't matter, who hasn't been young? Young people have a smooth journey and then suffer a big loss. It's strange that they don't have resentment in their hearts. Otherwise, how can they be young and energetic?" Jiang Wei waved his hand and didn't care at all. Through chatting with the Kurdish king, Jiang Wei already knew that Frieza was actually very young when converted to human age, barely an adult, and his beard was still very tender. No wonder in the plot, he would find a dragon and make a wish. Only grows 5 centimeters tall, so that others will think that he is still growing. "King Frieza, take this." Jiang Wei thought for a while, took out a small jar and threw it to Frieza. With an evil expression on his face, Frieza saw Jiang Wei throwing a small jar at him, raised his hand to catch it, and opened it. "It's filled with little beans." An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on Frieza's face. "It's actually fairy beans? You would actually give me a full jar of fairy beans? What is a fairy bean? Frieza, is this thing very precious?" The Kurdish king asked with a face that had never seen the world. Frieza glanced at his father with disgust, but still said, when I was suffering in heaven, I occasionally heard people passing by talk about fairy beans. This is a treasure that can only be found on Earth in the entire universe. If you eat a fairy bean, as long as you are not killed on the spot, no matter how injured you are or if your physical strength is completely exhausted, you can still recover in an instant. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure, it is a truly good thing. He turned his attention to the fairy beans in the small jar again, with a greedy look in his eyes. Hiss! The Kurdish king took a breath and looked at the small jar of fairy beans in his son's hand, with greed in his eyes. Frieza, there are a lot of fairy beans in this jar, and you probably can't use them all by yourself. How about you give me some? Kurdish king. Frieza ignored his father and put away the small can of fairy beans. He said to Jiang Wei, "Oh ho ho ho! I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Even if you take out the fairy beans, you can't calm down the anger in my heart. That little dwarf is dead." Jiang Wei waved his hand, "No problem. I'm not giving you the fairy beans just for the dumplings. Then may I ask, what is the purpose of giving me the fairy beans?" Frieza saw that Jiang Wei's expression didn't seem to be artificial and asked curiously. Jiang Wei laughed and said, "I just feel that there are too few masters in the universe now. When I see people with master potential, I can't help but want to train them and let them grow up quickly." Oh ho ho ho! What a stupid idea! With an evil smile on his face, Frieza turned around and walked towards the huge universe spaceship. The Kurdish king, who had always been ignored, followed him. When they reached the entrance of the huge universe spaceship, Frieza seemed to have remembered something, and turned to Jiang Wei and said, "Tell Mr. Vegeta for me, the three of them have been fired by Frieza's legion because they left their posts without permission during work. Apart from, please ask them to find another job." Ah! Hee hee! Jiang Wei also smiled. For a small can of fairy beans, if you can raise golden Frieza or even black gold Frieza in advance, grant Frieza another wish, to grow 5 centimeters taller. That's all. The moment Frieza and his son were about to board the giant universe spaceship, a handsome young man with blonde hair and green eyes suddenly appeared, drew out the long sword carried on his back, and rushed towards Frieza and his son without saying much. Chapter 63 The Natural Enemies of Number 17 and Number 18. Diddy. Trunks, Combat Power 220 million, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Jiang Wei recognized at a glance that the boy who attacked Frieza and his son was none other than the big boss from the future world. Jiang Wei was not surprised at all as to why Big Te still appeared after he married Bulma. Because he is a dragon. It is a unique existence in the Dragon Ball world. Zeno can have 2, but Jiang Wei can only have 1. Therefore, there will not be another Jiang Wei in the future world. It will not affect the emergence of Date. Seeing that Frieza and his son were about to be struck by Te's sword, Jiang Wei signaled to follow him, and Zilu, who was originally just for show, took action. Diddy. Zilu, Combat Power 500 million, First Level. Boy, who allows you to be so arrogant in front of my lord, the great demon king Jiang Wei? A contemptuous smile appeared on Zilu's insect-like face, and he defeated Te with just one move. If Jiang Wei hadn't ordered Zilu to be merciful, Te would have died. That man's men are so strong. Frieza looked at Zilu who killed Trunks with one move, with shock in his eyes. Immediately. Oh ho ho ho! Give me time, as long as I can practice for a few months, I will still be the invincible emperor of the universe. Frieza smiled with great confidence. Frieza, how many times have I told you not to forget the terrifying Lord Beerus? The Kurdish king said disappointedly. Snort. Frieza just looked at his father coldly and did what he had to do. The huge universe spaceship rose into the sky and flew away from the earth. Date, who was stepped on the ground by Zilu, could only watch with reluctance as the king and his son left. Damn it! What's going on with this green-skinned monster? Why did you stop me from killing Frieza and his son? Trunks angrily questioned Jiang Wei. Sorry, young Trunks from the future, the Kurdish king just made a deal with me. I have no reason to let my client be killed by you in front of my eyes. As for the green-skinned monster that defeated you, its name is Siru. It is an artificial human developed by Dr. Gru using biotechnology. It is the second creation in the Cellule series. Jiang Wei signaled Zillow to let go of DTE and said with a smile. Dr. Gro. Android. Date's nerves were touched, and his expression was immediately distorted by extreme anger. It turns out that you are an accomplice of Dr. Gero. You are a remnant of the Red Ribbon Legion. DTE also wanted to use force against Jiang Wei, but Xilu knocked him down with one move. I said Trunks, you didn't even notice before you spoke. Are there any patterns on the clothes I'm wearing? Jiang Wei once again signaled Zillow to let go of DTE, pointed at himself and smiled. Trunks was stunned. Following the direction of Jiang Wei's finger, he saw the word dragon on the black windbreaker Jiang Wei was wearing, and the logo of the Universal Capsule Company that was exactly the same as the one on his coat. You are from the Universal Capsule Company? Then why are you hanging out with Dr. Gero and the artificial humans? Trunks calmed down and asked in confusion. Trunks, you have to understand that you have not actually traveled to the past of your world, but to the past of another parallel world, which is the world I am in. In my world, the people and things are completely different from your world. It's like, in your world, I don't exist, right? Jiang Wei smiled. After hearing this, DTE was silent for a while, with a thoughtful look on his handsome and determined face. I already understand that this is another world. The things that happened in my world are not of reference in your world. DTE finally showed a relaxed expression. By the way, why do you know that I am Trunks? And who are you? There is indeed no such person as you in the information my mother gave me. Date asked curiously. First meeting, hello, Trunks. My name is Jiang Wei, I am both a human and a dragon. Jiang Wei showed a wicked smile. He is also the director of the security department of Universal Capsule Company and the husband of Chairman Bulma. After saying that, I was ready to admire the expression on Date's face. Ah! Trunks showed an extremely complex and wonderful human expression just as Jiang Wei expected. Ha ha ha! Jiang Wei smiled when he saw it. This is much more interesting than Sichuan opera face changing. In this world, Mom is not married to Dad. Trunks thought for a moment, and after his expression returned to normal, he said with excitement, Mr. Jiang Wei, you said you are a dragon. After receiving Jiang Wei's affirmative answer, DTE was so excited that he almost shed tears. Everyone, and Brother Gohan, they can all come back to life. I understand your feelings, and I can indeed realize your wish to resurrect Sun Wuhan and others. However, due to the isolation of time and space, even if I am Shenlong, I have to go to your world to resurrect Sun Wuhan and others. Jiang Wei felt it and said to DTE. DTE immediately bowed to Jiang Wei respectfully, thank you very much, Mr. Jiang Wei. By the way, Uncle Gaku exists in the world you live in, right? Jiang Wei nodded. Gaku, he is my younger brother and a member of the company's security department. Since Uncle Gaku is here, please give this special medicine to treat heart disease to Uncle Gaku. Trunks took out a small bottle and handed it to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei did not take the small bottle. This special medicine is no longer needed. Goku's heart disease was cured a few years ago by making a wish to this dragon. That's really great. Trunks put the small bottle away, hesitated, and asked, Mr. Jiang Wei, are you familiar with Dr. Gero? He has made this very powerful artificial man his subordinate to you. In Date's eyes, Zillow's power is by no means inferior to that of the future androids 17 and 18. Facing these artificial humans created by Dr. Gero, DTE was powerless to fight back. Dr. Gru and I are old friends. I funded a lot of his research work. Even this Zillow was created using the research materials I provided. Jiang Wei smiled. I'm so envious. Trunks did not tell Jiang Wei that artificial humans would harm the world in the future. Because there is no need. Since Dr. Gero in this world is a friend of Mr. Jiang Wei, he would never have the idea of creating androids 17 and 18 to kill Uncle Goku and avenge the Red Ribbon Legion. By the way, Mr. Jiang Wei, I'm a little curious as to why Dr. Gero let Uncle Goku go, who destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion. Date asked with curiosity on his face. Because in my world, it was not Goku who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, but Tao Bibai. In order to collect the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the dragon, Tao Bibai snatched the Dragon Ball from Marshal Black. And after Tao Bibai summoned me to fulfill his wish, he even wanted to kill the donkey and kill the dragon, but I killed him on the spot. Jiang Wei satisfied Date's curiosity. So that's it. Da Te hammered his palm and said, then, can you ask Dr. Gero to make me a controller that can control artificial humans? He also told Jiang Wei in a few words about the evil deeds of androids 17 and 18 in the future world. Trunks, there is no need to trouble Dr. Gero. You just need to ask Cyril to go back to the future world with you and destroy the bullshit androids 17 and 18. Cyril, but android 17 and 18 the natural enemy of no 18. Jiang Wei patted Zilu on the shoulder and laughed. Chapter 64 Demonic Artificial Man. Thank you very much. Trunks bowed to Jiang Wei again. Zilu's insect face also showed a happy smile, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. Obviously. Zilu already understood his boss's intention. There are delicious carrots to eat again. But there is a problem, Mr. Jiang Wei, as you have seen. My time machine is too small, it can only accommodate me alone. Neither you nor this green skin, Mr. Zilu can sit down come in. Trunks took out the time machine from the universal capsule and said to Jiang Wei with a sad look on his face. Trunks, didn't your mother's information mention that Yamsha has a partner named Pool who can transform? After a burst of white smoke, Jiang Wei and Zilu turned into 2 pistols and fell into the hands of Trunks, who had his eyes wide open. Zilu also has Pool's cells in his body, so he can naturally use Pool's transformation technique. Can this still happen? Trunks gave a thumbs up, jumped into the time machine, and returned to the future world. After jumping out of the time machine, the 2 pistols automatically separated from Trunks and transformed back into Jiang Wei and Zilu. Trunks, you're back. At this time, from the house that had been turned into ruins, a woman who still had charm walked out. It was Bulma. Mom, I'm back. Trunks came forward and hugged Bulma tightly. Trunks, they are. Bulma let go of her son, and then she noticed that there were 2 unknown people and green-skinned bugs next to the time machine, and asked Trunks with a puzzled face. Mom, they are the helpers I invited in the past era. They have strong power and can help us get rid of the 2 demons number 17 and 18. Trunks introduced with a beaming face. First time we meet, hello, Bulma. I am Jiang Wei, and he is my subordinate Zilu. Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw that the elderly Bulma was almost the same as when he took Piccolo to beat the shit brother last time. Mom, Mr. Jiang Wei is not only powerful, he is also a divine dragon. He can make everyone who has died come back to life. Trunks said. As for Jiang Wei's past in another world, when he replaced his father Vegeta and became his mother's husband, Trunks had no need to tell him. Very good. When Bulma heard this, she was so strong that she almost cried. Wiping her eyes, Bulma added, Trunks, it seems that just as I guessed when I designed the time machine, using this time machine cannot truly go back to the past and change our future. Trunks said, that's right, Mom. Your guess is absolutely correct. The past I returned to is different from the past of our world. In that world, it was not Uncle Goku who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, but Tao Bibai. It is precisely because it is another world that I was able to meet Mr. Jiang Wei and Mr. Zilu. Thank you very much. Bulma said. Okay, if you want to chat, you can do it anytime after you pack up the android. Jiang Wei took out a piece of chewing gum and threw it into his mouth, saying, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Bulma said excitedly. Mom, please find a place to hide first. Mr. Jiang Wei and I are looking for the artificial human beings. Trunks turned the time machine back into a universal capsule and gave it to Bulma. After Bulma hid, he took Jiang Wei and Zillo and flew towards the area where androids 17 and 18 often appeared. Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector and found that there was no unknown powerful combat power data on the screen. He then remembered that the cyborg had no breath, and the combat power detector naturally could not detect the artificial man. Zillo, hide your strength. The cyborg transformed by Dr. Gro also has a device to detect combat effectiveness. Jiang Wei ordered Zillo, who was flying next to him. No one knows Dr. Gro's routines better than Jiang Wei. If androids 17 and 18 were to detect Zillo's strength, they might be scared away. Yes, Demon King Jiang Wei. Zillo nodded. Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector again and switched the mode to detect the eternal energy furnace, which is specifically for the detection mode of mechanical and semi-mechanical artificial humans. Soon, a set of data appeared on Jiang Wei's combat effectiveness detector. Diddy. Android 17, combat power 500 million. Android 18, combat power 400 million too. Trunks, fly over there. At a distance of 50 kilometers, androids 17 and 18 are there. Jiang Wei said to Trunks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan and deliberately exposed his aura to seduce the androids. It's amazing. Mr. Jiang Wei's combat power detector can detect even artificial humans. Trunks regained his normalcy and exclaimed. You must know that normally, not being able to detect the aura of the androids is also a big disadvantage for Trunks and the one-armed Son Gohan when fighting against the androids. Because this means that in the process of fighting against artificial people, only artificial people take the initiative to find you, but you cannot take the initiative to find artificial people. When you transform into a Super Saiyan and attract artificial people through deliberate exposure, the opponent can wait until you have exhausted a large part of your physical strength before showing up to fight you. If there had been a combat power detector used by Mr. Jiang Wei that could detect androids, Trunks and the one-armed Sun Wuhan would have had a great advantage in dealing with the androids. My combat power detector was specially modified by Dr. Gro. It has a special function of detecting the eternal energy furnace carried by the artificial man. Jiang Wei smiled. While talking, the two of them had arrived at the location of androids 17 and 18. This is a ruined town, hiding many surviving humans. At this moment, this place has become an amusement park for artificial humans. A slaughterhouse of human survivors. Amidst the laughter of the devil, the wailing of humans continues to echo. The two artificial beings were taking pleasure in the lives of surviving humans. Suddenly, they raised their heads at the same time and cast their gaze in one direction in the sky. Diddy. Trunks, combat strength 4.4 million. Unknown, Jiang Wei combat strength 530,000, hidden strength. Unknown, Zilla combat strength 120,000, hidden strength. On the 18th, Trunks found two fools from nowhere to entertain us. The black-haired boy wearing jeans, android number 17, smiled. His hands were not idle either, so he used a small pistol and shot a little boy nearby in the head. The young and beautiful blonde girl, android number 18, also stepped on an ant's head and said with a smile, "Oh, I'm tired of playing with that handsome boy Trunks, and I'm thinking about meeting him again next time. If we find him, we'll kill him too. I didn't expect him to be able to bring us two things, so I think we'll just let him live a little longer. What do you think, No 17? Number 17 used a pistol again, blowing the head off a strong man, and said with a smile, "Number 18, whatever you want, just tell me when you want to kill Trunks." Chapter 65 Zillo becomes a complete body. Under the unscrupulous gazes of the two artificial humans, Jiang Wei and the others fell in front of them. Damn it! Damn artificial humans, you are demons, you have caused another tragedy. Trunks looked at the horrific human corpses around him and gritted his teeth at number 17 and the others. Thank you for the compliment, Trunks. In return, after killing your two accomplices, we will spare your life again, ha ha ha. Number 17 laughed wildly. Trunks doesn't need your life, because it will only be you two bastards who die. Jiang Wei spit out the sugar residue in his mouth in the direction of the artificial man. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous guy, he doesn't even know he's about to die. Both number 17 and number 18 were laughing, but Jiang Wei could feel that they didn't really find it funny, but that the murderous intent in their eyes had solidified. That's right. These two artificial human demons who have lost their humanity are used to being arrogant. There are many people who are afraid of them and call them demons, but they dare to call them bastards in person. This is the first time they have encountered them today. How can you not be angry? Really? Smile and smile. The figure number 17 flashed and suddenly shot towards Jiang Wei. Dare you scold us? I want you to die, what? The ferocious look on No 17's face turned into panic. The scene where he punched Jiang Wei's head as expected did not appear. Instead, Jiang Wei calmly stretched out a finger and blocked his life-threatening punch. Mr. Jiang Wei is so awesome. Trunks looked in amazement. No 17's angry punch, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would never be able to withstand it. Jiang Wei could easily block such a fatal blow with one finger. Number 17 is the most powerful warrior in the world. How is it possible that anyone can easily block his angry blow? No 18's pretty face was filled with shock. Her strength was even weaker than that of number 17. I said you are bastards, you have to be. What, you bastards still dare to refuse to accept it? Jiang Wei's face was full of contempt, and he spat in the face of number 17, whose veins were bulging and he had obviously exerted all his strength. Number 17, who had spit on his face was twisted with anger, but he could only hold it in, not even wiping the spit on himself. Damn it! I am the strongest in the world. No one can be my opponent. Number 17 shouted loudly. Just when Jiang Wei thought that number 17 would face Sharu just like in the plot, because he couldn't let go of his pride as the world's strongest warrior, he continued to fight without overestimating his abilities. Number 17 suddenly turned around and ran away. Almost at the same time, number 18 also ran away, and the two of them ran separately with a tacit understanding. Jiang Wei understood that he had thought wrongly. The future artificial human number 17 was not the number 17 who traveled with number 16 in the plot and did not kill any humans during the period, but a demon who took pleasure in killing humans. If it really had the self-esteem of a strong man, it would not be able to commit such crazy acts as killing the weak for fun. It and number 18 are just two bullies. However, Jiang Wei did not take any action when the two androids fled. Because Zillow moved. Ouch! Number 17 and number 18 had just escaped and fell to the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Their whole bodies were in pain and they could not move. Zillow used the superpowers given to him by the dumpling cells. By the way, Cell in the plot is also the product of fusion with the cells of a group of earthly martial artists. It stands to reason that Cell can also use Dumpling's superpower. If Cell also uses Dumpling's superpower when facing the protagonist group, the protagonist's group has no other end than being destroyed. But Sara didn't use Dumpling's superpower until his death, so the protagonist Tuan was lucky enough to save his life. Zillow is different. He obviously has useful superpowers, so why not use them? What do you want to do? Let me go. Under the fearful gaze of number 17, Zillow walked up to it with a greedy look on his face, touched number 17 with one hand, turned him into a carrot, squatted on the ground, and put it in his mouth. Chew it up and swallow it. After eating the carrot that number 17 turned into, Zillow suddenly burst out with strong energy, making Trunks nearby look horrified. So strong! Subsequently, Zillow entered the second stage and turned into a burly green skin with a sausage mouth. The appearance of the insect before can no longer be seen at all. Licking his mouth with unfinished content, Zillow walked up to number 18, who had a frightened face, and was about to reach out to him. Please, I don't want to turn into a carrot and be eaten by this monster. Spare me, as long as you are willing to let me go, you can do to me whatever you want. Number 18 knew that Jiang Wei was Zillow's boss, because Zillow stood behind Jiang Wei in a very respectful manner before taking action, so he begged Jiang Wei crazily for mercy. The second before Zillow's hand was about to touch No 18's body, he suddenly stopped and turned his attention to his boss. Jiang Wei did not express his position, and Zillow did not dare to touch number 18. What a beautiful skin, but the soul inside is a crazed demon. Jiang Wei looked at number 18, shook his head regretfully, and said to Zillow, "You continue." "Yes, Demon King Jiang Wei." Zillow turned his appetizing eyes to number 18, who had a desperate look on his face and couldn't move. No. Amid the desperate screams on the 18th, there was one less artificial man and one more carrot in the world. Zillow squatted on the ground and ate carrots with relish. Roar! After eating the carrot transformed on the 18th, Zillow's body exploded with stronger momentum. The ground is shaking. All over the world, surviving humans are trembling. Finally, the movement stopped. Sausage-mouthed Siru evolves into handsome Siru. Zillow became a complete body, stretched out his hand to touch his face, and showed a happy smile. Haha, I became a perfect body before Saru. It would be strange if Saru didn't envy me to death. Zillow said with a cheerful smile. Let me see Zillow's combat effectiveness after becoming a complete body. Jiang Wei adjusted his combat power detector back to normal mode, and then pressed it. Did he? Zillow, combat power 4.2 billion, complete body. Mr. Zillow, you are too strong. The sense of oppression he gives me at this moment is much stronger than when I faced those two artificial humans. Trunks exclaimed, with longing in his eyes. Trunks, don't underestimate yourself. You are a hybrid scion. As long as you practice hard, you can reach Zillow's current strength. Jiang Wei fed Trunks chicken soup for the soul. Really, Mr. Jiang Wei? Trunks looked surprised. Let's go back first and then resurrect the dead. Jiang Wei flicked the cigarette butt with one hand and said. After going back to find Bulma, Trunks immediately told his mother the good news that the two demons androids 17 and 18 had been eliminated. Then he followed Jiang Wei's instructions and made a wish to Shenlong to resurrect all the kind people who died after the emergence of artificial humans. It's very simple. After the wish came true, the protagonist Tuan of the future world was alive, and Sun Wuhan was also alive, and he was resurrected with his hand intact. But one person was not resurrected. That's Trunks' father, Vegeta. Because when Vegeta died, he did not meet the definition of good and was a villain, so he was not resurrected with the protagonist group. After realizing Trunks' wish, Jiang Wei gained a big special clone. Although the strength was not good, the big special clone was handsome. Without Jiang Wei's true body, the big special clone would definitely be better than the other clones. More popular with the main body. In the future time and space, after guiding the protagonist group for more than 10 days, Jiang Wei and Zillow were about to say goodbye to everyone and return to their own time. Jiang Wei suddenly felt something, pressed his combat power detector again, and then smiled at everyone. Before I leave, let me help you get rid of one more hidden danger. Chapter 66 Sharut Team? Hidden Danger. The future protagonists were all stunned when they heard this. Just as he was about to ask for details, Jiang Wei had already taken Zillow and teleported in a direction 100 kilometers away from Zidu. Unlike androids 17 and 18, this time the target can sense the breath. There is a human settlement 100 kilometers away from Zidu. During the period when the androids were raging, this settlement narrowly escaped the killings of 2 android demons, but it ushered in destruction after the androids were eliminated. Now, all the people in this settlement have disappeared, and clothes with holes in them can be seen everywhere on the ground, as well as abandoned shotguns, pistols, rifles, and other weapons. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr As the tail absorbed it, the woman who fell on the ground gradually melted from the inside out. Within a few seconds, only a set of women's clothes were left on the ground. When Jiang Wei and Zilu appeared instantly, what they saw was a scene where a green-skinned insect monster had just finished sucking the woman. The green-skinned bug monster saw someone suddenly appear in front of it, with a surprised expression on its face. Especially when I saw the complete body of Zilu, the expression on his face was even more shocked and unbelievable. Impossible! What's wrong with you? According to the information the computer gave me, it's impossible for you to exist. The green-skinned bug asked Zilu. Look at this green-skinned bug again. Except for having a needle-pointed tail, its appearance is exactly the same as the first stage of Siru before eating the artificial human carrot. Zilu ignored the green-skinned bug's question, but looked at it with appetite in his eyes. Although this green-skinned bug is much weaker than Zilu, and even weaker than the two androids, it is about the same strength as Trunks when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. But as a carrot, it can be a small supplement to Zilu. I just happened to get an original version of celluloid, so I'm too lazy to make one myself, ha ha ha. Jiang Wei stared at the green-skinned bug, his face full of joy. Dr. Gro knew the technology of making artificial humans, and of course Jiang Wei also knew it, but he just had no interest in doing it himself. Who are you? Shailu asked again. Jiang Wei had no obligation to answer Zilu, but just told Zilu, control it. As you command, Great Demon King Jiang Wei. Siru knew that there was no chance of eating another carrot, so he used the superpower of dumplings to easily subdue Siru. I can't move. My whole body hurts. I understand, this is the ability of that BD fish called Dumpling among the Earth's martial arts masters. Cell reacted and used Dumpling's superpower to fight, but due to the huge disparity in combat effectiveness, its judgment could not take effect. At this time, Jiang Wei had summoned the Piccolo Daimao clone, vomited an egg, and hatched a green skin with a combat power of 10. Jiang Wei said to the green skin, your name is, let me think about it, it's Silu. Please spare my life. I am willing to be loyal to you and become your subordinate. Shailu felt that death was approaching and quickly begged Jiang Wei frantically for mercy. Dr. Gro's artificial humans are all with reverse bones on the back of their heads. I can't trust their loyalty. Only if I replace them with my own people can I trust them. Jiang Wei smiled and said to Sharu, and then he did the same old thing, first changing bodies with the new green skin, then changing bodies with the immobile Sharu, and then switching with the green skin again. In this way, he used demon warriors who were absolutely loyal to him to change Cell's core. Cell was very cunning. As soon as he was put into the green skin's body, he tried to escape, but Cell raised his hand and fired a Qigong bomb, which blew up all the ash. Cell pays homage to the great demon king Jiang Wei. After Silu destroyed Shailu, he faced Jiang Wei and bowed respectfully. Diddy. Silu, combat strength 200 million, first level. Jiang Wei thought to himself that he now has 3 Sarut androids, and they can all form a Sarut team. No, there are only 3 Saru, and they should form the Jiang Wei Mecha unit. When 5 Saruts are gathered together, they will be the Sarut team. Okay, Sharu has been dealt with, it's time for us to go back. Jiang Wei took Zilu and Zilu back to find Trunks, and used a time machine to send them back to the world where Jiang Wei lived. Trunks, see you next time. Farewell to Trunks, the time machine flashed by in the wilderness. Jiang Wei was about to take his newly formed Jiang Wei Mecha army back to his home in Zidu to find his wife Wen Nun. Ding, report to the master. There is a Dragon Ball space and time. The projections of 7 Dragon Balls have been collected and summoned to the master. You guys go back first and remember to tell Bulma and the others that I have received another business order. After giving orders to Jiang Wei's mecha troops, Jiang Wei turned into a golden light and disappeared from this world. Another world. The game of Cell is in progress. Android 16 made a sneak attack and hugged the complete body of Cell, and was about to activate the bomb in his body. When he and Cell died together, he was dumbfounded. The bomb inside him. Gone. When Bulma and his daughter repaired number 16, they conveniently removed the bomb that Dr. Gero used to control the androids from his body. Shailu, who was hugged by number 16, casually beat number 16 to pieces, leaving only a head. Next. Gohan faced off against Cell, but he was unable to transform into Super Saiyan 2 because he was always conflicted about the battle. At this time, with only one head left, number 16 asks Satan, who is hiding aside, to throw his head to Gohan. He wants to feed Gohan chicken soup for the soul to activate his fighting spirit so that he can transform into Super Saiyan 2 and defeat the complete body Shailu. This is what happened in the plot. But in this time and space, he was so fascinated when Satan risked his life and threw No 16's head at Gohan. A small cell just happened to defeat Krillin, which made Xian's balls ache, and he happened to see No 16's head draw a high parabola, flying towards Gohan who had been beaten by the full cell. He chuckled, raised his hand and made a Qigong wave, taking No 16's head and setting off fireworks. Then, Gohan, who did not eat chicken soup for the soul number 16, was finally defeated by the complete body cell. The protagonist group was also wiped out. The complete Sara became the final winner. However, the complete cell did not destroy the Earth. For the sake of Son Goku feeding him a fairy bean, Perfect Sara decided to return the favor and change his mind, not to destroy the Earth and mankind. Little did I know. The Perfect Saru already has a way to die. Of course, the Perfect Saru doesn't know it at this moment, but he is so full of energy that he has come to the universe and wants to defeat the masters in the universe to prove that he is the strongest in the universe. First stop. Celu approached King Kai. After all, Shailu has the cells of the protagonist group in his body. Cell asked King Kai, who are the masters in the universe? King Kai could only say that, and then he and his 2 little pets were killed by Sharu. Based on the information provided by King Kai, Sharu began his journey to conquer the universe. And at the same time, because Cell killed King Kai, Bojack, and his gang, who were originally sealed and intended to destroy the galaxy, took advantage of King Kai's death and the destruction of the seal that was closely related to King Kai's life to escape from prison. Jaja, Bojack is back. Chapter 67 Summon 2 dragons at the same time. Something bad happened. King Kai is dead, and Bojack and his gang broke the seal and escaped from prison. What? What's going on? Who has the courage to kill King Kai? Bojack and his gang have escaped from prison. Our top priority now is to figure out how to seal Bojack and his gang back up again, otherwise the entire galaxy will be as devastated as before. The kings of the realm, including King Kai, who was already dead and now had a circle on his head, began to panic. The 4 realm kings from the southeast, northwest, and northwest all gathered on King Kai's mini-breaking ball to discuss countermeasures. King Kai of the east asked King Kai, "What happened to you? Why were you killed?" King Kai felt ashamed and said, "In the land under my jurisdiction, there is a planet called Earth. The scientists on it are very powerful and have created a very powerful artificial life form called Cyborg Cell. It was Cell who killed us, which caused the seal to break and Bojack and his gang to escape from prison." The king of the west said bitterly, "Damn Earthlings, damn Cell. Once Bojack and his gang are dealt with, it will be Cell's turn next." The king of the eastern Kai and the king of the south both nodded in agreement, with expressions of hatred on Cell's face. Cell dared to kill King Kai and set a big trap for them. What a heinous crime! North King Kai said solemnly, colleagues, please don't underestimate Cell. Although Cell is just an artificial life form created by scientists on Earth, his strength, according to my observation, is definitely not as good as Bojack's. Under me. What? That Cell, is that strong? The other three realm kings all exclaimed in disbelief. What's worse is that Cell is definitely not a righteous person, and his evil is definitely not inferior to that of Bojack and his gang. Sharu is now wreaking havoc in the northern galaxy, constantly challenging the strong on every living planet in the northern galaxy, and completely destroying the defeated planets. King Kai said with a grimace. It means that in addition to facing Bojack and his gang, we also have to face the android Cellulite, whose strength is not inferior to Bojack's. Oh my god! Isn't the current situation better than before, sealing Bojack and his gang? Was it worse before? The other three realm kings all wailed. How difficult Bojack and his gang are. The four realm kings fought against them a long time ago. Now, with the addition of Cell, who according to King Kai, is not as powerful as Bojack, do they still want to let the realm kings survive? Already? No matter what, we have to find a way to deal with Bojack's gang and the android Cell. King Kai said bravely. The king of the west snorted coldly and said, it's easy for you to say that. It seems that we can only go to the great Kaio-sama to discuss a solution. The king of the southern realm said helplessly. That's all. Just when the four great realm kings were going to find the great realm king. Colleagues, wait a minute, something happened on Earth. Someone summoned the dragon. Maybe, this is an opportunity. The cricket tentacles on King Kai's head moved, and he suddenly said with an unexpected look on his face. Someone summons the dragon? Then we have to seize this opportunity. The other three realm kings also looked happy. Apart from Namek, there are dragons only on Earth. On Earth. Everyone is dead. The young woman Bulma was holding little Trunks with a frustrated look on her face. No, there should still be a chance. Bulma's eyes lit up again. She thought of Shenlong. In this world where the protagonist group was destroyed by Cell, after Piccolo assimilated the gods, Dende became the new Earth god, which made the Dragon Balls usable. Bulma took little Trunks with her and quickly collected them all. 14 Dragon Balls. Regarding this result, both the new god Dende and Bulma opened their eyes wide. Dende immediately expressed his position, I will never create new Dragon Balls. My ability does not allow this. Bulma picked up a 5-star Dragon Ball. Having 7 Dragon Balls is different, because as long as you hold one of them, you can sense the position of the other 6 Dragon Balls. You don't even need a Dragon Ball radar. After taking a look at her son, little Trunks, Bulma simply piled the 14 Dragon Balls on the ground, raised her hands, and shouted to the sky, Come out, Shenlong. The situation on the Earth is very critical now, and all the protagonists who defend the Earth have died in battle. Although Sarl spared the Earth because of a fairy bean, what if Sarl loses his mind and comes back to destroy the Earth? For the safety of her son, little Trunks, Bulma will not pin the safety of the Earth on Cell's good mood. In an instant, lightning and thunder. It was like the oppressive feeling of the end of the world came to the Earth, and everyone felt it. A green dragon with red eyes appeared in front of Bulma. Say your wish, who are you? Shenlong's serious expression instantly broke his defense. Just because. There is another dragon that is hundreds of meters taller than it looks, standing between heaven and earth. The Earth Divine Dragon looked at each other in surprise, with only one thought in his mind, am I not the only divine dragon on Earth? So what's going on with this guy? After Jiang Wei was summoned, he was curiously looking at the surrounding environment. Lang Buting saw the Earth Divine Dragon, who was much shorter than him. He was very curious, it's rare. In this world, someone actually combined this Divine Dragon and the Earth Divine Dragon at the same time. Summon it together and have ideas. Hearing the question from the Earth Divine Dragon, Jiang Wei lowered his huge dragon head and looked down at the Earth Divine Dragon, which was less than 20 meters tall. Who am I, you ask? Of course I am the Divine Dragon. While speaking, a thick cigar suddenly appeared between Zhang de Shenlong's claws. He put the cigar in his mouth and took a big puff, and then sprayed it all onto the face of the Earth Shenlong. After being summoned many times, Jiang Wei also discovered that in the Divine Dragon form, he could also use the items he carried. When these items were used in the Divine Dragon form, which was hundreds of meters away, they would also be enlarged for the use of the Great Dragon Zhang. Bulma looked at the dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. There was a smoking cigar in the dragon's mouth, looking like a ruffian, and she was dumbfounded. Cough cough cough. Earth Shenlong was puffed with smoke, coughed a few times, raised his head again, looked at the tall man in front of him and argued, "You are talking nonsense. I am Shenlong. You're just a little dwarf." Zhang Shenlong very presumptuously used the head of the Earth Shenlong as an ashtray, flicked the ashes, and then said to the dumbfounded Bulma, "Bulma of this world, tell me your wish, any wish, this Shenlong it can all be achieved." Oh! Bulma woke up from a dream. Looking at Zhang Shenlong, who was hundreds of meters away, he was about to express his wish. The Earth Divine Dragon had already wiped the cigarette ashes off his head, glanced at Jiang Wei angrily, and said to Bulma, "Don't listen to his nonsense, I am the Divine Dragon, and I can fulfill all your wishes." Bulma's eyes wandered around the two dragons, one tall and one short. Confusion appeared on the face that still had charm. Who should I make a wish to? Chapter 68, Extreme Exchange with Bojack and Cell? Please disappear from my sight immediately. It's easy. After the Earth Divine Dragon agreed wholeheartedly, he realized that this wish was not made by Bulma, but by Jiang Wei, who had a wicked smile on his face. "You are so despicable. Just wait for me and I will come back." The Earth Divine Dragon, who had been tricked, was so angry that he shouted at Zhang Dashan, and then he turned into 7 rays of golden light and flew in all directions. "Okay, the guy who disrupted the situation is out of the way. You can make a wish to this dragon, Bulma." Jiang Wei stretched out his dragon claw, pointed his middle finger in the direction where the Earth Dragon disappeared, and then said kindly to Bulma, who was already dumbfounded, "How bad are you? You wasted my opportunity to make a wish to the dragon." Bulma came back to her senses. She was really shocked by Jiang Wei's sexy moves, so she exploded. Little Trunks was so scared that he cried, "Wow! Bulma, why are you so loud? That little dwarf is not as powerful as this dragon. Whatever wish you have, this dragon can make it come true for you." Jiang Wei didn't take it seriously. The huge cigar disappeared. A huge piece of chewing gum appeared out of thin air. Jiang Wei threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Bulma took a breath to calm down. Now, the Earth Dragon has been eliminated because it fulfilled Jiang Wei's wish. The only one who can fulfill her wish is Jiang Wei. Okay. My wish is... Before Bulma could finish her words, she was cut off again. The 4 kings of the 4 realms, southeast, northwest, suddenly appeared on the earth. Shenron, Seal Bojack's gang and the android Cell. As soon as the king of the western realm appeared, he shouted as fast as he could. Then, the huge green divine dragon that was hundreds of meters in front of him just stared at the king of the west with a fool's eyes, unmoved. "Shenlong, can't you realize this wish?" King Kai, who had a ring on his head, suddenly asked with uneasiness on his face. "No, I am not a dwarf on earth. I can really make any wish come true. However, the price that needs to be paid to seal Bojack's gang and Cell, the king of the west alone is far from enough." Jiang Wei chewed gum slowly and said, "How about you choose one of Bojack's gang and Cellulite and trade one for the other?" Jiang Wei looked at the ugly-faced king of the west and asked. Taking advantage of the downtime of the 4 realm kings, Bulma shouted, "Let all the kind people who died because of the android Cell be resurrected, Shenron." It's easy. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. The next moment, the protagonists of this world are resurrected. Oh, I'm resurrected too. King Kai noticed that the ring on his head was gone and said happily to his colleagues. Hi, King Kai, we meet again. Son Goku first said hello to King Kai, and then asked in confusion, I am resurrected? But I have already died once, why am I resurrected? Because it was this dragon who fulfilled Bulma's wish and resurrected you. Jiang Wei smiled. Ah, Shenlong, you are still here. Hey, you seem to be different from the past, Shenlong. Son Goku said in confusion. Bulma said at this time, Son Jun, this guy is not the Earth Dragon we know. In a few words, he told everyone what Jiang Wei had done before. I know you want to deal with Bojack's gang and Cell. Do you need my help? Jiang Wei smiled at Bulma. Whether it is the protagonist group or the four kings of the realm, they are all eye-catching. The king of the west asked hesitantly, Shenlong, if we have to deal with Bojack's gang and Cell, we won't need to pay the price, right? Jiang Wei just glanced at the king of the west, and then focused on Bulma. It's just that for Bulma's sake, I will do my best to help you. This does not involve fulfilling your wish, so there is no need to pay a price. What's more, your life alone cannot replace Bojack's gang and Cell. That's good. The king of the Western realm breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Bojack? Who is he, and why is he compared to Cellulite? The protagonists looked at King Kai and the other KOs with confused expressions on their faces. King Kai began to explain to the protagonist group that when Bojack and his gang were with Cell, the hundreds of meters of Cyan Dragon had turned into 7 golden rays of light and headed in all directions. Ah, that dragon is missing! Bulma exclaimed. I'm still here, don't make a fuss, Bulma. A handsome man with a handsome appearance that made people feel mature and steady at first sight suddenly appeared among everyone. Who are you? Everyone was shocked at first, and then they noticed the logo of the Universal Capsule Company on Jiang Wei's clothes, and then they relaxed their vigilance. Bulma asked hesitantly, Are you the one who tricked the Earth Dragon before, Shenlong? Only Bulma was the first to notice that in addition to the logo of her family's Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Wei's clothes also had a big dragon character. Everyone, this is the first time we meet. I am Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei looked at the familiar protagonist group and greeted them with a smile. Hello Jiang Wei. Son Goku also greeted Jiang Wei very familiarly. Humph. I don't care if you are a dragon or something, and I don't know what Bojack and his gang are, but you make me feel uncomfortable. Why do you say that you can't deal with even me, Vegeta? The enemy's abominable sorrel. Vegeta stared at Jiang Wei and asked unhappily. Oh, it's Prince Vegeta. So, Your Highness, if you think I can't deal with Cell, how do you think I should deal with Cell? Jiang Wei looked at Vegeta again with his nostrils turned upward and asked with a smile. Humph, the only one who can deal with Cell and Bojack's group who appeared out of nowhere is me, Vegeta. Vegeta smiled with extreme confidence, raised his thumb, and pointed at himself. Oh, get down quickly Vegeta. Jiang Wei smiled at Vegeta, and his figure flickered. No one present could see Jiang Wei's movements clearly, but Vegeta's movements could be seen clearly. Boom! Vegeta was punched and sent flying backwards, smashing into pieces a house dozens of meters away. Buried in the ruins. It's worthy of a speedy Vegeta. Now, His Highness the Prince should understand, can I deal with Shailu? Jiang Wei smiled at Vegeta who climbed out of the ruins and flew back. Seeing Bai Lauer in front of him in the shape of a speeding Vegeta, Jiang Wei felt that it would be a sin not to knock him down immediately. This guy is much stronger than Perfect Cell. Vegeta looked aggressive on the surface, but in fact he was in a turmoil inside. No one knows better than him that Jiang Wei's punch can knock him away. So Vegeta just yelled a few words and walked down the slope, never daring to actually attack Jiang Wei and humiliate himself again in front of everyone. Son Goku looked at Jiang Wei with fear in his eyes and burning with strong fighting spirit. Why can't the protagonist group understand the strength shown by Jiang Wei's punch that knocked Vegeta away? Jiang Wei, with your strength, Bojack and Cellulite are definitely dead. King Kai laughed heartily. No, King Kai, you are wrong. Bojack, his gang, and Cell are not worthy of letting me do it myself. Jiang Wei smiled at King Kai. Tongzi, send me Jiang Wei's mecha troops. Chapter 69 Assault on Sharu. Ding, Jiang Wei's mecha troops have been sent. The next moment, under the protagonist group's defense and King Kai's horrified gaze, Jiang Wei's mecha troops, Celluloid, Zilu, Silu, 3 artificial ginseng of the Cellulite series enter. Meet the great demon king Jiang Wei. As soon as Shailu and the other 3 appeared, they bowed respectfully to Jiang Wei. There are so many Saru, help! King Kai, who had been killed once by the local Sharu, began to panic. Damn it, are we going to die at the hands of Shailu again? Klin and others also stared at Shailu and the other 3 with furious expressions. Don't panic, everyone. Except for the long-tailed cell, the other 2 cells are different from the cells we fought against. Son Goku observed carefully for a while, his mind was online. Goku, they are Cell after all. Klin cried sadly, if there really was a fight, an Earth warrior like him would definitely be the first to die, and little Cellulite would be able to kill the Earthlings. Jiang Wei, don't you explain. Bulma held little Trunks in her arms and bravely stood behind Vegeta and asked. Don't be nervous. They are all my subordinates and members of the security department of the Universal Capsule Company in another world, the Jiang Wei Mecha Troop. Jiang Wei smiled. Bulma thought for a moment and said, I believe you, you have no ill intentions towards us. Everyone relaxed now, but they still felt uncomfortable looking at Shailu and the other 3. By the way, Jiang Wei, why are they called the Jiang Wei Mecha Troops and not the Sharu Mecha Troops? Son Goku raised his hand and asked curiously. Because there are only 3 of them. Jiang Wei smiled and said, it's not too late, they will welcome the 4th member soon. When everyone heard this, only Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks' expressions changed. Others don't know why. But soon everyone understood. Sure enough, Son Goku, and Son Wuhan, you are all alive. I sensed your aura reappearing, and I rushed back immediately. The complete body of Shailu fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. There was surprise and high fighting spirit in Sharu's eyes. He really wanted to fight Son Goku and his son again. As for the 4 kings of King Kai, Sharu didn't even look at them. But Shailu's eyes caught sight of Jiang Wei and his group, and he immediately broke through the defense. Sharu stared at Jiang Wei's mecha troops with a look of surprise on his face. Who are you? Are you, like me, the same type of artificial human beings developed by Dr. Gero? Cellul's eyes were mainly focused on Silu, who was exactly the same as him in one stage, and Silu, who was the same as his complete body except that there was no tail. Son Goku and others all looked serious, and when they were about to fight Shailu again, Jiang Wei spoke. Silu, can you take down Shailu? Back to Demon King Jiang Wei, this guy is stronger than me, but he made a mistake. 30 seconds is enough to determine the outcome. Zilu said respectfully. Oh. Jiang Wei pressed the combat power detector. Did he? Native Shailu, combat strength 4.4 billion, complete body. Zilu, combat power 4.2 billion, complete body. Cell, combat power 800 million, mini. Silu, combat strength 200 million, first level. Then do it. Jiang Wei said lightly. Shailu snorted coldly, put on a posture, and was about to take the initiative. Ouch! Suddenly I felt severe pain all over my body and I couldn't move my body. He was overshadowed by the superpowers given by Zilu using dumpling cells. However, Shailu's strength is greater than that of Zilu. Although he was accidentally attacked by Zillow with superpowers because of his carelessness, it only took some time to break free. Sun Fist. Taking advantage of Zillow's temporary control of Sharu, the other two Sharu from Jiang Wei's mecha unit immediately launched a move in a tacit understanding, blinding the eyes of Sharu who could not move. Ah, my eyes! You are so despicable, I will not let you go. Shalo screamed and reached out to cover his temporarily blind eyes. It turned out that it was Zillow who took advantage of Shalo being blinded by the Sun Fist and released his control over him. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Shalo in an instant, with powerful energy fluctuations condensed in his right hand. Magic Flash! He gave Celyul, who had been buffed with blindness, a Qigong wave, which knocked Celyul's head off. Be careful! Even if Cell loses his head, he can still be resurrected in a short time. Trunks, who was watching the battle, quickly reminded him. However, Trunks's reminder was unnecessary. After Zillow hit Cell's head off again, he took advantage of Cell's exhaustion of energy to recover his head, touched it with his hand, and activated the superpower given by the rabbit cells to kill Cell who had not yet recovered. Shalo turned into a carrot with green belt and black spots. Jiang Wei, the great demon king, I win. Zillow held a carrot with green belt and black spots in his hand. He resisted the urge to swallow it in one gulp and said respectfully to Jiang Wei. Silo and Silo on the side also looked longingly at the carrot with green belt and black spots in Zillow's hand, and they were so greedy that they almost drooled. Well done to you all. Jiang Wei nodded and affirmed the cooperation of Jiang Wei's mecha troops. Then he summoned the Piccolo Daimao clone, and in front of everyone who looked surprised, he made the clone spit out a little green-skinned demon warrior with a combat power of only 10. Your name is? This time Jiang Wei thought for a while and then said, Selu. What does Jiang Wei want to do? Neither the protagonist group nor the Kaos can understand it. Until Jiang Wei changed his tactics, put away the Piccolo Daimao clone, and summoned the Jinyu clone, Son Goku, and Vegeta immediately showed a look of enlightenment. What on earth is this Jiang Wei? With the ability of Shenlong to grant wishes, as well as the ability to summon, and his own strength, if this guy is an enemy, he will definitely be more terrifying than Frieza and Perfect Cell. Vegeta's face was solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. Compared to this man, it seems like Bojack and his gang are nothing. The four realm kings also had serious faces at this time. I was also very happy. It's only Bojack and his gang they have to deal with, not Jiang Wei. I would like to spar with Jiang Wei. Son Goku said very passionately, attracting speechless looks from Klin and others. This time it was Jinyu's clone who made the move. As soon as Cell recovered, the core was changed by the little green skin. When he realized what he was doing, he was about to escape, but Cell gave him a Qigong wave and crushed him to ashes. Under the complicated gazes of everyone. On behalf of the other two Shalo, Zillow said to Selu, welcome to join the Jiang Wei mecha unit. Jiang Wei muttered, with one more Sharut, Jiang Wei's mecha troops can be upgraded to the Sharut team. Great, the android celluloid has been dealt with, and only Bojack and his gang are left. King Kai looked at Selu very respectfully, and stood behind Jiang Wei with Zillow and the others, and said happily. The top priority is to quickly find Bojack and his gang who broke the seal. The King of the East Kai reminded. You don't have to look for it, Bojack and his gang will come looking for you, and they will definitely seek revenge on you. Jiang Wei smiled at King Kai and the others. Chapter 70 Thello vs Bojack. Ha ha ha. The Kaos laughed loudly. Come to take revenge on them? What you want? With Jiang Wei and his mecha troops here, Bojack and his gang are just looking for death. Jiang Wei said to Bulma, it will take some time for Bojack and his gang to arrive on Earth. You go prepare some food and drinks to entertain us. Oh well. Bulma made a call, and it didn't take long for a transport plane with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company to transport food and drinks to everyone. Everyone started eating and drinking. Less than an hour. A universe ship appeared in the sky and slowly landed in front of everyone, which aroused everyone's vigilance. "It's Bojack and the others," King Kai said to everyone. The door of the universe ship opened, and a passage stretched out. 4 universe people, 1 woman, 3 men, surrounded by a burly male universe person, walked out of it. These 5 universe people all dress like pirates from the Age of Discovery. "It turns out that you are all hiding on this remote small planet, making it easy for us to find. If we hadn't sensed the strong energy fluctuations in this area, we wouldn't have thought that you 4 Laodang were hiding here." A burly male universe, Bojack laughed arrogantly. The previous battle between Jiang Wei's mecha troops and the complete cellulite lasted only a short time, but after all, it was a battle between billions of combat forces. The burst of energy was also noticed by Bojack and his gang, and only then did Bojack and his gang notice it. Jack and his gang were lured to Earth. "After I kill the 4 of you, Laodang, I will destroy this planet, and then I will kill your boss, the Great Realm King, ha ha ha." Bojack and his little brothers were all laughing wildly. "UBD! How dare you think that my scion prince, Vegeta, doesn't exist?" Vegeta is angered by the arrogant attitude of Bojack's gang. At this moment, Jiang Wei was lying comfortably on a recliner, surrounded by 4 Shalo guards. He looked at Bojack's group who were talking wildly and laughing, and calmly pressed the combat power detector. "Did he? Bojack, combat power 3.5 billion. Zanjia, combat power 2 billion. Gago, combat power 1.8 billion. Buchan, combat strength 1.7 billion. Ratio, combat power 1.7 billion. Southern Kaio, combat power 15,000. East Kaio, combat power 5,000. King of the West, combat power 3,500. King Kai, combat power 3,500. I thought he was so powerful for talking so much that he deserved a beating. Turns out he is a scumbag who is not even as good as the full-body cellulite." Jiang Wei showed a mocking expression and asked King Kai, "You 4 realm kings, the strongest southern realm king only has a fighting strength of more than 10,000, by the way, how did you seal Bojack and his gang back then?" King Kai smiled, "That's a good question. That's why we just sealed Bojack's gang instead of defeating them." Jiang Wei thought of Mo Fengbo and nodded towards King Kai with understanding. "We will never allow you to run wild on the earth." Son Goku clenched his fists and stood up. The other protagonists also stood up with righteous indignation and wanted to do their part to defend the earth. Bojack's eyes were attracted, with a look of contempt on his face. "Scum, you have no place to speak here." He raised his hand and released a Qigong wave towards Son Goku. Ah! Son Goku's hair turned golden in an instant, and his whole body burned with golden arrogance. He waved his hand and knocked away a Qigong wave that Bojack shot at him. On the ground not far away, a large crater measuring 1,000 meters was blasted out by the Qigong wave. Bojack showed an unexpected expression. It turns out that he has hidden his strength. Then, before taking formal revenge, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have you stabbed first, he. Bojack, and us. The protagonist Tuan also stands side by side with Son Goku. With the arrogant expression on his face, Bojack was about to instruct his brothers to kill stupid guys like Son Goku who dared to resist him. Son Goku and others are also full of fighting spirit. When a war between good and evil is about to break out, Jiang Wei spoke, "Don't waste time. Son Goku, please step aside. Bojack and his gang will be dealt with by my mecha troops. Please, let me have a fight with Bojack." Son Goku closed his palms and asked Jiang Wei for help. "Kakarot, don't be stupid, stand down." Vegeta's face was twisted, knowing that Jiang Wei's terror was far greater than that of the perfect cell, and it was definitely not a good thing to piss him off, so he called Trunks to drag Son Goku down. "Humph, who are you?" Bojack turned his attention to Jiang Wei, who was lying on the recliner and was out of tune with the tense atmosphere around him, and asked angrily. "Bojack, your doom has come, Mr. Jiang Wei is the one who can take your lives." Having seen the power of Jiang Wei's mecha troops, the Realm Kings are full of confidence in whether Jiang Wei can defeat Bojack and his gang. "Old men, you are daydreaming." Bojack looked disbelieving and even found it funny. "Okay, then I will kill the helper you called Jiang Wei and his men first, and let you fall into a nightmare." "Damn it, you ignored us again." Vegeta's expression twisted. However, except for Son Goku, who also felt regretful that he could not fight against the masters, the rest of the protagonist group did not mind Jiang Wei's intervention. "Shailu, Salu, it's your turn to eat meat." Jiang Wei smiled at the two Shailu who had not yet become complete bodies. When Cellulo and Silo heard this, they were already staring at Bojack and his gang and drooling, and their drooling started getting out of hand. Bojack looked at the leisurely Jiang Wei and frowned. What is he talking about? Zangjia, who had long orange hair, said with a smile, "Boss, why should you pay attention to what a dead person says?" "Ha ha ha, you are right. Bojack is extremely confident in his own power. Which one of you is going to take down Bojack's gang?" Jiang Wei glanced at Zangjia, who was trying to please Bojack, and asked his little brother. Cellul and Silo lowered their heads. Not to mention fighting Bojack, any of Bojack's men were not something they could defeat at the moment. "Jiang Wei, the great devil, I have just joined the Mecha army, please give me a chance to show off." Xilu rushed before Xilu and respectfully requested. "That's right, Seru will fight," Jiang Wei said indifferently. Seru was overjoyed. "Thank you very much, the devil Jiang Wei gave me a chance to perform." Seeing Jiang Wei sending out the original complete body Salu, the protagonist group had only one idea in their minds. Bojack and his gang are over. "Georgia, go and test that black-spotted green monster." Bojack thought for a moment when he saw Thero walking towards them with a confident look on his face. "Boss, look at me." Gago greeted Seru with an evil smile on his face. He was Bojack's younger brother, second only to Zanja in strength. Selu set his sights on Gago, and his figure instantly disappeared from the place. Bojack and his little brothers all had their pupils shrink. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.